This audiobook contains 3 censored sentences and 222 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. A scar-faced hunter murmured to his companion between loud slurps. They say the ambush went long, tracking a herd of iron hides. At least they're coming back, the companion grunted. Team 3 is the one living like kings. That massive carcass that arrived on the day of the celebration, the one that fed the whole tribe, that was Torik's kill. Spear right through the eye. Sol's ladle paused for a fraction of a second. Torik, Virok's older brother, the captain of the 3rd hunting team. Sol searched his predecessor's chaotic memories. He realized that the tribe had 3 elite hunting teams. They operated differently from the miscellaneous daily hunting parties who just hunted nearby. They went out for weeks at a time, deep into the wilderness, tracking apex predators. That was why he rarely saw them. They truly lived on the edge of the blade. And Torik was one of the top dogs. An elite hunter, the massive carcass that had arrived on the day Sol woke up, the one that started the celebration, was Torik's trophy. He's in the council hut now, the hunter continued, wiping chilly oil from his beard, discussing some things with the chief. They say he might be named head hunter soon if he keeps bringing in beasts like that. Sol filed the information away, his mind racing. This was bad and good. Bad. Virok's protector was his brother, and it seems like he is close with the chief too. If Virok went crying to him, Torik could crush Sol with a single command. Good. Torik was ambitious. He was busy with politics and glory. He wouldn't care about a squabble between his little brother and his soup merchant unless it threatened his reputation. Virok hadn't struck yet because Torik had ordered him to lay low to avoid tarnishing the family name during his victory lap. So the big brother is the hero of the hour, Sol thought, pouring soup for a warrior. High status, high pride, harder to break, but he looked at the hunter drinking the soup with an expression of pure bliss. I need more leverage, more strength, Sol decided. Can't leave my fate on the whims or mercy of others. He continued selling, his mind churning with plans, occasionally dealing with troublesome cheapskates who try to trade pebbles or dry leaves for soup. He shut them down with a merchant's ruthless efficiency. Suddenly, the crowd parted. A hush fell over the front of the line, like ripples smoothing out on a pond. A young, sturdy man stepped forward. He didn't look like the other hunters. His gear was polished, his furs were high quality and dyed a deep crimson, and he carried a spear tipped not with stone, but with polished white bone. The mark of the chief's personal guard. And if he remembers correctly, he was called Rovan. The people looked at him with reverence and fear, stepping back to give him space. He was one of the elite, the hand of authority. He stopped in front of the stone table, looking down at Sol with arrogant boredom. He didn't offer a scrap or bone. He reached into a pouch at his waist and threw a slab of meat onto the table. It was a prime cut of meat, dark red, fresh, and marbled with white fat. It was worth at least double or even triple bowls of soup. Pour this thing called soup, the guard commanded, his voice flat and monotone. Let us see what the noise is all about. Chapter 89. Shadows in the Alley. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Shadows in the alley. Vera bristled at his tone and was about to say something, but Sol placed a calming hand on her arm. He didn't mind the arrogance, as long as they paid well. A pleasure, Sol said smoothly, with a smile. He didn't serve him in a gourd. He reached under the table and pulled out one of their own clay bowls. He ladled the richest, fattiest broth from the center of the pot, ensuring he scooped up a large chunk of the tender meat and plenty of the root of resilience. He handed it to him with a smile. The guard took it, but instead of drinking it there like everyone else, he lifted the bowl to his nose. He sniffed it once, his expression impassive. Then, he nodded slightly, as if confirming a suspicion. He didn't drink. He produced a large, clean leaf, covered the bowl carefully to seal in the heat, and turned around. Keep the change, the guard grunted, gesturing to the expensive cut on the table. He walked away with the same arrogant gait, carrying the soup with careful precision, heading not toward the hunter's enclave, but toward the chieftain's longhouse that overlooked the village. As soon as he was out of earshot, the murmur started. It spread like wildfire through the queue. Did you see that? He is Rovan, Chief Esgard, and he didn't drink it. Is he? Is he taking it to the chief? The realization rippled through the crowd. If the Chief Esgard was buying it and not drinking it, it meant only one thing. The chief wanted to taste it. Leora tugged on Sol's sleeve, her eyes wide and sparkling, practically vibrating with excitement. So, she whispered loudly, is he taking it to the chief? Is Chief Thorun going to eat our food? Sol shrugged, wiping his hands on a rag, though as satisfied. Shark-like smirk played on his lips. Who knows? Maybe the chief had heard too. Even gods need flavor. Wow. Leora breathed, clasping her hands. Even the chief wants the soup. Her voice carried. The people heard it. The chief eats this. It was the ultimate endorsement. It was a royal seal of approval. The frenzy for buying doubled instantly. People who were hesitating surged forward, throwing whatever they had on the table, good meat, tools, valuable herbs, just to taste the same thing the leader was eating. The fear of the poisoned berries vanished entirely. If it was good enough for Thorun, it was good enough for them. Sol looked at the chaos, at the mountain of meat piling up behind Vera, at his family working like a well-oiled machine. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in bruises of purple and orange. The square was finally quieting down. The frenetic energy of the soup rush fading into the satiated calm of twilight. Sol scraped the bottom of the cauldron with the wooden ladle. It was bone dry. Not a drop of the golden elixir remained. We are empty, he announced, his voice raspy from hours of talking and charming. The people who hadn't gotten yet murmured unsatisfied and went away. Vera slumped against the stone table, wiping grease and sweat from her forehead. She looked exhausted, her hair sticking up in wild spikes, but her eyes were glued to the baskets behind her. They were overflowing. There were enough ribs, livers, hearts, and good cuts of meat to feed their family for a month. I can't believe it, she muttered, shaking her head as she stared at the pile of red gold. We traded water and trash for a fortune. Alchemy, Sol winked, leaning against the empty pot. Now we just need to get this home. Lyra stepped forward, checking the lashings on the baskets. She looked tired but radiant, her usual gentleness replaced by the practical efficiency of a matriarch securing her family's survival. Aurelia, Leora, Lyra commanded softly. Grab the handles. Be careful not to let the blood drip. Aurelia moved with her usual grace, hoisting one side of the heaviest basket. It is heavy, she noted, her soft brown eyes meeting Sol's with a look of deep, quiet gratitude. But is a good weight. The weight of safety. Leora yawned, rubbing her eyes with a fist, but she grabbed her side dutifully. I'm going to eat the biggest heart. She mumbled sleepily. I earned it. He looked at the girls, seeing the fatigue in their posture. You guys take it ahead, Sol said, gesturing to the path. Get the meat salted and stored before the insects find it. I will be right after you as soon as I clean the cauldron and handle the remaining stuff. Leora hesitated, looking at him. You sure? It's getting dark. I'll be fine, Sol smiled, waving them off. I'm just wiping down the stone. Go. Don't take too long, Lyra added, looking back over her shoulder. The night is not for wandering alone. They nodded, hoisting the heavy baskets between them. Leora gave him a tired wave, and they took the stuff away, their silhouettes disappearing into the maze of huts, leaving him behind in the darkening square. Sol let out a long breath, rolling his shoulders to work out the kinks. He handled everything up quickly. He packed the ladle, cauldron, and the bowls. As for gourd bowls, they were discarded away, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. He had done it. He had broken the cycle of poverty in a single day. He smiled, satisfied, and hefted the empty cauldron onto his shoulder. Easy money, even though there is no such thing as money here, he whispered happily. He began to walk, humming a strange tune from his old world, his step light despite the heavy pot. He turned into the alleyway that served as a shortcut to the outskirts. He was just halfway down the alley when the air seemed to change. The sounds of the village seemed to cut off, or maybe it was just his imagination, replaced by a heavy, suffocating silence. He stopped humming and looked up. Suddenly, a few large shadows stepped out from behind a stack of drying wood, blocking his path completely. Chapter 90. Accidents Happen in the Wild. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. Accidents happen in the wild. He was just halfway down the alley when the air seemed to change. The distant sounds of the village, the laughter, the conversations seemed to cut off, replaced by a heavy, suffocating silence. Soul stopped humming and slowed his pace and then stopped completely. He looked up. Suddenly, a few large shadows stepped out from behind a stack of drying wood, blocking his path completely. In the center stood none other than Vurak. He was flanked by 4 of his usual lackeys, thick-necked boys who looked like they enjoyed pulling wings off insects. Vurak's face was illuminated by a sliver of moonlight. His eyes, the color of dirty river water, fixed on Soul. As a cruel, slow smile spread across his face, revealing teeth stained dark from chewing bark. But the smile that was meant to be terrifying but faltered slightly when he met Soul's gaze. Soul didn't flinch or gasp. Instead, a cold, predatory smile curled his lips. "So," Soul murmured, his voice calm and mocking. "In the end, you couldn't endure it, could you? Watching the waste become popular?" He dropped the heavy cauldron from his shoulder. It hit the dirt with a solid thud. He cracked his neck, the sound sharp and distinct in the silent alley. Then slowly flexed the fingers of his right hand, testing the strength. Well, Soul stepped forward, the ash-gray energy in his chest flaring to life, flooding his limbs with power. "This saves me the trouble of looking for you." Vurak looked at him coldly, and honestly, as much as he didn't want to admit, he looked kinda dangerous. He didn't look like the waste he remembered kicking around. He looked like a beast that had just finished a meal and was ready for another. Vurak's smile vanished, and he suddenly remembered the punch from the other day, the shock of it, the pain. He saw the cold readiness in his eyes, and combined with those confident moments, he couldn't help gulp and instinctively took a jerky step backward, bumping into the man behind him. It was a small movement, barely an inch, but in a confrontation, it screamed of fear. His lackeys glanced at him, confused by their leader's hesitation. Soul saw it all, and his smile widened further, becoming icy. He raised a fist, ready to close the distance and give him a good beating this time. "What's wrong?" Soul taunted, taking another step, closing the gap. "Where's that usual arrogance now? Come on, let us finish this today." Just as the tension reached its peak, just as Soul coiled his muscles to spring, every fiber of his being prepared for the joyous, brutal release of violence. Vurak's fear-driven instinct took over, overriding his pride. "Stop!" Vurak shouted, his voice cracking with panic. "Take one more step, and those little bitches pay for it." Soul froze mid-stride. The momentum that had been driving him forward died in his chest, replaced by a sudden, icy void as the words registered. "What?" Soul hissed, his eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. Vurak saw the deadly clarity in Soul's eyes cloud with confusion and horror, and his confidence immediately surged, flooding back with vengeful speed. He took a bold step forward, his chest puffing out, trading fear for savage arrogance. "Ah, you remember them now, don't you?" Vurak sneered, stepping back into the light. "My men are already following behind them." "Who were they?" "Oh, I remember. The little one, Leora, the sharp one, Vera, and the big one. What was her name?" "Yes, Aurelia. Pretty little fragile things." He leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with malice. "If you dare lift one finger, if you lay one hand on me, do you think they will safely reach home?" Soul's face went utterly blank, the cold smile dissolving instantly into slits of pure, cold fury, daring Vurak to continue the vile threat. Finally, he uttered coldly, "This is in the tribe. Do you think you'll be safe after this?" Vurak laughed, a harsh, grating sound. "Go on, try to tell the elders. Say I threatened your pretty little cousins. Who will they believe? The brother of Toruk, the man who brings back half the meat for the village, or the injured? Weak boy? He leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial, bone-chilling whisper. Maybe not the tribe, but what about the wild? What about when they go foraging? Vurak's eyes gleamed with sadistic enjoyment. Sol glared at him, his fists clenching so hard his nails cut into his palms. If you touch them. Me? Vurak laughed, throwing his hands up innocently. I want to touch them. But the wildness outside is dangerous and accidents happen. A slip on a rock, a snake in the bush, a hunter mistaking a girl for a deer. He lowered his voice to a whisper. My men are clumsy. Accidents happen in the wild. Sol stood still as a statue. The air in his lungs felt like ice. He looked at the sneering face of the bully, the man who held the safety of his family in his meaty hands. A surge of desperation clawed at Sol's throat. He suddenly thought of that ash-gray energy, the power that had bent Nia to his will, the power that had sent a venomous snake fleeing in terror. If it worked on beasts and women, why not a thug? Sol narrowed his eyes. He focused entirely on the hollow cavity in his chest, pulling every scrap of the remaining energy he had regenerated. He channeled it up his throat, projecting it outward like a spear, aiming directly at Vurak's mind. Stop! Sur le roi internally. His will crashing against Vurak's psyche. Kneel! He put everything into it. He waited for the glaze to cover Vurak's eyes, for the fear to set in, for the muscles to lock up. Nothing happened. Vurak didn't freeze. He didn't flinch. He just blinked, looking at Sol with a mix of confusion and amusement. What are you yapping about? Vurak mocked ruthlessly, tilting his head. And why would I stop? You making funny faces at me, cripple? Sol felt a cold pit open in his stomach. He tried again. He scraped the bottom of his reserve, pushing a wave of fear and submission at the lackeys. Scram! The lackeys just shifted their weight, looking bored. It didn't work. Even after using all his might, it was like throwing a pebble at a stone wall. Honestly, Sol wasn't entirely disappointed. A part of him had expected this. He had already secretly tried using the power countless times since awakening. On the old man who traded the mat, on Kale at the river, even on a random passerby. Without fail, whenever he tried to use on a male or a target he hadn't primed with lust or intense emotion, it fizzled out. It has rules, Sol realized, his heart sinking. It's not a magic wand. I'm missing something crucial. Maybe it needed a bridge, like the sexual desire he used with the women, or the primal fear of the beast. Maybe his level was just too low to affect a strong-willed, hostile male. Or maybe it required physical touch to initiate the connection. No matter what, the conclusion was the same. He couldn't control this power yet. Not in a fight. Not against Vurak. He was defenseless. Sol Esha Schulders Slumpat. The ash-gray energy retreated, dormant and useless. Thinking back about Vurak's words now, his mind reeled and he searched his memories. He remembered rumors of accidents. People who opposed the hunters vanishing. Families who refused to pay tribute, losing their daughters to beast attacks. The people who had simply vanished. Accidents that were never questioned because the forest was always hungry. And looking at it, he doesn't seem bluffing. Or even if he was, the risk was too high to call. Sol calculated rapidly. If I fight back now, I win. I can break all of them. But then, Vurak runs to Torek. Or he strikes at the girls from the shadows out of spite. To save them, he had to be what Vurak wanted him to be. He had to be the victim. He had to be weak. The rage that boiled inside him found no physical outlet. It was a suffocating pressure, the helplessness of knowing he held a killing weapon, yet being forced to sheath it. The injustice was a searing, physical agony worse than any club strike. Finally, the fire in Sol's eyes dimmed. He forced his muscles to uncoil. He let his shoulders slump. Look at him, Vurak sneered, gesturing dramatically to his lackeys. See? The little hero's muscles all turn to water when he thinks about his family. He took one bold step forward. So, little man, you will drop to your knees and beg my forgiveness for daring to raise your eyes to me. Then you will take your beating. You will take it quietly, or my men will make sure those little girls don't make it back for dinner. Sol closed his eyes for a split second, taking a deep, shuddering breath that burned his lungs. When he opened them, the cold, lethal intent was gone, replaced by a defeated, dull resolve. But he still had his pride. He didn't fall to his knees or begged. He simply stood there and let it happen, seeing the surrender. He grinned. Vurak hissed, a grin of savage satisfaction tearing his face, gestured to his lackeys. Teach him his place. Remind him who the masters are. The first punch caught him in the stomach. Wham! Sol doubled over, wheezing, the air driven from his lungs. It hurt. It hurt like hell. But he didn't fight back. Chapter 91. He was weak. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. He was weak. Get him. Vurak cheered. A kick slammed into his ribs. Another fist connected with his jaw, snapping his head back. Soltaste de copper. Then from then on, fist and kicks rained down like hail, but he still didn't fight, didn't scream, didn't even struggle. He accepted the blows to his back, his shoulders, his ribs, and his legs, focusing only on curling tighter, protecting his skull and torso. It was brutal. They didn't hold back. They kicked him like a dog in the street. Kicks slammed into his back, his thighs, his arms. He felt his bones groan, a sharp, hot spike of pain spreading throughout his body. Endure, Sol told himself, gritting his teeth, focusing inward, wrapping the ash-gray energy around his internal organs like a shield, letting the surface take the damage. Let them vent. Let them think they won. That S for the punch. Vurak shouted, delivering a heavy kick to Sol's spine. That S for the soup. You think you're special? You're nothing. You're dirt. Sol grunted, and couldn't help coughing due to the impact. He lay still, twitching slightly, playing the part of the broken man perfectly. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the blows stopped. Sol lay in the dirt, bruised, bleeding, and gasping for air. He didn't move. Vurak stood over him, panting from the exertion. He looked down at the crumpled form of Sol and felt a rush of supreme satisfaction. The fear from earlier was gone. The waste was just a waste again. Vurak gathered a mouthful of saliva and spat. A glob of spit landed near his face, mixing with the blood and dirt on the ground. See, boy, Vurak hissed, you were just weakling. You always were. You dare to confront me? If you try to act like a chief again, next time it won't be just you. It'll be your cousins too. He kicked Sol lightly one last time in the ribs, eliciting a choked, wet gasp of pain. If I hear even a whisper of disrespect, or if I see one sign that you told anyone about this, they will find the girls by the river with their throats ripped out. Understand? Now, crawl back to your soft bed and forget you ever saw me. Let us go, Vurak ordered his men. I am hungry. With a final, cruel laugh, Vurak and his lackeys turned and swaggered away, their heavy footsteps receding into the night. They left behind only the heavy silence, the scent of fresh blood, and a young man broken on the floor. Sol waited until the silence returned, deafening and vast. He lay there for a long minute, staring at a pebble next to his nose with his one good eye. The pain was blinding. His body was a map of agony. But deep inside his chest, the ash-gray energy was swirling furiously, already knitting the groaning bones and soothing the bruised flesh. Sol esa fingewisha. Then his hand. He pushed, inch by excruciating inch, until he was leaning upright against the wall. His head swam, and his vision was blotched with red and black. But the moment he was vertical, the world sharpened. He wiped the dust from his face and looked at the path Vurak had taken. He tried to shake his head, but the movement sent fresh waves of searing pain through his neck and skull. His entire body screamed in protest, but the physical pain was secondary to the chilling, terrifying realization that had settled deep in his core. He was weak, not physically, not fundamentally. He had that terrifying power, but strategically. He was an exposed point in a brutal game of survival, and Vurak knew exactly where to strike. The modern man in him had assumed rules and thought that these primitive people were honest and simple, But now he realized that humans were still humans, no matter which era. And these primitive men knew there were none. He finally understood the harsh, unyielding reality of this era. This was not a world of heroic standoffs or final, definitive battles. This was a world of survival calculus. His momentary display of terrifying, unknown power meant nothing here if he couldn't use it. Vurak had beaten him, not with strength, but with leverage, the lives of the innocent girls. Accidents happen, Sol whispered, his voice a broken rasp that carried more menace than a scream. You're right, Vurak. Accidents happen all the time. Sol's mind, the keen, organizing intellect of the modern man, began to process the incident not as a personal failure, but as a strategic reconnaissance mission. Vurak's strength is external. Vurak is a bully whose power stems from his leverage, the girls, and his perceived ability to commit accidents. The only vulnerability is family. Vurak knows Sol cares for his cousins. Any direct retaliation now guarantees their deaths. Therefore, Sol must operate under the radar until the threat is neutralized. The goal is isolation and speed. Vurak must be removed swiftly and cleanly without raising tribal suspicion that could trigger any retaliation by the tribe. The girls must be out of danger the moment Vurak vanishes. The rule of the primitive world. The world kills the weak. Dominance is the only law. He needed to use the world's cruelty against Vurak. Sol's eyes, glinting with a reflection of the pale moonlight, didn't focus on the blood-spattered dirt where he lay, but on the invisible path stretching out before him. His modern mind, sharpened by the crisis, began to dissect the situation with cold, mathematical precision. He wouldn't waste his time on a complex political plot that could unravel with a single word to the elders. Nor would he seek the foolish, short-lived glory of a public duel. A duel would only draw Torek out of his council meetings, and fighting a headhunter head-on right now was suicide. No, he needed something cleaner. He needed the chaotic neutrality of the jungle. Vurak had threatened him with the wild. He had claimed that accidents happen. It was only poetic justice that the wild would answer that threat. Sol needed the element of surprise and a single, isolated opportunity. He didn't need to overpower Vurak in a fair fight. He just needed to create a situation where the environment did the heavy lifting. He has to disappear, Sol decided. And it has to look like the forest claimed another victim. No weaknesses, no bodies, just bad luck. With this chilling resolve settling in his core, Sol began the agonizing process of dragging himself out of the alley. Every movement was a fresh insult to his injuries, but the pain was welcome now. It was fuel. It wasn't just suffering. It was fuel. It was the tuition fee for the lesson he had just learned about power in this world. It burned away the last vestiges of his naivety. Deep inside, the ash-gray energy swirled faster, responding to his determination. It rushed to the sites of impact, knitting bone and soothing flesh with a cool, numbing hum. He could feel it working, stitching him back together stronger than before. He wiped the blood from his split lip, his gaze fixed on the darkness where Vurak had vanished. His eyes burned with a cold, hellish light that had nothing to do with the moon. He wasn't defeated. He was just getting started. Chapter 92. The Ash-Gray Calculus. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. The Ash-Gray Calculus. Sol didn't go home immediately, not like he could in this current mess. He smelled of blood, dirt, and sweat, and he refused to let Lyra and others see him like this. Knowing her, she would definitely lose her mind, panic, and cry. And she might even try to go confront Vurak herself, which would just worsen the situation and reduce his chance of ambushing him without evidence. Can't have that, Sol muttered, clutching his side as he limped away from the village. Keep the drama outside. Keep the hero face inside. Instead, he dragged himself to the river, finding a secluded bend downstream, hidden by dense reeds and the overhang of ancient trees. It was dark, cold, and lonely, illuminated enough by moonlight to see things he needed. He stripped off his ruined tunic and loincloth. The movement made him hiss through his teeth, every bruise screaming in a chorus of agony, and taking a deep breath waded into the icy water. Splash! Foodash! The cold water hit his lacerated skin like liquid nitrogen. It stung so bad he saw stars, but he forced himself to dunk under. He scrubbed ruthlessly, washing away the dirt, the blood, and the humiliation. When he surfaced, he was shivering and gasping due to pain and coldness, but it also activated body S survival mode, calming him down deeply. He stood waist-deep in the shallow, frigid current, hunched over, letting the night air slice through him. The water swirling around him was tinged pink before the current swept it away. The physical pain was still immense, but here, away from the stench of blood and others, his mind finally achieved the deep, cold stillness he craved. The fury over Vurak and any plan for revenge was set aside for now. He looked down at his body in the moonlight. It was a mess of angry purples and blacks. His ribs looked like an abstract painting of pain. It was bad, but not as bad as it should have been. He pressed a finger to the worst spot on his side. He flinched, waiting for the sharp, white-hot stab of a fracture. It didn't come. Instead, there was just a dull, itchy throb, like a bruise that was a week old, not 10 minutes. No way, Sol whispered. He touched his split lip. The flap of skin that had been hanging loose was gone, sealed shut into a thin line. He took a deep breath, expanding his chest fully. It was tight, yeah, but his lungs filled. No whizzing, no bubbling blood. Damn, this body is a literal tank. Sol laughed, a short, disbelief-filled sound. Basically Wolverine. Even without the energy, the primitive physiology was tough. But with the ash-gray energy swirling inside him, accelerating his metabolism and cell repair, he was healing at a supernatural rate. At this speed, the bruises would be yellow by morning and gone by the next night. He wouldn't be bedridden for days. Instead, he'd be running again by tomorrow morning. That realization brought a surge of relief, a high note in the melody of his misery. He wasn't broken. He was just dented. But as the physical pain faded into the background, the mental replay began. And that hurt worse. Standing alone and naked in the river, staring at the dark water. The cold night air biting at his damp skin. The adrenaline crash faded, leaving behind a crystalline clarity. Now he turned his full, desperate attention to the one variable that mattered, the energy. Why did the ash-gray energy fail him when he needed it most? He thought back to the alley, to the moment of his failure. He remembered the utter clarity of his murderous intent toward Vurak. Yet when he tried to summon that internal surge, the eruption of heat he felt when killing the corpse stalker, there had been nothing. Why? Sol murmured, staring at the reflection of the moon in the water. Why didn't it work? He had used the same energy that broke Nia, the same energy that terrified the Neon Viper. But against Vurak, it had been like throwing a handful of mist against a boulder. And it was really damn infuriating. It was like having a gun that jammed only when you really needed it. His mind started churning, sifting through the chaos of the last few days, looking for some kind of pattern. The first time he used it, when he had just woken up, he saw that corpse stalker, and seeing Lyra in danger, he commanded with all his might, the chaotic prismatic energy exploding from his chest, obliterating the corpse stalker into a fine mist. That wasn't persuasion. That was kinetic force. The second time, with the same prismatic energy, the ugly hunter in the alley, he had commanded him to leave. The man had obeyed instantly, abandoning his lust, walking away like a puppet. And then there was Nia. She hadn't just obeyed. She had been rewritten. So what changed? The prismatic chaos. Sol realized, his hand drifting to his chest. When he first looked inside his soul, or whatever this cavity was, he had seen a storm of colors clashing, violent, unstable, cosmic. That energy was absolute. It was a cheat code. It was like a guest account with admin privileges. After that, the chaotic, rainbow-like prismatic energy had vanished, leaving only this stable, subtle ash-gray energy, a thread of barely controllable power, useful enough to make a Viper recoil, but clearly incapable of the instantaneous, devastating command he had tried to project onto Vurok. The prismatic energy was a starter pack, Soul theorized, his eyes narrowing. A temporary boost, or maybe the remnants of whatever brought me here. The discrepancy was the key. His mind ran through the possibilities with ruthless efficiency, eliminating theories using the scientific approach scholars in his last life used. Theory A. Artifact exhaustion. Maybe the prismatic energy was never his. It could have been the last dying pulse of an external source, a strange artifact, or a residual boost from the interdimensional transfer that brought him here. It was a one-time boost spent on the first 3 acts of immense power, and now fully exhausted, leaving his body with only its true baseline ability, the weaker, ash-gray form. Theory B. Energy conversion. Maybe the prismatic chaos was the raw, unrefined energy of his arrival. His body, incapable of housing such volatile power, absorbed and metabolized it, converting it into the stable, ash-gray state. If this was the case, the gray energy was the finished product, but drastically weaker in potency. Theory C. Mental state, the true problem. This was the most troubling. He remembered the encounter with the Neon Viper, where the ash-gray energy had subtly pushed the creature back. He had projected fear and revulsion, pure, instinctual intent. The Corpse Stalker kill was motivated by sheer, terror-fueled panic and violent command. But against Vurok, his motivation was calculated, cold, and strategically suppressed. He had been trying to use the power to win a fight he knew he couldn't take. He felt the cold reality. The energy was not a simple switch. It seems tied to his inner state. The prismatic energy seemed to require extreme, almost chaotic necessity and intent. The ash-gray energy, the stable form, required focus and reinforcement. It didn't grant automatic victory. It seemed to amplify his conscious will, but only to a limited as yet unknown degree. Chapter 93. The Debt of Humiliation. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. The Debt of Humiliation. It couldn't break Vurok, because Vurok was guarded. Soul muttered, looking at moonlight shining on the ripples. Maybe it was because he was angry, his adrenaline was up, his ego acted as a shield. With Nia, he had used that prismatic energy that was undoubtedly much stronger, and with the snake he had used fear. Animals were simple. Their instincts were open doors. But Vurok? Vurok was a conscious, hostile human male with a strong will and no opening. The ash-gray energy wasn't strong enough to smash through that wall yet. The prismatic energy could have done it, Soul acknowledged. It would have turned his brain to soup. But I don't have that anymore. I have this. He looked down at his chest. The ash-gray swirl was recovering slowly, glowing faintly. It was potent, sure, but it required finesse. And more importantly, it required strength. When he faced the snake, he had been terrified. He had poured his entire will, his whole survival instinct, into that command. His mind had focused to a singular, razor-sharp point. The mind, Soul tapped his temple. It's the lens. If the ash-gray energy was the light, his mind was the magnifying glass. If the glass was flawed, or shaky, or weak, the light scattered. If the glass was perfect, the light could start a fire. He needed to strengthen the vessel, his body, to hold more energy, and he needed to sharpen the lens, his mind, to project it. So I need to upgrade the hardware, he muttered, looking at his skinny arms. And the software. Strengthening the body was simple. Eat meat, lift heavy things, run until his lungs burned. He'll repeat. The primitive way. He could do that. But the mind? How the hell do I strengthen my mind? Soul groaned, looking up at the moon, running a hand over his cold, wet scalp. He chuckled, a dry, bitter sound that hitched in his throat and aggravated his bruises. I can't just sit in a cave and meditate on the Tao, like in those novels. That was simply fantasy, and it's not like he tried that in his last life. He may not have been under a waterfall, but he did try under a shower, hoping for some miraculous internal shift. I don't have a manual. I don't have a white-bearded grandpa in a ring telling me to breathe through my heels. He looked down at the dark, flowing water, watching it silently carry away the last traces of his blood. His mind, the source of his true strength and the key to this unstable energy, had to be developed in a way that fit this harsh world. How does one strengthen a mind when danger and chaos are the only teachers? Perhaps it meant sharpening his intent, practicing the absolute clarity of command he glimpsed. Perhaps it meant reducing the mental clutter, achieving the ruthless, cold logic. The ash-gray energy felt like a muscle, undeveloped and unreliable. He needed to find the primitive way to train that muscle, not through peaceful contemplation, but through necessity, focus, and cold, calculating thought. And how? The answer was, again, that he had to experiment. He had to push his limits. He had to find out what emotions fueled the energy, what mental states sharpened it. Was it pure rage, the uncontrolled violence that had obliterated the corpse stalker? Was it absolute calm, the stillness he felt now, analyzing the problem with cold detachment? Was it the lust, the detached arrogance he felt when he was in control? Fear didn't work, he noted. Desperation didn't work. But dominance worked on Nia. Maybe it was because of the presence of that prismatic energy. He needed to experiment with other women. He clenched his fist, feeling the skin pull tight over his knuckles. The weakness he felt earlier was fading, replaced by a cold, hard resolve. He would have to use the world as his laboratory. Every day would be a test. He would focus his entire being on a small, insignificant object, a stone, a leaf, an insect, and try to project his will using that elusive ash-gray thread. He would cycle through the emotions, cold certainty, burning hatred, detached calculation. He would use the stall to test his influence on the crowd, microdosing them with command. He would use the women to test the depth of his control. How deep could he rewrite them? And he would use the wilderness to test his command over animals. Every interaction, every moment of focus would be a building block toward mastery. And as for Vurok, Soul's expression darkened, the moonlight casting deep shadows over his bruised face. Vurok would definitely have to die. It was just about ensuring the safety of his family, though that was priority number one. As long as Vurok breathed, Aurelia, Vera, Leora, and even Lyra were walking targets. But also for repaying him this humiliation, it was about balancing the ledger. Vurok had beaten him, humiliated him, and made him crawl in the dirt. In his last life, knowing the cold reality of the world, he chose to ignore it and shut himself down. But in this one, he was going to do the same. In this one, he was going to rise, to confront, and to kill. So, he will definitely thank Varric for teaching him this valuable lesson about the true nature of the primitive world. Vurok was not just an enemy. He was a strategic obstacle, a necessary removal. Soul pushed off the riverbank, the pain in his ribs a manageable fire now. Vurok had threatened him with an accident. He had introduced the concept of the wild claiming the weak. It was a brilliant idea, really. So, obviously he wanted just rush it and attack tomorrow in a fit of rage. He would plan it and wait for a perfect opportunity. Just you wait, Soul whispered to the flowing river. I'll give you an accident you want to walk away from. As for exactly how and where, was a detail he would plan in the next few days. He needed to observe Vurok's routines, identify the perfect window of isolation and opportunity, the trail, a private spot, a secluded path to a storage shed. Soul didn't think he would have to wait long. Arrogance bred routine, and routine guaranteed exposure. Vurok was too convinced of his safety, too sure that his victory in the alley had broken Soul. Soul would allow that false sense of security to ripen, knowing that the moment he struck, it would have to be with the swift, clean finality of the corpse stalker's death. Chapter 94. Worth it. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. Worth it. Soul pushed himself up from the muddy bank, his body protesting with a chorus of dull aches, but the sharp, blinding agony was already receding. The cold river water had done its job, washing away the blood and shocking his nerves into a manageable numbness. He made his way back to the shadowed alley, retrieving the heavy clay cauldron he had thrown before confrontation, and damn, due to injuries it felt heavy, awkward, and pressed against his bruised ribs. But he hoisted it with a grim determination. The walk back to the hut was a performance. He had to walk upright, hide the limp, and mask the tremor in his hands. When he finally pushed aside the leather flap of the doorway, the warmth of the fire instantly improved his mood compared to cold darkness outside. Aunt Lyra and the girls were there, pacing around anxiously, but Aunt Lyra was practically vibrating with anxiety, with Aurelia trying to comfort her. "So," she gasped, rushing forward, her hands hovering as if afraid to touch him. "Where have you been? Why did it take so long? It's pitch black outside. We were about to go back out to find you." Sol set the heavy cauldron down with a thud on the ground, forcing a sheepish, tired smile onto his face. "Sorry, Aunt. I want to take a dunk in the stream." He lied smoothly, keeping his bruised torso turned slightly away from the firelight to hide the fresh discoloration. "I was feeling sticky and gross from the whole day's work. Needed to wash it off before I slept." Lyra's brow furrowed, her maternal instincts flaring. "A dunk? At night? You should have bathed here. The river is dangerous at this hour, my dear. Spirits and beasts prowl the banks." "It's okay," Sol assured her, stepping further into the dim orange glow of the fire pit. He kept his movements casual, though his back screamed in protest. "I stayed by the shallow edge." Before she could inspect him too closely, he gestured dramatically to the cauldron and the baskets filled with various ingredients. "Forget me. Look at the hall. We have too much work to do to worry about me." The diversion worked perfectly, even though she wanted him to scold further, but seeing that he was all right, she didn't push further. Lyra looked down at the massive hall, the mountain of tubers, the herbs, the fruits, and her worry melted into sheer, overwhelmed gratitude. "Oh, ancestors," she breathed. The girls had heard this whole saga and seeing him already being interrogated. They didn't say anything and looked at the hall. They quickly huddled around the pile of goods, the firelight catching the excitement in their eyes. Because it wasn't just bones and guts. In the chaos of the trade, they had bartered for berries, wild onions, fibrous tubers, and even a small sack of salt. "So, look," Leora squealed, dipping her finger into a small pouch and licking it. Her hazel eyes went wide. "It's salt. Real salt. Not just blood salt." She scrambled over, her small hands grabbing a handful of purple fruit. "So, look, there are so many things. And look at this," Aurelia added, her usually calm voice trembling with relief as she held up a slab of dark, rich organ meat. "This is good quality, liver and kidneys too. We went to go hungry this week for a whole month." Even Vera, the eternal skeptic, couldn't hide the smirk playing on her lips. She tossed a heavy rib bone onto the pile with a satisfied clack. "Not bad, merchant. Not bad at all. You actually pulled it off. I thought we were going to be stoned." "Exactly," Sol said, settling down on a mat near the fire, keeping his bruised back in the shadows. He was incredibly thankful for two things. First, that he had protected his face with his arms during the beating, and the dim firelight was the only source of illumination, masking the overall surface bruising. Second, the incredible healing factor of this body. The surface abrasions were already knitting together, leaving him looking merely tired rather than battered in the flickering firelight, though the internal damage still remained. The hut, usually filled with the tense silence of survival, was suddenly alive with a subdued, happy energy. Sol watched them, Lyra chiding as Leora tried to eat 3 different fruits, Aurelia carefully wiping dirt from the roots, and even Vera touching around different things. The hut was filled with a rare, genuine happiness. A profound sense of peace settled over him, momentarily eclipsing the physical pain. Even though the pain in his chest was a dull, rhythmic throb, and his jaw ached where Vurock had clipped him, but seeing their smiles, genuine, relieved smiles free of the crushing anxiety of starvation, made every kick he'd taken worth it. It was worth it, he thought. I have taken the beating, Sol vowed silently, his eyes hardening as he watched Leora's innocent laugh. But revenge will definitely be taken, and Vurock will pay for threatening to destroy it. I will protect these smiles, but feeling the pain and fatigue. All right, let us get this sorted, Sol said, clapping his hands gently. They spent the next hour processing the goods under Sol's direction. He taught them how to salt the meat to draw out moisture, explaining the chemistry in simple terms they could understand. Under Sol's instruction, they prepared the meat for smoking, rubbing the salt into the flesh to preserve it for the morning. Dinner was a simple vegetable soup, but Lyra had added a few chunks of the stored river hog meat Sol had helped them smoke previously. The smoky, savory flavor filled the hut, and everyone ate until they were full. The mood in the hut was lighter than it had been a year, a fragile, precious happiness born of full bellies. Soon, the exhaustion of the day took over. The fire burned low, and girls went to sleep. The rhythmic breathing of the girls filled the room. Sol lay down on his furs, staring at the thatched roof. His body throbbed, but his spirit was better than ever, and slowly he went to the Valley of Dreams. Chapter 95. 2 days to the annual rite. Chapter 95. Chapter 95. 2 days to the annual rite. The next morning, Sol woke up before anyone else the next day, just as the sky was turning a hazy, pre-dawn gray. He lay still for a moment, running a diagnostic on his body. He stretched his arms, twisted his torso, and waited for the sharp, stabbing pains of broken ribs. Didn't he come? Amazing. As expected, his unnatural healing factor had worked its relentless magic through the night. He was almost 80 healed. The sharp, agonizing fractures from the night before had dulled to ignorable aches. Unless he made a massive, violent movement, he was perfectly functional. He stood up silently, grabbing the clay water jar without disturbing the sleeping women, tiptoed away, moving like an action movie spy, which was purely his imagination. Getting water was the excuse, but his true purpose was intelligence. The riverbank in the morning was the village's news hub. If you want to know where Vurock was or what the tribe was planning, that was where he needed to be. He slipped out of the hut, moving through the cool morning mist. As he walked through the village, he noticed a distinct shift in the atmosphere. A week ago, people looked at him with pity or ignored him entirely. Today, as he passed a group of women lighting their morning fires, they waved enthusiastically. "Morning, Sol." A woman waved from her doorstep, her face lighting up. "Soup today?" a hunter asked, nodding respectfully as he sharpened his spear. Sol nodded back, returning greetings with a polite, charismatic smile. The waste label was peeling off, replaced by provider. Leaving the cluster of huts behind, the path to the river descended into the true wild. The environment here felt older, heavier. The trees weren't just wood, they were massive, twisting monoliths with roots as thick as a man's torso, covered in vibrant, neon moss. Ferns the size of small huts crowded the path, dripping with dew that smelled of sulfur and rich earth. Sol walked carefully, his senses assaulted by the sheer scale of the primitive world. In the distance, the canopy shook as something massive moved through the branches, sending a shower of leaves raining down. This wasn't a park. It was a kingdom of giants, and humans were merely squatters. He reached the river, scanning the bank. It was crowded with early risers. He found a spot slightly downstream, away from the main crowd. He knelt to fill the jar, his ears pricking up, his heightened senses filtering the chatter of the morning crowd. He heard gossip about the chief's mood, about the weather, but nothing about Vurock. So, a cheerful voice interrupted his spying. Taru jogged over, grinning from ear to ear, looking more energetic than usual. "Taru," Sol greeted, lifting the full jar effortlessly. "My parents couldn't stop talking about the soup last night." Taru beamed, dropping his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "My dad actually praised me for being your friend. Can you believe it? He didn't even scold me for missing practice yesterday." They made small talk for a minute, discussing the flavor and the village gossip. Then, Taru's expression turned serious. He leaned against a tree, crossing his arms. So Taru asked, his voice dropping. How is the prep going? You ready? Ready for what? Sol asked, confused. Taru's smile faltered. He looked at Sol as if he had grown a second head. What? Don't tell me you forgot. The annual hunting rite. It is in 2 days. Surposed. The term triggered a flood of memories he hadn't accessed yet. Fragments of the previous Sol's knowledge buried under the trauma. Sol stared at him blankly. The right? Taru continued, shaking his head in disbelief. All the young people are training for it. My father has been running me ragged for weeks. It's only you who dare to take the hunting rite in advance. And without training, no less. And of course, got hurt. But that doesn't mean you can't join the annual one. Taru sighed, kicking at a root. It's the only way to join a hunting team now. If you miss this, you have to wait another year. By then, everyone else will have experience. You'll be left behind. Taru continued rambling about the dangers and the glory, about how the elders promised honor and strength. But Sol stopped listening. The memory clicked into place, sharp and clear. The annual hunting rite. Of course, it was the defining event for the tribe's youth. Mandatory participation for anyone who wanted a future. It wasn't just a test. It was a spectacle. The youth would enter the forest to hunt, to earn the right to be a hunter. Even though there was risk, everyone yearned for it, partly due to the harsh environment, scarce food, and being a hunter meant better rations, social status, and power, and partly due to the clever preferential treatment of hunters and the tribe's propaganda. It was a chaotic, sprawling event in the dense jungle, far away from the prying eyes of the elders. Participants were separated. Accidents were common. Deaths were expected. If you want to join the hunting team properly, Taru was saying, oblivious to Sol's silence, you have to pass this. Otherwise, you wait a whole year, and by then others will have gained so much experience, leaving you behind in the dust. Sol looked down at the water, his reflection wavering in the current. The rite took place in the deep forest. It was chaotic. It was dangerous. And Vurak, who was desperate to prove himself after being publicly humiliated by a cripple, would definitely be there. He would be looking for a trophy to boost his honor. A cold, perfect clarity washed over Sol. In the chaos of the rite, surrounded by beasts and inexperienced youth, the line between an accident and a murder was non-existent. Sol's lips curved into a faint, cold smile. Vurak had said, accidents happen in the wild. He realized he didn't need to lure Vurak anywhere. The tribe was sending them both into the killing grounds together. The rite was a killing field sanctioned by tradition. It was a place where accidents were the norm. A perfect plan formed in his mind. I remember now, Sol interrupted Taru, a dark, dangerous smile spreading across his face that made Taru step back slightly. I haven't been preparing, but I think I'm going to participate. Taru looked worried. Are you sure? It's dangerous, Sol. You just healed. I know, Sol said, gripping the water jar until his knuckles turned white. That's exactly why I'm going. Chapter 96. I will go. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. I will go. The hunting rite would be in Vorash Forest. The Vorash Forest, Sol repeated softly, testing the weight of the words on his tongue. In tribal language, it means devouring. Endlessly green, which seems quite fitting for the forest he had seen from afar. Yeah, nasty place, Taru shuddered, oblivious to the cold calculation in Sol's eyes. Thick canopy, lots of ravines. Perfect for getting lost or well eaten. He looked at Sol with a sympathetic grimace. Honestly, Sol, maybe it's better you don't go. You know, with your constitution. Just stick to the soup. Everyone says it's delicious. There's no shame in being a gatherer. Sol blinked, the mask of the harmless, weary scholar sliding back into place. He looked at Taru, this simple, well-meaning boy who had no idea he had just handed Sol the keys to a murder. You're right, Taru, Sol said, his voice level and unassuming. The forest is a dangerous place. One has to be very careful. He bent down, gripping the rim of his clay jar. The vessel was full now, holding easily 40 pounds of water. A week ago, lifting it would have been a struggle that left him gasping. Today, despite the dull ache in his mended ribs, he hoisted it onto his shoulder in one smooth, controlled motion. Teru's eyes widened slightly at the ease of the lift, but Sol turned away before his friend could question it. "Good luck with your training, Teru," Sol called over his shoulder. "Try not to break anything before the big day." "I won tea. See you later, Sol." Sol walked away from the riverbank, his wet feet slapping softly against the packed mud of the path. The morning noise of the tribe, children shouting, fires crackling. The rhythmic sound of conversations washed over him, but he felt entirely detached from it. Accidents happen in the wild. Sol's lips quirked into a humorless smile, hidden by the shadow of the water jar. By the time he reached the familiar, worn path leading to Lyra's hut, the plan was no longer a vague idea. It was a certainty. He would enter the right. He would pass. And somewhere beneath the dark canopy of the Blackwood, Viewrock would meet with a very unfortunate, very fatal accident. Reaching the hut, he took deep breaths to hide the extreme vengeful emotions and looked at the environments around him to calm down. By now, the sun had fully breached the horizon, casting long, sharp beams of light through the gaps in the village's wooden palisades. The morning haze was burning off, revealing the bustling activity of the tribe waking up to another day of survival. When he pushed open the door to the hut, the scene that greeted him was one of organized chaos. The girls were already awake. Aurelia was sorting the mountain of bones they had acquired yesterday. Vera was sharpening a knife with aggressive focus, and Leora was trying to balance a stack of gourd bowls. "So," Lyra looked up from the fire pit, her face breaking into a relieved smile. "You were gone early that I didn't even hear you leave." "Just getting a head start on the water," Sol said smoothly, setting the jar down. "We'll have a big day. The tribe is hungry." "Hungry is an understatement," Vera muttered, though she didn't stop working. "I heard people shouting about soup outside before the sun was even up." He smiled and didn't mention Teru, or the annual hunting rite, or the cold, murderous plan currently crystallizing in the back of his mind. Instead, he clapped his hands together, shifting the energy of the room. "All right, ladies," he announced, his voice carrying a lightness he didn't feel. "We have a mountain of ingredients and a village full of hungry people. Let us get ready to make soup." The response was immediate. Lyra cheered, Aurelia nodded, and even the cranky Vera cracked a small, determined smile. They moved with practiced efficiency, sorting the tubers, washing the herbs, and preparing the smoked meat. However, as they began to prep, the limitations of their operation became painfully obvious. They had mountains of ingredients, livers, intestines, cracked femurs, but their hardware was lacking. "We only have 3 cauldrons," Sol noted, frowning as he tried to squeeze more bones into the largest pot. "We're in a bottleneck. We can't feed 100 people with 3 pots." "I can ask the neighbors to borrow theirs," Lyra suggested, wiping her hands on her apron. "Old Marna owes me a favor." "No," Sol shook his head. "If we borrow, we owe. No need for unnecessary favors." He turned to Lyra. "Aunt, we need more pots." Lyra wiped her hands on her apron, looking worried. "Clay pots are expensive, Sol. We have to trade good meat or furs for them." "Not buy," Sol corrected. "Exchange. We can trade the first batch of soup for empty pots." "And the fire," Sol continued, pacing the small room. "It's too hot in here. We need to expand. Let us set up a secondary fire pit outside the hut. It'll serve as a show, too. The smell will draw people in." For the next hour, Sol stepped back from the actual cooking. Instead, he acted as a supervisor, teaching the girls the specific ratios he had devised. He showed Aurelia exactly when to add the crushed herbs to maximize the aroma, taught Anne about exact fire control, and taught Leora how to stir constantly to prevent the starchy tubers from sticking to the bottom. As for Vera, she was too proud to learn from him, and instead secretly learnt whatever he taught to others. As he watched them work, he did a mental inventory of their supplies. The tubers were plentiful, the meat was sufficient, but the red, fiery pods, the secret weapon that gave his soup its addictive kick, were running dangerously low. "The chilies are about to finish," Sol muttered, fingering the last few dried peppers in the pouch. He looked at the girls. Today, you three run the prep. Aurelia, you know the ratios. Vera, you handle the trade. Don't let anyone shortchange you. Leora, you're the face. Smile, serve, and keep the bowls moving. You're not coming? Leora asked, her face falling. I have supply issues to handle, Sol said, his eyes drifting to the small sack in the corner. The Fire Devil's droppings are almost gone. If we run out of spice, we lose the addiction. I need to find more. He looked up. Ant girls. Where exactly do we find these last time? I recall it was near the southern ridge, but my memory is a bit fuzzy. Not the ridge, Lyra corrected softly, not looking up from her chopping. It was near the Broken Stone Pass, where the red moss grows. Right? Sol nodded, memorizing the location. Broken Stone Pass. He turned to the group. Where else have you seen these red berries? Think. Aurelia paused, tapping her chin. I've seen them, near the rocky outcrop to the west, where the trees get thick. And near the gorge, Vera added. But that's too far. The west outcrop, Sol nodded. That's doable. Suddenly, Vera, who hadn't spoken much but observed the most, looked up. Her eyes were sharp, holding a glint of suspicion that Sol hadn't expected. Wait, Vera's eyes narrowed. She pointed the knife at him. Where did you get the first batch of chilies? You didn't leave the tribe. Solfros. He coughed, covering his mouth with his fist. Ah, well, I found a patch near the old storage sheds, growing in the cracks. Lucky find. Vera stared at him. The lie was thin, but she didn't have proof. Suspicious, she muttered, returning to her work. You find a lot of things lately. Ancestors, Sol said, winking. He helped them load the baskets, but as they prepared to leave for the square, Sol hung back. So? Lyra asked, pausing at the door. Are you sure you shouldn't come? It's okay. I believe in you. Sola suridhe. And besides, I have something else to prepare for. Lyra's expression softened. It is good that you found this soup stuff, Sol. With this, we have meat. We have status. You don't need to take risks anymore. You don't need to go to the annual hunting rite. Terua's mother was crying a few days ago, terrified for her son. But you are safe here. The room went silent. The air in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. Sol looked at his aunt. She looked so hopeful, so relieved that her fragile nephew had found a safe way to contribute. Then at the girls. They looked at him with hope that their clever, gentle cousin would stay safe, making soup and telling stories. But soup wouldn't stop a punch. Soup wouldn't stop Vurock from dragging them into the woods. I'm going, Sol said. The words were soft, but they hit the floor like stones. Lyra dropped her basket. What? The hunting rite, Sol said, his voice steady. I'm going to participate. No, Lyra cried, rushing to him. So, are you mad? We have food. We have trade. Why would you risk your life in the jungle? You are a merchant now, not a hunter. Because soup isn't enough, Sol said, his voice firm, lacking the usual hesitation of his former self. The soup makes us valuable, Aunt. But in this tribe, value without strength just makes us a target. If I don't become a hunter, a real hunter, Vurock will never stop. Others will come to take what we have. A merchant without a spear is just a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered, Sol said coldly. The right is the only way to become a hunter. It's the only way to be untouchable. But you aren't ready, she pleaded, tears forming her eyes. You just healed. I am ready, Sol said, placing a hand on her shoulder. I am stronger than you think. I will go, and I will pass. Trust me. Lyra looked into his eyes. She saw the steel there. She realized, with a sinking heart, that the boy she had protected was gone. 2 days, she whispered. You have 2 days. I understand. I'll prepare carefully, don't worry, Sol said. He watched them leave, their silhouettes disappearing toward the square. Once they were gone, Sol's expression shifted. The warm, family man vanished. The predator emerged. He grabbed his empty sack and a small clay vial he had prepared. Time to go shopping, he whispered. Chapter 97. Back to Wild Again, Chapter 97. Chapter 97. Back to Wild Again, Sol slipped out of the tribe using the same hidden entrance he had discovered previously. A section of the palisade where the wood had rotted from the inside, covered by rocks and thick, thorny vines. The path was safe, or at least devoid of people. But he still moved with heightened alertness, the memory of Yurok's ambush fresh in his mind. He squeezed through the gap, checking left and right, and popped into the blinding green vastness of the wilderness. But once he was clear of the village's immediate clearing, the human threat faded, replaced by the crushing majesty of the primitive wild. This time, he was sensible. He navigated toward the hunter-esque trail. It was a wide, beaten path of hard-packed yellow earth, hammered smooth by walking on feet. It was the arterial route the hunting and foraging parties took when heading into the deep wild. While still dangerous, because nothing in this world was truly safe, it was significantly safer than the untamed brush. The lingering smell of crushed repellent herbs that hunters and foragers rubbed on their skin acted as a deterrent for the lesser beasts. The path looked safe. The tall grass swayed gently in the wind, and the sun was bright. But Sol didn't relax. He remembered the terror of a neon snake. He remembered the grunt that had nearly stopped his heart. Constant vigilance, he muttered, channeling his inner paranoia. Sol walked for what felt like an hour, keeping his senses sharp. The sun beat down, humid and heavy, but the scenery was so alien, so aggressively alive, that he often forgot the heat. The land between the tribe and the deep jungle was a sprawling savanna of tall, golden whispergrass. The blades were serrated and reached his chest, shivering with a metallic rustle, even when there was no wind. Occasionally, massive amber gliders, dragonflies the size of hawks with translucent, jewel-toned wings, buzzed overhead, their droning sound like a low-flying aircraft engine. Sol watched one dive and snatch a rabbit-sized rodent from the grass, a brutal reminder of the food chain. He kept walking, his eyes fixed on the forest line ahead. It was a strange optical illusion. The jungle looked close, a dark green wall that seemed perhaps 20 minutes away. Yet, he walked for another hour, and the wall didn't seem to get any closer. It was only when he finally breached the perimeter of the savanna that the terrifying scale of this world truly hit him. The distance had been deceptive because the trees were not trees as he knew them. They were monoliths. Sol stopped, craning his neck until it hurt, his mouth slightly open. These were the ironbark giants. Their trunks were not merely wide. They were architectural. It would take 10 men linking arms to circle a single one, and their bark was plated like reptilian armor, dark and jagged. The scale destroyed his depth perception. What he had thought were small shrubs at the forest edge were actually ferns the size of small houses. The moss climbing the roots was thick as a mattress. He stepped from the bright, harsh sunlight of the plains into the shadow of the first canopy, and the world instantly changed. It was like entering a cathedral built by titans. The canopy was so high it brushed the low-hanging clouds, interlocking so tightly that it blocked out 90 of the sunlight. The temperature dropped 10 degrees instantly. The air became thick, smelling of wet earth, ozone, and crushing age. Because the sun couldn't bravado, the forest floor existed in a perpetual, aquatic twilight. To compensate, the plant life here had evolved its own light. Bioluminescence. Patches of ghost moss clinging to the massive roots pulsed with a faint, rhythmic blue light, like a slow heartbeat. Strange, bulbous fungi growing on rotting logs emitted a steady, toxic green glow. In the upper branches, he saw flashes of purple, perhaps flowers, perhaps eyes, blinking in the darkness. Primitive, Sol whispered, the sound swallowed by the vastness. Beautiful, and absolutely deadly. He gulped and raised his vigilance even further, constantly reminding himself to not be distracted by this beautiful majesty. And he wasn't just walking in the woods anymore. He had entered the belly of a living, breathing beast. This was the true face of the world, a place where humans were not the masters, but merely guests who hadn't been eaten yet. After the initial shock of the forest's scale wore off, Sol shook his head to clear the awe. He had a job to do, and gawking at trees, no matter how godlike they were, was a good way to get eaten by something that dropped from them. He oriented himself based on Aunt Lyra's description and began trekking along the perimeter, moving toward the Broken Stone Pass. The journey took another half-hour, but in this environment, time felt elastic. Every step was a negotiation with the terrain. The ground was a carpet of decaying leaves the size of shields, concealing roots that twisted like petrified serpents. As he walked, his gatherer's instinct bolstered by his modern scientific curiosity kicked in. The forest was a treasure trove of biology, but Sol applied a very strict, very simple rule to his foraging. If it's bright, beautiful, or moving, leave it the hell alone. He passed a cluster of starbell flowers that glowed with an inviting, pulsating violet light. He gave him a wide berth. He skirted around a vine that seemed to be slowly tightening its grip on a tree trunk, twitching as he passed. Instead, he focused on the mundane. He stopped to dig up a patch of iron turnips ugly, gray, lumpy tubers that looked like rocks but smelled faintly of starch. He harvested a bundle of dry-weave grass, which looked dead but was incredibly tough and useful for binding. He picked broad, dull green leaves that oozed a sterile-smelling sap, likely good for wrapping meat or covering wounds. If it looked boring, it probably wouldn't kill him. That was his logic. Finally, the terrain began to change. The soft, spongy floor of the forest gave way to hard, uneven ground. The massive trees thinned out, replaced by jagged, slate-gray rock formations that jutted from the earth like the broken teeth of a buried giant. He had reached the Broken Stone Pass. It was a narrow ravine cutting through a rise in the land, a natural wind tunnel where the air whistled with a low, mournful note. But what confirmed his location wasn't the rocks. It was the color. Covering the jagged stones was a thick, velvet carpet of crimson moss. It wasn't a vibrant, healthy red. It was the color of dried blood, dark and rusty. It clung to the gray stones in patches that looked like old wounds. In the dim light of the forest perimeter, it gave the entire area a grim, visceral appearance. Red moss, Sol muttered, checking his surroundings. Right place. He adjusted his grip on a makeshift spear stick he had picked on the way. This was the area Lyra and the girls had described. Somewhere among these bloody-looking rocks and crevices, the spicy red gold he needed was waiting. He began to scour the base of the rocks, his eyes scanning for the distinct, small bushes of the primitive chilies. The search didn't take long. Tucked away in the crevices of the slate-gray rocks, shielded from the wind, but soaking up the faint warmth radiating from the stones, were the plants. They were small, scraggly bushes with dark, jagged leaves that looked almost like thorns. Hanging from the branches were the peppers. They weren't the plump, friendly vegetables of his old world. These were crimson needles. Different from the last one, they seemed different spices but still chilies, nonetheless. They were barely the size of his pinky finger, thin, curved, and a vibrant, screaming red that stood out violently against the dull rocks. Even from a foot away, a faint, acrid spice tickled his nose, promising pain to anyone foolish enough to eat them raw. He was the one who dared to eat. Jackpot, Sol grinned. He knelt, carefully harvesting the peppers. He didn't take the whole plant this time, as he found that there were plenty nearby. Adhering to survival rule number 1, don't kill the source. He plucked the ripe ones, dropping them into his pouch until he had a substantial stash. While he was down there, he noticed a patch of ironbark fungus growing in the shade of a boulder. It was a hard, shelf-like mushroom known to be excellent for kindling as it burned slow and hot. He pried a few chunks loose and added them to his basket. He also scraped some thick blue sap from a nearby, fractured root. Binding resin, useful for gluing spear tips or sealing jars. Satisfied with his haul, Sol wiped the sweat from his brow. The humidity here was oppressive, a wet blanket that made the air feel heavy in his lungs. And from running around so much, his throat felt like sandpaper. He looked around, trying to find a source of water. One thing he was grateful that no matter where they didn't have to look around much for water in the southern wilderness. So, he tried the tribe's tried and tested method and listened carefully. Beneath the buzzing of the giant insects and the distant cries of unknown beasts, he heard the faint trickle of water. He followed the sound to a small tributary stream cutting through the rocks a few hundred yards away. The water was crystal clear, rushing over smooth stones. He checked the banks for any tracks. Seeing none, he finally knelt to drink, cupping the deliciously cold water in his hands. Hiss! The sound was soft, barely louder than the rushing water, but to Sol's heightened senses, it sounded like someone whispering tight beside his ears. Chapter 98. Attacked again? Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Attacked again? He didn't think. Not that he could. He didn't even look. He just threw himself backward, rolling awkwardly over the wet, mossy stones, just as a blur of motion struck the spot where his neck had been a microsecond before. He scrambled to his feet, grabbing his crude spear, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his bruised ribs. Facing him, coiled on a flat rock, was a nightmare in Technicolor. It was a snake, another snake, easily as thick as his thigh and long enough to wrap around a man twice. But it was the color that made Sol's stomach drop. It was patterned in hypnotic, swirling bands of electric blue and toxic orange. Its head was triangular and flat, the universal sign of I have poison glands and a bad attitude. Swaying rhythmically, tasting the air with a forked black tongue, it swayed back and forth, its tongue flicking, looking at Sol not with fear, but with the cold calculation of a creature that had found a snack. Sol let out a jagged, incredulous laugh, tightening his grip on the spear. You have got to be kidding me. He wheezed. What was it with him and snakes? First the neon viper, now this? Did he emit some kind of serpentine pheromone, or maybe have someone in a billion snake-attracting physique? Did I steal your wives in a past life? Or do I look like a giant tasty mouse? Sol muttered, circling slowly to the left, keeping his eyes locked on the reptile. Why does every snake in this forest have a personal grudge against me? Aunt Lyra had sworn that animal attacks near the foraging paths were rare. Yet here he was about to fight for his life for the second time in a week. The snake didn't care for his internal monologue. It coiled tighter, its muscles bunching like steel cables, and lunged. It was faster than an arrow. Sol sidestepped, the wind of the strike fanning his face, smelling of musk and rot. And from his previous encounter, he realized with a jolt of terror that he couldn't outrun this. And the terrain here was too uneven, and the beast was too fast. Okay, Sol panted, backing up until his heel hit a large rock. Stop, Sol shouted, trying to project the free use energy in a panic. Bad snake, go away. But nothing happened. He focused on the ash-gray energy dormant in his chest. He tried to pull it out, to command the snake like he had commanded Nia. Stop, he thought, pushing the free use energy out in a raw, unrefined blast. Nothing happened. The energy dissipated like smoke in a gale. The snake hissed, utterly unfazed, and coiled for a third strike, aiming for his groin. Hey, not the goods. Sol shrieked. Jumping back, the snake struck again. Sol dodged, but he slipped on the wet moss. He fell hard, landing beside a heavy, jagged rock. The snake saw the opening. It coiled instantly, compressing its muscles like a lethal spring, its mouth opening to reveal fangs that dripped with yellow death. Sol paniqued. His spear was gone, knocked away in the initial scuffle. Panic, raw and blinding, seized his chest. His hands scrabbled in the dirt until his fingers curled around the cold, jagged edge of a river stone the size of a melon. He didn't aim. He didn't think. Get back. He simply roared a guttural, primitive sound and swung the rock with both hands in a desperate, blind arc thwack. And it was a lucky shot, a one-in-a-million miracle, a miracle born out of desperation. Even though he had missed the head, but the heavy stone smashed squarely into the creature's midsection, pinning it to the mud for a split second. The impact was devastating. Sol heard the distinct, dry snap of vertebrae. The snake's body kinked at an unnatural angle, its spine clearly damaged, though not severed. Huh! Sol gasped, the sound wet and ragged. Got you. But in this world, pain did not equal surrender. The snake hissed, a sound like water dropped on hot iron, and thrashed with terrifying vitality. Its tail whipped up in a blur, slapping Soul's forearm with the force of a bullwhip, sending a jolt of numbing pain up to his shoulder. Gah! Fuck! Soul stumbled back, clutching his arm. If anything, the injury had only stripped away its caution. It was furious now. The creature coiled its broken body, leveraging its remaining muscle to snap its head around. Its jaws, lined with needle-thin, recurved fangs, snapped at the air with chaotic, renewed violence, inches from Soul's face. Venom sprayed in a fine mist, sizzling where it hit the mossy rocks. Soul scrambled back on his hands and knees, breathing heavily, his lungs burning. He was alive. Soul picked up the rock again, his knuckles white. Adrenaline screamed in his ears. Fine. You want to die? I'll turn you into paste. He raised the stone, poised to bring it down and end this nightmare. Just D. But his hand froze in midair. He looked at the creature, wounded, thrashing, driven by pure biological rage. It was a deadly risk to let it live even a second longer. One bite, and his new life was over. But Soul's analytical mind, suddenly waking up amidst the adrenaline, pump-braked his primitive instinct. Wait, Soul whispered, his chest heaving. He lowered the rock an inch. Wait. ISNT, this the perfect test subject to experiment the free use energy? He had tried to use the ash-gray energy on Vurock, and it had failed. He had tried to use it on this snake moments ago, and it had failed. Why? Why did it fail before? Why aren't you listening? Soul hissed at the snake and at himself. I told you to stop. I used the energy. Why didn't it work? He wiped sweat and mud from his eyes with a trembling hand. I pushed it out, like a wave. It did nothing, not moving like a stubborn kid. Why? He thought back to the neon viper. His mind was racing, connecting the dots that had been scattered until now. He and T just pushed energy then. He had felt something. He tried hard to think about that feeling again. He replayed the failures and the successes, dissecting them. When he faced the neon viper in the tall grass, he and T tried to control it. He had been terrified. He was at the end of his rope, convinced he was about to die. I hated it, Soul muttered aloud, the realization hitting him. I felt deeply afraid. I rejected its existence. I wanted it to just stop. And with Nia, that night in the alley, he and T just been horny. He had been angry, furious at the world, at the unfairness of his new life, at seeing the same power privileges he had hated in his last life played out here in mud and blood. He had wanted to take. He had wanted to prove he existed. The prismatic energy had reacted to that raw, unbridled desire to dominate. But Vurock? Soul frowned, his brow furrowing. Why had it failed in the alley? I was arrogant, he whispered. I thought I could handle Vurock myself. I thought the ash-gray energy was just a weapon I could unholster. He had this inkling, this lazy hope that the energy would just activate to save him like a passive shield. His anger at Vurock had been surface level. Annoyance, pride, a desire to protect his reputation. It hadn't been this deep, cold, volcanic hatred he had just summoned. It hadn't been a matter of life or death in his soul. It was just a brawl. His mental state hadn't been right. His feelings weren't deep enough. He had treated the power like a light switch, flicking it on and expecting illumination. It's not a tool, he realized, staring at his palm. It's not a mana bar. It's not a battery I could just switch on. He looked at the snake, which was now fully coiled, its neck flattened into a hood, ready to launch. It's a feeling. It's a mental state. It's an amplifier. The energy didn't create the command. It enforced it. If his will was weak, the energy did nothing. If his will was absolute, fueled by terror, rage, or overwhelming lust, the energy bent reality to match it. Emotion is the fuel, Soul said, a dark smile touching his lips. And intent is the trigger. He looked at the snake again. The snake coiled again, ignoring the agony of its broken ribs. Its eyes, vertical slits of void-like black surrounded by toxic orange, burned with a cold, alien malice. It was preparing to die just to take Soul with it. You want a piece of me? Soul said softly, a dark smile touching his lips. He didn't close his eyes. That would be suicide. But he narrowed them, turning his gaze inward on the dormant power within him. He tried to force the ash-gray energy out, pushing it like a physical wave, commanding the beast to retreat. Nothing happened. The energy remained inert, dissipating like smoke in a gale. The snake lunged, forcing Soul to scramble back into the mud to avoid the venomous spray. But Soul didn't feel disappointed. He tried again. This time, the snake flinched. It wasn't a stop he hoped for, but its head jerked to the side, missing its strike by an inch. He realized that he needed more than annoyance. He needed hate, more intense emotion. He narrowed his eyes, ignoring the hissing death in front of him, and turned his gaze inward, reaching into the darkest corner of his memory to find the fuel he needed. Chapter 99. A buffet. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. A buffet Vurak. He spat the name into the humid air. He visualized the bully's face with high-definition clarity. He saw the bully's face. He saw the glob of spit landing near his face. He saw Vurak's rough hand grabbing Lyra. He saw the leering, hungry faces of the lackeys as they laughed about dragging Nia and Lyra into the dark woods. It wasn't the hot, frantic fear of the prey. It wasn't the red-hot anger of a tantrum. It was something older. It was the chilling, absolute desire for dominance. The desire to crush the thing that threatened him. The desire to reach out and wrap his hand around the throat of the world and force it to stop. He opened his eyes. The world seemed sharper, drained of color, viewed through a filter of gray ash. He looked at the snake and extended his hand, palm facing the reptile. He grabbed that eruption of emotion and channeled it through the ash-gray thread, screaming a silent, violent command into the creature's primitive mind. Submit. Sodhuad. The air between them seemed to shimmer with gray dust. An invisible wave crashed into the snake. It was instantaneous. One moment, it was a blur of lethal motion. The next, it was a statue. Its mouth was locked open, fangs dripping venom, but its muscles locked up as if turned to stone. The chaotic hiss died in its throat. Its eyes, previously filled with predatory hunger, glazed over, the pupils dilating until they were black voids. Soul stood there, chest heaving, his hands still outstretched. The silence was deafening. It worked. He felt a drain in his chest, a significant chunk of energy vanishing to establish the connection. But now that it was established, the connection held. It was solid, even though a bit of energy was still being consumed, but it was negligible. He was absolutely ecstatic. The rush of success was intoxicating. He finally knew the key. It wasn't just energy. It was intent fueled by overwhelming emotion. He carefully inspected the snake from a distance. He could feel a tangible tether of ash-gray light stretching from his hollow cavity to the snake's brainstem. He quickly checked his internal reserves. The energy pool, which had been full that morning, was now half empty. Establishing the connection had taken a massive toll, 50 upfront cost. Half, Soul muttered, analyzing the data. Establishing the connection took a massive upfront toll. But now, he watched the levels as seconds ticked by. The drain was negligible. It was slowly being consumed, but at a rate so slow it was barely perceptible. Maintenance is cheap, Soul concluded. High startup cost, low running cost. He calculated quickly. At this trickle rate, combined with my natural recovery, I could keep this thing enslaved for 10, maybe 12 hours before I run dry. He stepped right up to the snake. It was a surreal experience. The creature that had tried to kill him 3 times in the last minute was now as harmless as a rock. Hello. Soul waved his hand directly in front of the snake's unblinking eyes. Anyone home? No reaction. Not a flinch. Not a hiss. Total subjugation. Seule analyse d'alu. The reptile brain is simple. Eat, sleep, kill. It has no complex thoughts to fight back with. Once I overwrote the kill command, the system crashed. He looked at the dripping fangs. The venom hissed faintly where it hit the stone. All right, friend, Soul said, his voice dropping to a clinical, cold tone. You have one last job. Hal reached into his pouch and pulled out a small, empty clay vial, meant for sap he found along the way. He reached out and grabbed the snake firmly behind the head. The scales were dry and cool to the touch. The muscles were rock-hard, locked in tetany. He forced the snake's jaws open over the rim. He massaged the poison glands. Drip, drip. A thick, clear liquid oozed from the hollow fangs, pooling in the bottom of the clay container. It looked like water, but it smelled of acid and death. Generous, Soul noted. He filled the vial halfway before pulling it back and corking it tight. It was potent. He had seen where its spit had withered a fern leaf earlier during the fight. Soul corked the vial carefully. He looked at the snake. For a brief moment, he considered keeping it. Perhaps as a pet? A guardian? He could walk into the village with this nightmare wrapped around his arm. It would scare the hell out of everyone. But then he looked at his energy reserves. No, too risky. If his concentration slipped, or if he slept, the bond might break. He couldn't bring a biological time bomb back to the hut, and he didn't know what would happen when the effect wore off. Sorry, friend, Soul said, his voice devoid of pity. Loose ends and all that. He threw the head down and picked a big rock. He smashed it on its head, not just once, but again and again, until he didn't hear the crunch of its skull. The connection in his mind snapped, the ash-gray tether dissolving instantly. The snake's body went limp, the unnatural tension vanishing, leaving only dead weight. But just as the life fled the creature's eyes, something rushed back like a shockwave. It traveled up his arm, not through his nerves or veins, but along the invisible, vibrating path of the ash-gray tether that he hadn't severed quickly enough. It hit his mind like a physical impact, but without the pain. Instead, it was a rush of pure, crystalline cold. Soul gasped, his eyes flying wide open, his chest heaving as if he had just surfaced from deep water. The sensation was simply overwhelming. If he had to describe it, it was the feeling of chugging a bottle of ice-cold cola after trekking through a scorching desert for 3 days, that sharp, effervescent bite that wakes up every synapse in the brain. But this was even deeper. It washed over his exhausted consciousness, scrubbing away the mental fatigue of the intense fight, the lingering headache from the skull-splitting concentration required to establish the link, and even the fog of fear. His spirit felt lighter, unburdened. His senses, already sharp, felt honed to a razor's edge. The world seemed to snap into a higher resolution, the colors of the forest slightly more vivid, the sounds crisp and distinct. He looked down at his hands, then at the lifeless carcass of the snake, his expression morphing from triumph to utter bewilderment. What the hell is this? Soul whispered, his voice trembling not with exhaustion, but with a sudden, vibrating energy. Why do I feel boosted? He quickly turned his gaze inward, inspecting his internal state with the panic of a scientist seeing an anomaly in the data. He checked the hollow cavity in his chest. The ash-gray energy level was still hovering at exactly 50. The kill hadn't replenished his fuel. But his mind felt like a blade that had just been whetted. The tether, Soul realized, his eyes narrowing as he replayed the sensation. It was the tether. He and cut the connection before the death. He had crushed the skull while the line was still taut. The moment the creature's biological function ceased, the energy that animated it, its spirit, its soul, its primitive life force, had nowhere to go. It had surged back along the path of least resistance. The ash-gray lynx Soul had established. He had inadvertently acted as a vacuum. I didn't just kill it, Soul murmured, a chill running down his spine that had nothing to do with the forest air. I absorbed it. I ate its ghost. He didn't know the terminology. Was it soul power? Spirit essence? Mental energy? The primitive world didn't come with a manual. But the effect was undeniable. The muscle of his mind, the very thing he had lamented earlier as being too weak, too untrained, felt infinitesimally stronger. Earlier that morning, standing in the river, he had agonized over how to strengthen his mind without cultivation techniques or meditation. He had wondered how to increase the duration and potency of his ash-gray energy, knowing that his mental endurance was the bottleneck. He looked at the dead snake, and then at the vast, teeming jungle around him. The answer wasn't he in a cave or under a waterfall. It was here, in the blood and the mud. This is it, Soul breathed, a dark, hungry realization dawning on him. This is the cultivation method. If he killed while connected, he didn't just remove an enemy. He harvested their mental energy. He could feed his own mind with the scattered souls of the wild. This meant he could grow. He could expand his mental capacity, which in turn meant he could hold the ash-gray connections longer, control more complex beasts, and perhaps eventually control things far more dangerous than snakes. He looked at the small clay vial of venom, and then back at the dead snake. The fear of the annual hunting rite evaporated, replaced by a cold, predatory anticipation. The forest wasn't just a threat anymore. It was a buffet. Chapter 100. Path 1. Chapter 100. Chapter 100. Path 1. He was ecstatic with this discovery. The fear that had plagued him since waking up in this nightmare world evaporated, replaced by the burning certainty of a man who had finally been handed a weapon. So what if I don't have a system like the protagonists in those novels? Soul laughed out loud, the sound startling a nearby bird. I don't need a blue screen telling me I leveled up. I'll just eat my way to the top. I'll still become invincible. A wood-gh, a strange, guttural howl cut through his celebration. It sounded distant, but in a forest like this, distance was a lie. Soul snapped his mouth shut, his senses still buzzing from the energy boost, detecting the subtle shift in the forest's atmosphere. The birds had stopped singing. The insects had lowered their drone. Right, Soul muttered, his eyes darting to the shadows. Better move before becoming lunch for something. He wasted no time. He moved to the carcass. The snake was heavy, easily 50 pounds of dense muscle and scale, but for the current Soul, whose body was silently being reinforced by the mysterious vessel he inhabited, it was manageable. He dragged it to the edge of the stream. First, he picked up a heavy, sharp-edged piece of slate. With a grimace of effort, he sawed through the remaining connection of the snake's neck, completely severing the crushed head from the body. Just in case, he whispered, kicking the venomous head into a deep crevice between two rocks. He knew from his old world-esque biology that reptile reflexes could cause a severed head to bite hours after death. Next came the messy part. He knelt by the rushing water. He didn't have a knife, but he had a sharp flint he'd found earlier. He slit the belly of the snake from throat to tail. It was his first time doing this, and his stomach churned slightly at the smell of raw musk and copper. Yet, his hands moved with a strange, autonomous confidence. The memories of the original Soul guided his fingers, peeling back the tough skin, removing the entrails, and washing the pale, firm meat in the cold current. Thank you for the meal and the lesson, Soul muttered, washing the blood from his hands. He worked quickly, constantly checking the tree line. He grabbed his sack and dumped the contents, the chilies, the fungus, the strange herbs, and other non-recognized stuff onto a large fern leaf. He coiled the clean, heavy ropes of snake meat at the very bottom of the basket. It was a dense, protein-rich treasure that would feed his family for days. He covered the meat with a thick layer of broad leaves to mask the sight and suppress the smell. Then, he piled the chilies and other gathered items back on top. To any observer, it would look like a simple basket of vegetables and spices. He lifted the basket, settling the strap over his shoulder. He felt satisfied. A vial of poison for his enemy, meat for his family, and a strengthened soul for himself. Crack! A twig snapped nearby. Soul spun around. In the dense twilight of the undergrowth, he saw pairs of yellow, reflective eyes blinking in the darkness. Hyena-sized shadows were moving through the ferns, obviously drawn by the scent of the snake's blood he had left on the riverbank. Well, that is definitely my cue to leave, Soul muttered quietly. He turned and moved away slowly. He had a bit of strange info from last life and didn't run, as he had read somewhere that running triggered the predator chase instinct. So he walked with a swift, purposeful stride. He moved through the forest, his basket heavy with chilies, strange stuff, and the hidden carcass. The air was thick with humidity, but Soul moved with a strange, gliding grace that he obviously hadn't possessed an hour ago. The scavengers were fighting over the entrails he had left by the stream, but he didn't care. His mind was buzzing, not with noise, but with electricity. The sensation of devouring the soul of the snake had settled into a humming clarity. The world looked high definition. He could hear the scuttle of the scavengers behind him fighting over the discarded entrails. He could smell various strange smells mixed in the forest. As he walked, hitting the safer Hunter-S trail, he slowed down. His analytical mind began to process the implications of what had just happened. "Okay," Soul muttered, his voice sounding crisp to his own ears. "I just absorbed a soul. That actually happened. It was outrageous. It was supernatural, and it forced him to stop and reevaluate everything. If something as impossible as eating a ghost to sharpen the mind was real, what else had he been dismissing?" He looked down at his own body. He was carrying a basket that weighed easily 60 pounds, trekking through dense jungle terrain, yet his breath was steady. His legs felt like coiled springs. "Okay," Soul muttered, his voice sounding crisp to his own ears. "Let us break this down. I need a working theory." He was a man of science, even if stranded in this primitive world. He needed a working hypothesis. Observation A. I killed the snake while the ash-gray tether was active. Result: massive spike in mental clarity, sensory perception, and a recovery of mental fatigue. He touched his chest. As expected, the ash-gray energy pool was still at 50. The fuel hadn't increased, but the engine, his mind, had been upgraded. Conclusion: the tether acts as a conduit. When the target dies, their primitive spirit, their software, is sucked into me. It strengthens my soul. This was path one, the path of the mind. By dominating and consuming predators, he could expand his consciousness. This would allow him to control stronger beasts, hold the connection longer, and perhaps eventually dominate humans with complex minds. But what about his body? He looked down at his arm. As expected, the bruise from the snake's tail whip, which should have been a deep purple welt by now, was already yellowing, fading fast, the pain fading into a dull, distant itch. Chapter 101. Path 2. Chapter 101. Chapter 101. Path 2. But what about his body? He looked down at his arm. As expected, the bruise from the snake's tail whip, which should have been a deep purple welt by now, was already yellowing, fading fast, the pain fading into a dull, distant itch. And it wasn't just this bruise he remembered the night before. The brutal beating Vurok had given him. By all medical logic, he should have been bedridden for weeks with internal bleeding. Yet, he had woken up 80 healed. Why? Soul whispered, flexing his hand. Is this the standard biology of this world? Do all humans here heal like wolverines? He shook his head. No. Lyra had been terrified for him. Taru had expected him to be crippled. This healing factor was unique to him. Did the dimensional transfer mutate me? He wondered. Or is my body hungry? He paused on the path, a sudden connection firing in his hyperactive brain. I've been ignoring this, Soul whispered, stopping on the path. Ever since I woke up, I've been dismissing the obvious. He had noticed his unusual strength, hoisting the heavy water jar, dragging the snake. He had noticed his outrageously good memory. Recalling specific chemical compositions and botanical details he had merely glanced at on the internet years ago in his past life. I thought it was just a side effect of the transmigration, he mused. Or maybe just that people in this primitive world were naturally stronger. But now, with his mind sharpened by the snake's essence, he dug deeper. He forced himself to access the memories of the original soul, the ones he had intentionally suppressed because they were filled with grief and humiliation. He replayed the insults, waste, cripple, got a pretty face on a broken frame. The tribe in T just mocked the previous soul because he was an orphan or because he was depressed after his parents' death. That was common enough here. No, they mocked him because he was physically defective. The original soul had been weak since birth. He got winded walking to the river. He couldn't draw a Hunter-S bow. He was handsome, yes, but fragile, a liability in a world that demanded strength. So, That S why Vera mocked him so much, and that ice-cold village chief's daughter looked at him in disgust. Sol looked at his hands, and felt that he could crush a predator's skull using his bare hands. As for whether it was just his imagination or true, he needed to find out later. This body was garbage, Sol realized with a jolt. Genetically weak. So how the hell am I healing 80 of a severe beating in one night? How am I outrunning vipers? It wasn't just new soul, new strength. That didn't make biological sense. Something was fueling this transformation. Something was rewriting the rules of this body. He searched his memory, trying to find the source of this anomaly. And then, in the memories, he really found something. It wasn't a memory of the previous soul. It was a fragment from the darkness, from the void between his death on Earth and his awakening in the hut. He hadn't seen anything. He had been unconscious, but he remembered a sensation. It felt as if he were lying on a cold slab, and something foreign had been injected into his very marrow. It wasn't a needle. It was more like a liquid fire being poured into his veins, rewriting his DNA, reconstructing his entire body. And there was a smell. It wasn't the smell of blood or medicine. It was a scent that defied description. It was a faint, haunting fragrance that seemed to cling to his skin and fill his lungs. It was delicate but overpowering, like wild orchids blooming in fresh snow. It was a scent of absolute purity that didn't belong in this muddy, bloody world. That smell, Sol whispered, his eyes widening. I thought it was just a hallucination, but it wasn't. It was the residue. Someone or something changed me. Sol realized a chill running down his spine. Before I woke up, something modified this vessel. Even though he tried hard to recall, he still didn't find anything else. Okay, let us suppose it's true, and if the mind feeds on death, Sol murmured, touching his chest where the ash-gray energy lived, then what is the body feeding on? He thought back to the moments he had just woken up in this world. The intimacy with Lyra. The feeling of being sandwiched between her soft curves. The warmth radiating from her skin into his. Even just the touch of her hands washing the blood off his back. He remembered feeling a distinct, throbbing heat during those moments. At the time, he thought it was just arousal or simple comfort. But looking back, the pain had diminished during the contact, not just after sleep. Every time I get close to them, Sol realized, stopping on the path. Every time there's intimacy, even without the final act, my body feels hot, energized, stronger. The women of this tribe, Lyra, Nia, Evra, they were evolved to survive in this hellscape. Their vitality was overflowing, completely off the charts compared to modern humans. And somehow, Sol's body, perhaps altered by whatever force brought him here, or maybe it was the result of cosmic adventure. Anyways, no matter what, his body was unconsciously leeching off that excess life force. Hypothesis: my body acts like a sponge for vitality. Through intimacy, I absorb their excess life force, their primal resonance, to repair and strengthen my own tissues. This was path 2, the path of the body. He didn't know why this was happening. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. But he knew one thing. He needed both to survive in this hellish world. He grinned, a wolfish expression in the shadows of the giant trees. He would hunt beasts to sharpen his mind and pursue women to forge his body. And a strange body would hold it all together. Chapter 102. Helping Neighbor Widow. Chapter 102. Chapter 102. Helping Neighbor Widow. With renewed focus and clarity, Sol adjusted the heavy sack on his shoulder. He felt filled with immense confidence, a stark contrast to the terrified boy who had sprinted away from a neon snake just a few days ago, as he had finally found the method to use this strange power. He walked out of the massive jungle, stepping from the oppressive twilight gloom of the canopy back into the blinding light of the plains. He breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, this jungle really is a nightmare. The transition was jarring. Behind him lay the suffocating, bioluminescent dark of the Titan trees. Ahead, the sun shone brightly over the golden whispergrass, baking the earth. On the way back to the perimeter, he had seen more weird stuff. Massive beetles that clicked like stones, vines that seemed to track his heat signature. But he didn't. He slowed down to investigate. He hurried out, his heightened senses acting like a radar, allowing him to sidestep potential threats before they even knew he was there. Back in a massive grassland, he looked up at the sun blazing overhead, squinting against the glare, and silently thanked whatever stars were out there that he could finally see the sky again, because in jungle sun was a distant memory. He continued his way back, sticking to the edge of the Hunter-S trail, but keeping low in the tall whispergrass. His heightened senses alerting him to the rustle of a small predator in the grass or the shadow of a sky ray overhead. He avoided them all with a preternatural grace, moving like a ghost through the savannah. At one point, he saw a few tribesmen in the distance, a foraging party returning with heavy loads. Soul hurriedly avoided them, ducking down into a gully and waiting for them to pass. He couldn't explain why he was coming from the deep wild, or why his basket smelled of chili and raw snake meat. He circled around to the edge of the settlement, locating the hidden rot hole in the palisade wall. He checked left, checked right, and slipped in unnoticed, and made his way back to the hut, keeping to the shadows of the drying racks and the narrow alleys. Thankfully, at this hour, most people were either still foraging, hunting, or gathering at the square for the midday trade. Their hut, being on the edge of the poverty line, provided a quiet cover. Soul pushed the door open and stepped into the cool, dim interior. "Home sweet home," he muttered and let out a long breath. After returning from that eerie jungle, even the thatched hut felt better than a five-star hotel. He lowered the heavy basket to the floor. He worked quickly, his movements precise. First, the snake. He pulled the coiled, headless carcass from the bottom of the basket. It was heavy, cool, and dense with muscle. How to explain you? So amused. He couldn't say he hunted it. I'll just say I found it dead by the river. Soul rehearsed, wiping his hands. A hawk dropped it, or it washed up. Scavenger-esque luck. It was a flimsy lie, but with the abundance of meat, no one would question a free meal too closely. He wrapped the meat in fresh leaves and buried it deep in the coolest corner of the hut, under a pile of tubers. Next, the venom. He took the small clay vial from his belt. This was his ace in the hole. He wrapped it tightly in a scrap of leather and wedged it into a hollow space in the thatched roof, hidden behind a support beam. He didn't know how to explain its origin yet, and he couldn't risk Lyra finding poison. "Sleep tight," he whispered. "I'll need you later." He mixed most of the stuff into the existing pile of trash herbs Lyra and girls had gathered and the massive materials they had previously hidden in plain sight. As for some more exotic stuff, he hidden it elsewhere. Finally, the chilies. I'll just use the same excuse as last time and say that I found the edge of the tribe or something. He stood up, wiping his hands on a rag. He felt lighter, stronger. He had a weapon, albeit a hidden one, found a way to use the power and a method to get stronger. He splashed some water on his face, washing away the jungle grime from his face and arms, quickly changing back into his resting demeanor. A bit more slumped, a bit less predatory. "Time to check the stall," he said, turning toward the door. "Vera is probably threatening customers by now." Just as he opened the door and got out, his eyes caught something, or more accurately someone. Standing there, framed by the afternoon light, was Evera, the hot, lazy neighbor widow. Looking at her now, she was probably in her 30s with wide, birthing hips, heavy breasts that strained against her rough leather wrap, and eyes that always looked sleepy and inviting. In a land of hard bark, lean muscle, and scar tissue, Evera was a ripe, bursting fruit. She looked disheveled in the way only a woman who had spent hours in the sun could be. Her hair frizzy with humidity, a sheen of perspiration coating her chest. Her basket hanging loosely from one arm, carrying a few roots. She looked tired, but when she saw Soul, her face lit up with a languid, heavy smile. She groaned, stretching her back, the movement thrusting her chest forward. My back is killing me," Evera complained, looking at Soul with a sultry, half-lidded gaze. "Walking all day for these few roots, it's torture. My back. It feels like I've been carrying a boulder since sunrise." She stepped closer, invading his personal space. Her scent hit him, a thick, heady wave of mature female musk, sweat, and crushed herbs. It was earthy and potent, triggering a biological alarm in Sol as hindbrain. Remember that massage you gave me last time? My shoulder didn't hurt for the whole night afterwards. Seems like ancestors have really blessed you. Say, Sol, she purred, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Do you have some time for a poor neighbor? I'm stiff all over. Sol, esha, busha, kikanat. He remembered his hypothesis from the walk back the path of the body. Intimacy strengthened him. He needed tested. For you? Sol smiled, stipin cruiser. Of course, Evera. Sol agreed smoothly, a slow, knowing smile playing on his lips. I'd be happy to help. Evera beamed, taking his arm. You're such a sweet boy, Sol. Cool me. Always. Cool mean. Where your place? He asked. Mine, she said, turning. But let me wash first. I smell like the swamp. No, Sol said, reaching out to catch her wrist. She stopped, looking back at him, confused. Don't wash, Sol murmured, his voice dropping to a low, appreciative hum. He stepped into her personal space, inhaling the warm scent rising from her skin. The natural oils, they help the hands move smoothly. It's better for the massage. And besides, he leaned in, his nose grazing her neck. I like the way you smell. And for what I need to do, it's perfect. Evera bit her lip, looking at him with a mix of confusion and sudden, sharp tension. The invalid boy suddenly seemed far more imposing. You really know how to handle a woman, don't you, little Sol? I try. He smirked. They walked the short distance to her hut. It was messy inside, furs scattered, smelling of musk and dried herbs. She didn't waste time with false modesty. She dropped her basket and untied the knot of her upper wrap. The fabric fell away, pooling at her waist. Sol stared hard. He couldn't help it. Her back was a landscape of soft, pale skin, untouched by the scars of the hunt. Her skin glistens where the leather wrap once covered her, the swell of her ass barely contained by the remaining fabric. But it was the side view that caught his throat. Her breasts were heavy, teardrop-shaped, and swung freely as she moved. The large, dark nipples were already hardening in the cool air, puckering like red rip berries. She noticed his gaze in the dim light and smiled over her shoulder, a hint of vanity in her eyes. Why are you staring so much? Never seen a woman's back? Sol gulped, his eyes tracing the line of her throat down to her chest, mumbling whatever came to his mouth. Isnt, it said, that we shouldn't show our sacred parts to others. The elders say, Pa. Evera scoffed, waving a hand dismissively. Useless traditions. Why should I care? It's not like I'm not already shunned by the whole tribe for being widow. If I want to be comfortable in my own home, I will be. Let them talk. Tired. Sol nodded, his mouth dry. Fair point. Now, she said, moving to the pile of furs. Go on then, she sighs, rolling her shoulders with a groan that vibrates through her chest. These old bones rub themselves. She lay down on her stomach, her bare back a smooth expanse of copper skin waiting for his touch. Sol stepped forward. He felt the heat radiating from her. He picked up a small jar of animal fat. Oil for the lamp, but it would serve. He poured a little into his palms, warming it by rubbing them together. I'm starting, he whispered. He placed his hands on her shoulders. He started slow, rhythmic circles, but gradually increased the intensity, pressing his thumbs deep into the trapezius muscles. His fingers traced the sweat-glistened valleys of Evera's back, a landscape of taut muscle and soft fat that yields deliciously under his palms. She groaned when his thumbs dig into the knot between her shoulder blades, her spine arching like a bowstring as smooth skin slides under his touch. Oh, ancestors! Right there, Evera moaned, her face buried in the fur. It was a sound of pain mixed with deep, relieving pleasure. Chapter 103. Do whatever you want. Chapter 103. Chapter 103. Do whatever you want. You have such strong hands, Sol. I didn't know you had this kind of strength in you. Evera murmured into the furs, her voice thick and syrupy. Sol didn't reply immediately. He couldn't. His breath was caught in his throat, held hostage by the sensory overload crashing over him. It wasn't tea, just the visual spectacle of her, though that alone was enough to drive a man insane. Evra was a masterpiece of primitive abundance. Lying on her stomach, her back was a sprawling landscape of smooth, burnished copper skin that glowed like molten metal in the firelight. Her spine dipped in a deep, elegant curve that led the eye inevitably down to the wideness of her hips and the heavy, plush swell of her buttocks, currently barely concealed by the loose, unraveled fiber wrap. But what truly silenced him was the sensation buzzing beneath his skin. As his palms pressed against her warm flesh, sliding from her shoulder blades down to the small of her back, he really felt it. It was distinct, unmistakable. It was a throbbing, magnetic heat that didn't originate from friction or the fire pit. It was a current, a river of raw, unfiltered vitality. It's real, Sol realized, his heart hammering against his bruised ribs like a trapped bird. The path of the body. My cells are drinking her in. Unlike the mental energy he had harvested from the snake in the forest, which had felt cold, sharp, and crystalline like ice water poured over his brain, this energy was different. It was warm. It was heavy. It was viscous, like hot honey or molten gold. It seeped from Evra's healthy, robust body into his palms, traveling up his forearms and settling deep into his marrow. He could feel it pooling in the ache of his bruised ribs, wrapping around the microfractures in his shins, soothing the lingering, dull throb of the beating Vurok had given him. "You are very tense here," Sol whispered, his voice dropping to that low, commanding timbre he had perfected, a sound that seemed to bypass the ears and resonate directly in the gut. He leaned his weight forward, pressing his chest near her lower back, his breath blowing over her skin. He dug his thumbs into the erector, spiny muscles, grinding out the tension with a slow, circular motion, which drew another breathy moan from her mouth, and simultaneously leaned closer, his body pressing against her as his lip grazed near her ear. "You're really tight everywhere, Evra," he murmured, dragging his nails lightly down her spine just to watch her shudder. She arches into your touch with a throaty laugh, rolling her hips backward, swaying playfully against him. "And that's why I brought you home, now dear magic?" she teases, glancing over her shoulder with half-lidded eyes. "You keep looking at me like that, boy, and I might forget all about my aching back." Hearing this, he didn't answer and focused on her burning hot body, his fingers sliding lower, tracing the dimples above her ass as she couldn't help but gasp due to pressure, her breath hitching when he pressed 2 fingers hard against the base of her spine. Sol's hands slide lower, gripping her hips as he stumbles forward against her, the rough fabric of his clothing catching against her skin. Evra jerks forward, her fingers clawing at the furs beneath her as your thumbs work circles into the tense muscles framing her tailbone. "You're really cruel," she pants, shifting beneath your hands. He smirked, leaning down to skid a hot stripe up her spine just to feel her tremble. "Cruel?" he murmurs against her skin, breathing hot air against the curve of her shoulder. "Or just thorough?" Her laugh comes out ragged as she twists beneath him, her back arching off the furs. "Cheeky little brat," she gasps, her hand flying back to grab a fistful of his hair. "You think just because I'm letting you touch," her words dissolve into a groan as his palm works deeper into the knotted muscle of her back through the leather. "That's not just a massage," Evra accuses between ragged breaths, but she doesn't pull away. Sol smirks, dragging his palms up her sides, deliberately brushing his thumbs along the underside of her heavy breasts. "A massage is supposed to relieve tension. Evra," he murmurs against the damp skin of her neck. "And you're full of tension." Her answering moan is muffled against her own arm as she hunches forward, bracing herself. Her breath comes in short gasps when Sol's hands slide back down to her hips, thumbs hooking under the waistband of her lower wrap. With a slow tug, the fabric loosens, revealing the swell of her ass, already slick with sweat. "Naughty boy," she pants, but arches into his touch as he leans close, drawn in by his presence. "Do whatever you want, just don't push me further than I can handle," she warns, though the way she shifts betrays her. Sol chuckles darkly, pressing closer against her. "Oh, you'll feel it," he promises. "But not from pain. There's a real knot here," he murmured, placing his hands on her shoulders. "You'll need to work it out slowly." Everast's breath caught as he pressed his thumbs along the tense muscle. "Yes," she admitted quietly, leaning into the pressure. "A little deeper." "It hurts so good," Everest said, wincing but holding firm. "Deeper," she urged, shifting her stance on the furs. "Do whatever you need, just don't stop. It feels like you're pulling the fire out of me." Sol smirked in the dim light. "No, Evada. I'm putting the fire in." Sol felt his own body responding violently. The sight of her soft flesh moving under his hands, the thick, musky smell of her sweat, the sound of her breath hitching, it all fed a fire in his belly. He was tense, painfully tense. But he wasn't in a hurry, because he wanted to test his control. The snake required hate to trigger the ash-gray energy. It required extreme emotion. What if I use this? He felt that there couldn't possibly be an emotion stronger than the lust raging through his veins right now. It was primal. It was demanding. He wanted to see if he could truly command that ash-gray energy at will, and use the ash-gray energy not just to command, but to enhance this process, to turn a willing partner into a devoted, overflowing source of power. He focused inward, turning his gaze to the hollow cavity in his chest. The energy there was swirling sluggishly, still recovering from the massive expenditure against the snake. It was low but potent. He pulled a thin, precise thread of it, channeling it not into a command of fear or logic, but into a projection of pure, overwhelming sensation. He didn't try to mind control her like a puppet, not that he could. He knew from his analysis that the energy worked best when amplifying existing biological drives. He microdosed her with a single command: sensitivity. Chapter 104. A bush. Chapter 104. Chapter 104. A bush, he commanded silently, pushing the intent through his palms and into her muscles. "Feel everything." Under his hands, Evra gasped. Her body jolted as if touched by a live wire. The ash-gray energy heightened her sensitivity instantly, stripping away the calluses of her daily life and turning the pleasurable pressure of his massage into an electrifying overload. "So," she cried out, her head snapping up, her chestnut hair falling wildly over her face. Her toes curled into the furs, her fingers clawing at the pelt beneath her. It feels like fire. What are you doing?" "Of course, healing you." Sol lied smoothly, not letting up. "The heat means the stagnation is breaking," he whispered, kneading her flesh with possessive intensity. "You have to take it, Evra. Let burn." Her skin flushed a deep, rosy red. The nerves in her body seemed to ignite. Every touch of his hand felt electric. Sol smiled internally, ecstatique. His theory was right. Intense emotion fueled the power, just as well as hate. He looked at the woman beneath him. Sol poured more energy into the connection, a steady stream of command designed to stir her hidden, dormant desire. Slowly, the massage shifted. It became less therapeutic and more intimate. His hands slid down from her shoulders, tracing the deep curve of her spine. He leaned forward, his hands resting along the sides of her torso, his thumbs grazing the sensitive skin near her armpits, teasing the swell of flesh that spilled onto the furs. "So," Evra breathed, her voice trembling. He moved lower. He was almost sitting on her ass now, his thighs bracketing her hips. He could feel the perky softness of her buttocks shifting against his legs. Evra gasped sharply, her body trembling as the vitality radiated off her in waves that Sol absorbed. Sol leaned down, his lips brushing the shell of her ear, his breath hot and ragged. "Hold on to me, Evra," he whispered, infusing the words with his subtle ash-gray compulsion. "I need you to relax completely and stop resisting. I'm going to take care of the tension." She tried hard to speak, to ask what that meant, but her brain was swimming in a haze. She could only whimper a "hi." She let out a keen sound of desperation. Her body arched like a drawn bow, lifting her hips off the floor as she struggled against him. The intensity was overwhelming, teetering on the edge of pain, yet she didn't pull away. Her instincts, overstimulated by the moment, overrode her reason. She pushed into it, chasing the friction. Sol smirked darkly and unleashed all his inhibitions. He practically lay on top of her, his hands massaging and fondling with heavy, possessive weight. He reached down to her waist, gripping the rough waistband of her skirt. "I need to remove the clothes for better access," he murmured. "The fabric is blocking the energy flow." "No problem," she breathed. By now, she was overcome by a longing she had accumulated over years of loneliness. She didn't know why, but whenever Sol touched her, she felt a rush of heat. Even though she knew she shouldn't let things go any further. Those were different from upper clothes, sacred in a different way. She hummed in approval. A rush of anticipation stirred through her, quickening her breath. Sol smiled with her. Using both hands, he steadied her sides and lifted her slightly. He slid the rough fabric down, slowly savoring the reveal. First the curve of her lower back, indented with dimples. Then her firm, beautiful shoulders, shifting slightly with her rapid breathing. And finally, as she rolled slightly to help him, he paused. Unlike Nia, who was completely clean, Evra had a thick, dark bush of hair between her legs. It was wild, mature, and untamed. The sight of it, primitive and raw, made Sol's blood boil. He removed the clothes completely, tossing them into the corner. She lay there, utterly naked in front of him. A moment of triumph. He felt a deep surge of satisfaction and achievement. But of course, as usual, he didn't begin immediately. Swiftly, silently, he stood up and removed his own tunic. Then his undergarment. Now, they were both undressed. The tension in the air was palpable in the small, dim hut raised the temperature of the room. He poured oil on his own chest and stomach, slicking his skin until it gleamed in the firelight. Then, slowly, deliberately, he lay down on top of her, skin met skin. Evra flinched. The sudden weight, the contact of his naked flesh against hers, was shocking. But what made her gasp, a sharp, high sound, was something pressing against her from behind. She turned her head with difficulty, her eyes wide. "Sol, what happening? Why are you undressed too? And what is that? Poking me?" Sol felt his body tense as he brushed against her, the contact sending an electric shiver through him. He couldn't help but let out a low, guttural moan of pleasure. Every instinct screamed at him to pull her close, to give in completely right then and there. Control, he told himself, gritting his teeth. Don't rush. Don't ruin the harvest. It's an advanced level of massage. Evra, he lied, his voice thick with desire and the subtle hum of the ash-gray influence. Instead of just working the muscles from the outside, we use this method to work them from deep within. He stepped closer. He pressed his body close against her from behind. This area is the center of the Bodis energy. Tension can build up over the years. He'll use mindful techniques to help you release that tension and find deep relaxation. Chapter 105. Nose to the pelvis. Chapter 105. Chapter 105. Nose to the pelvis. The tension hides there. Do you want the pain to stop, or do you want to keep complaining? Evra looked confused. Even in her haze, it sounded like nonsense. But strangely, her whole body was yearning for him to come closer. Her biology was betraying her logic, amplified by soul as power. She nodded weakly, her eyes fluttering shut. Okay, do whatever you want. Just relieve this pain and heat. Please. Sol smirked. He had waited to hear exactly that. He placed both hands on her ass cheeks. The sound of oil meeting skin was a sharp smack that made Evra jump. He began to massage her shoulders with long, deep strokes, his thumbs pressing firmly into the muscle. "Oh God," Evra cried out, burying her face in the furs. "Sol, that's too much. Is it?" Sol whispered. He used the ash-gray energy to dial up the sensitivity of her skin to painful levels. "It looks like you can take more." He reached down, tracing her body with his hand. She was trembling, flushed, and feverish. He paused, sensing the heat radiating from her skin. She was overwhelmed, completely overwhelmed, and trembling with anticipation. Evra shuddered, leaning into him eagerly. His touch drifts lower, grazing the curve of her hip, and Evra trembles. Ancestors, when did you get so bold? Sol nips her shoulder in response, circling her most sensitive spot with teasing strokes. You asked for it, he murmurs, pressing a wet kiss to her spine. Beg for my hands on you. Don't act surprised now. Her answering whimper dissolves into a gasp as he deepens his touch without warning, her body responding eagerly. She reacts to his touch with a startled cry, her body pressing closer against his wrist rather than pulling away. Ayag, she stutters, her voice shaking. You're going to overwhelm me, aren't you? Sol felt his own control slip, his body surging forward against hers. He pulled her close with a deep primal growl, his hands moving over her body with fierce determination. Evra trembled, and a breathless cry tore from her throat as the intensity overwhelmed her. He seized her arm with a brutal twist that had her back bowing off the furs. Her scream was raw, her grip on him tightening like a vice. No too much. She moaned, her nails raking his forearm, but he didn't relent, holding her fast until she was thrashing, her heels digging into the furs. Sol watched her reaction, his own blood boiling. The scent of her was intensifying, a signal that she was becoming more affected. More, he thought, pushing another wave of sensitivity into her. Look at you, Sol growls. He pulls his glistening fingers away and holds them up toward her trembling lips. Already so wet before I've touched you. Evra whimpers, but opens her mouth obediently, her tongue swirling around his fingers. Turn over, he orders, smacking the pale flesh hard enough to leave a red handprint. Unless you'd rather I take you like this? She rolled over. It was a sudden, aggressive move. She flipped on her back, rising and falling with her panting breaths. Evra watched him, her gaze traveling from his face down to his chest, and then lower, her eyes widening at what she saw. Sol seemed transformed, fueled by the vitality of the new body and the intensity of the moment. His form was striking and powerful. She swallowed hard, her eyes locked on him with unmistakable intensity. Instead of shying away, she slowly reached out. Seems you're the one all tense now, she murmured, her fingers gently pressing against him. Poor thing. Let Mother Evra help. Her callous palm wrapping around his hand with a grip warm from hours under the sun. Without even him telling her, she starts guiding his fingers slowly, thumb brushing over his knuckles. Steadier than I imagined, she muses, tilting her head like she's examining a prized tool. Sol bites back a groan as she squeezes experimentally, her grip just shy of painful. You've been teasing me with those hands, she purrs, shifting to kneel between your legs. Let's see how you like being teased. Her expression shifts, something teasing lingering in her eyes as she leans in closer. Sol exhales sharply through his nose, fingers tangling in her frizzy curls. That's not how this works, he grits out, as she leans in closer with a teasing grin. Evra's sleepy eyes glint with mischief as she traces a slow circle, her hand wrapping around him in a lazy grip. Tastes like salt and youth, she murmurs, her breath hot. Tell me, boy, does her magic extend to lasting power? Sol snarls and yanks her hair back, forcing her to arch as he stands over her. You'll find out soon, he growls. She hummed and continued exploring gently, unsure what to do next as she looked at him with wide, curious eyes. Sol smirked and guided her softly, and Evra nodded, learning as she went with slow, tender curiosity, her lips smearing in messy streaks. Now, take it to your mouth. Her eyes flick up, half-lidded and hungry, before she obeys, swirling her tongue around it like honeyed fruit, her lips glistening as she takes in every drop. Her eyes flick up, half-lidded, hungry, as she redacted, moaning when he redacted, the vibration of moans traveling straight to redacted as her calloused fingers knead your thighs. She redacted with a lewd pop, redacted as she glances up through her lashes. Like this? She murmurs, her breath warm as she leans closer, a soft sound rising in her throat. Seeing this, he lost control and reached out, pulling her nearer as she responded with a quiet, breathless laugh, tears welling in her sleepy eyes while she struggles beneath him. She coughs, her nails digging into his thighs, but he holds her there, watching tears bead in her lashes. "Hold still," he commanded, pressing down firmly. Everast's nostrils flare. Her breath is warm against him as she adjusts, her mouth pressing close. The intensity builds as she moves carefully, her throat tightening with each strained swallow. Her nose presses against his pelvis. Sol's fingers tighten in her hair as she draws breath. She leaned in closer with each movement, pressing against him as her eyes welled. But she didn't pull back, only humming softly when he groaned. "Gods, you move with a hunger like someone starved," he rasped. Chapter 106. A moment of tension. The tension in the clearing was palpable. Sol's gaze was fixed on Evera, the widow of the tribe, as she stood before him. Known for her lethargy and complaints, she was responding to Sol with a frantic, starving desperation that betrayed years of repressed hunger. "Submit," Sol commanded, his voice a ragged growl. He pressed forward, feeling her tremble beneath him as she yielded. Evera didn't pull away. Her nostrils flared, and she made a muffled, defiant sound against him. She wasn't giving in out of fear, she was giving in out of wanting more. Her hands, calloused from years of gripping rough tools, or avoiding them, gripped his thighs. Her nails dug into the muscle, not to push him away, but to anchor herself. She pulled back slowly, her lips parting with a soft sound as she drew away. But Sol growled and pulled her head forward, urging her to take more of him in. She leans in close to him, her fingers resting lightly on his thighs as she smiles against his skin. "Cheeky widow," he rasped with a grin. "Thought your back was the problem?" Evera pulls back with a playful smirk, grinning up at him with shiny lips. "Oh, it is," she gasps breathlessly. "But now I've got this feeling that needs attention and only one cure." She rolls on her back, looking up at him expectantly. "Unless you'd rather I take care of it myself?" Her eyes, usually half-lidded and sleepy, were wide and intense. The pupils dilated so much the brown was almost gone. She looked up at him, a spark of arrogance returning now that she had a brief moment to herself. "Is that all you have? Boy, I thought you were going to ruin me." "Em barely choking." Sol's eyes narrowed. The ash-gray energy in his chest pulsed. She wanted a challenge? She wanted to play the queen? "Careful, widow," Sol warned, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. "Don't ask for depths you can't swim in." He didn't wait for her retort. He seized the back of her head with both hands and drew her close, his intensity sudden and overwhelming. Everast's eyes widened, tears instantly flooding her vision. The moment was intense and overwhelming. Sol felt a wave of sensations he had never experienced before, raw and powerful, leaving him momentarily stunned by the sheer intensity of it all. But it was the vitality that stunned him. Even through this intimate physical contact, he felt a rush of energy. It wasn't as strong as a direct connection, but it was potent. Her struggle, her biological fight for air, generated a frantic life force that his body drank in greedily. Evera tried to pull back, her hands slapping weakly at his legs, but Sol held firm. He wasn't truly hurting her, though he was fully in control. He moved against her with a slow, deliberate rhythm, forcing her to reorganize her breathing. After a long minute, he pulled away, leaving her gasping and coughing, wiping her chin with the back of her hand. "You," she wheezed. She looked shaken. Her lips were swollen and red, her face flushed. But then she laughed. It was a breathless, jagged sound. "Okay," she whispered, looking at him with a mix of hatred and adoration. "You have some presence. I'll give you that." She moved forward slowly, her posture low, her expression shifting from arrogance to something more intense. She looked up, her eyes locked on his, the tension between them growing heavier with each breath. A teacher assessing a student who had just surprised her. "But you're messy," she scolded, her voice husky. She reached out and took his hand in hers again. "Look at this. You've made a mess of yourself." She didn't just brush him off this time. She began to treat the moment with careful, deliberate attention. She used her tongue to trace along his most sensitive spots, humming softly against his skin. He shivered at the sensation. "I know a few things, kid," she murmured, glancing up through her lashes. "I may be a widow, but I wasn't always alone." She moved one hand down, pressing firmly in a sensitive area while using her mouth on him. Sol's nazbukalat. The dual sensation hit a nerve cluster he didn't know existed in this new body. "Fuck," he hissed, his hands finding her shoulders and gripping hard enough to bruise. "There he is, Evra purred, pressing against him. "See? I can make you shake too." She sat back on her heels, looking proud of herself. She stood tall, her chest rising and falling in the cool air. She looked like a primitive goddess of fertility, wild and utterly unapologetic. "Now," she commanded, pointing to the furs. "You've had your turn. My mouth is tired, and I'm ready for the next part." She stepped forward with confidence, revealing the dark, damp patch that was spreading onto the floor. "I need you, Sol. Help me." Sol looked at her, this demanding, arrogant, insatiable woman. He felt the ash-gray energy swirling, begging to push her, and the primal resonance of his body demanding to claim her. Chapter 107. Sensitivity. Maximum Chapter 107. Chapter 107. Sensitivity. "Maximum, you want me to fix it?" Sol asked, a dark smile cutting across his face. "Do exactly as I say." Evra didn't argue. The command was laced with enough of Sol's unnatural influence that her body obeyed before her pride could object. She scrambled backward onto the pile of furs, flipping onto her back. She flung her arms wide and drew her knees up, making a brazen, vulgar display. In the tribe, women were modest, hiding their private parts. Evra was leaning into him eagerly. He looked down at her exposed skin. The dark hair clung damply. Her face was flushed and breathing was unsteady. "You're intense," Sol noted, brushing his thumb against her. "Shut up," Evra gasped, shifting slightly under his grip. "Just put it in. Stop looking at it." "No," Sol said calmly. "We need to clear the blockage first. A proper massage treats the whole body." "Well," she taunted, "are you going to stare all day, or are you going to do something?" Sol moved over her, looming above. "You talk too much," he muttered. "And you hesitate too," he cut her off with a sharp, sudden motion that silenced her. He pressed himself against her in an intimate, unexpected way. In this primitive world, such acts between a man and a woman were uncommon. They were considered improper, something only animals were thought to do. For a high-status hunter, behaving this way toward a woman was unheard of. When Evra realized what he was doing, she panicked. "No. No." She tried to clamp her legs shut, but his shoulders acted as a wedge. "That's for pissing. It's dirty. You can't." Her protest died in a strangled scream as Sol pressed closer between her thighs. The scent hit him like a physical blow. It was pungent, raw, and incredibly potent. It smelled of musk, aroused female, and the faint metallic tang of the ocean. To a modern nose, it might have been overwhelming. To Sol, whose senses were tuned to hunt vitality, it was a literal ambrosia. He didn't start gently. He wasn't here to romance her. He pressed his mouth against her, and she gasped. Evra screamed, "OH! Ancestors!" Evra screamed, her head thrashing from side to side. "Sol, stop. It's too much." Sol ignored her and continued. He channeled the ash-gray energy. Sensitivity maximum. He pushed the command through her nerves, amplifying every sensation to its peak. The effect was instantaneous. Evra convulsed. Every touch of his hands felt like he was dragging a live wire across her skin. It was overwhelming, it was bordering on pain, but the intensity underneath was blinding. Evra's arrogance shattered. She wasn't the cynical widow anymore. She was trembling beneath the weight of the moment. Her body shifted against the furs, moving urgently against him, overwhelmed by the sensation. Sol, wait, she cried, her hands tangling in his hair. "It's too much." "Good," he murmured with a grin. Feel it. He didn't stop. He pulled her closer, holding her tight, while his mouth continued its intimate attention. He could taste her salty, sweet, sour. He savored every bit of it, taking it in eagerly. Evra was losing her composure. Her arrogance melted away under the overwhelming sensations. She began to babble, her head thrashing from side to side. I can't take it, please. I need it. Sol ignoret herpidis. He wanted to break her fully, just like Nia, so that she would only crave him and only him. So, he shifted his attention downward, continuing lower across her body. Evra stiffened, her entire body going rigid. No, Sol, that. Taboo. Sol chuckled softly against her skin, his warm breath making her tense. I thought you didn't care about traditions. He leaned closer. Evra gasped, a sound of pure shock. It was a sensation she had never experienced, never even imagined. It was intense. It was overwhelming, and it felt incredible. Sol moved with slow, deliberate expertise that shattered her reality. Oh God! Oh ancestors! Evra was sobbing now, tears streaming down her face. She clung to him without restraint. Don't stop. Don't you dare stop. She was overwhelmed. Her legs were trembling. Her hands were gripping the furs so hard her knuckles were white. She felt completely exposed and vulnerable, and she was savoring every moment. Sol pulled back and looked up at her, his expression intense. She felt overwhelmed, hair wild, chest heaving, skin flushed a deep, blotchy red. Please, she whispered, her hands tangling in his hair, no longer pushing him away but pulling him closer. She trembled, overwhelmed by the rising intensity. Sol pulled back suddenly, leaving her gasping and bereft. Did I say you could finish? Sol asked, stepping away. Evra looked at him with glazed, unfocused eyes. Her chest was heaving. She looked overwhelmed. Why? Why did you stop? Because you haven't felt it yet, Sol said. Chapter 108. The Vitality Transfer. Chapter 108. Chapter 108. The vitality transfer. He moved up her body, dragging his chin across her stomach, between her shoulders, and finally hovering over her face. He kissed her deeply, his tongue brushing against hers. She was caught off guard by the unexpected closeness and responded quietly, her tongue fighting his, sucking on his lips to get more of the taste. You like that? Sol broke the kiss, staring into her eyes. Yes, she admitted, her voice a broken whisper. I like it. I'm disgusting. No, Sol corrected her. You're hungry. He sat back on his heels, desire plain in his expression. Now, show me you know how to return a favor. Evra looked at him, her heart racing. She hesitated only for a second, then leaned in closer, letting her curiosity guide her. It was awkward and clumsy, but something about the moment sent a jolt of pleasure through Sol that nearly blinded him. Deeper, he commanded, leaning forward. She hesitated, eyes watering, but she didn't pull back. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with a new, dark devotion. She lowered her head, surrendering herself fully to him, learning his rhythm. Sol groaned, feeling the vitality transfer beginning even now. Good girl. Now, turn over again. Look at you, Sol mocked gently, begging for the dirty stuff. I hate you, Evra breathed. I hate you so much. Do it now, or I will kill you, she said, her eyes rolling back in her head. Not yet, Sol said, sitting back on his heels. He studied her carefully. Are you sure you're ready? He held up his hand and extended 3 fingers. Evra's eyes widened. Sol, no, that won't fit. You said you were a real woman, Sol challenged, moving his hand closer. Now it's time to prove it. He didn't wait for permission, not that he needed it in the current situation. He pressed his fingers against her and pushed forward firmly, advancing past her initial resistance. Evra screamed, her back arching off the floor. Sol, relax, he commanded, using the voice. Take it. I know you can take it, just relax. He moved his hand rhythmically against her, applying pressure to sensitive spots. She was incredibly tense, her body responding strongly to his touch. The intensity of the moment was undeniable, overwhelmingly intense inside her. It feels so strange. She whimpered, her composure softening into a trembling sigh, overcome by heightened sensation. She soon started to push back against his hand, driven by an unfamiliar urge. Soul watched her face. The feeling was there, but so was the desperation. She needed more than this. She needed the real thing. He withdrew his hand. Evra let out a cry of loss, trembling with need. "Am ready, Soul?" she demanded, her voice muffled by the furs but fierce. "Stop playing. Finish this." "Get up," Soul ordered. "On your hands and knees. Face the wall." Evra scrambled to obey. She rolled over, turning toward him in the firelight. The moment stretched between them, charged and still. Soul positioned himself close, not touching her yet, letting the anticipation build as they faced one another. "Please," she begged, "stop playing." "As you wish," Soul growled. He grabbed her hips, his thumbs pressing firmly into the soft flesh. "This is gonna hurt," he warned, his voice rough. "Hold on tight. Just go," she shouted, gripping the fur. He surged forward with a sudden, powerful motion. Crash! The impact echoed through the hut. Evera's cry was a mixture of pain and overwhelming release. Her arms gave out, and her face hit the furs, her back arched as she gasped. "Ah!" Soul froze, gritting his teeth. The sensation was overwhelming. The intimacy of the moment caught them both off guard. Her body trembled around him before he even moved, gripping him as waves of emotion washed over them both. It was incredibly intense, overwhelming, and raw. But it wasn't just physical sensation. The vitality transfer. Soul gritted his teeth, holding himself still. The sensation was overwhelming. He felt the vitality rushing into him like a broken dam. As it hit him like a flood, a torrent of energy rushed from her core into him, merging their essence in a surge of ancient power, traveling up his spine and finally exploding in his brain. It was raw life force. His fatigue vanished. The lingering soreness in his muscles evaporated. He felt his bones getting denser, his skin getting tougher. "Relax," he commanded, slapping her ass. A bright red handprint bloomed on her pale cheek. The pain, combined with the ash-gray command, snapped her out of the shock. She groaned, pushing back against him. "Sol?" Evra gasped into the fur, her voice muffled. "Insistor, Sol?" "I'm not done," Sol hissed. He shifted his stance and leaned closer. He moved with intense, relentless force, the sound of impact echoing in the room. The rhythm was animalistic. Sol wasn't being gentle. He was claiming territory. He grabbed her hair, pulling her head back so her back arched even further. With every surge, Sol felt his body strengthening. The primal resonance was working overtime. His muscles swelled, his stamina refreshed. He felt like a machine, working tirelessly without fatigue or hunger. Chapter 109. My turn. Chapter 109. Chapter 109. My turn. Evra was losing her mind. The strain was too much. She was pressed against the furs, her eyes rolled back. "Look at me," he commanded, turning her face to the side. Evera's eyes were glazed, tears streaming down her cheeks, but she was smiling a wild, broken smile. "Yes. Do you like this?" Sol asked, pressing closer. "Yes," she cried out. "Use me. Take everything. I don't care. Imuus." Sol grinned. He grabbed her hair, pulling her head back so her neck arched. Sol felt the primal resonance peaking. His body was pulling her in completely. She was an endless well of vitality, and her eagerness. Her lust was opening the floodgates wide. He reached around, his hand finding one of her heavy, swaying breasts. He squeezed hard, kneading the flesh, pinching the nipple. Evra cried out, her body reacting even more intensely to him. "That's it," Sol grunted, his breath ragged. "Tighten up. Squeeze me." He picked up the pace, moving faster with an intensity that blurred the edges of intensity. Evra reacted to every movement, her body swaying with emotion. She was making sounds he had never heard before, guttural. Sol felt the moment building inside him, intense and overwhelming. But he held back, not ready to end things yet. He wanted to see just how much she could endure. So he suddenly stepped back. Evra collapsed, overwhelmed at the sudden change. No, no. Soul grabbed her shoulder and flipped her over. She lay on her back, breathless, sweat dampening her skin. Her legs were trembling. We're not done, Soul said, looking down at her exhausted form. I want to see your face. He held her ankles gently as she curled inward, drawing close. Face to face now, the closeness felt overwhelming. He could see every micro-expression on her face, the roll of her eyes, the soft bite of her lip, the flush rising to her cheeks. They held each other tightly, two souls laid open before each other. Say it, Soul commanded, his voice thick with the ash-gray power. Tell me who you belong to. Evra looked up at him, her eyes lucid for just a second, filled with a terrifying devotion. Soul, she whispered. I belong to Soul. Sol grinned. He pulled her closer, his grip tightening as the ash-gray power surged around them both. He leaned in close, the moment charged with intensity. The connection between them was blazing hot, an electric energy that seemed to flow between them. He could feel the tension building as their closeness deepened. The tension was dragging him toward the edge. But just as his body wavered, preparing for the final moment, Evra's eyes snapped open. The haze vanished, replaced by a sudden, sharp clarity. A spark of the arrogance that defined her, the lazy, proud widow who held her head high. Even though whole tribe shunned her. She slammed her hands against his chest. Stop, she gasped, pushing him. Soul froze, overwhelmed with sudden intensity deep within her. He looked down, surprised. What? You think? Evra panted, wiping sweat-matted hair from her forehead. You think you're the only one who gets a move? You think you can just use me like a rag? She dug her nails into his pectorals. I am Evra. I buried a husband. I survived winters alone. You don't just take me, boy. You have to survive me. Soul's lips curved into a dark grin. The ash-gray energy in his mind swirled, delighted by the resistance. Resistance meant passion. Passion meant more fuel. Is that a challenge? Soul asked, pulling back just enough to tease her. It's a warning, she hissed. She sat up, using her core strength to pull herself closer to him. She grabbed his shoulders and, with surprising strength, shoved him backward. Soul let her. He fell back onto the pile of furs. Evra scrambled over him. She didn't look like a victim now. She looked like a conqueror. She straddled his hips. Her knees sank into the soft pelts. She looked down at him, her lips curving into a hungry smile. My turn, she whispered, leaning closer as the moment grew more intimate between them. The moment was charged. She held his gaze steadily, her eyes locked on his, challenging him to look away. When she finally settled back, she let out a long, shuddering breath that made her chest rise and fall. You're really something, she admitted, more than I expected, shifting slightly to accommodate his closeness. But I can handle it. I can handle all of it. She began to move. It wasn't the frantic, bouncy rhythm of a novice. It was the slow, steady rhythm of a woman who knew exactly how her body worked. She rolled her hips in deep circles, grinding against his pubic bone while drawing him in with her body. Oh God! Soul groaned, his hands gripping the furs. The sensation was completely different. Passive absorption was one thing. This active, aggressive giving was another. The vitality transfer doubled. She moved with fierce energy, shifting the balance of power between them. Evra smiled confidently, watching his resolve falter. She pressed forward, grasping his wrists and holding them firmly down against the floor as she leaned in close. Look at me, she commanded with authority. You were distracted before. Now stay focused. Her presence was striking and impossible to ignore, commanding his full attention. Moving with a steady rhythm. The sweat on her skin made them gleam like polished marble. Chapter 110. Flooding inside. Chapter 110. Chapter 110. Flooding inside you like that, Soul? She taunted, keeping pace confidently as she moved. You like being used by the lazy widow? Does it feel dirty? Does it feel wrong? Soul gritted his teeth, fighting the urge to push back. It feels useful. Useful? She laughed, a throaty, breathless sound. She slammed down hard, claiming every bit of him she could take. "He'll show you useful," she declared, abandoning her previous pace for a far more aggressive rhythm. "Thwack, thwack, thwack. Give it to me," she demanded, leaning back, her hands trailing along her body. She moved with urgent intensity, her face contorted in a mask of pure pleasure. "I'm so close." Soul felt his control snapping. The sight of her arrogant, demanding, taking what she wanted from him was too much. "Not yet," Soul snarled. He sat up suddenly, breaking her rhythm. He wrapped his arms around her waist and stood up, lifting her with him. Evra shrieked as the world tilted, her legs instinctively wrapping around his waist to stay connected. Soul didn't stop. He carried her across the small hut, her weight nothing to his enhanced strength. He slammed her back against the rough wooden support beam of the hut. Thud! The impact knocked the breath out of her. "So," she gasped, clinging to his neck. What are you doing? You want to come with me?" Soul growled, pressing his forehead against hers. "Then hold on." He pressed himself against her, standing up, using the beam for leverage. Gravity was working against her, pulling her down with every movement. "You talk big," Soul whispered into her ear, using the ash-gray voice to amplify her senses. "But look at you, pinned to a wall, trapped like a stray dog." "Am not," she whimpered, her head falling back, exposing her throat. "Am a respectable woman," Soul countered, his voice low against her neck. "Respectable women don't end up here, pressed against my wall like this. Respectable women don't invite men in the way you do, Evra. You've crossed a line." "Yes," she whispered, her composure breaking. "Yes, I understand. Imuus." Soul reached down between them, finding her sensitive spot. Her face was flushed from the exertion. He pressed down hard. Evra gasped sharply. She trembled so intensely that Soul steadied her carefully. She reached a powerful peak of relief, her entire body going rigid. She shook in his arms, her head bumping rhythmically against the wooden beam. "That's it," Soul encouraged, pushing her onward, not letting her rest. "Bleed that energy. Give it to me." He felt the golden vitality rushing into him. It was repairing the last of his internal bruising. It was hardening his skin. It was making his senses sharper. But Evra wasn't done. The ash-gray energy wound tea let her be done. As soon as the first overwhelming wave faded, a second surge hit her, stronger than the first. She looked at him with wild, terrified eyes. "Soul, why? Why am I still burning up? Why do I still need this?" "Because I haven't given you the cure yet," Soul said. He stepped back abruptly. Evra slid down the beam, her legs giving out. She landed on her knees in the dirt floor, panting, flushed, and exhausted. Soul stood over her. He looked imposing, sweat-slicked, and muscular. "Turn around," he ordered. Hands on the beam. Evra moved into position. She grabbed the wood, arching her back so deeply her spine cracked. She looked back at him over her shoulder, sticking her tongue out, her face flushed and breathless. "Do it," she begged, shifting impatiently. "I can't take the heat anymore." Soul stepped up behind her. He grabbed her hips, his fingers bruising the pale flesh. "You wanted to know if my magic extended to lasting power?" Soul asked. "You wanted to know if I could keep up?" The night that followed was intense, and her cry of "OH gods" echoed off the walls. "I'm just getting started." The rhythm was brutal now. There was no romance, no warm-up, no pretense. It was the raw intensity of the moment, body against body. He drove forward with the relentless consistency of a machine. Every movement was a harvest. He visualized the energy transfer, motion. Golden light pulled from her core. Pull. His own body knitting together, becoming denser, stronger. Evra was gone. Her mind had shattered under the overwhelming intensity. She was trembling, her words incoherent. Her eyes rolled back so far only the whites showed. Soul heard the word baby. It triggered something in the primal resonance. The biological imperative. The surge of raw instinct. The ash-gray energy flared. It demanded dominance. It demanded he assert control in the most absolute way possible. "You think you can say that to me?" Soul roared, grabbing her hair and pulling her head back. You want all of me? Yes. Evra screamed, her voice cracking. Give me everything. Make me yours. Soul pulled her close and held her tight, pressing against her as their embrace deepened. He felt the intensity of the moment surge to its peak and finally let go completely. The release was overwhelming. It wasn't just energy. It felt like he was pouring pure power into her. He sent wave after wave of strength deep into her, filling her, marking her chemically and spiritually. As he reached his peak, he pulled on the connection one last time. He didn't just sip the vitality, he gulped it. Chapter 111. Chapter 111. Trying more positions, Evra trembled, overcome by a powerful wave of emotion that left her breathless, her eyes wide and unfocused. Soul held her steady, his body trembling not from weakness, but from the sheer overload of power he had just absorbed. Slowly, the pulsing stopped. The silence returned to the hut, broken only by their ragged breathing and the crackle of the dying fire. They settled into the quiet aftermath of what had transpired. Evra collapsed. She didn't move. She lay face down in the dirt, limbs splayed, utterly unconscious. Her skin was flushed a healthy, vibrant pink. She looked exhausted, yes, but paradoxically, she looked younger. The stress lines on her face were smoothed out. The tension in her shoulders was gone. Soul stood up. He felt incredible. He flexed his hand. The skin felt tougher, like cured leather. He took a deep breath, and his lungs expanded further than before. The lingering pain in his ribs was completely gone. Not 80 healed. 100. Soul stepped back, intending to take a breath, but a hand shot out from the furs, gripping his ankle with a strength that belied her exhausted appearance. Where do you think you're going? Evra hissed. She wasn't asleep. The massive influx of vitality Soul had stimulated hadn't just drained her. It had jump-started her system. She was operating on a feral, adrenaline-fueled high. The lazy widow was gone. In her place was a creature of pure instinct, a tigress who had tasted meat after a long winter and refused to let the meal walk away. She scrambled to her feet, naked and unashamed, her body glistening with sweat and fluids. Her eyes were wild, the pupils blown wide by the ash-gray influence still humming in her blood. You started this fire, Soul, she growled, stalking toward him. You don't get to walk away while it's still burning. Soul grinned, the predator in him recognizing the challenge. He dropped his spear. You think you can take more? Evra? I nearly broke you. You opened me, she corrected, grabbing his hand and dragging him toward the sturdy wooden storage chest pushed against the far wall. It was waist-high, made of heavy iron bark. Now seal it shut. I want to see it. I want to watch you make a hole. She hopped onto the edge of the chest, lying back against the wall. She didn't just spread her legs. She hauled them up, pulling her knees toward her chest in a deep squat, holding herself open to the firelight. Do it, she commanded, grabbing her own ankles. Boy, Soul stepped between her legs. The position was coincidentally stand and deliver, and was known to be pretty aggressive. It elevated her hips, tilting her pelvis, giving him the upper hand. From this angle, he had a clear view of her. You have a view most men would kill for, Soul murmured, gripping her thighs. Stop talking, she panted. He lined himself up. He didn't rush. He pressed forward against her, holding her close. Evra watched, mesmerized. Yes, look at that. He continued, drawing nearer with care. Because of the way she leaned, she seemed closer to him than before. Soul moved in, step by step, reaching her completely. Oh, Evra's head thumped back against the wall, her knuckles turning white as she gripped her ankles. Deep. It's hitting the bottom. Soul watched the union. It was hypnotic. He could feel the intense connection between them as they moved together. He pulled almost all the way out, then moved back in with a slow, heavy rhythm. Evra squeezed her eyes shut. The intensity was bordering on painful, a dull ache that flipped instantly into blinding pleasure under the influence of the ash-gray energy. Look at it, Evra, Soul commanded, using the voice. Open your eyes. Watch me claim you. She forced her eyes open. She watched him move over her. It's too much, she whined, but she pulled him closer. I can feel it deep inside. You will, Soul growled. He increased the pace. He wasn't using speed, he was using strength. He pressed close to her with deliberate, rhythmic movements, the soft sound of his breathing steady in the quiet hut. The vitality harvest. Because she was so open, so vulnerable, the energy transfer was cleaner. Soul felt a pure stream of life force rushing into him. It felt like sunlight in his veins. His skin tingled. The scar on his arm faded away completely. Evra let out a high-pitched cry, overcome by the intensity of the moment. Soul! Soul! I can feel it everywhere. That's right, Soul grunted, sweat dripping from his nose onto her chest. Hold on to me. He pulled her close one last time, holding her tightly, deeply lost in the moment. Evra trembled, clinging to him, as if she wanted to stay in that embrace forever. They eventually pulled apart, but Soul wasn't ready to stop. He wanted more, wanted to live out all the experiences he had always dreamed of. He had seen all those positions in the old stories and songs. He pulled her off the chest and down onto the softest pile of furs near the fire. I need to be closer, Soul whispered, his voice low and earnest. I need to feel your heartbeat. Evra was trembling, breathless, but her eyes were still searching his. How? I can't take another rough day like that. Then we'll take it easy, Soul smirked. But we'll be thorough. He lay her down on her left side. He positioned himself behind her, but instead of approaching from the back, he settled over her bottom leg. He held her right leg, the top one, and drew it up, draping it over his hip. Pretzel and Spoon Chapter 112. Chapter 112. Pretzel and Spoon Soul had been looking forward to the pretzel all week. It was one of his favorite ways to be close to her, a position that kept them face to face and wrapped up in each other. He moved in closer, holding her tightly. The angle was perfect, striking a connection she hadn't felt before. Ever sighed, a soft, breathy sound. That hits just right. Soul leaned forward, resting his weight on his elbows, so his face was inches from hers. He kissed her deeply, tasting the warmth between them. You like this? He murmured against her mouth. Wrapped around me like a vine? It feels full, she whispered, her hands roaming over his back, scratching lightly. Like a knot. But Soul wasn't done. The position left his hands free. He slowly pulled back, holding the base with his left hand. He leaned closer, his breath warm against her skin. Evra gasped, her eyes flying open. Soul? No, that's too much. I know, he grinned. He didn't go any further. He just stayed close, his forehead resting against hers, the moment stretching out between them. It was an agonizing wait. Please, she begged, shifting restlessly. Don't keep me waiting. Patience. He reached down gently, tracing a slow, deliberate pattern, while he finally leaned in closer. He drew her close, deepening the kiss until she gasped against his lips. The combination of movements overwhelmed her completely. Yes, yes, she cried into his mouth. Wave after wave of pleasure rolled through her like a thunderstorm, leaving her breathless. She pressed her leg firmly against him, holding him close. Soul moved with her in sync, feeling the vitality surging through him. It was different this time, sweeter, hotter. The closeness of their position, the way they moved together, opened a deeper channel. He felt his mind sharpening even further, as if his soul was connecting deeply with the woman's spirit. You're mine, he whispered into her ear as she trembled against him. Every part of me, completely. Yours, she breathed, burying her face in his neck. Yours, Soul. As her shaking quieted, Soul shifted and stayed close. He simply rolled them both until they were lying on their sides, Evra's back pressed against his chest. It was the classic spoon, a position of comfort and sleep. But Soul wasn't he sleeping. Rest, he whispered, stroking her hair. Just feel me. Evra sighed, relaxing back against him. It feels good, just being held. Does it? Soul asked. He lifted her top leg and draped it backward over his hip, adjusting their embrace. This small change shifted the way their bodies fit together, keeping the closeness of the spoon while deepening the connection between them. But more importantly, It left her entire front exposed to his hands. Soul began to move slowly, rhythmic, lazy. He reached around her body. His large hand rested against her chest. "You really are insatiable," Evra murmured, but she leaned back closer to him. Seeking more closeness, Soul leaned in. "And you're trembling again," he noted softly. He moved his hand down, sliding it over her flat stomach, resting his palm gently against her. Evra flinched. "Soul, it's too much. I can't take much more." "Shoo," he whispered in her ear. "Don't think about anything. Just feel." He began to tease her. He brushed her lips gently. He traced light circles near her most sensitive spot with a feather-light touch, alternating with deep, steady movements from behind. The contrast was intoxicating. The slow rhythm anchored her, while his touch set her nerves alight. He leaned close to her ear, his breath hot. He began to whisper things, forbidden, shameful things that no respectable man in the tribe would say. "You know what the elders would say if they saw you?" Soul whispered, his voice laced with the ash-gray command. "They'd say you look like a beast untamed, sprawled on the ground, brought low by desire." Evra whimpered. "Don't, but you like it," Soul pressed. "You like being mine. You like feeling me so deep inside you." "Yes," she cried out, the taboo shattering her resistance. "Yes, immuous. I love it." The shame, converted into desire, acted as a supercharger. Evra pressed back against him, her hips moving with a renewed energy. The vitality she released was thick and heavy, fueled by her total psychological surrender. Soul drank it in. He felt his muscles knitting, expanding. He felt invincible. He moved harder and faster, drawing more energy from her. Evra was crying and laughing, overwhelmed with intense emotion. "That's it," Soul said, leaning close to her. "Let out." She let out a long, trembling cry, her body shaking hard against his. Evra lay panting, her skin damp with sweat. But as the trembling faded, something shifted in the air. The ash-gray energy Soul being pumped into her wasn't just affecting her senses. It was altering her baseline. She had reached an intense peak, and now the stillness was disorienting. The sensation returned, sharper than before. She rolled over, breaking the spoon, and pushed Soul onto his back. "You think you're the master?" She panted, crawling over him. Her eyes were blazing. "You think you could just break me and leave me?" Evra was no longer the passive recipient of Soul's whims. The ash-gray energy had done its work too well. It had stripped away the layers of widowhood, of propriety, of hesitation, revealing the starving creature beneath. She looked down at him, noting his body still hummed with restless energy, refusing to settle. "It's not time to rest yet. Extinguish the fire you have started." Chapter 113. The Lazy Man and Finally Gift-Wrapped. Chapter 113. Chapter 113. The Lazy Man and Finally Gift-Wrapped. She didn't wait. She grabbed him, pulling him close. Then, she didn't just reach for him. She threw herself at him. She spun around, leaning over his chest instead of settling against him. She leaned forward, her hair a wild, frizzy halo around her face, her eyes blazing with a feral light. She leaned forward, her voice a husky growl, as she issued a sharp command. Soul obeyed without hesitation, leaning in close. He leaned close, his voice low and warm. Evra sighed softly, her head tilting back. She shifted her weight, resting gently against his chest as they sat close together. Soul felt her warmth pressing against his chest, a slow, restless rhythm. She moved in deliberate circles, close and intent, her gaze fixed on him from above. "You feel that?" she murmured, looking down at him. "You do something to me. I can't sit still." She didn't stay still. She was restless, driven by a strong desire. She moved closer to him, her skin brushing against his with warm friction. But she positioned herself, facing away, lifting her hips slightly, and reached back with her hand, twitching with anticipation. She positioned herself above him, but she didn't sit. She laid back. The Lazy Man, reverse. She lay on top of him, back to chest, her legs bent at the knee. She arched her spine, opening her hips, and lowered herself onto him. She moved slowly, inch by agonizing inch, until her ass was resting heavily on his stomach and the back of her head was on his shoulder. Now, she hissed, grabbing his knees for leverage, her nails digging into his skin. Work, Sol grinned. It was a brilliant choice. This position allowed them to move closely together, using the power of his lower body. It was intimate, lazy in theory, but incredibly deep in practice. Because she was lying flat, their connection felt profound and close. He shifted. Oh, Evra gasped, her body moving urgently. Sol kept going, intensifying his pace with powerful movements. He pressed his hips forward, pulling her firmly against his body. Evra matched his energy completely. She pressed herself closer to him, twisting her hips in sharp, jerky circles, trying to feel the sensation from every angle. More, she cried, throwing her head back so it rested beside his. Her hair spilled over his face, smelling of smoke and sweat. Give me everything, Sol. I want to feel all of you. Iura damun, Sol loga. The sound vibrated through the room. He held her steady as they moved together in rhythm. The playful energy between them was loud and full of life. Am a tiger? She laughed, baring her teeth at the ceiling. And am taking you down. She was full of fierce, playful energy. She dug her nails into his legs, drawing blood. She bit her own lip until it bled, the copper taste fueling her frenzy. She was consuming him just as much as he was harvesting her. Sol felt the energy exchange becoming a vortex. It wasn't just one way anymore. They were feeding off each other, a loop of lust and power that threatened to burn the hut down. The vitality pouring off her was scalding hot, a golden fire that rushed into him and spread through his veins, hardening his bones, knitting his flesh. Give me more, she demanded, surging against him, her intensity gripping him like a fist. I need more. I'm so close. You're insatiable, Sol grunted, holding her steady as she struggled fiercely. Don't stuck. I'm almost there. Sol knew they were reaching their limit. Even his enhanced body had a breaking point, and Evra was pushing herself dangerously close to exhaustion. If they continued this frantic, she would pass out before the harvest was complete. One last time, Sol said, pausing his effort. He sat up, using his core strength to pull her up with him. But we end it right. Together. Evra reached for him, but Sol was firm. He laid them both on their sides, facing each other on the matted furs. The firelight flickered low, casting long shadows across their intertwined bodies. Sol looked into her eyes. They were wild, dilated, beautiful, the eyes of a woman who had forgotten her name, her status, her grief. Wrap me up, he whispered. Evra understood. The frenzy bled away, replaced by a desperate, clinging need. She wrapped her arms around him and pulled him close. Sol shifted beside her, settling into the embrace. They held each other tightly, limbs tangled together in a restless knot. Gift-wrapped. It was the most intimate position possible. Their chests were pressed together. Their hearts were beating in sync, a frantic double rhythm. Their bodies were locked in a perfect embrace. Sol drew closer to her. Because of the intertwined legs, he couldn't move quickly. There was no room for momentum. He held her close, moving slowly and deliberately. Every gentle shift of his body sent a wave of sensation through her, an aching, slow tenderness that set every nerve ending alight. Evra let out a soft, broken sob. So, I'm here, he whispered, kissing her forehead, her nose. Her lips, tasting the salt of her sweat. I'm right here. Chapter 114. Divine Connection. Chapter 114. Chapter 114. Divine Connection. He pulled her closer, holding her firmly against him. The closeness felt extraordinary. It felt like they were melting into a single being. There was no Sol and Evra anymore. There was just the heat and the connection. This is it, Sol thought, closing his eyes. He activated the ash-gray energy one last time. He didn't use it to heighten her awareness. He didn't use it to command her will. He used it to bind. Connection. He pushed the energy deep into her psyche, wrapping it around her primitive spirit. He felt her soul flutter against his like a trapped bird, then settle. He felt the massive, deep ocean of her vitality, the life force she had hoarded for years, waiting for a release. "Give it to me, Evra," he whispered against her lips. "Give me your strength." "Take it," she breathed, kissing him desperately. "Take everything. Leave me nothing." The moment rose between them like a tidal wave. It wasn't the crashing surf of the shore. It was the deep, rolling swell of the ocean. Evra wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face in his shoulder to muffle her cries. Sol wrapped his arms around her back, crushing her to him, his fingers digging into her soft flesh. The climax, when it came, was silent and devastating. Sol reached the peak of his release, a rush that seemed endless, flooding through him with warm, overwhelming intensity. At the same time, he pulled on the connection with everything he had. He felt a massive surge of energy transfer. It wasn't just the surface excitement this time. It was the dregs of the barrel, the deepest reserves of her energy. It flooded his system, cementing the changes in his body. He felt his muscles lock, becoming steel cables. He felt his skin harden, the pores tightening. His senses flared white-hot, expanding outward until he could feel the vibration of the earth beneath the hut. Evra went limp in his arms. Her body shuddered with exhaustion. As she lost consciousness for a second, her soul momentarily drifting in the gray current before slamming back into her body. They lay there for a long time, tangled together, sweating, breathing the same air, their bodies tangled together on the furs. Finally, Sol untangled himself gently. Evra didn't stir. She was asleep instantly, a deep, restorative slumber washing over her. She looked peaceful. The lines of bitterness and exhaustion that usually marred her face were gone. She looked younger, glowing with the aftereffects of the divine pleasure. Sol stood up. He felt heavy, not with fatigue, but with solid, terrifying power. The weakness of his old body was a distant memory. The ache of Vurok's beating was gone. He looked at his hands in the dim light. They were steady. They were lethal. He covered Evra with a thick fur, tucking her in. "Rest well, Tigress, I'll be back again," he whispered. The annual hunting rite was waiting, and he was finally full and ready for the hunt. Sol stepped out of Evra's hut, expecting to be greeted by the silver light of the moon. His internal clock, skewed by the intensity of the vitality transfer and the sheer physical exertion, told him hours had passed. He felt as though he had lived a lifetime in that musk-filled room. He blinked, shielding his eyes. The sun was still there. It hung low on the horizon, refusing to go down, bathing the village in a deep, bloody orange glow. It wasn't midnight. It was barely evening. Time dilation, Sol muttered, a smirk touching his lips. "I guess time flies when you're harvesting." He felt incredible. There was no fatigue in his limbs, no heaviness in his eyelids. Instead, he felt a buzzing, kinetic energy. His skin felt tighter, his muscles denser. The primal resonance had done its work. He had siphoned enough vitality from the widow to fuel him for a week. But he couldn't walk into the village square smelling like sex, sweat, and Evra. The scent was thick on him, a biological marker of what he had done. He slipped back to his own hut first, moving through the shadows. Inside, he used the remaining water in the clay jar to scrub himself down. The cold water hissed against his skin, which was still radiating heat. He washed away the musk, the oil, and the dried fluids, scrubbing until he felt clean. He changed into a fresh fur wrap, tying it securely around his waist. Refreshed and feeling the best he had since waking up in this world, he headed toward the village square. He walked with a new gait. The limp was gone. The hesitation was gone. He moved with the fluid confidence of a predator patrolling his territory. He approached the area where Lyra had set up the stall, expecting a quiet scene. Maybe Lyra and the girls are selling a bowl or two. Maybe they will be packing up by now. Roar. The sound tore through the evening air. It wasn't the roar of a beast. It was the roar of a mob. Sol froze, his hand tightening, so much that his knuckles whitened. It sounded like an argument, a chaotic mix of shouting, demanding voices coming from right around the corner. Burak, his blood ran cold, the high of the afternoon evaporating instantly. Had he found out Sol was missing? Had he decided to make good on his threat against the girls right here in the open? The ash-gray energy in his chest pulsed violently, reacting to his spike in aggression. Sol threw aside caution and stormed around the corner, his eyes scanning for a target, ready for kill. But he stopped dead in his tracks. It wasn't an attack. It was a siege. A crowd of at least 20 people, burly hunters with fresh kills on their shoulders, weary gatherers with dirt under their nails, and even a stooped elder leaning on a cane, was swarming around the makeshift fire pit. They weren't attacking. They were begging. They were jostling each other, climbing over one another to get closer to the bubbling cauldrons. Hands thrust out from the mass of bodies, holding clay bowls, cracked gourds, and even cup palms. "Me first," a large man with a scar across his nose shouted, shoving a smaller man aside. "I have a rabbit skin, a whole skin for a bowl. Back off, Kale," a woman shrieked, elbowing him in the ribs. "I was here since the smell started. I have dried berries. Lady Lyra, please." An old man wheezed, waving a small pouch of polished stones. "Just one ladle. My husband is sick. He wants to eat anything else. He needs the fire soup." In the center of this storm was Lyra. She looked flushed, her hair coming loose from its braid, sweat dripping down her nose. She looked completely overwhelmed, her eyes wide with panic, but her hands were moving in a blur, frantically ladling the thick, red-tinged soup into the endless stream of bowls. Aurelio was beside her, acting as the banker. She was trying to collect the payments, furs, dried meats, stone tools, but her pile was overflowing. Items were spilling onto the dirt. She looked terrified that she was miscounting. And little Leora was standing on a crate, holding a wooden spoon like a weapon, trying to swat away the curious hands that reached too close to the hot pots. "Back!" Sol said, "Wait your turn." Sol lowered his spear, stunned. The smell hit him then. The chilies. In the open air. The scent of the fire devil-esque droppings he had added earlier hadn't dissipated. It had concentrated. In a world where cuisine consisted of boiled roots, raw berries, and roasted meat with no seasoning other than ash, the sharp, pungent, sinus-clearing aroma of spice was practically a narcotic. It woke up dormant senses. It promised heat. It promised flavor. It was alchemy. But even he expected to inadvertently start a food riot. So, Leora spotted him first. She waved her spoon frantically, her face smeared with soot, but her eyes shining with relief. "Help!" she screamed over the roar of the crowd. "We're running out of bowls." And they won't stop coming. Chapter 115. A Blessing. Chapter 115. Chapter 115. A Blessing. Help! Leora screamed over the roar of the crowd, waving her spoon like a flag of surrender. "We're running out of bowls." And they won't stop coming. Sol didn't hesitate. He loosened his grip and hurriedly waded into the mass of bodies. "Back!" Sol roared, his voice amplified by the lingering resonance of vitality. It wasn't a shout of panic. It was a bark of absolute command that cut through the clamor like a thunderclap. The crowd froze. Heads snapped toward him. The crowd, startled by the sudden projection of authority from the usually quiet invalid, flinched and stepped back. A small circle of space opened up around the stall. "Sol!" Lyra gasped, nearly dropping the ladle. She looked at him as if he were a savior sent from the sky. "Everyone calm down," Sol ordered, stepping up onto the wooden crate Lyra had vacated. He looked over the sea of hungry, desperate faces. "The soup isn't going anywhere. But if you crush the pots, nobody eats. Do you understand?" The large man with the scar, Kale, scowled. "I've been waiting, and you will get yours," Sol cut him off, staring him dead in the eye with a cold, unblinking intensity that made the man pause. "Line up. Anyone who pushes goes to the back." Perhaps it was the strange, confident aura radiating off him, or perhaps it was just the promise of food, but the mob obeyed. They shuffled into a jagged line, grumbling but compliant. Sol took the ladle from Lyra's shaking hand. "I got it," he whispered to her. "You handle the trade." For the next hour, Sol became a machine. He managed the flow, directing Aurelia on which trades to accept, prioritizing salt, cured furs, and sturdy tools over trinkets, and helping Lyra serve. That's a good pelt. Sol nodded at a woman offering a silver fox skin. Give her a full bowl and a piece of meat. Thank you. The woman cried, cradling the hot clay bowl like it was filled with gold. The pace was frantic. The smell of the fire devil droppings, not that people knew about it, kept drawing more people in, but eventually, the ladle scraped the bottom of the last cauldron. Last bowl, Sol shouted, scraping the bottom of the cauldron. He handed the final serving to the old man with the sick husband. For the elder, he said loudly, may it bring him strength. The crowd groaned in disappointment as Sol turned the pot upside down to show it was empty. We are dry, Sol declared, but the fire will be lit again tomorrow. Bring your trade then. A groan of disappointment went through the remaining stragglers, but Sol managed to defuse it by promising a double batch the next day. Slowly, reluctantly, the crowd dispersed, leaving the family standing amidst a pile of barter goods that would have taken them months to gather normally. We did it, Aurelia whispered, staring at the mound of cured skins and dried meats. So, look at this. We're rich. We're surviving, Sol corrected with a tired smile. Pack it up. Let us get this inside before something happens. Back in the safety of the hut, the atmosphere was filled with relief and adrenaline. They barred the door and began to sort the profits by the light of the fire. I've never seen people act like that, Lyra said, shaking her head as she wiped soot from her face. They were like beasts. Hunger makes beasts of us all, Sol said quietly. We are better than chiefs, Vera smirked, counting a stack of furs. We are rich. He waited until the excitement settled slightly before playing his next card. He walked over to the corner where the curing furs were piled and pulled out the wrapped bundle he had hidden earlier. Speaking of hunger, Sol said casually, I found something else while I was out. He unrolled the large leaf, revealing the coiled, pale muscle of the snake carcass. It was massive, easily 40 pounds of dense, high-quality meat. The room went silent. Ancestors, Lyra breathed, stepping closer. Is that a snake? Aurelia stepped back, hand to her mouth. That S predator meat. High grade. Where did you get this? Leora also looked at with innocent, curious eyes. Found it by the river. Sol lied smoothly, keeping his face open and innocent. Well, he began, gesturing vaguely to the west. I went looking for more fire devil berries near the river perimeter, to keep the soup spicy. And I saw this thing. He pointed to the meat. It was dead, floating in the shallows. Must have choked on a rock toad or gotten into a fight with a bigger beast and lost. It was fresh, no rot. So, I dragged it out, skinned it with a sharp stone, and brought it back. Waste not, want not, right? He smiled. A harmless, lucky scavenger-esque smile. Vera stared at him. She looked at the meat, clean cuts, precise butchery. Then she looked at Sol. A dead snake, Vera repeated flatly. You just found a deadly predator that had conveniently, right in front of you? Sol didn't flinch. He knew Vera was the sharpest of them. The jungle is a dangerous place. Sol shrugged. Accidents happen. Vera stared at him for a long moment. She sensed something was off, the strength he had shown in the market, the sudden abundance of food, the way he moved now with a grace that didn't match his waste history. Vera, stop, Lyra chided, reaching out to touch the cold, firm meat. Her face was glowing with awe. It must be the ancestors, Lyra insisted, placing a hand on Sol's cheek. They're watching over us. They know we have suffered enough. Yes, Aunt Sol agreed softly. They are watching. A blessing, Vera muttered, rolling her eyes, but not arguing further as she poked the meat. Fine, it's meat. I'm not complaining. Suddenly, a small weight slammed into his waist. So, it was Leora, the youngest cousin who had pushed past Vera to hug Sol's waist. She looked up at him, her hazel eyes shining in the firelight. Ouch, what is it? Sol asked, resting his hand on her head. Leora looked up, her eyes shining in the firelight. Sol, you're amazing. Did you see them? At the market? Usually, they push us away. They call us the heavy burden. But today, they were begging us. They smiled at me. She squeezed him tighter. Everyone didn't reject us. We have a food. We have the skins. And now even the snake meat. She buried her face again. We aren't going to starve this winter, are we? Sol felt a lump form in his throat. He looked at Lyra, who was weeping silently, and Aurelia, who was smiling at the pile of furs, and skeptical Vera, who was already starting to slice the snake meat for curing, which he knew was just her under a mask. He felt the power of the snake's soul in his mind. He felt the residual vitality of Evera in his veins. He felt the weight of the poison vial hidden in the roof. He knew that he had lied. But looking at Leora's smile, he knew he would do it all again, 1,000 times over. No, Leora, Sol whispered, hugging her back, his eyes hardening into flint. We aren't going to die. We're going to live better than any of them. Now he clapped his hands, breaking the emotional moment. Who knows how to cook snake stew? I heard that it tastes amazing. Chapter 116. Gathering at Square. Chapter 116. Chapter 116. Gathering at Square the next day came not with a bang, but with an unexpected quiet energy. Sol woke up to the smell of rich broth and the sound of hushed movement. He blinked, expecting the usual chaos of the morning rush, but the hut was orderly. Lyra and the girls were already awake, moving with a synchronized efficiency. They were busy sorting and storing the massive haul of ingredients they had accumulated over the past few days, hanging dried meats, packing herbs into clay jars, and organizing the valuable furs. Lyra was at the fire pit, stirring a pot that smelled divine. She was cooking the snake meat according to his soup recipe, searing the dense white flesh first, then letting it simmer with the chilies and the salty marsh grass. Seeing him sit up, Lyra turned. She forced a bright smile onto her face, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. Sol, she greeted him softly. You are up. Hurry and freshen up. The soup is already ready. You need to eat. Sol rubbed the sleep from his eyes, swinging his legs out of the furs. Morning. He looked around the room. Aurelia was braiding a leather cord. Vera was sharpening a small stone knife with intense, rhythmic strokes. Leora was sitting by the wall, hugging her knees. When they turned to look at him, their expressions faltered. Even though they tried hard to mask it, the somberness was etched into their faces. Aurelia's eyes were tight with worry. Vera looked angry, her jaw set. Leora looked like she was about to cry. Sol was confused for a split second, the fog of sleep still clinging to his mind. Why the funeral mood? Then, the realization hit him like a bucket of ice water. Today was the annual hunting rite. His mind cleared instantly. Today was the day he walked into the jungle not to gather, but to kill. He stood up, stretching his arms, feeling the coiled power of the ash-gray energy humming in his chest, fully recharged, potent, and waiting. He flashed them an energetic, confident smile that he hoped would chase away the shadows in the room. Okay, Sol said, his voice firm. Let us eat. I have a big day ahead of me. The heavy silence in the room didn't break as Sol sat down. It only seemed to thicken, swirling around them like smoke. Lyra ladled the stew into a wooden bowl and placed it before him. The aroma was intoxicating. The sharp, nose-tingling heat of the fireberries, correct name for Chilean tribe, cutting through the rich, gamey scent of the predator meat. Sol took a bite. The flavor was explosive. The snake meat wasn't stringy like the rat meat they usually ate. It was dense, tearing apart with a satisfying resistance before melting on his tongue. But more than the taste, it was the energy. As he swallowed, he felt a warm, thrumming current slide down his throat and radiate outward into his limbs. It wasn't just digestion, it was assimilation. He was pleasantly surprised by it. High-grade protein, Sol noted, feeling his blood heat up. My body is absorbing this with terrifying efficiency. It's craving fuel for the right. It's good, Sol said, breaking the silence. He looked at Lyra. You have a gift, Aunt. Even with simple herbs, you make this taste better than mine. Lyra offered a weak, trembling smile. She wasn't eating. None of them were. They were just watching him, as if memorizing his face. Soul, Lyra's voice cracked. She reached across the low table, gripping his hand tight. Her palms were calloused, but warm. Listen to me. The right, it is not about glory. Not for us. It is about returning. She squeezed his hand, her eyes pleading. You don't need to bring back a beast. You don't need to impress the elders or shut up the mockers. Just stay on the perimeter. Find a hiding spot. Wait for the sun to set. Please. Yes, right. Aurelia piped up, her voice small. If you see a beast, run. Don't try to be brave. Soul chewed slowly, swallowing the concern along with the meat. To them, he was still Soul the cripple, the boy who needed protecting. They didn't know about the ash-gray energy coiling in his gut, or the vitality he had siphoned from Evra that made his muscles feel like compressed springs. I know, Soul lied softly, squeezing Lyra's hand back. I'll be careful. I'm blessed by the ancestors, remember? Vera, who had been silent, suddenly stood up. She walked over to him, her expression stony. She held out the object she had been working on, a bone dagger. It was made from the femur of a large deer, ground down against a river stone until the point was needle-sharp. She had wrapped the handle in rough leather for a better grip. Take it, she said, thrusting it at him. Soul took the weapon. It was light, balanced, and wicked. I found it in the trash, Vera said, refusing to meet his eyes, staring instead at the wall. It's better than that rotting with spear you use. If something gets close. She swallowed hard, her mask of anger slipping for a second to reveal terrified affection. Aim for the eyes, or the throat. Don't hesitate. Soul looked at the dagger, then at Vera. He tucked the weapon into his belt. I won't hesitate. He finished the last of the broth, tipping the bowl back to drink the spicy dregs. He felt surcharged. The snake meat, combined with the lingering effects of the previous day, made his skin feel tight, his senses dialing up to maximum sharpness. He could hear the wind rustling the thatch roof. He could smell the iron and the blood of the raw meat hanging in the corner. He stood up. I have to go, he said. The horn will sound soon. Leora scrambled up from the floor and wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his stomach. She didn't say anything, just held on with a desperate strength. Soul patted her hair, waiting until she let go, then nodded once to these women who were his only family in this strange world. I'll be back for dinner, he promised. Keep the fire hot. With that, he grabbed his makeshift spear and stepped out of the hut. The transition was jarring. Inside, the air had been warm and thick with emotion. Outside, the morning air was crisp and cold. The village was alive. But it wasn't the usual chaotic bustle of trade. It was the focused, grim atmosphere of war. Men and women were streaming toward the village square. They were painted in the colors of their totems. Red clay for strength, white ash for stealth, black charcoal for death. Weapons were being checked, stone axe tested, stone axes weighed in hands. Soul joined the flow of the crowd. He kept his head down, adopting his usual, slightly hunched posture to avoid drawing attention. But his eyes were darting everywhere, analyzing the crowd. As he neared the center of the square, people looked at him in varying expressions. Some curious due to soup, some looking at with a smile, and of course, some with sneers and whispers, especially from the younger generation. Look, the waste actually showed up. Does he think he's going to hunt horned rabbits? He's just going to feed a raptor and save us a burial. Soul ignored them. The insults washed over him like water off oil. Let them talk. Let them think he was prey. He reached the designated gathering spot for the younger generation and the weaker members who were participating in their first or second rite. He leaned against a totem pole, gripping his spear, and waited. Suddenly, a hush fell over the square. From the chieftainess' longhouse, a group of figures emerged. Chapter 117. The Shaman. Chapter 117. Chapter 117. The shaman's soul stood in the shadow of the totem, his back pressed against the rough, carved wood. The square was filling up rapidly, transforming into a sea of painted skin, furs, and stone weapons. The air vibrated with a low, guttural chanting that seemed to rise from the earth itself, syncing with the rhythmic thud-thud-thud of the great ceremonial drums. He scanned the crowd, his ash-gray senses filtering through the noise. It was a spectacle of primitive power. The participants, about 30 of the tribe's youth, were a mix of nervous energy and aggressive posturing. Some were pacing, muttering prayers to their ancestors. Others, the sons and daughters of hunters, were laughing loudly, sharpening their spear tips with theatrical scrapes to hide their fear. Sol kept his head down, but his eyes were sharp. Unlike others, who haven't gone out alone yet, he had already sneaked out a few times, so there was less of nervousness and more of anticipation. He scanned the crowd and instantly spotted Vurak near the front, surrounded by his usual pack of lackeys. He was clad in thick leather armor, holding a heavy ironwood club. He was laughing at something one of his friends said, but his eyes were darting around the crowd, searching until they locked onto Sol. Vurak's eyes widened in genuine shock, obviously stunned by his appearance, then narrowed into a slit of pure malice. He said something to his lackeys, and they all turned to look at Sol, sneering. Vurak drew a thumb across his throat. Sol didn't react. He just looked at Vurak's body, imagining the exact spot where the pain would be worse. His hands checked the small pouch at his waist, making sure the clay vial of venom was secure and padded with moss so it wouldn't break during a run. His gaze drifted to the edge of the square where the spectators had gathered. The entire village had turned out to watch the send-off. He saw them immediately. Lyra stood near the front, her hands clasped tightly together, her face pale. Beside her, Aurelia stood tall and stoic, though her fingers were twisting the hem of her tunic. Leora was bouncing on her toes, waving frantically the moment she caught Sol's eye. Vera stood with her arms crossed, looking angry at the world, but her eyes were fixed on Sol with an intensity that betrayed her worry. Sol offered them a small, reassuring nod. Then his gaze shifted slightly to the left. Nia was there. She stood apart from the other wives, wrapped in a dark shawl. She wasn't looking at the ceremony. She was looking at him. Her eyes were dark, burning with a fanatical, possessive devotion. She touched her stomach subtly as their eyes met, a silent message of belonging. And further back, leaning against a hut with lazy grace, was Evera. She winked at him, licking her lips, a promise of rewards to come if he survived. A surge of warmth filling his chest. I have people to return to. Suddenly, the drums stopped. The silence that followed was heavy, pressing down on the square like a heavy stone. Silence. A voice like cracking thunder rolled over the clearing. It was Rovan, the most trusted guard of Chief and the one who came to get the soup last time. Make way. Another guard bellowed. The crowd parted instantly, lowering their heads in respect. A procession of figures emerged, radiating an aura of absolute power that made the air feel thin. First came the hunters. Among them walked Torek, Vurak's brother. He was a mountain of a man, his skin a roadmap of white scars, wearing the skull of Saber Cat as a pauldron, and his weapon a spear was a massive great axe made of polished black stone. He walked with the heavy, arrogant stride of a man who had faced blood and killed apex predators. He didn't even glance at the youth, as if they were beneath his notice. Then came the group of elders, some withered and bent, while others still standing tall with various scars on their faces, but all draped in the furs of exotic beasts, a sign of being an elder, their eyes sharp with ancient cunning. Then Chief Thurun. He was a lion in human form, broad, graying, and immense. He wore a cloak made from the hide of a golden-maned beast. He carried no weapon, for his presence alone was a bludgeon. He walked to the center of the platform, his gaze sweeping over the tribe like a physical touch. But it was the figure walking beside him that made Sol's breath hitch. He was a bit confused at first. He didn't recognize her instantly, which was strange given his assimilated memories. Yet, it was clear from her posture, spine fluid like a viper, head held high, and the terrified deference shown by the elders and hunters that she wasn't a nobody. Even Chief Thurun, a man who was said to have wrestled behemoths, slowed his stride to match hers. Then, Suddenly a name drifted up from the depths of his mind. The shaman. He already knew that the tribe had a shaman, the spiritual leader of the tribe, but the shaman was a recluse, rarely seen. So much that he could count the number of times the shaman had appeared in public. But this time she also came. A ripple of shock went through the square. The murmurs started low and rose quickly to a buzz of confused anxiety. Zula? A woman whispered near Sol, clutching her necklace. She never comes to the annual rite. She only comes for the war blessing. Why is she here? Another muttered, eyes wide. Is it an omen? Think about it. An elder replied, his voice grim. The attack last year, that nearly wiped out the tribe's settlement. We lost more than half a generation. Look at the numbers today. These youths are the only hope we have left. Maybe she came to give her blessing. Chapter 118. Selena and Hatred. Chapter 118. Chapter 118. Selena and Hatred. Sol, listening quietly while leaning against the totem, felt a flicker of understanding light up his eyes. So, the tribe is desperate, he analyzed. They are throwing everything they have into this generation to rebuild their strength. Well, that's understandable. But as his analytical mind dissected the politics, his culture mind was busy having a completely different reaction. Damn, he had expected a withered crone, a hunchback with warts, or a masked madman rattling bones. But man, he was wrong. He was really, really wrong. She was an older woman, yes. Her bearing suggested she was easily in her 50s, perhaps older, but damn, she possessed a terrifying, ageless beauty that defied the harshness of the primitive world. Her hair was a cascading river of liquid silver, reaching her waist, woven intricately with small, bleached bones and glossy black raven feathers. Her skin was unlined, pale and luminous, glowing with a faint, unnatural sheen as if she were lit from within. But it was her eyes that stopped him cold. They were entirely white. No pupil, no iris, just blank, swirling milk that seemed to see everything and nothing at once. She wore robes of shimmering spider silk and dark, cured leather that clung to a body that was still lush, powerful, and undeniably feminine. The fabric accentuated a heavy bust and wide, fertile hips that moved with a hypnotic, swaying grace. Sol Gulped. He knew he should be terrified of the mystic power she represented, but the man in him couldn't help but appreciate the view. Her mature grace was heart-throbbing, a stark contrast to the raw, unfinished beauty of the younger girls like Leora. This was a woman who had seen the abyss and made it blink. Focus, Sol scolded himself, though his eyes lingered on the curve of her waist. She radiated a pressure that Sol felt in his teeth, a static charge that made the hair on his arm stand up. Dangerous, Sol's instinct screamed, overriding his libido. She is definitely more dangerous than the chief. Zula stopped at the edge of the platform. Her milky eyes swept over the crowd. She didn't focus on anyone, yet everyone felt seen. For a split second, Sol felt her gaze pause on his section of the line. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Had she sensed his lecherous gaze? She smiled, a small, enigmatic curving of red lips, and turned away. Sol let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Okay, don't catch her eye. Don't use the power near her. Note taken. Finally, bringing up the rear of the elite procession, was a figure that drew the gaze of every young man in the square. If before they all didn't dare to look at Shaman, but now they couldn't help themselves. It was Selena, the chief's daughter. She really was breathtaking. Her skin was pale moonlight against the dark, cured leathers of her hunting gear, a stark contrast to the sun-bronzed skin of the rest of the tribe. Her hair was silver gold, braided tight for war and woven with white beads. She held a bow made of polished white bone, her expression cold, aloof, and utterly untouchable. She was the moon of the tribe. In the past, the old soul would have been straining his neck, staring at her with puppy dog eyes, desperate for a crumb of acknowledgement. He had humiliated himself countless times trying to impress her, only to be met with icy disdain or total invisibility. Selena scanned the line of participants, her gaze cool and dismissive. evaluating them like livestock. Varric puffed up his chest and looked at her with a smile that he thought was super handsome and cool, but she still didn't spare him a glance until her eyes landed on Sol. She paused, and why wouldn't she? Unlike other nervous or odd youth, he was utterly indifferent, as if he didn't belong to this world, and combined with his handsomeness, it really made him stand out. She clearly expected the usual reaction, the desperate wave, the blushing, the fawning adoration she received from every male in her age group. Sol looked at her. Then, with a casual indifference that was more insulting than a slap, he looked away. He turned his attention to the tip of his spear, checking the binding, completely ignoring the moon of the tribe. Selena froze. Her perfect, icy mask cracked for a fraction of a second, revealing genuine surprise and a flash of annoyance. She stared at him, waiting for him to look back, to beg for her attention. But he didn't. He yawned, covering his mouth with his hand. She huffed, a sharp exhale through her nose that flared her nostrils, and marched to her spot at the front of the line, her back stiff with irritation. Interesting, Sol thought, catching her reaction out of the corner of his eye. Indifference stings more than hate. Children of the Osari. Suddenly Chief Tharoon's voice boomed across the square, deep and resonant, silencing the whispers. Look around you, he roared, gesturing to the palisade walls with a sweeping arm. Inside these walls, you feel safe. You feel fed. You feel like children. Sol watched the man. Tharoon stood tall, wide, and majestic, his armor gleaming, his presence swallowing the light. And just like before, Sol hated him. It was a visceral, violent reaction that bubbled up from the marrow of his bones. A legacy of the original Sol that the modern Sol couldn't quite suppress. A wave of nausea rolled in his gut. An intense feeling of disgust rose in his heart. A phantom urge to storm the platform and punch that smug, weathered face until it broke. He searched his memories for the why, but was blocked by a wall of gray fog. The hatred was there, burning and toxic, but the reason was buried deep in the hidden trauma of his predecessor. Sol took a deep breath, forcing his facial muscles to remain neutral. He unclenched his fists, burying the irrational rage under layers of cold logic. Calm down, he ordered himself. Not the time for it yet, and definitely not the place. Chapter 119. The Hunt Begins. Chapter 119. Chapter 119. The Hunt Begins. Calm down, he ordered himself. Not the time, not the place. He focused on the words instead of the man. Chief Tharoon pointed a thick, scarred finger toward the dark, looming jungle line. But do not mistake this peace for permanence, Tharoon continued. Out there is no safety. There is no mercy. It does not care about your name. It cares only if you are fast and if you are strong. The silence was absolute. Even the birds seemed to stop singing. Tharoon's expression darkened, his eyes sweeping over the faces of the youth, landing heavy on those who had lost family. Sol's eyes narrowed in grudging appreciation. He is good, Sol thought cynically. He really knows how to work a crowd. Do you remember? He whispered, his voice dropping to a gravelly growl that carried to the back of the square like the rumble of an approaching storm. Do you remember the night the moon turned red? Just 1 year ago? A collective shudder ran through the crowd. Sol felt a phantom pain in his chest. The Vorik came, Tharoon bellowed, his voice rising with fury, manipulating the volume perfectly to spike the tension. From the frozen north, they came like shadows. No warning, no honor, just stone axes in the dark. Sol's grip on his spear tightened until the wood creaked. The memories assaulted him, the smell of smoke, the screaming. He saw the flash of a stone axe. He saw his father, a man of peace, trying to hold the line against 3 invaders. He saw his mother throwing her body over his to shield him from the killing blow. They slaughtered us, Tharoon roared, his face twisting with the memory of the carnage. They burned our homes. They butchered our kin like cattle. We were weak. We were unprepared. We stood on the brink of extinction. Distracting himself from those memories, He took a deep breath and watched the faces of the youth around him. They were mesmerized. Their fear was turning into anger, their grief into bloodlust. Thurun was taking their trauma, the worst night of their lives, and forging it into a spear to point at the jungle. If this guy was in the modern world, Sol thought, a dark smirk touching his lips, he'd be a senator or a cult leader. He knows exactly which buttons to push. And what saved us? Thrawn paced slowly. Was it our strength? Was it our prayers? He stopped, looking out at the jungle with a mixture of hatred and reverence. It was a nightmare, he hissed. The Thornmaw. The name echoed in the air, as everyone remembered that nightmare of a beast. A beast of the old world. A horror of fur and fang that walked out of the darkness and tore the invaders apart. We survived not because we were strong, but because a greater monster decided to eat the lesser monsters. Thurun turned back to the youth, his eyes blazing with a charismatic fire. Never again, he screamed, slamming his foot heavily onto the ground. We will never again rely on luck. We will not be the meat in the middle. You must become stronger than the Thornmaw. You must become the nightmare that the darkness fears. The speech ignited the air. The crowd roared in approval. The fear in the eyes of the participants was replaced by a hot, boiling rage. They remembered the grief. They remembered the humiliation of being saved by a monster. Even he had to admit that the chief was really good at hyping up the crowd. The mission is simple, Thurun commanded, his chest heaving, riding the wave of their emotion. Bring back a trophy, a head, a claw, a heart. Kill a beast of the wild. Do it alone. Do it together. I do not care how you do it. I only care that you survive and conquer. If you come back empty-handed, you remain a child. If you do not come back at all, your name will be spoken once and then forgotten. Shaman Zula, the chief, nodded respectfully to the silver-haired woman standing silently beside him. Bless them. Make them predators. The shaman stepped forward. She didn't shout. She raised a wooden staff topped with a skull and countless other trinkets. Like stones and crystals, she began to chant, a low, rhythmic language that was different from the one he knew, and it sounded like stones grinding together, ancient and unsettling. She reached into a pouch at her waist and threw a handful of glittering, purple dust into the air. Whoosh! The dust didn't fall. It swirled, as if carried by an unnatural wind, drifting over the line of participants like a living fog. When the dust touched Sol's skin, he felt a jolt. Zzzt. The ash-gray energy in his chest flared violently, as if reacting to a foreign intruder. It surged up, swallowing the shaman's blessing instantly, neutralizing it before it could take root. Analysis. Sol's mind raced as he tasted the metallic tang of the dust in the air. That wasn't a blessing. It was definitely something like a chemical agent. Maybe a stimulant. He didn't know yet. He looked at the others. Vurock and the rest looked energized, their pupils dilating, their breathing accelerating. Their fear and sorrow were being chemically replaced by a manic, frothing aggression. It stimulates adrenaline and suppresses fear, Sol realized. It weaponizes the trauma the chief just invoked. She's drugging us to fight harder, to kill without thinking. He suppressed his own energy, feigning the same rush, widening his eyes and gripping his spear tighter, panting slightly to blend in. But his mind remained ice-cold, calculating the odds. The sun is high, Chief Thurun shouted, pointing it at the open gate. The hunt begins. The drums exploded into a frantic, pounding rhythm. Rah! The sound acted as a trigger. The tension in the air snapped. And finally, the great horn sounded. A deep, mournful note that signaled the start of the rite. The crowd screamed in unison. The line broke. The youth of the tribe, their blood boiling with the memory of the massacre and the shaman's dust, surged forward like a tidal wave. The eager ones, the sons of elites, the ones with better weapons and leather armor, sprinted faster for the gates, howling war cries, desperate to be the first into the green hell. They wanted the glory of the first kill. They wanted to impress the chief, and perhaps more importantly, the silver-haired white moon of the tribe. Unlike them, Selena walked slowly, as if it was all just a boring game for her, but not without glancing once towards Sol's direction. Of course, Sol didn't T-scream or sprint blindly. He gripped his spear, his knuckles white. He watched Vurak and his lackeys disappear into the brush, heading east, the traditional route for heavy game, where the trails were wider and preys were relatively bigger, and it was cleaned up a bit for their safety. Chapter 120. Chapter 120. Something is wrong. Sol waited until the chaotic wave of shouting youths had crashed through the gate before he made his move. He simply stepped forward, his feet barely making any sound on the packed earth, and slipped through the heavy wooden gates. The transition was instant. The moment he crossed the threshold of the palisade, the cheering of the crowd faded, replaced by a sound that was far more unnerving. Sh-t-h-h-h-s-h-h-h. The savanna of whispergrass. It stretched out before him like a golden ocean, waving under the midday sun. The grass here was tall, reaching up to his chest, and the blades were serrated, edged with microscopic silica teeth that could slice exposed skin if one moved too carelessly against the grain. Even without wind, the friction of the blades rubbing together created a constant, metallic hissing sound. Sol stopped 10 paces in, letting the heavy wooden gates groan shut behind him. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath and focused on the ash-gray energy in his chest. It was full and swirling lazily, as always. He opened his eyes and analyzed the flow of the hunt. He knew the layout. Lyra had drilled it into him the night before, drawing maps in the ash of the fire pit. To the north, a safe open area, he saw the smaller, more timid participants, the ones who just wanted to survive and bring back a token kill. Of course, whether it was accepted or not was another matter, as only qualified hunt would be accepted. They were hacking their way toward the rocky outcrops where the horned rabbits and fire beetles nested. It was the so-called safe zone. To the east, the main force was moving. He could see the trails of flattened grass where Vurak and the elites had charged. That was the main stage, the area with the highest density of medium to large game, like the iron-tusked boars and daggermouth lizards. It was where the glory was. It was where Vurak would be expecting him to eventually show up, or where he expected Sol to die trying to reach. But Sol didn't go towards any of these areas. Instead, he turned his head to the west. The western zone was different. It was darker there. The trees grew closer together, their roots tangling into knotty barricades. The undergrowth was thick with thorns and razor ferns. It was the least visited area, not because it was empty, but because the terrain was a nightmare and the prey was scarce and skittish, which meant fewer hunters went there. Perfect, Sol thought. No weaknesses, no interference. As for finding Vurak later on, Sol wasn't really worried. The hunting area, while vast to a novice, was limited by ambition. In the end, all of them would eventually converge in the eastern zone. It was the slaughterhouse, the place with the highest density of game and the biggest trophies. The number of kills decided who would join the hunting team. The elite caste who ate first, married first, and ruled the tribe. That was everyone's goal. No one wanted to stay behind and guard the tribe while the real men brought home the glory. Vurak, desperate to prove his strength after the soup humiliation, would be right in the center of it. He'll be there, Sol whispered, adjusting the bone dagger in his belt, and stepped into the west. He didn't hack the grass like the others. He moved with it. He turned his shoulders, sliding through the serrated blades like a fish swimming upstream. His skin, toughened by the vitality he had harvested from Evera, resisted the sharp edges. He felt the grass rasp against his arms, but it didn't cut. He picked up the pace. He began to sprint, not a desperate dash, but a controlled, rhythmic lope. He wanted to test his new engine. Speed test, he noted. He pushed off his back foot. The ground blurred. He was moving faster than he ever could have in his old world, and infinitely faster than the crippled Sol. His lungs expanded, pulling in the hot, dry air without burning. His legs felt like hydraulic pistons. He covered a mile in minutes, leaving the noise of the main hunt far behind. The shouting of Vurak and the others faded into the background hiss of the savanna. He reached a cluster of trees that marked the true beginning of the western zone. It instantly transitioned from the bright morning sun to the heavy emerald twilight of the canopy. The air temperature also dropped, and the humidity spiked, wrapping around him like an uncomfortable wet blanket. Solden T slowed down. He vaulted a mossy root system that was waist-high. The vitality he had absorbed from Evra was like a second heart beating in his chest, fueling his muscles, making him lighter, faster, stronger. He moved through the western zone for 20 minutes, his senses expanding outward in a spherical radar. He heard the scuttle of insects, the drip of condensation, the wind in the upper branches. No people, he confirmed. Just me in the wild. This was the sole reason he had selected this place instead of the easier north and eastern zone, as he wanted to truly test himself, to get used to the environment and overall vibe, and more importantly, he needed to know exactly what this new body could do before he engaged a human target. From there on, he didn't T-stride. He crept. He kept his knees bent, his weight low, his spear held in a white-knuckled grip. His senses were dialed up to the maximum, expanding outward like an invisible net. He knew he was a god here. He was a bottom feeder in an ecosystem of titans. Constant vigilance, he breathed, the mantra repeating in his head. He scanned the path ahead. He avoided the bright, inviting flowers. He skirted around the patches of deep, soft moss that could hide pitfalls. He checked his left. He checked his right. Suddenly, he noticed that the sound of insects had vanished, and from his previous encounters, he knew that it was anything but a good sign, so he became even more vigilant. His senses screamed a warning. Something is wrong. Suddenly, he noticed an odd-looking shadow in front of him. Chapter 121. Am I going to die? Chapter 121. Chapter 121. Am I going to die? Suddenly, he noticed an odd-looking shadow in front of him. He could swear that it wasn't here before. He immediately raised his vigilance, his heart thumping a frantic rhythm against his ribs. Thump, 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 thump. 10 seconds passed. Nothing moved. He slowly crept closer and found that it was just a dead tree stump, jagged, dark, covered in black lichen about waist-high. It smelled of nothing but dry wood. A common, boring sight in a forest of wonders. Damn, it seems I'm a bit too paranoid, he muttered, letting out a shaky, wet breath. It's just a wood of fucking wood. He moved a step around it, his eyes already scanning the brush ahead for the next threat. Click. But that was a mistake, a very big mistake, as he was just looking for monsters, not expecting the scenery to bite him. When he was just about to pass it, the stump suddenly opened its eyes. 2 tiny, glowing red pinpricks flared in the darkness, burning with a cold, hateful intelligence. What the dash? Swish! The stump suddenly exploded. It wasn't damn wood. It was fucking scales, pitch black and void-like. Sol didn't have time to scream. He threw himself backward instinctively, fueled by pure panic, but he was a fraction of a second too slow. Wham! Whatever the heck this creature was, it didn't bite, it slammed. It's heavy. Muscular head hit against his chest like a battering ram. Guh dash. The air left his lungs with a wet whoosh. He flew backward, feet leaving the mud. Crunch. His back collided with a massive tree trunk. His vision went white for a second, and his spear flew from his numb fingers, clattering into the thorny bushes, completely out of reach. Sol slid down the trunk, clutching his chest, wheezing desperately for air that wouldn't come. He scrambled to his knees, coughing up phlegm, his eyes watering. But it wasn't the time for this. His senses were screaming warnings. He hurriedly looked up and found that it was a massive cobra with scales like dead bark. A cobra towered over him, rearing up 5 feet in the air. It didn't hiss or rattle like a normal cobra. Heck, it made absolutely no sound. It just swayed slightly, blending perfectly into the shadows. Those red eyes locked onto him. I checked. Sol wheezed, blood drooling from his lip. If before he had doubt, no, he could officially confirm that he really had some cursed serpent-attracting physique, as this couldn't be counted as coincidence anymore. It was third time he was attracted by a snake. He really wanted to cry out and curse the heaven for injustice. but it didn't even give him time to think as it lunged forward. Shit. Soul's mind raced. The energy. Use the energy. Soul's hand twitched toward his chest, ready to summon the ash-gray energy, to scream a command of submit into the beast's mind. But he stopped. A thought, cold and arrogant, flashed through his mind. If I rely on the energy for everything, I'm just a mage with a mana bar. What happens when it runs dry? What happens when I meet something I can't dominate? He flexed his hands. He felt the raw, inexplicable strength coursing through his muscles, the result of his strange, vitality-absorbing physique. No, I'm here to test myself. Soul breathed, a feral grin touching his lips. Not this time. Let us see what this body can really do. Come on, he challenged. The cobra just looked at him with red eyes. It didn't hiss. It didn't posture. It simply vanished. It was there, and it was a blur of shadow. Suddenly feeling something, he used all his might and rolled to the left, diving face first into the muck. Clack! The fangs snapped shut inches from his ear, a sound like a bear trap closing. Now that there was some distance between them, he used his chance and hurriedly scrambled to his feet, slipping a few times in the wet roots due to intense panic. My spear! Where's my spear? He looked around frantically, but the gloom hid everything, and found nothing but wet roots. Seeing the cobra disappearing again, he looked around, panic flaring. Where is it? He looked around. The jungle was dim, full of shadows, and the cobra was a shadow. Its scales absorbed the faint bioluminescence, creating a void in the air. He couldn't track it. Mistake one. Soul realized, his heart hammering. Don't engage a stealth killer in the dark. He looked around desperately, try to find some clue, when suddenly, a sharp, searing line of fire erupted across his back. He stumbled forward, gritting his teeth. It had struck him from behind, silent as a ghost. He rolled, coming up in a crouch, his back to a tree. He touched his back. Wet blood. But even as the pain registered, he felt something else, a strange, itching heat. The wound was already closing. The pain was fading into a dull throb within seconds. Okay, Soul panted, adrenaline sharpening his focus. It seems I can take a hit or two. Good to know. He scanned the darkness. There, 2 red dots, hovering in the air 5 feet away. It seemed to be mocking him, as if playing with a prey. You bastard. He became even more angry and lunged forward, trying to punch it with all his might. The cobra didn't dodge. It weaved. Its upper body moved with a fluid, liquid grace, letting the punch pass harmlessly by its neck. Then it snapped forward. Soul saw the open maw, the white fangs against the black void, but he couldn't pull back in time. The cobra slammed into him with its immense weight. It still didn't bite. Instead, it slowly coiled around him. In a blink, thick, muscular loops wrapped around his waist and legs, slamming him into the dirt. The air was squeezed out of his lungs with a brutal whoosh. Get off! He roared, kicking out with his free leg. Thud! His heel connected with the snake's body. It felt like kicking a tire. The snake didn't even flinch. It continued to coil up his leg, heavy loops tightening around his calf. Aya! My leg! The pressure was excruciating. He felt his shin bones bowing, threatening to snap under the constriction. Get off! Soul roared, punching the black scales. Get off me! It was useless. The cobra was winding around him, pinning his legs together, moving up toward his waist. The snake's head rose above him, blocking out the canopy. It looked down at him with those dead, red eyes. The red eyes staring down dispassionately. It was preparing to swallow him, or perhaps just crush him until his ribs snapped. Its jaws unhinged, revealing a mouth white as bone and fangs longer than his fingers. Soul flailed, punching its body with all his might. But it barely flinched and increased the pressure further. His vision began to spot with white lights. His ribs groaned under the strain. I'm gonna die, Soul thought, the reality crashing down on him. I got too cocky. I thought I was a hunter, but I'm just prey. The cobra drew its head back, opening its jaws wide to deliver the finishing bite to his face. Time seemed to slow. Soul looked at those fangs. He looked at the red eyes. I was careful, he thought. The realization cold and heavy. I did everything right, and I'm still going to die in the mud. And the fear vanished, replaced by a cold, reptilian rage. No, I didn't transmigrate to die like a rat. Chapter 122. D. Chapter 122. Chapter 122. D. He squirmed around, trying to free himself, when he suddenly felt something digging into his hip. Hard leather. A rough handle. Vera. The memory of her angry, worried face flashed in his mind. Take it. It's better than that rotting wood. Aim for the eyes. Soul's hand flew to his waist. Not. Today, Soul roared, his voice a feral snarl. He ripped the bone dagger from his belt. Hiss. The snake struck. Soul didn't try to dodge. He didn't try to block. He thrust his hand forward, meeting the strike head-on. Shuck. The impact jarred his shoulder to the socket. The sound was wet and sickening. Grah! Soul screamed, adrenaline flooding his veins. The snake's head stopped inches from his nose. His hand was covered in black, viscous blood. He had driven the bone dagger upward, jamming it into the soft underbelly of the snake's jaw, pinning its mouth shut from the bottom up. The cobra convulsed. A silent, gargling hiss erupted from its throat. It thrashed wildly, its coils tightening in a spasm of agony that nearly cracked Soul's spine. It whipped its body, trying to dislodge the blade, slamming Soul's head against the ground repeatedly. D. Soul screamed, his vision red. He ripped the dagger out in a spray of black blood and stabbed again. And again. He stabbed it in the neck. He stabbed it in the eye. He stabbed it until the warm spray of its blood coated his face, blinding him. D. He didn't use any fancy technique. He just used pure, unadulterated violence. He used every ounce of the vitality he had stolen from Evra, every scrap of strength in his enhanced muscles. He drove the dagger deeper for one final time and twisted the rough blade. Crack! The bone blade pierced through the roof of the mouth and drove straight into its brain. The cobra twitched and went rigid. It shuddered once, twice, and finally, with one last twitch, it collapsed right on him. The coils around Soul's legs went slack, falling away like dead rope. Ha ha ha! Soul lay there, gasping, pinned under the heavy, reeking carcass, panting so hard his chest ached. Black blood dripped onto his face, hot and metallic. "I'm alive. I'm fucking alive." He couldn't help laughing hysterically. He checked his body. The slam against the tree should have broken his ribs again. The constriction should have shattered his shin. But he was fine. Sore, yes. Bruised, definitely. But unbroken. This body. Soul muttered, flexing his hand. It seems like it can really take a beating. And as he lay there, sucking in the humid air, he felt it again, that buzzing, itching heat deep in his muscles. The bruises from the constriction were already fading. The slash on his back had stopped bleeding entirely. He shoved the body off with a grunt. Ugh, and sat up slowly, wiping the snake's blood from his eyes. He looked at the corpse, then at his trembling hands. "I won," he whispered, a dark, terrifying grin spreading across his blood-stained face. Without the magic, without the cheat, he looked at his hands. They were shaking, not from fear, but from the rush of the kill. He realized then that his body wasn't just healing, it was adapting. It was learning the rhythm of the fight faster than his mind could process. He stood up, swaying slightly. He looked down at the obsid cobra. Its scales were pitch black, absorbing the dim light. "You," Soul murmured, touching the slick hide. "You're coming with me." He didn't just want the meat. He wanted the skin. A cloak made of this, a cloak that blended into shadows, that would be useful. Especially for the accident he had planned for Vurok. Suddenly thinking of something, he hurriedly focused on the ash-gray energy swirling in his chest and lashed it out, projecting onto the cobra's carcass. Thrum! To his delight, it worked. A tether snapped into place, connecting him to the beast. Ecstatic, He didn't hesitate and focused his will and pulled, dragging the creature's soul toward him. Immediately, the ash-gray energy surged, hungry and violent, tearing the essence from the corpse and flooding his system. A massive rush of cold clarity hit his brain, far stronger than what he had felt from the orange viper. His senses expanded instantly, pushing back the oppressive gloom of the western zone. The rush wasn't just a physical sensation. It was an expansion of consciousness. If a neon viper had been a shot of cheap espresso, this was a plunge into a frozen lake. The cold clarity flooded his mind, scouring away the adrenaline fog and the lingering panic of the fight. Soul gasped, his eyes flying wide open. The gloom of the Vorash forest didn't lighten, but it resolved. Every shadow, every leaf, every hidden danger sharpened into terrifying high definition. Before, the darkness had been a wall of menacing shapes. Now it was a map of data. He could feel the texture of the shadows. He could distinguish the type of silence hanging in the air. The terrified silence of prey hiding from him, the indifferent silence of the trees, the hungry silence of something watching from the canopy. He looked down at the carcass. The ash-gray tether finally snapped. The last dregs of the cobra's primal spirit drained dry. Incredible, seul whispered. His voice sounded different to his own ears, detached, lacking the tremor of fatigue. He checked his internal reservoir. The ash-gray energy level hadn't budged. It was still just fuel. But the tank itself, the mental capacity to hold and direct that fuel, felt stretched, reinforced. It wasn't just a sensor boost, Soul realized, flexing his fingers. It was a compatibility upgrade. The cobra was a creature of stillness and ambush. By devouring its essence, he found that he and just gained energy. He had absorbed its instinct. He felt a newfound patience settling over him, a cold, reptilian stillness that quieted the constant, anxious chatter of his modern mind. He felt he could stand here for hours without blinking, just watching the leaves fall, waiting for a target. The realization made him think back to the orange viper. After absorbing that soul, he had felt twitchy, aggressive, and prone to sudden bursts of violence. He had attributed that manic energy to the thrill of his first kill or a spike in spiritual power. But looking back, he realized he had been acting like the viper. Striking fast, thinking little. I was wrong, he whispered, the realization sending a different kind of chill down his spine. He shivered. This power was far deeper than he had imagined. He wasn't just stealing their souls. He was skimming their memories, their instincts, perhaps even their very essence. He didn't know the limits of this yet, or the cost, but he knew one thing. With every kill, he was becoming something more powerful than he had even imagined. He looked at the dead snake with genuine appreciation. He looked down at the twisted carcass with genuine appreciation. You were a nightmare, Soul murmured, patting the crushed skull with a strange mix of respect and mockery. But you're going to make a hell of a coat. He didn't dawdle and hurriedly set to work. Who knows which nightmare would jump out? Skinning the obsidian cobra should have been impossible. The scales were interlocked like organic plate armor, turning the edge of his crude flint knife. But Soul didn't hack or saw. He worked with a new, fluid efficiency, his hands guided by the lingering muscle memory of the beast itself. He knew exactly where the connective tissue was weakest, slipping the blade between the plates as if he had done this 1,000 times. He peeled the hide away in long, wet strips. As he lifted the first section of skin, he paused. In the dim, dappled light of the forest floor, the hide didn't shine. It didn't glisten with blood or slime. It seemed to drink the light. It was a matte, velvety black that looked less like a skin and more like a hole in reality. Soul draped a piece over his arm. His arm seemed to vanish in the shadow. A slow, wicked grin spread across his face. Active camouflage, he whispered. Or close enough. This wasn't just loot. This was the centerpiece of his plan for Vurock. Energized, he worked faster. He harvested the choicest cuts of meat, dense, pale muscle that radiated a faint, cooling energy even in death. He wrapped the rations in broadleaves, masking the scent with crushed herbs, and packed them away. The rest he couldn't carry. Reluctantly, he dug a deep pit beneath the roots of a massive tree, burying the carcass to retrieve after the rite, if the scavengers didn't get to it first. Finally, he picked up the rolled bundle of black hide. He felt the texture, cool, impossibly smooth, and lighter than silk. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. It was a masterwork of nature. Now he just needed to wash it, and he would be master shadows too. Chapter 123. The Shadow Skin. Chapter 123. Chapter 123. The Shadow Skin. He grunted, wiping a mixture of sweat and black blood from his forehead. The adrenaline from the cobra fight had slowly faded, but his mind remained razor-sharp. The jungle around him seemed to hold its breath, the usual cacophony of screeching monkeys and buzzing insects dimmed by the lingering aura of the apex predator he had just slain. But the silence wouldn't protect him for long. The scent of blood was a dinner bell. Need to move. He grunted, wiping sweat from his brow with a bloody forearm. He looked down at the bundle of black scales in his arms. It was heavy, slick with a nauseating mixture of the snake's natural mucus and the black blood he had spilled. It was disgusting, but to Soul, it was raw treasure waiting to be cleaned up. He didn't have the time or the tools for a proper tanning process. This had to be crude. This had to be primal. First step, clean up, he muttered, hoisting the bundle higher. He couldn't wear it like this. The slime would not only smell, attracting every predator within a mile, but it would also make the hide slippery and useless. So, he needed water. He scanned the ground, looking past the rotting logs and the vibrant, poisonous flowers. He looked for the telltale signs, clumps of broadleaf ferns that craved moisture, the darkening gradient of the soil. Remembering something, he closed his eyes for a second, letting the lingering instinct of the obsid cobra guide him. The reptile didn't just see the world, it felt it. Soul focused on the humidity in the air, the subtle shift in temperature that indicated evaporation. He didn't need to hear the water. He could smell the moisture in the soil. The new clarity from the cobra's soul made the world pop. He didn't just see green. He saw the heavy, drooping leaves of ferns that thrived on moisture. He smelled the faint, mineral tang of wet earth cutting through the rot. Sniff! Sniff! There, he whispered. Northwest. He moved with a newfound silence, stepping over roots rather than on them, not with the heavy, stomping gait of a man, but with a sliding, rolling step. He followed the gradient of the soil, watching it turn from dry dust to dark, spongy loam. The air grew cooler, denser. Splash. Drip. Soon, the sound of trickling water reached his ears, a sweet, melodic chiming amidst the oppression of the jungle. He parted a curtain of thick, hanging vines and peered through. A small stream cut through the roots of the giant trees. The water was clear, flowing over smooth stones. But he wasn't alone. A small, four-legged herbivore with a snout like a tapir was drinking at the edge. Just a few feet away from it, three small creatures were drinking at the water's edge. They looked like oversized rodents, perhaps capybaras, but with armored plates along their spines. Sodfros. In the past, he would have startled it instantly. Now he stood perfectly still, his silhouette merging with the tree trunk behind him. The creature drank its fill, twitched its ears, and trotted away, completely unaware that a predator was watching them from a few meters away. Steds vérified, sol smirked. They lapped at the water with pink tongues. Lop, lop, lop. Sol didn't hide. He didn't crouch. He simply stepped out from the vines, his blood-soaked figure looming in the twilight. Hey, he rasped. Snap. The reaction was instantaneous. The creatures' heads jerked up, water dripping from their whiskers. Their black eyes widened in terror as they registered the predator standing 20 feet away. Squeal. In a chaotic blur of fur and splashing water, they scrambled. Claws dug into the mud, sending spray flying as they vanished into the undergrowth. Soul watched them go, a dry chuckle rattling in his chest. Run, little meats. Not hungry for you. He approached the stream, checking the surroundings. No ripples in the deeper water. No shadows lurking under the bank. He dropped to his knees and cupped his hands. The water was ice cold. He drank greedily, the liquid soothing his parched throat, washing away the taste of mud and blood. Gulp, gulp. Ah, life, he sighed, wiping his mouth. He threw the snake hide into the stream. Splash. The clear water turned dark as the black blood washed away. Soul worked methodically, his hands scrubbing the scales. He scrubbed the hide with rough sand and water, stripping away the membrane and slime, though he was careful not to scrub too hard and ruin the scent-masking layer of the snake blood on his new armor. It was grueling work, his hands turning numb from the cold water. But as the grime washed away, the true nature of the scales revealed itself. It was just black. It was a void, cleaned and dried. The scales didn't reflect the sunlight filtering through the canopy. They seemed to swallow it. The material was impossibly smooth, cool to the touch, and flowed like heavy silk. The texture was incredible, smooth as glass against the grain, rough as sandpaper with it. He stripped off his tattered, blood-stiffened loincloth and washed his own body, scrubbing the grime from his skin until he felt human again. Then, the crafting began. He didn't have a needle. He didn't have thread. He had a bone dagger and raw force. Thunk. Twist. He used the tip of the dagger to punch crude holes along the edges of the hide. He found tough, flexible vines growing near the water, stripping them of their leaves to use as laces. He draped the large section of the cobra's back over his shoulders like a poncho. It was heavy, wet, and cold. Brr. Fuck. That cold, he hissed, shivering as the damp skin slapped against his warm chest. He tied the vines tight, securing the hide against his torso. He cut smaller strips for his forearms and shins, binding them tightly. It wasn't high fashion or anything. It was a poncho made of a nightmare. As the hide settled, something strange happened. The coldness faded, replaced by a neutral temperature, as if the dead skin was matching his body heat perfectly. He stood up. He looked down at his arms. In the shadows of the canopy, his arms seemed to disappear, the matte black scales swallowing the light. If he crouched and pulled the edges around him, he looked exactly like a shadow cast by a boulder. No magic, Soul whispered, admiring the camouflage. Just evolution perfecting the art of not being seen. He stood up, the cloak settling heavy and comforting on his shoulders. He felt lighter, faster. The lingering soul of the cobra seems to whisper in the back of his mind. Wait. Strike. Vanish. That was the survival philosophy of that cobra. Let us test it, Soul decided. Chapter 124. Encounter with Poison Purple Toad. Chapter 124. Chapter 124. Encounter with Poison Purple Toad. He moved like a shadow, flowing between trees, vines and branches scattered around. Every step was calculated, his ash-gray senses creating a spherical radar around him. The lens through which he viewed the world had sharpened. Before, it was like looking through dirty glass. Now the glass was clean. He searched around into the western zone, hunting for his next target, as he had felt that he hadn't gotten the experience he needed from the previous encounter. Suddenly, he froze. 5 feet away, a large beetle, the size of a dinner plate with iridescent green wings, was crawling along a branch. Normally, insects in this zone scurried away the moment a large mammal approached, but the beetle continued to munch on the bark, completely oblivious to him. Soul narrowed his eyes. He leaned in closer. Closer. He was within arm's reach. He could hear the crunch of its mandibles. He could smell the acidic scent of its secretions. But it still didn't see him. It didn't sense him. Incredible, he breathed, amazed. The absorption of the cobra's soul hadn't just given him energy. It had transferred its essence. He was becoming a part of the background. He left the beetle undisturbed and continued an hour later. He really found something interesting enough for experience. The terrain had turned boggy by now, the ground squelching softly under his feet. The air smelled of sulfur and stagnant water. And there, sitting in a muddy depression near a stagnant pool, was a nightmare made flesh. A large toad. It was the size of a large dog, squat and grotesque. Its skin was a vibrant, toxic purple, wet and slick with mucus. But it was the back that made Soul's skin crawl. It was a honeycomb of gaping, pulsating holes. Each hole was filled with a thick, white fluid that bubbled slightly. It was repulsive, a trigger for primal disgust. Trypophobia trigger, Soul grimaced, feeling a shiver of revulsion. The poisoned purple toad. Soul knew this creature from the memories. They are found near water sources and are said to have neurotoxin, which can paralyze the prey much bigger than it. The tribe had given serious warning to stay away from it. Once a hunter in the tribe was attacked by it, leaving him paralyzed and writhe in extreme pain until he finally died. He scanned the area around the beast, and indeed, found several large dragonflies and a small lizard lay motionless in the mud nearby. They weren't dead. Their eyes were open, twitching frantically, but their bodies were frozen stiff. Seems like it's really a neurotoxin, Soul analyzed. Touch it, and it's game over. But he still didn't back down, as even though they have strong neurotoxin, they are very lethargic and slow, and don't like to move much. So, if he was careful, he could manage it somehow, and he had a devious idea with its neurotoxin. He crept closer, blending into the shadows of the ferns. The toad sat motionless, its bulbous yellow eyes scanning the perimeter. It was both alert and lazy at the same time, its throat sac puffing in and out with a wet, rhythmic sound. Soul gripped his wooden spear. He knew he couldn't get into a melee with this thing. The skin was poison. The breath was probably poison. He circled around, moving behind the creature. The cobra's stealth combined with the cloak made him invisible to the toad's motion-sensitive vision. He blended into the dark hues of the tree trunks, his breathing shallow. He was 10 feet away, 8 feet. Squelch. His foot sank slightly into a hidden pocket of soft mud. The toad froze. Its massive, bulbous eyes rotated independently, swiveling backward. Croak. The sound was like a wet boot hitting concrete. It spun around with shocking speed for something so bloated. It saw him, or rather, it saw the movement. Thwip. A pink blur shot across the clearing. But he was already prepared and combined with his heightened reflexes. He sidestepped, twisting his torso, the cloak flaring like wings of shadow. The toad's tongue, a thick, sticky rope of muscle, slapped the air where his chest had been a millisecond ago. Splat! The tongue hit a tree trunk behind him. The sound was sticky and heavy. The toad yanked, and a chunk of bark was ripped clean off the tree. Fast, Soul hissed, amazed but not afraid, as he could clearly see its tongue coming like bullet time. The toad retracted its tongue with a wet slap and croaked, a sound like grinding gears. It hopped, clearing the distance between them in a single bound, landing with a heavy splash that sent toxic mud flying. It swiveled, aiming its mouth at him again. Soul didn't run. He did the opposite. He took a step back into the deep shadow of the fern, exhaling slowly, willing his presence to vanish. He tapped into the cold sensation of the cobra's soul within him. Become nothing. Become wood. Become shadow. To the toad, he vanished. For a second, the toad paused, its tongue halfway out, its yellow eyes darting around in confusion. It had seen prey. It had attacked prey. But now the prey was gone? Where? The toad seemed to wonder, its eyes darting around, scanning for heat or movement. It croaked heavily in anger, scaring away birds and insects in the surrounding. Using this chance, Soul slowly moved circling towards its back. Now, he lunged. He didn't scream or roar like a chunibyo. He moved in silence. He stepped out of the shadow, closing the distance in 2 long strides while the beast was croaking around angrily. He drove the wooden spear downward with both hands. Shuck! The tip pierced right through one of the disgusting holes on the toad's back, bypassing the thickest outer hide and skewering the organs beneath. Squelch! Scria! The toad let out a high-pitched shriek. It thrashed around violently, its powerful legs kicking out, trying to dislodge him. White foam bubbled from the holes. The tongue whipped around blindly, seeking a target. Soul didn't let go. D. He grunted, planting his feet in the mud. He twisted the spear. Crunch. Squish. The toad tried to hop, tried to turn, but Soul used the leverage of the spear to pin it to the ground. He leaned his entire body weight onto the shaft, driving it until it hit the dirt beneath the monster. The thrashing slowed. The legs kicked spasmodically, once, twice, and then went limp. The tongue fell limp, lolling out of its mouth into the mud. The yellow eyes glazed over. Soul held the position for a full minute, panting, making sure it was truly dead. "Ha, got you." Seeing it not move, he got closer and stood over the kill, breathing hard. It had been cleaner this time. Less panic. More precision. He moved closer to the bumpy, disgusting head of the toad, careful not to touch the slime. Feast. The connection snapped into place instantly. Unlike the struggle with the snake, there was no resistance. Soul's mind, strengthened by the previous harvest, tore the soul from the toad with terrifying ease. He pulled. Whoosh. A rush of cold, gray energy flooded his system. Oh! Soul gasped, his head tilting back. Just like before, it was refreshing and cool. Suddenly he noticed a change. Chapter 125. Chapter 125. The twig deer smile, he looked at his hand. The faint aura of energy that usually coated him when he absorbed his soul. It had changed. Lighter, he observed, flexing his fingers. Before, the energy had been a dirty, gritty ash gray. Now it was shifting. It was cleaner. It was leaning towards a true, neutral gray. He closed his eyes, reveling in the sensation, and looked inward at the hollow cavity. The ash-gray energy, swirling his chest, had also shifted. It was no longer the dark, dirty color of soot. It was lighter now, leaning toward a polished steel gray. And it swirled faster, with more fluidity. He opened his eyes. The world sharpened again. He could see the individual veins on a leaf 10 yards away. He could even hear the heartbeat of a squirrel-like creature in a tree. But more importantly, he felt a new sense of control. The energy didn't feel like a wild animal he had to wrestle. It felt like a limb he could flex. It evolves, Soul realized, looking at his hands. As my mind gets stronger, the energy gets purer. And as the energy gets purer, the command becomes absolute. He looked down at the toad. He wouldn't eat this meat. It was a biological hazard, but he wouldn't waste the prize. He used his obsidian knife to carefully cut open the skin, reaching for skin glands, where they are said to store the poison. Neurotoxin, Soul murmured, looking at purplish-black liquid. He pulled another small clay vial from his pouch. He had come prepared. He carefully scraped the gland, using a stick, filling the vial with a dark, viscous liquid. Paralysis, he noted, corking the vial. Nasty. I love it. He stood up and looked at the whole riddled meat. Nope. Let us leave the toxic carcass for the scavengers who had the stomach for it. He adjusted his shadow cloak, feeling the cool silk of the scales against his skin. He checked the sun. It was past midday. He looked east. Time to speed up, Soul whispered. He moved away from the swamps of the west, slowly heading toward the transition zone that led to the eastern hunting grounds. The terrain slowly began to change. The dense, wet jungle of the west was giving way to the slightly drier, taller forests of the east, allowing shafts of golden sunlight to pierce the gloom, making the environment deceptively beautiful. The ground also became firmer, covered in a carpet of rust-colored pine needles. He moved with a fluid, predatory grace. The combination of the cobra's stealth instincts and the toad's sensory awareness made him feel like a radar dish walking on two legs. He bypassed a pack of razor rats without them even lifting their heads. He skirted around the territory of a tree-dwelling leopard. He was hunting for experience now. He needed to test his physical limits, not die. He knew his current limits. Against a lone mid-size animal, he was okay, but against a pack or fierce predator, it was sure death. Suddenly, his new senses picked up a heartbeat. Slow, rhythmic. Soul stopped, blending into the shadow of a fern. Ahead, in a small clearing, stood a deer. It was small, delicate, with bark-like skin that camouflaged it perfectly against the trees. Its antlers looked exactly like dead, twisted branches. The twig deer. Sol remembered the hunters talking about this one. It was elusive. It could stand perfectly still for hours, slowing its heart rate to become almost invisible to thermal and motion sense, blending in so well that a normal man would have walked right past it. That's why there were only legends about it, and no one has ever caught it. But it seems like compared to his heightened sense, it still fell short. Goo. It seems like this world also has cute deers. Sol thought, but his stomach growled in hunger. The water had helped, but his body was burning calories at an insane rate to fuel his evolution. And he had already lost the ration given by Lyra, who knew where. Sorry, cutie, but I'm hungry. You gotta become my nourishment. Sol whispered, his stomach growling loudly. He walked openly into the clearing, spear in hand. He didn't bother to hide. He was pretty confident about his speed by now, and he wanted to test his speed against a fast herbivore. Hey, little guy, Sol shouted, slamming the butt of his spear against a tree. Thud. The deer froze. It looked at him with large, liquid brown eyes. But strangely, it didn't run. Sodfoned. You're supposed to run. He took another step. It stood its ground, its head tilting slightly. Instead, the corners of its mouth began to twitch. Creak. The sound was like wood splitting. Sol stopped. What? And then, slowly, its mouth began to open. And open. And open. The jaw split. Not just the mouth, the entire lower half of its face unhinged, splitting all the way back to its ears. The cute, herbivore facade peeled back like a flower blooming in hell, revealing rows of serrated, needle-like teeth that went all the way down its throat. Saliva, thick and ropey, dripped from its maw. Sol was stunned, speechless. The fuck? You have got to be kidding me. His mouth opened wide due to shock. Even the Bambi is a fucking monster? The delicate deer let out a guttural roar that sounded like a bear waking up. Its muscles bulged under the bark skin, destroying the illusion of fragility. It wasn't prey. It was an ambush predator that used cuteness as bait. Scree. The sound wasn't a bleat. It was a predatory shriek, waking him up from his shock. Saliva dripped from its jaws, pooling on the ground below. The deer lowered its head, aiming the branch antlers, which Sol now realized were as hard as iron, at his stomach. Thud, thud, thud. It charged. It was fast, kicking up clods of dirt. Sol planted his feet. A dark, arrogant smirk played on his lips. You think you're the hunter? He laughed. Come on. A normal man would have run. A cautious hunter would have used a trap. But Sol wanted to know. He wanted to know what the vitality absorption had done to his muscles. He wanted to know if he could wrestle a beast. Come on, Sol shouted, dropping his spear. He was going to do this the hard way. The deer, or whatever demon was wearing a deer suit, leaped, jaws snapping, antlers aiming to impale him. Sol stepped into the charge. Slam! He caught the deer in midair. His hands gripped the base of the rough, bony protrusions. Grah! Thud! The impact was heavy, like being hit by a small car. Sol grunted, his boots sliding backward in the dirt, digging furrows. But he didn't buckle. The deer thrashed wildly, its jaws snapping inches from his nose, spraying hot saliva onto his face, trying to rip his throat out. Its breath smelled of rotten meat. Sol gritted his teeth, the muscles in his arms corded and straining. He felt the burn, but he also felt the power. It was there, a solid, unyielding force in his bones. Is that all you got? Sol growled, staring into the creature's frantic, brown eyes. He felt the strength absorption, the instincts of the cobra, the viper, the toad, all surging through his muscles. He was stronger than this thing. Much stronger. Get down. He twisted his torso violently, leveraging his weight. He roared, channeling his strength, and heaved. Crash. He slammed the deer sideways into the dirt. The deer hit the ground hard. Before it could scramble up, Sol was on top of it. He pinned its neck with his forearm, ignoring the snapping jaws, holding it down with raw strength. The beast squealed in confusion, its hooves flailing. It was T used to prey, fighting back with brute force. The creature tried to kick at his stomach, its hooves scrabbling against the cobra hide armor, but it couldn't break free. You're weaker than you look. It seems like your only specialty is cute illusion and hiding, or maybe I'm stronger. Whatever. Sol musée d'alu. Since you like to open your mouth so much, let me help you open it fully. He smirked darkly. Seeing his smirk, Deer suddenly had a bad feeling. It thrashed even violently, but still couldn't bulge him. He adjusted his body and grabbed the creature's upper and lower jaws with his bare hands. The teeth tried to cut into his palms, but he ignored the pain, and with all his might pulled. Crack! Rip! With a sickening wet snap, its jaw snapped all the way to the base, spraying fresh warm blood on his face, but he ignored it and fully ripped its mouth into two distinct pieces. The deer convulsed violently, its hooves kicking its soul's back, bruising his ribs, but he held on. The body spasmed once and fell still. Soul rolled off the carcass, lying on his back in the pine needles, chest heaving. He was sweating, bruised, and covered in deer slobber. He started to laugh. I wrestled a beast head on. Even though it's just a not-so-cute deer, he wheezed. No matter what, I won. He sat up, flexing his hands. His grip strength was terrifying. His stability was rock solid. The path of the body wasn't a joke. He was becoming a monster to fight monsters. He placed his hand on the deer's head. Feast. The soul absorption was smoother this time. The energy flowed into him, a warm current that settled in his mind, refining his stillness. He felt his heart rate drop, his breathing level out instantly. He had absorbed the deer's ability to remain calm and undetected. Stealth upgrade, sol no dead. He retrieved his bone dagger and knelt. He carved into the flank of the deer. The meat was dark red and lean. He didn't wait for a fire. He sliced a strip and ate it raw, the metallic taste of blood fueling him. Good, he chewed, swallowing hard. After eating the best cuts of meat, he buried the rest to avoid attracting bigger predators and maybe retrieve later, if it's still there. Then he took his trophy. He used a heavy rock to break the antlers off the skull. They were heavy, sharp, and looked like wicked, jagged daggers, and could be used as such. Proof, Soul said, tying them to his belt. He stood up, retrieving his spear. He checked his direction. The sound of the eastern zone were getting louder. Shouts, roars, the chaos of the main hunt. He was ready. He had the stealth of a cobra, the poison of a toad, the stillness of a deer, and the strength of a predator. Soul adjusted his shadow cloak. Burok, he whispered, a cold smile cutting across his face. I'm coming. He stepped into the shadows, moving toward the sound of the conflicts. Chapter 126. The Indifferent Observer. Chapter 126. Chapter 126. The Indifferent Observer. The transition from the west to the east wasn't exactly subtle. It was a shift in the very atmosphere. Soul moved through the undergrowth, a shadow wrapped in the skin of a shadow. The matte black hide of the cobra draped over his shoulders swallowed the dappled sunlight, making him look like a flickering glitch in the forest's texture. He checked the sun through a break in the canopy. It was getting late. The annual hunting rite, or rite of courage the tribesmen like to call, was nearing its end. Time to find him, Soul whispered, his voice a low vibration in his throat. He adjusted the bone dagger at his hip and the iron-hard antlers tucked into his belt. He was ready. As he moved deeper into the eastern zone, the sounds of the jungle changed. The singular, terrifying silence of the predators gave way to the chaotic noise of human struggle. He heard shouts of panic, the wet thud of spears hitting hide, and the roar of beasts who were angry about being poked with sticks. Crash! Thud! The scream shattered the humid air, raw and wet with agony. Soul slowed instantly, his heightened senses flaring. He blended into the shadow of a massive ironbark tree, pressing his back against the rough wood, becoming invisible. 50 yards away, in a muddy ravine, a nightmare was unfolding. A group of 3 young men, participants in the rite, were frantically fighting off a pair of terror birds. The beasts were terrifying avian throwbacks. 7 feet tall, with hooked beaks like pickaxes and talons the size of sickle blades. The boys were losing. Badly. The scene was chaotic. Their spears were broken, snapped like twigs under the birds' talons. One boy was dragging himself through the mud, sobbing uncontrollably. His calf mauled into a ruin of red meat and white bone. His blood painted a stark, horrifying trail in the dirt. "Aya! Someone! Please!" he shrieked, reaching out to his companions. But his companions were backing away. Terror was written on their faces, but beneath it was a cold, calculating survival instinct. Crunch! The bird struck again, its beak tearing a chunk of meat from the boy's thigh. Sol felt a sudden, violent lurch in his gut. Ball rose in his throat. It was his first time seeing this, seeing humans being hunted. He was, after all, a man from the modern world. Seeing gore this fresh, this real. In his modern life, violence was pixelated, sanitized, or hidden behind news screens. Here, the smell of copper and bowels was thick enough to taste. The sound of meat tearing was sickeningly wet. He was too used to seeing a human being eaten alive in high definition. For a heartbeat, the old soul, the nice guy from a world of laws and safety, clawed his way to the surface. The one who held doors open and dreamed of being a hero, screamed inside his head. "Move! Help them! You have the power!" His muscles tensed to spring. He gripped his spear. "I have the power," the old voice whispered. "I could save them. One command. One rock. I could be the hero." He almost stepped out. He almost risked his neck for a pat on the back and a tearful thank you. But then he froze. The image of Vurok flashed in his mind. The threat to him, the beating, and more importantly, the threat to the girls. He stopped himself, his grip tightening on the bark until his knuckles turned white. "Think," he hissed to himself. "Don't feel. Think. What is my objective?" His objective was to kill Vurok without raising suspicion. That was the only reason he had circled through the Western Zone. That was the only reason he was here. If I step out now, Sol calculated, his eyes narrowing, I expose myself. I reveal that the cripple is strong. I reveal my new strength, my new speed, and my location and the fact that I can fight beasts. And for what? He looked at the 3 boys. While the injured boy screamed, the other 2 weren't forming a defensive line. They weren't trying to distract the bird. They were backing away. Are they reliable? Sol asked himself, if I save them, will they keep my secret? Or will they buckle under the first question from Torek? Will they sell me out to gain favor? Sol saw the look in their eyes. It wasn't just fear, it was calculation. One of the boys, a lanky kid with shaking hands, actually shoved his companion slightly forward, trying to put a meat shield between himself and the beak. Sol's lip curled in disgust. A dry, humorless chuckle escaped his throat. No, they aren't reliable. They are trash. Make them promise? He thought, the idea tasting bitter. I could save them and ask for their silence. But look at them. They were cowards. If he saved them, they would worship him for a moment. But the second Vurok or an elder applied a little pressure, the second they thought selling out the freak with the black magic would gain them a crust of bread or a higher rank, they would sing like canaries. They were liabilities, walking, talking loose ends. Even if they were saints, the risk was too high. Witnesses were liabilities. Sol took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of the jungle, rot blood, and indifference. He steeled himself. He shoved the nice guy back down into the dark, drowning him in the cold reality of the jungle. This isn't my old world, he reminded himself, watching a beak descend. That peaceful world, at least it pretended to be peaceful. But this one is a primitive world, cruel, untamed, and absolute, running on a single, bloody logic, survival of the fittest. No motives, no police, just consequences. Those boys were weak. Nature was simply culling the herd. He watched for another 10 seconds, analyzing the terror bird's attack patterns, peck, kick, screech, learning from the boy's failure. He watched for one more second as the uninjured boys turned and scrambled up the muddy bank, abandoning their screaming friend to his fate. He gave a dying boy one last look. It wasn't pity, it was a lesson. Sorry, Soul whispered, his voice devoid of warmth. Busse. He turned away from the screams and slipped into the brush, not looking back, his conscience cold and silent, leaving the ravine to the birds. He left the screams behind him. They faded into the background noise of the forest, just another animal dying in the food chain. Chapter 127. The Mother of Mountain. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. The Mother of Mountain. He continued his hunt, his senses dialed to the maximum. The ash-gray energy, now cleaner and sharper, filtered the auditory chaos. The dying screams behind him. He ignored the birds, the wind, the rustling leaves. He was looking for a specific voice, one that grated on his nerves like a stone scraping against bone. He didn't have to wait long. Useless sack of shit. Hit it. Hit the legs. Soul stopped. A slow, cold smile curled his lips. He knew that voice. It was the sound of arrogance. It was the sound of a man who thought he owned the world. Vurak. A cold, mirthless smile curled his lips beneath the shadow of the trees overhead. Found you, he whispered. He altered his course, moving upwind. He climbed a low ridge, keeping low to the ground, his snakeskin cloak making him blur against the dark earth. He crested the ridge and looked down into a wide, rocky depression. There they were. Vurak stood in the center, flanked by 4 lackeys, big, burly boys from the privileged clique. They were all armed with obsidian-tipped spears, weapons far superior to the wooden sticks the other kids were given. Obviously, privilege was in play. They had surrounded a beast. It was a grathboar, also notoriously known as spear eaters. A massive beast found in this area. But this one was small, most likely a boarling, likely separated from herd. Even as a kid, it was still the size of a black bear, weighing easily 600 pounds. A dense block of muscle covered in layered bristles that looked like stone shards. 2 jagged bone tusks fused with mineral deposits jutted from its jaw, glowing faintly as they struck the boy's spears. Surround it, Vurak barked, standing safely behind his 2 largest goons. Don't let it charge. Stabby eyes. Squeal. The boarling thrashed, its hooves churning the dirt. It rammed one of the lackeys, sending him sprawling with a bruised rib, but the others jabbed their spears into its flanks. Clang, clang. The spears sparked against the stone-like hide. It's too hard, Vurak. One boy shouted, his face pale. The spear won't go in. Stop tickling it. Aim for the soft spots. Under the belly. Do I have to do everything myself? Vurak screamed, his face red with frustration, yet he didn't step forward. He kept himself safe, barking orders like a king to his peasants. Soul watched from the ridge, his eyes cold and analytical. Weak, seul assist. Individually, Vurak's goons were trash. They were terrified, their movements sloppy. But together, under Vurak's whip-cracking command, they were a functional unit. They were slowly whittling the beast down. If I go down there now, Soul thought, calculating the odds, I kill Vurak. But his 4 dogs will swarm me. I can take them, but I might get hurt. Adding that to a panicked armored boar, I might reveal too much. Even with his upgrades, that was a messy equation. He didn't want a brawl. He wanted a clean execution, without leaving behind clues that can come down to hunt him. They are weak alone, but together they are a problem, Soul noted. I can't take them all at once. He needed chaos. Soul's gaze drifted away from the fight, scanning the surrounding forest. Grathboars were pack animals. Spear eaters, the tribe called them. They aren't the type to abandon their young. In fact, grathboars were notoriously protective. So, he got a perfect plan, even though it was a bit risky, but it was worth it. He hurriedly moved away, looking for some clues. Thrum! And after carefully searching around for a while, he finally felt it before he heard it. A vibration in the soles of his feet. Deep, rhythmic. Thrum! Thrum! Soul turned his head to the north, peering into the dense, dark thicket of ironwood trees. Far away, his enhanced hearing picked up a sound, a low, grinding noise, like boulders being rubbed together. Grind. Snort. There, Soul whispered, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. "You like playing with the kid?" Sol murmured, looking toward Vurak's direction. "Let us see how you handle a mother." He followed the tremors in the earth. The deeper he went into the ironwood thicket, the heavier the air became. The smell of musk was overpowering here, thick, sour, and aggressive. He stopped behind a massive tree trunk and peered into a clearing. His breath hitched for a second. Holy! It wasn't just one boar. It was a sea of them. At least 20 grath boars occupied the clearing. They were massive, armored tanks of muscle and bone, rooting through the soil, sharpening their tusks on the ironwood trees with sounds like grinding metal. They were colossal, easily 3,000 pounds of muscle and rage. Their back was a mountain of stone-like bristles forming a massive crest. And their bristles weren't just hair. They were thick, calcified spikes that formed a natural fortress on their back. But the most terrifying feature was their face. The tusks were crescent moons of yellowed bone, heavily mineralized and glowing faintly with a dull, earth magic pulse. It breathed like a steam engine. But in the center, the leader, queen, or whatever the hierarchy stood in the center of the clearing. And man, she was a true monstrosity. She stood a full head taller than the others, her hide covered in ancient scars and patches of moss. Others in the pack seemed pretty scared of it. Threat level, extreme, Sol's instinct screamed. This thing can destroy fortifications. Snort. The beast exhaled, and a cloud of dust kicked up from the ground. It seemed agitated. It was pacing, its massive head swinging low, sniffing the air. It was looking for something. You lost your kid, Sol realized. He looked back, toward the direction of the ravine. Vurak and his goons were about a few hundred yards away. The wind was blowing from the boar toward Vurak, masking the scent of the fight. "Seems like you just need a little push. I'll be the kind one and help reconnect a pitiful mother and son together." Sol grinned. He didn't have a death wish. He was going to fight this thing. He just needed to be the guide. Sol scanned the ground. He picked up a heavy rock the size of a melon. He crept closer, utilizing the full power of the cobra hide. He was silent. He was scentless. He was a void in the boar's perception. He got within throwing range, 50 feet. His target was obviously Mama Boar. The boar paused. Its ears, tattered from countless fights, twitched. It sensed something was wrong, but couldn't pinpoint the source. Sol inhaled. He channeled the vitality into his arm muscles, feeling them coil like steel cables. "Hey, Mama!" Whoosh! He hurled the rock with the force of a catapult. Crack! The stone sailed through the air and slammed directly into the boar's sensitive snout. Even though it may not have hurt it, it was still a serious challenge to its dignity. Squeal! The sound was deafening. It wasn't a pig squeal. It was a demonic shriek that stripped the bark off the trees. The boar thrashed, shaking its massive head, its eyes turning red with instant, blinding fury. It spun around, looking for the attacker. Every single boar stopped moving. 40 red eyes turned around furiously, but Sol was already moving. He stepped out from behind the tree, intentionally letting the sun catch his silhouette for a split second, waving his arm, before darting away toward the ravine. "Over here," he shouted. The boar saw him. Squeal. The matriarch screamed. It was a command. Boom! 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 The entire herd mobilized instantly. It wasn't a run. It was an eruption. 20 massive beasts turned and charged. The ground shook so violently Sol nearly lost his footing. The sound was deafening. The bone rattle of 20 beasts synchronizing their charge created a sonic vibration that rattled his teeth. It was a frequency that induced pure terror in lesser creatures. Boom! 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 The charge began. "Oh, shit!" Sol whispered, realizing the speed of the thing. Sol sprinted madly. Didn't he look back? He didn't need to. The sound of the forest being demolished behind him was motivation enough. Trees were snapping like toothpicks. The herd was a landslide of meat and bone, and he was the pebble rolling ahead of it. He didn't use his full stealth. He needed them to follow. He ran with everything he had, leaping over roots, ducking under branches, leading the unstoppable force of nature straight toward the ravine where Vurak was playing hunter. "Come on." Sol laughed breathlessly, his lungs burning, vaulting over a fallen log. "Come get me." He led the beast on a direct intercept course. He could hear the screams of the boarling ahead, high-pitched wails of pain. The mama boar heard them too, and so did the others. Rower. Chapter 128. Survival Betrayal. Chapter 128. Chapter 128. Survival Betrayal. When he saw the clearing ahead, Sol unconsciously channeled his ash-gray energy into his legs. Speed. He burst forward, blurring into the shadows, diving into a thick cluster of thorny bushes just as he reached the edge of the ridge overlooking Vurak's party, pulling the cobra hood tight, engaging his camouflage, and holding his breath. Below, Vurak was laughing wildly, stabbing the exhausted boarling. "Hold it down. Drog." The ground. Suddenly the lackey named Drog yelled, looking around in panic. "Boss, the ground is shaking. Shut up and hold it." Rumble. Just as he was raising his club to strike the exhausted boarling again, the pebbles in the ravine started to dance. You fi oh. Vurak paused, looking up. What the? Crash. The entire tree line at the top of the ravine exploded. It was T1 tree. It was the whole wall of the forest. The ground shook violently. Vurak spun around, his eyes going wide as saucers. Bursting through the brush was a nightmare train of muscle and bone. The Mama Grath led the charge, a juggernaut of destruction, followed by 19 other enraged adults. After breaking through the trees, it stopped and saw the humans surrounding its kin, and more importantly, it saw red. It roared madly. Ruruar. Vurak and his party were shocked still. A thick silence enveloped them, lasting only for a tiny fraction of a second before their survival instincts kicked in, jolting them awake. "Asheld," Drog whispered, his eyes bulging. "Run!" Someone screamed. Vurak's spear clattered to the stones. "Oh fuck!" Squee. The roar from the matriarch shattered the air. "Run!" Vurak screamed, his voice reaching a pitch of pure terror. Everyone run, but there was nowhere to run. The ravine was a funnel, and the cork had just been popped. The herd slammed into the ravine floor. Crunch! Splat! The sound was sickeningly wet. The noise of a heavy stone dropped into deep mud, mixed with the snap of dry kindling. Torin, the boy farthest to the flank, didn't have time to turn around or gasp. He didn't even have time to feel fear. One moment he was a living, breathing human. The next, he was a smear of crimson pulp and shattered white bone beneath the matriarch's massive, dirt-caked hooves. The 3,000-pound beast didn't even slow down. She simply flattened him, her momentum carrying her forward as Torin's remains were sprayed across the rocky walls of the ravine. "Torin! No! Aya!" Drog, another of the lackeys, screamed in a mixture of horror and desperate adrenaline. He stepped forward, his knuckles white around his obsidian-tipped spear. "Vurak, go! Run! I'll try to distract it and follow right behind you." But Vurak wasn't listening. Vurak wasn't playing the leader anymore. He was scrambling backward, his face pale with terror, his eyes bulging as he stared up at the Mama Garth. Mama Garth had locked onto him since the beginning. It pawed the ground, her massive front hoof carving a trench in the bedrock. Then, she unhinged her jaw. Ichiumum. The bone rattle erupted. It wasn't just a sound anymore. It was akin to a physical assault. The high-frequency vibration tore through the air, hitting Vurak in the chest like a physical blow. It rattled his teeth in their sockets and turned his muscles to jelly. He was frozen stiff, his nervous system short-circuiting under the primal weight of the matriarch's wrath. "I'm going to die," the thought flickered in his mind, cold and stinging. "I'm going to die in the mud, like a piece of trash." Disbelief surged through him, hotter than the fear. This wasn't supposed to happen. He was Vurak. He was the one who was promised everything. His mind raced, a frantic haze of greed and ambition. He had seen it all so clearly. He would pass this rite with the highest honors. He would become the youngest elite warrior in the tribe's history. He would challenge the old chief, crack his skull open, and take the throne. He would dominate the tribe's women, especially that cold beauty Selena, breaking her will and making her submit to him completely, existing just to serve him. After that, he would be the one to lead the tribe out of these woods to conquer the neighboring tribes, enslaving all the women and killing all the men. He was meant to be a supreme ruler, a god among men, standing atop a mountain of his enemies' corpses. The idea that his grand destiny could be ended by a filthy, oversized pig was an insult he couldn't stomach. No, no, not me. There's no way I'm going to die here. He looked at the rest of the herd as they swarmed into the ravine, their tusks glowing with that eerie earth light. He saw the tusks closing in, the sheer wall of muscle and stone bristles. He knew that if things continued just like this, if he stayed in this spot for even 3 more seconds, he wasn't going to make it. His hunger for survival flared up, a dark, oily flame in his chest. It wasn't just the desire to live. It was the absolute, shark-like refusal to let his ambitions go unfulfilled. Vurak's lungs burned, his brain going into overdrive. He could feel his heart thumping wildly against his chest, fueling his brain to think, his body to do something to survive. The matriarch was a wall of muscle and hate, her hooves pounding a death march that shook the very marrow of his bones. He knew that, if he wanted to survive, he needed a buffer. He needed a sacrifice. Drog, Vurak barked, his voice cracking with a frantic, lethal edge. Drog turned, a look of heroic sacrifice in his eyes. I'm here. Vurak, get out of. Vurak didn't wait for him to finish. His eyes were frantic, almost animalistic. His hand shot out, grabbing Drog, a loyal boy named Drog, who had followed him since childhood, by the shoulder. With a roar of desperate, adrenaline-fueled strength, he didn't pull Drog back to safety. Instead, he shoved him. Buy me time, you useless shit. Vurak screamed. With a guttural grunt of exertion, Vurak hurled his most loyal follower directly into the path of the charging, angry Mamagrath. Drog stumbled forward, off balance, his arms flailing as he tried to catch himself. He turned his head with extreme difficulty, his neck craning back, his eyes meeting Vurak's for one final, agonizing second. There was no anger in those wide, watering eyes. Not yet. There was only a paralyzing, soul-crushing confusion, a heartbreaking realization of exactly what his life was worth in the scales of Vurak's ambition. Why? His widened eyes seemed to be screaming why. Even though Varric was a complete bastard and did all sorts of terrible things, from violence to murder, but they had been childhood buddies. They had crawled through the same dirt as toddlers, shared the same thin blankets during the frost moons. They had been through thick and thin together. They had made their first kills together, committed their first brutal raids together, and shared the same dark watches in the longhouses. When Vurak had assaulted the widow's daughter, he had held the door. When Vurak had killed the old man for scolding him, he had helped bury the body. I would have died for you anyway, Drog thought, his eyes widening as the shadow of the matriarch fell over him. Why did you have to throw me like trash? Why? Boss. Drog finally managed to utter, one last time, a small, pathetic sound, extremely fragile against the roar of the stampede. Schlunk. The sound was heavy, like a spear driving into a wet bale of hay. Squelch. The matriarch's tusk, a jagged, mineral-encrusted beam of death, pierced Drog's chest. The sound was visceral and disgustingly loud. The tusk erupted through Drog's back, snapping his spine like a dry twig. Drog's mouth opened in a silent O, a fountain of dark blood erupting from his lips, painting the matriarch's snout in a fresh, steaming coat. But, even until the end, he didn't get any response from him, only cold, calculative eyes and a hunger for escape. She didn't stop. She tossed her head, hurling Drog's broken, impaled body 20 feet into the air. He hit the rocky wall with a wet thud and slid down, leaving a broad, glistening streak of gore. The Mamagrath stopped, thrashing its head to dislodge remaining intestines from its tusks, momentarily distracted by the kill. Vurak didn't look back. He used the seconds he had bought with his friend's life to scramble up the side of the ravine, abandoning the others to the slaughter. Below, the remaining two boys, Kale and Radek, were paralyzed by the horror of what they had just seen. He threw him, Radek whispered, his voice trembling. Vurak threw Drog. Squee. The rest of the herd arrived. Fight! Kale screamed, a high-pitched, hysterical sound. We have to fight. But even if they gave their all, they were no match. Heck, even a seasoned hunter would have a hard time fighting against a single one of them, let alone the whole herd. The smaller boars, adults but half the size of the matriarch, instantly swarmed them. Radek tried to jab his spear at a charging boar SI. Clang! The obsidian tip sparked against the stone bristles on the boar's shoulder. The beast didn't even flinch. It slammed its head upward, its tusks catching Radek under the jaw. Crack! Radek's head was snapped back with such force his neck simply gave way. He was tossed aside, his body jerking in the mud. Kale was the last. He backed into a corner of the ravine, his spear held out with shaking hands. Get back! Get away from me! F. Two boars hit him at once from opposite sides. Squish! It was like a grape being squeezed between two stones. His ribs shattered, the shards driven deep into his heart and lungs. He let out a long, bubbling wheeze, blood foaming at his mouth as the boars began to tear at his soft underbelly. In less than a minute, the ravine was silent, save for the wet sounds of the herd feasting on the remains of the boys who had thought they were the masters of the forest. Chapter 129. Not again. Chapter 129. Chapter 129. Not again. Soul stood on the ridge, his body draped in the matte black scales of the cobra. His face was a mask of cold stone. He watched the betrayal. He watched the final twitches of Kale's body. He watched the matriarch nudge her boarling, her maternal rage replaced by a terrifying, satisfied calm. He didn't feel pity for Drog. If you follow a wolf, you can't be surprised when it eats you. But the sheer efficiency of Vurak's cowardice, it was impressive in a disgusting way. But still, seeing those Grath eating the human bodies, his stomach did a slow, nauseating flip. Ugh! A hot, bitter surge of bile climbed his throat, and he swallowed hard to keep from retching. His hands, usually so steady now, trembled against the rough bark of the ironbark tree. I did this. The thought didn't just whisper to him. It slammed into him with the crushing weight of a falling mountain. The modern him, the one who still remembered the hum of air conditioning, the safety of paved streets, and the ingrained morality of do no harm, recoiled in absolute horror. No matter who degenerate he was in his past life, in the end, he was still a law-abiding normal citizen, a man who avoided conflict, who looked the other way, who followed the rules of a civilized society. Now, looking down at the red massacre below, that entire worldview came crashing down. He knew that he had ringed the bell. He had led the herd. He had known, with a cold certainty, that the boys in that ravine wouldn't survive a full-scale stampede. But he still did that. Ha! Ha! His breath hitched, sounding loud and ragged in the sudden silence of the ridge. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he had effectively killed the four people. Torin, Drog, Radek, Kale. He whispered their names. He had seen them in the village every day. He had seen them laughing, seen them bullying. They were the same ones who had beaten him that night with Vurak, their faces twisted in mocking glee as they kicked him. There's no way he could ever forget them. Just like Vurak, he had hated them all to his core. But, still seeing them as mere pieces of broken flesh and bones. A wave of complicated, suffocating guilt washed over him. His heart hammered against his ribs. Thump, thump. Thump, thump, and a frantic, irrational urge seized him. He wanted to climb down. He wanted to check if anyone was still breathing, to try and mend the shattered bodies, to somehow undo the carnage he had orchestrated. I have to. I should. He started to move, his boots slipping on a loose stone. But then his eyes locked on Vurak. Vurak was at the top of the opposite ridge now, panting, his face splattered with the blood of the friends he had just sacrificed. He looked back at the ravine for a split second before sprinting away. There was no grief on Vurak's face. No horror. Only the frantic, starving hunger of a man who would burn the world down just to stay warm for one night. He didn't care. To him, they were just shields, sacrifices to buy him some time. Sol's eyes hardened, the softness of his old world dying in that very instant. The ash-gray energy in his chest, now leaning toward a darker, heavier charcoal, pulsed with a cold, grounding vibration. The buzzing in his ears settled into a deadly focus. If I played fair, Sol whispered to the empty air, his voice a low, jagged rasp, Vurak would have killed me. He would have killed my cousins. He would have walked back to the village as a hero, and the world would have kept turning for him. He remembered the look on Draga's face. The confusion. He remembered the look on Draga's face. That final, gut-wrenching moment of confusion. Draga had been a scumbag, yes. He had helped Vurak ruin lives, and he had enjoyed every second of it. But even a dog like Drag didn't he deserve to be thrown to the beast by the man he called brother. This is the world I live in now, Sol said, his voice becoming steady and ice-cold. He gripped his bone dagger, feeling the rough texture of the hilt. This wasn't the peaceful world of his past life. Heck, even that world was a lie, he muttered, his grip tightening. He realized now that the peace he had enjoyed before was nothing but a comfortable illusion, a sanitized layer of paint over a rotting wall. In that world, violence wasn't absent. It was just hidden. It was tucked away behind mountains of paperwork, obscured by the crisp fabric of uniforms, and kept at a safe, digestible distance by the glow of screen. In that civilized world, thousands of people still died every single day in the dark. Thousands more were abused, exploited, and made to disappear for eternity, their screams muffled by the bureaucracy of a system that pretended to be kind. It was a world of indirect slaughter, where people ate meat but couldn't stand the sight of blood. It was the same in this world too, it's just that this world was honest. It was raw. It was the survival of the fittest. There was no room for mercy, no room for fair play. Mercy was a luxury for those who could afford to die. And Sol? He wasn't going to die meaninglessly. Not again. I want to be the nice guy who gets trampled ever again, he resolved, his eyes turning a flat, reptilian gray. I wouldn't be the background character in someone else's epic anymore. If I had to be the monster to survive the monsters, then so be it. I would be the most terrifying thing this world had ever seen. They were all scum. Anyway, no use to feel so sentimental. He muttered, his gaze turning away from the bloody ravine and onto the trail Vurak had left. Every one of them would have laughed while Vurak cut my throat. They made their choice the moment they followed that bastard. He resolved himself. The guilt didn't vanish. There's no way it could. He knew it would haunt his dreams. But he tucked it away into a dark, locked corner of his mind. It was the price of his new life. He wouldn't just survive. He would live to the absolute fullest. He would hunt. He would grow. He would become the apex predator in this cruel, primitive world. Chapter 130. Rite of Passage. Chapter 130. Chapter 130. Rite of Passage. Down in the ravine, the feast of the herd had been going on. Mama Grath shoved the broken bodies in front of baby Grath and watched him eat with satisfaction. The sound was a rhythmic, sickening wetness, the sound of grinding bone and tearing gristle. He didn't look back at the remains of Drog or the others. He felt no pity for them. They were the wolves who followed a bigger wolf, and in the end, they were simply eaten by the forest. He turned his eyes back to the trail Vurak had left. Sol stood up slowly. Mama Grath was busy tending to her baby, and the other Graths were busy turning the remaining lackeys into fertilizer. So, they obviously wouldn't follow Vurak. My turn, he murmured. Vurak survived the herd, Sol whispered, the words sounding less like human speech and more like the dry rattle of a snake in the brush. A dark, terrifying grin spread across his face, pulling the skin tight over his cheekbones. It wasn't a smile of joy. It was the baring of teeth, a predatory reflex. But he won't survive me, Sol continued, his voice dropping into a jagged, lethal register. He thinks he has been through hell. He thinks those tusks and hooves are the end of it. Soul let out a low, vibrating chuckle, a sound that hummed deep in his chest, resonating with the charcoal energy swirling within. He looked at the trail Vurak had left, the broken branches and panicked footprints screaming of a man who thought he had cheated death. It is going to be his biggest nightmare, Soul hissed, his eyes tracking the invisible path with a newfound, terrifying clarity. I'm going to make him feel every ounce of the fear Drog felt. I'm going to make him feel the weight of every friend he threw to the pigs. By the time I'm done with him, he would have wished, he would have begged to just be trampled into the mud with the rest of his dogs. Compared to what Soul had planned, the boar stampede was a mercy. The boars were just animals. They killed with blunt force and primal rage. They were quick and primitive. And he wouldn't be quick, he would make it slow, make it truly painful. The boars would have only taken his life. Soul murmured, his fingers ghosting over the jagged edge of his bone dagger. I'm going to take everything else first. I'm going to let him see the monster he created. He felt the cobra hide pulse against his skin, the matte black scales seemingly eager for the hunt. The modern Soul was a ghost now, locked away in a dark room of his mind, replaced by something ancient and hungry. He didn't just want to kill Vurak. He wanted to undo him. He wanted to watch the arrogance melt into a pathetic, weeping puddle. He wanted to hear the exact moment Vurak's soul broke before he finally fed on the remains. Honestly, this wasn't just about the massacre he had just witnessed. It was a debt that had been accruing interest for years. And the time for collection had finally come. It was for the girls. Vurak had dared to let the names of Lyra and her daughters fall from his filthy mouth like poison, speaking of breaking them and taking them as spoils. He had treated them like property to be claimed, a stain on the air that only Vurak's blood could scrub clean. That alone was a death sentence, an unforgivable transgression that turned Soul's blood into ice. Even if setting aside the deep emotional bond with this body, he had already treated them as his own women. So how dare he even think about them? But even more than that, it was about the humiliation. Soul felt the phantom ache in his ribs, the stinging memory of every kick, every shove, and every mocking laugh Vurak had ever directed at him. Most importantly, this was a debt to the dead. Soul looked down at his hands, flexing the fingers of the body he now inhabited. This kill was for the original Soul, the predecessor, who had lived and died in a state of shivering, pathetic fear. This is for you, Soul thought, his hand tightening around the hilt of the bone dagger until the jagged, porous edges bit deep into his palm, drawing a thin line of red. Consider this a payment for the body you left behind. I'll make sure he pays for every bruise he gave you, every ounce of shame he forced you to swallow. I'll make him scream for every tear you ever shed in the dark. This was no longer just a hunt. It was Soul's rite of passage into this cruel, untamed world. In this primitive world, mercy was a sickness. Morality was a shackle. To truly live, to truly protect what was his, he had to shed the last remnants of the civilized man. He had to be the monster that killed the monsters. And killing Vurak would be the final seal on his transformation. It was the first step into a world where he was the one holding the blade. Run, Vurak, Soul breathed, a wisp of vapor escaping his lips in the cooling afternoon air. Run as far as you want. It only makes the scent of your fear sweeter. With a fluid, silent motion, Soul stepped off the ridge. He didn't just move. He vanished into the gloom, a shadow among shadows. The ash-gray energy in his chest churned, cooling into a dense, metallic charcoal that pulsed with every heartbeat. There was no more guilt, no more hesitation, only the cold, mechanical efficiency of the apex predator. And of course, he didn't follow the trail like a human. He moved through the brush like the obsidian cobra he had slain, sliding between shadows, his senses dialed to a frequency that made the forest pulse. He could hear Vurak's frantic, hitching breath even from far away. He could even smell the disgusting acrid, sour musk of Vurak's cowardice. It was a trail as bright as fire in the darkness. And for him, The hunt had officially begun. Chapter 131. Forgotten Stepping Stone. Chapter 131. Chapter 131. Forgotten Stepping Stone. Soon Sol saw him. Vurak was still running, but it wasn't the heroic sprint of a warrior. It was the frantic, stumbling flight of a rat fleeing a sinking ship. He burst through thickets of thorns, the sharp needles tearing at his skin, but he didn't feel the sting. His mind was a chaotic storm of adrenaline bile, and the raw, screeching instinct for self-preservation. Ha ha ha! His breath came in jagged, burning gulps that tasted of copper and forest rot. Every time a branch snapped or a bird took flight, he jumped, his eyes wide and white-rimmed. Behind him, the forest was silent. Yet he felt as if the matriarch's hot, musky breath was still spraying over his neck, her massive tusks inches from his spine. Finally, a few miles away from the blood-soaked ravine, his stamina gave out completely. He broke into a small, sun-drenched glade and collapsed against the roots of a massive tree, sliding down until he hit the dirt. Ha ha fuck! Vurak wheezed, clutching his chest. He spat a thick glob of blood-flecked saliva onto the grass. He looked back over his shoulder, his eyes darting around panicked, peering into every moving shadow. Nothing. The boars hadn't followed. I'm alive, he chuckled, the sound wet and manic. Em fucking alive. He wiped the blood of his brother's drog's blood from his cheek. He looked at the red smear on his fingers, and for a second, the image of Drog's confused, dying eyes flashed in his mind. But then, almost instantly, a smile began to creep onto his face. It wasn't a smile of relief or sorrow. It was a twisted, self-serving grin. Useless trash, Vurak muttered, flicking the blood away with disgust. They were lucky to die for me. Why the fuck should I die with you? I'm the one with the future. You should be honored to buy me time. He leaned his head back against the bark, his fear mutating into a seething, ugly rage. I lost my party, damn it. That's going to make the evaluation harder. He clenched his fists. Vurak wheezed, his chest heaving as he stared at the red smear of his friend's blood on his knuckles. He leaned his head back against the rough bark, a manic, jagged laugh bubbling in his throat. In his twisted mind, survival wasn't a sign of cowardice. It was proof of his divinity. He had sacrificed the trash to save the elite. It was only natural. However, as the adrenaline began to ebb, his face darkened, turning a bruised, ugly purple. His fear didn't vanish. It curdled, turning into a festering, toxic rage. Damn it, it's all that bastard Sol's fault. He spat, slamming his fist into a protruding root. Thud. If it wasn't for that cripple, I wouldn't have been so desperate to prove myself. I wouldn't have been forced into this hellhole to hunt that damned boar. He wiped a glob of foam from the corner of his mouth, his eyes narrowing into slits. I need to find him. I need to feel his hot blood on my hands. I'm going to gut him alive just to vent this fire in my gut. I'll make him watch his own insides spill into the dirt. Vurak laughed, a low, lecherous sound that bubbled up from his throat. He shifted, a dark, hungry light gleaming in his eyes as his thoughts drifted back to the village. Yeah, I'll find him. I'll gut him, he whispered, his voice a husky, spit-flecked rasp. And then, I'll go back to the village. I'll tell Lyra bitch that there was a tragic accident, and that bastard died. He grinned, exposing teeth stained with grit and yellowed by neglect. And those little cousins of his, those arrogant bitches, they'll need a real man to comfort them after their cripple dies. They'll break them in the longhouse until they forget Sol ever existed. They'll make them pay for every memory of him, until his name is dust in their mouths. Snap! Crunch! The sound of dry twig breaking echoed like a gunshot in the quiet glade. Vurak spun around, scrambling to his feet with a panicked yelp. Asha! His feet skidded in the loose soil as he brandished a hidden bone dagger, his hand trembling so violently the blade rattled. His face was a mask of sheer, unadulterated panic, his eyes bulging as they searched the shifting shadows. Who's there? Vurak barked, his voice cracking with a high-pitched tremor. Show yourself. From the deep, velvet shadows of the ironbark trees, a figure emerged. It didn't walk so much as it flowed, its movements eerily silent. It was draped in a cloak of matte black scales that seemed to drink the golden sunlight itself, creating a void in the middle of the sun-drenched glade. It was Sol. He stood perfectly still, his center of gravity low, looking at Vurock with eyes that were no longer human. They were cold, indifferent, and flat as charcoal. "You have a big mouth," Vurock, Sol said. His voice was soft, a terrifyingly calm hum that seemed to vibrate through the very earth beneath Vurock's feet. Vurock blinked, his jaw dropping. Then, as the image of the cripple registered, his face twisted into a sneer of pure disbelief. "So?" Vurock laughed, a harsh, jagged sound. He relaxed his stance, his shoulders dropping as the terror was replaced by a mocking, cruel relief. You little bastard. How the hell are you still breathing? Did you hide in a hole like the rat you are?" He wiped a smear of Drog's blood from his chin, flicking it onto the mossy ground with a look of utter contempt. He didn't see the predator standing in front of him, waiting to tear him apart. Heck, he didn't even see him as a threat. He only saw the boy he had beaten in the dark, the boy who used to turn his eyes away in shame whenever they crossed paths in the village. To Vurock, Sol was just a stepping stone he had forgotten to crush. "Perfect," Vurock sneered, his grip on the bone dagger tightening as he stepped forward, a murderous glint returning to his eyes. "I was just talking about you. I was just thinking about how much fun I'm going to have with your family once I've finished peeling the skin off your bones." Chapter 132. Elite at Mercy. Chapter 132. Chapter 132. Elite at Mercy. Sol stood in the center of the glade, his silhouette etched in the fading golden light, looking down at Vurock with a cold, unwavering indifference. "And what else with the getup?" Vurock sneered, his voice cracking slightly despite his attempts at bravado. He gestured with his bronze sword toward the matte black cobra hide. "Found a dead snake and decided to play dress up? You really look like a freak, you are, Sol. A crippled, pathetic freak." Sol didn't answer. He stood perfectly still, his center of gravity low and immovable. To his enhanced, charcoal-tinted vision, Vurock wasn't just a man. He was simply a map of vulnerabilities. He could see the frantic, uneven pulse in Vurock's neck, beating like a trapped bird. He could hear the wet, hitching rattle in Vurock's lungs and smell the acrid, sour scent of fear leaking through the man's arrogant front. Even the slightest twitch of his thumb on the hilt of his dagger was laid bare in high definition. "Huh." Vurock exhaled, a sharp, jagged sound as he began to circle Sol, his boots crunching loudly on the dry leaves. "You know, this is actually perfect. I was just thinking about how much I needed to kill something today. Drog and the others, they were trash, and went ahead and died without any reason. But you? Killing you will be a pleasure." "You talk too much," Vurock, Sol said, his voice a low, dry rasp. "Ugh, doe." Vurock's eyes flashed with a bruised, manic rage. "You think because you survived a few hours in the woods you're a man? I'm the elite. I'm the one who's going to rule this tribe." Then, without any warning, at least according to him, he lunged forward. He was fast, his training evident in the way he channeled his weight into the thrust. The dagger whished through the air, aimed directly at Sol's throat with lethal intent. Sol didn't parry. He didn't jump back. He moved like the cobra. With a slight, fluid twist of his hips, he moved an inch to the right, letting the bone dagger pass, close enough to feel the cold wind of the dagger against his skin. Whoosh! Vurock stumbled forward, the momentum of his missed strike pulling him off balance. What dash! Before Vurock could even begin to recover, Sol's hand shot out. It wasn't a clumsy punch. It was a strike as fast and precise as a viper's tongue. His palm slammed into Vurock's ribs. Thud! Oof! Vurock gasped, the air being driven from his lungs in a wet, pathetic puff. He skidded across the dirt, clutching his side. He scrambled back to his feet, his eyes wide with a burgeoning, watery disbelief. How did you? Is that the best the elite can do? Sol mocked, his voice entirely devoid of human emotion. Vurak's face turned a deep, bruised purple, the veins in his neck bulging like writhing worms. The color was a sickly mix of exhaustion and the absolute, shattering humiliation of a man whose worldview was being torn apart. "You little piece of shit," he roared, his voice cracking with a frantic, lethal edge. "I'll get you. I'll peel that skin off your back while you're still screaming. I'll make you beg for death." He attacked again, this time with a wild, desperate kick aimed at Sol's head. It was a clumsy, heavy-footed strike. Vurak wasn't thinking as a warrior anymore. He was merely reacting to the agonizing shatter of his own ego. His training, his status, his elite pride, all of it was being mocked by the silent boy in the black scales. Sol didn't lunge or jump away. He didn't even lift his hands to block. He simply shifted his weight. With a fluid economy of motion that looked almost casual, he stepped a single inch to his right. Whoosh! The boot whistled through the air, missing Sol's ear by a hair's breadth. Vurak stumbled, the momentum of his missed strike pulling his body off balance, forcing him to catch himself on a protruding root. "NNGH," Vurak grunted, his teeth bared in a snarl. He looked up, his eyes bloodshot and watering, seeing Sol standing there, untouched, unbothered, and utterly indifferent. "So, you rat bastard have learned how to dodge him," Vurak hissed, his breath hot and smelling of raw meat and bile. He wiped a glob of foam from his lip, his voice trembling with a dark, festering malice. "But still, I'm going to kill you today. And then I'm going to find those little cousins of yours. I'm going to make them watch while I—" Sol's eyes turned cold, not the cold of ice, but the flat, empty cold of a grave. They shifted into a reptilian, charcoal gray, swallowing what little sunlight was left in the glade. "Bad choice of words," Sol whispered coldly. In a blur of motion that Vurak's eyes couldn't even track, Sol moved. He didn't punch. He didn't even slap. He stepped into Vurak's space, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Sol isha na fleu upward, slamming into Vurak's stomach with the terrifying force of a battering ram. Crack! The sound of ribs snapping was loud and crystalline, echoing through the quiet glade like a dry branch breaking in a winter storm. "Aya! Asha!" The scream was cut short as the air was violently evacuated from Vurak's lungs. He doubled over, his body folding around Sol's knee like a piece of wet, discarded parchment. He clutched his stomach, his fingers digging into his own flesh as he finally collapsed. He felt at his knees, his forehead hitting the dirt. Splatter. A thick, dark mixture of bile and blood hit the mud between his knees. His entire frame began to shake, a rhythmic, pathetic tremor of a body sliding into deep physiological shock. "Guk, Asha, oh." Vurak wheezed, retching again. He coughed, the sound wet and bubbling, as more blood stained the emerald grass. He looked down at the mess he was making, his mind finally registering the staggering reality. The elite, the future chief, the master of the longhouse, was currently kneeling in the dirt, bleeding out before the cripple he had spent a lifetime mocking. Meanwhile, Sol stood over him, his shadow engulfing Vurak's shivering form. He didn't look down with pity. He didn't even look down with anger anymore. He looked down with the deep, cold satisfaction of a debt finally beginning to be paid. "Why you?" Vurak spat, his voice a jagged edge of panic and primal rage. He tried to scramble to his feet, his fingers clawing at the dirt, leaving dark trenches in the soil. In a final, desperate act of ego, he swung a wide-arced, clumsy punch. "I'm the elite. You're nothing. You're just a broken." Sol didn't even blink. "Nothing?" Sol whispered, his voice a low, predatory hum that seemed to vibrate in Vurak's very bones. Thud! Sol's fist buried itself in Vurak's cheek. The sound was heavy, the noise of meat hitting meat. Vurak's head snapped back, his eyes rolling. Before he could fall, Sol jerked him forward by the hair and delivered a sharp elbow to the temple. Crack! Gah! Asha! Vurak slumped, his legs turning to jelly, but Sol caught him again, refusing to let the elite find the mercy of the ground. Chapter 133, Wakey, wakey. Chapter 133. Chapter 133. Wakey, wakey. Virak hung there, suspended by his own hair, his breath coming in shallow, gurgling gasps. The glade was silent, the golden hour passing into a bruised, purple twilight. Sol looked at the man's shattered face. The nose was flattened, blood leaked from both ears, and the arrogance that had once defined him was nowhere to be found. "Is this it?" Sol asked, a dark, hollow laugh escaping his lips. "Is this the elite strength you used to brag about while you were kicking me in the dark? You're weak, too weak." Virak's good eye flickered open, filled with a watery, animalistic terror. He tried to speak, but only a bubbly moan escaped his ruined mouth. Please, wait," he managed to wheeze. The word barely audible, a string of bloody saliva trailing from his lip to the dirt. But Sol didn't wait. He didn't even hesitate. He yanked his head back with a brutal, neck-straining wrench, forcing him to look up to the sky. "Wait for what?" Sol asked, his voice a soft, terrifying hum. "Wait for you to find another friend to throw to the pigs? Or wait for you to make good on your threats against my family?" "And no, please," Virak gurgled, spitting blood. "Sol, stop. I was joking. About the girls, I was joking. But I'm not," Sol said softly, leaning in, his mouth inches from Virak's ear. He could feel the frantic pulse in Virak's neck, beating like a trapped bird. Virak let out a high-pitched, sobbing whine. "And no, please, I'll give you anything. Please let me go." "Do you really think I'll let you go?" Hearing this, Virak's eyes, bloodshot and bulging. For a moment, a flicker of that old, arrogant, elite fire sparked. He was ready to beg. "Not yet." With a guttural, desperate snarl, Virak lunged upward. "I'll kill you. I'll tear your throat out." He pulled a jagged bone shiv from his belt and drove it towards Sol's thigh. Sol's reaction was mechanical, as he had been observing all his moves with cold eyes. He didn't even let go of Virak's hair. He simply pivoted his hips, the bone blade whistling through the empty air where his leg had been a microsecond before. Whack! Sol's elbow came down like a falling log, slamming into Virak's collarbone. Crack! Af! NNNGH! Virak screamed, the bone shiv clattering into the mud as his shoulder slumped at a sickening angle. "You're still fighting," Sol murmured, almost appreciative. "Good. I'd hate for this to be too easy." Sol launched a systematic assault. He didn't use the bone dagger. He used his fists. The very hands Virak had once mocked as weak. Thud! Squelch! A heavy left hook caught Virak in the jaw, sending teeth and a spray of crimson flying into the leaves. Virak's head snapped to the side, but Sol's grip on his hair kept him from falling. Wham! A punch buried itself deep into Virak's solar plexus. The air left Virak's body in a long, rattling wheeze, and his eyes rolled back, showing only the whites. "Get up," Sol commanded, jerking him upward. Virak was a mess now. His face was a mask of purple-black swelling. His nose was a flattened ruin, and one eye was already swollen shut. He tried to raise his good arm to protect himself, but Sol caught the wrist. "Snap! You remember Drog?" Sol asked, his voice a soft, terrifying hum. He asked why before he died. "Do you want to know why?" Virak let out a high-pitched, sobbing whine. "And no, please, I'll give you anything. I'll stay away from you. I'll never touch your cousins ever again." "You think I'll believe you?" Sol asked with a dark smirk. "Or more accurately, do you really think I'll let you go alive today?" He let go of Virak's hair and suddenly grabbed his wrist, the one that had held the dagger. With a brutal twist, he snapped the bone. Snap! Squelch! Af! My arm! My arm! Virak's scream echoed through the glade, a sharp, jagged sound that sent birds fluttering from the trees. He thrashed in the mud, clutching his dangling, useless wrist against his chest, tears streaming down his face. Sol watched him with a detached curiosity. He felt the hunger in his chest, the ash-gray energy wanting to feed on the pain. "You're really pathetic," Sol murmured. He looked down at the shivering wreck that had once been the village's golden boy. Vurak was a ruin, his face a mottled mask of purple swelling and leaking crimson, but his eyes were still wide, darting with a frantic, animalistic desperation. Please. Vurak wheezed, his body's survival instinct kicking into don't kill me. Of course, Sol wanted to kill him right here and now. But he suppressed the urge. A quick death was too lenient for someone like him. He had to suffer the pain all his victims had ever suffered. He wanted to torture him. He wanted to let him feel the true ferocity of the wild. Sol didn't let him finish. He didn't want to hear the promises of a man who had already bargained away his soul. With a sharp, clinical pivot of his shoulder, Sol drove a final, heavy fist into Vurak's temple. The sound was dull, like a hammer hitting a sack of grain. Gah! Asha! Vurak's eyes rolled back instantly, his jaw going slack as his head snapped to the side, and his body went limp due to his nervous system short-circuiting under the sheer trauma. Sol stood over him for a moment, his chest heaving slightly, the charcoal energy in his chest beginning to settle into a cold, dense mass. He looked around the glade. The sun was dipping lower, casting long, skeletal shadows across the forest floor. The scent of Vurak's blood was already thick in the air. It wouldn't be long before the smaller scavengers, or worse, the night stalkers, arrived. He wouldn't let the forest have Vurak, at least not yet. Reach down and grab Vurak by the ankles. The man was a dead weight, his muscles limp, and his breathing a shallow, wet rattle. Sol didn't carry him. He didn't owe him that much dignity. He began to walk, dragging Vurak behind him like a discarded carcass. The sound was visceral, a rhythmic, heavy thump. Thump as Vurak's body was hauled over the jagged roots of ancient trees and through the thick, sucking mud of the forest floor. Sol's grip was like iron, his enhanced muscles making the task feel effortless, even as Vurak's head bounced off stones and his broken ribs ground together under his own weight. Sol moved with a predatory silence, the matte black scales of his cloak sliding through the brush without a sound. He headed deeper into the eastern zone, away from the path, toward a place he had scouted during his time in the western fringes, a massive, lightning-struck iron-bark tree that stood like a rotted tooth against the darkening sky. The tree was a gargantuan husk, its core hollowed out by centuries of decay and an old fire that had left the interior charred and smelling of ancient soot. It was a perfect, silent tomb. Sol reached the base of the tree and, with a sudden, violent heave, swung Vurak's body around and shoved him into the narrow opening. Vurak slid into the dark, damp interior with a sickeningly wet thud, his limbs tangling in the rotting mulch at the bottom. Sol stepped into the hollow after him, the space cramped and suffocating. The air inside was stagnant, heavy with the suffocating scent of ancient soot and the rising, metallic tang of fresh blood. Outside, the forest was sinking into a bruised, purple twilight, but inside the trunk, it was already midnight. He knelt beside the unconscious man, his silhouette blocking the last sliver of gray light from the entrance. Vurak, it's not the time to sleep. What sol whispered. The words were soft, almost tender, but they carried a low, terrifying hum that bounced off the charred walls of the hollow tree, echoing like the rasp of sharpening blade. Varric didn't move, of course. He couldn't move in the current situation. Seems like I have to be a bit rough. Well, don't blame me. You forced me. It's not like I wanted to do this, Sol added, his voice dripping with a mocking, false regret. A moment later, he drew back his foot and delivered a heavy, calculated kick directly into Vurak's shattered ribs. Crunch. Wake up. Vurak's eyes flew open, his pupils dilating into pinpricks in the gloom. He let out a sharp, ragged gasp that ended in a wet, rattling wheeze. Instinctively, he tried to scramble away, his hands clawing at the rotting wood of the tree's interior. But his body was a ruin. His broken arm flared with a white-hot, blinding agony, and as he tried to shift, He realized his legs were useless, the knees dislocated and swollen into purple knots. "Pee, please." Vurak wheezed, his face turning a mottled, bruised blue as he struggled to draw full breath. Don't kill me." Sol didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached down and gripped Vurak's good hand. He didn't squeeze. He simply held it with a cold, terrifying stillness. "Oh, you're crying, Vurak," Sol noted, his voice devoid of any human warmth. "Is it the pain? Tell me where it is hurting. I'll help you make it go away." Even though he had said it tenderly, but that dark smirk on his face made the words creepier than anything Vurak had ever heard. Chapter 134. Breaking Away from Modern Self. Chapter 134. Chapter 134. Breaking away from modern self. Vurak looked at him with word horror written on his face. "Oh, don't look at me like that. I was just thinking about you. Don't believe me? Let me show you. Let us start with your favorite finger. The one you use to point and mock with. The one you use to signal your dogs to start the beating." Crack. Sol didn't just snapped the bone. He gripped the joint between his thumb and forefinger and ground it, twisting slowly until the cartilage disintegrated into a wet mush of grit and marrow. Vurak's mouth fell open, and for a second, there was only silence as his brain struggled to process the sheer intensity of the agony. Then a scream tore through his throat, a high, thin whistle that bounced off the hollow walls. "Shoo," Sol hissed, leaning in close. "If you scream too loud, you'll lose your breath. And I want you to have enough air to tell me how it feels when I get to your other fingers." He moved to the next finger, then the next. Snap, crack, pop. With every break, Sol felt a piece of his modern self wither away. The man who valued law, the man who believed in the sanctity of life, and the morality of law was being buried under the weight of this primitive, cruel world. He wasn't just breaking Vurak. He was breaking the chains of a civilized man who was no longer equipped to survive. And Sol absolutely reeled into the feeling. He welcomed the coldness, the discomfort, the instinctual urge to retch. He welcomed it all, for this was his baptism in the blood of his enemy. He was shedding his humanity like a dead skin, replacing it with the cold, hard scales of the predator. He needed this. He needed to be the monster to ensure that Lyra and the others never had to see one. "This," Sol whispered as he moved to Vurak's ring finger, "is for every time you call me a cripple." Snap, crack. Vurak let out a high-pitched, sobbing whine. "And no, please, I'll give you anything. I'll stay away from you. I'll never touch your cousins ever again." "Oh, that is a tempting offer," Sol said, his voice light, almost conversational. He tilted his head, a look of mock contemplation crossing his face. He tapped the flat side of the bone dagger against his chin, the porous edge clicking rhythmically against his jaw. Seeing him seriously consider it, Vurak grabbed this chance like a falling man grabbing a frayed rope. His voice became a frantic, desperate babble. "Sol, please, brother. I'll give you everything. A house in the central area, the smoked meats, all the leathers I've hoarded. I'll give you all my fortunes, every coin I've earned. I'll even make you my second in command when I become chief. You'll be the Shadow King, Sol. No one will ever touch you again." "Oh, second in command." Sol trailed off, his eyes widening in fake wonder. He leaned in closer, his shadow stretching over Vurak's trembling frame until the light was gone. "That seems like a really good offer. Maybe I should really let you go. Think of the power, the comfort. I would have to hunt another day in my life. Yes. Let me go." Vurak's face lit up with a jubilant, manic look. He actually forced a bloody, toothless smile, his breath hitching with a newfound, pathetic hope. "I promise I'll forget everything you've done today. It'll be our secret. We'll rule together." Sol hummed, tracing the tip of the dagger along Vurak's jawline, barely breaking the skin, just enough to leave a thin, stinging line of crimson. But then, the temperature in the hollow tree seemed to suddenly drop. The mock curiosity vanished from Sol's face, replaced by a mask of cold, reptilian indifference. His eyes, those flat, charcoal orbs, didn't T reflect Vurok as hope. They swallowed it all. Do you really think I'll believe you? Soul asked with a dark, predatory smirk. Or more accurately, do you really think I'd trade the satisfaction of hearing your bones snap for a second-in-command title from a dead man? Vurok's face froze. The jubilant light died, replaced by a gray, hollowed-out despair. The problem with your offer, Vurok, Soul whispered, his voice dropping into a jagged, lethal register, is that you're assuming I still value things like houses or titles. I spent the last few hours shedding the skin of the weakling you used to kick. That boy wanted your pitiful offerings. I just want to hear what you sound like when you realize no one is coming to save you. The hope that had briefly flickered in Vurok's eyes didn't just die. It curdled into a cold, hollow vacuum. He watched Soul's face a mask of charcoal-tinted indifference, and realized he wasn't looking at a human being anymore. He was looking at a force of nature that had finally come to collect. Wait, Cracked Soul didn't wait. He didn't even pause to savor the look on Vurok's face. He grabbed Vurok's middle finger and snapped it backward until the bone pierced the skin in a jagged white splinter. That S1, Soul whispered. Vurok's scream echoed in the rotting wood of the tree. He tried to pull his hand away, but Soul's grip was like an iron shackle. No matter how much he tried, he just couldn't pull away. Snap, crack, pop. One by one, Soul dismantled the hand that had so often been balled into a fist against his predecessor's face. He didn't just break the joints. He twisted them, listening to the sound of grinding cartilage with a detached, chilling interest. You used to love the sound of my ribs cracking in the dark, didn't you? Soul asked, his voice a soft, conversational hum. I remember the rhythm. It was almost like music to you. Well, let us see if your bones play the same tune. Stop. H-hop, please. Inolo. Vurok blubbered, his face a purple ruin of tears and snot. I'm not finished with your hands yet, Soul murmured. He didn't use the dagger. Instead, he took Vurok's thumb and slowly, with agonizing patience, began to rotate it in its socket. The sound was like wet branches snapping. Vurok's head slammed against the back of the tree, his eyes rolling back as his nervous system struggled to process the sheer volume of pain signals. Soul moved down to Vurok's feet. He remembered how Vurok used to trip the crippled Soul, laughing as he fell into the mud. You were so proud of your legs, Vurok. The great hunter, the respected elite. Soul raised his heavy foot and brought it down on Vurok's shin. Crunch. The fibula shattered. Vurok's leg bent at an impossible, nauseating angle. Soul didn't stop there. He began to kick the broken limb, over and over, striking the same spot with the cold efficiency of a blacksmith hammering glowing iron. Is it slow enough for you yet? Soul asked, leaning down. He grabbed Vurok by the throat, not to choke him, but to force him to look at the mangled mess of his own body. Look at it. This is what your elite status gets you in the dark. Gaia, stop, please. So, Vurok's voice was breaking, becoming a raw, animalistic sound. I can't stop, Vurok, Soul said, his eyes turning a flat, reptilian charcoal. I'm paying a debt, and interest is a bitch. He reached for the bone dagger. The fragmented sunlight caught the jagged, porous edge, making it look like a shard of frozen lightning. You said you wanted to make it slow? Soul reminded him, his face leaning into the sliver of light filtering through the trunk. I think I like that idea. He leaned down, pressing the cold, serrated tip against Vurok's cheek, right below the eye. N. No. H-A. Vurok's breathing became a series of short, hitching gasps. He could feel the edge cutting in, the heat of his own blood starting to trickle down his neck. Soul didn't cut. Not yet. He watched the terror bloom in Vurok's eyes. The absolute, soul-crushing realization that he wasn't the predator anymore. He was just meat, waiting to be slaughtered. Finally, seeing the terror he wanted, he began to make shallow, horizontal slices across Vurok's chest, thin ribbons of skin that curled back to reveal the pulsing red muscle beneath. This is for every bruise you gave the boy who died in this body, Soul hissed, the charcoal energy in his eyes glowing with a predatory light. He took a handful of the dirt and rotting wood from the floor of the tree and rubbed it into the open cuts. Vurok's body buckled in a silent, agonizing arch, his mouth open in a scream that no longer had the breath to sustain it. And this, Soul continued, his voice dropping to a deadly, soul-chilling whisper, is for even thinking you could touch my family. He drove the dagger through Vurok's good shoulder, pinning him to the wood like an insect in a display case. F. Squelch. Pop. This is for Drog and others. Consider it as the repayment from me for killing. So we spelled. Shuck. The sound was visceral, a raw, animalistic howl of agony that tore through Vurok's throat. His back arched to an impossible degree, his legs kicking uselessly against the bark as his nervous system went into total meltdown. Squelch. Pop's soul twisted the blade, leaning his weight into it. He listened with a detached, chilling focus to the sound of grinding cartilage and the popping of the joint. He wanted Vurok to feel every millimeter of the jagged bone tearing through his muscle. Chapter 135. Tell the ancestors I said hello. Chapter 135. Chapter 135. Tell the ancestors I said hello. The light of the glade had long since died, leaving only the oppressive, soot-choked darkness of the hollow, ironbark tree. Inside, Vurok was no longer a man. He was a map of agony, a shivering heap of broken bone and flayed skin held together only by the cramped, rotting walls of his wooden tomb. I'm going to take everything from you, Vurok, Soul whispered, a tiny, playful lilt dancing in his voice. Your pride, your strength, and finally, your very breath. And when they find you, they'll say the forest was hungry. But we'll know the truth, won't we? It'll be our little secret. Why? Vurok sobbed, his voice a pathetic, bubbling rasp that echoed off the charred interior. He looked around the dark hollow with the one eye that was and swollen shut, his mind fracturing. Why are you doing this? Soul didn't answer immediately. Instead, he giggled a soft, dry sound that felt out of place in the charnel house. Alas, seems like you still don't realize your mistake. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a small clay vial, uncorking it with a soft pop. The acrid, sickly sweet scent of the fluid immediately filled the small space, stinging Vurok's nostrils. Do you know what this is? Soul asked, holding the vial up to a thin sliver of light filtering through a crack in the wood. It is the neurotoxin of the purple toad of the West. And you know what's so fascinating about this is? Oh, you don't? Seems like your education is really lacking. Even the kids know. Well, I'm feeling generous today, so I'll tell you, this is a very special stuff because it does not kill its prey immediately. No, that would be boring. Instead, it paralyzes the nerves. It amplifies pain. It makes a heartbeat feel like a hammer blow. Isn't that poetic? Vurok cursed, writhing in the dirt, his dislocated knees scraping against the rough bark. What are you talking about? Please free me. Otherwise what? Soul interrupted, looking genuinely amused that Vurok still had the strength for threats. He tilted his head like a curious bird. Otherwise, if my brother knows, you know what will happen. He'll hunt you to the ends of the world. Soul hummed a low, slightly melodic tune and smiled brightly. That is only if he knows, Soul said calmly, his voice a low, slightly amused but still terrifying hum that seemed to vibrate through the very wood. And why do you even think I'll let you go? And did you forget, Vurok? There are only two of us here. Who would know? The beasts? I doubt they would have interest. The trees? They're terrible gossips. He leaned closer, his charcoal-tinted eyes glowing with a predatory light in the gloom. Your friends are already being eaten by those pigs. It's a perfect accident. While you guys were busy hunting its kid, the mama pig came and killed you all. A tragic end for the village elites. Isn't it a perfect story? I might even cry at the funeral. Vurok suddenly went cold. His eyes widened, the pupils dilating into thin pins as the realization hit him like a physical blow to the chest. The attack, the timing, the mass scare, it wasn't bad luck. So is why you... Vurok whispered, a fresh wave of terror washing over his mangled face. Who lured it here? Sol smirked, brightly as if it was something commendable. Who do you think? I've been a very busy boy. You know, I risked my life to have you guys meet. It really makes me sad that you only just realized it. Well, can't blame you for that. You don't seem to be that bright anyways. Why you? Vurak began to hyperventilate, his chest heaving against his shattered ribs. Anyways, Sol stood up, dusting off his hands with a chilling indifference. That's not important. What is important is the finale. What will happen to you now? Vurak looked at him with absolute horror, only now realizing that behind that innocent mask was a monster hiding. Sol continued, I told you I want to make this slow. I intend to keep my word. Saying this, Sol kicked Vurak right in the stomach without warning. Thud! Vurak convulsed and retched, dry heaving into the mulch. Sol looked down at the ruin he had created. As he watched Vurak suffer, he felt the last threads of his past life. The memories of paved streets, human rights, and civilized laws snapping one by one. Each one that broke made him feel lighter, colder, and more powerful. He was just killing a bully. He was executing the weakness within himself, the very concept of mercy within himself. Oh, you're fading, Vurak, Sol whispered. Let us bring you back. We can't miss the climax of the show. He grabbed Vurak by the jaw, his fingers digging into the bruised, raw flesh, and forced the man's mouth open. Open wide for the airplane, he coaxed, and with a steady hand, he tipped the vial, letting the purplish-black fluid trickle onto Vurak's tongue. Vurak choked, his body arching in a final, desperate struggle. He tried to spit it out, but Sol held his mouth shut, forcing the venom down. Almost instantly, the poison hit. Vurak's body began to convulse with a violent, rhythmic intensity. His back arched in a bridge of pure agony as the neurotoxin raced through his veins, blackening them beneath his skin. But as the seconds ticked by, the thrashing stopped. His muscles didn't relax, they locked. Every fiber of his being became as rigid as the iron bark surrounding them. His eyes remained wide open, bulging and bloodshot, fixed on Sol in a silent, incandescent scream trapped in a statue of meat. He was wide awake. His nerves were on fire. The pain of every broken finger and shattered rib amplified 1,000-fold. Yet he couldn't even blink. Sol watched with detached fascination. Oh, it really is a perfect torture tool. Look at you. So still, yet so vibrant. Now you can really feel it, Sol murmured, leaning in until his face was inches from Vurak's. No distractions. No screaming. Just you and the pain of every debt you've ever owed. Can you hear your heart? Boom, 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 like a drum in your ears. Isn't it? Sol didn't use the blade again. He wanted this to be intimate. He leaned his full weight onto Vurak's shattered ribs, listening to the muffled, internal crackle of bone. Because Vurak was paralyzed, the sound of his own body breaking was the only thing filling the hollow. This is the world you loved, Vurak, Sol hissed. The world of the strong and the weak. You just never realized that one day you'll become the weak one, the prey. Sol raised his heavy shoe. He didn't strike fast. He let Vurak watch the shadow of the heel descend, let the terror build in those paralyzed, unblinking eyes until the pressure was unbearable. Crunch! He brought his heel down on Vurak's groin, grinding the bone and soft tissue into the rotting mulch of the tree floor. Vurak's eyes nearly rolled out his head, his face turning a dark, mottled purple, but the toxin held his throat in a silent, agonizing grip. This is for even thinking about my women. Well, future women. Sol stood in the cramped, airless dark of the hollow tree, his hands slick with the price of his vengeance. He watched Vurak's chest, a mangled, purple ruin of shattered bone and stripped skin, struggle to rise and fall. Even with the neurotoxin locking his muscles and the weight of Sol's assault crushing his organs. Vurak's heart continued its frantic, stuttering beat. Sol leaned in, his fingers tracing the jagged edge of one of Vurak's broken ribs as if it were a musical instrument. Oh, "You're still here," Soul whispered, his voice a dry rasp that seemed to harmonize with the rustle of the leaves outside. "Still clinging to this miserable existence. You're really like a cockroach. I respect that." Soul raised his hand and began a final, brutal dismantling. He used his thumbs, pressing them into the soft, unprotected hollows behind Vurak's jaw, grinding upward into the nerves. Vurak's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. He tried to scream, but the toxin turned the sound into a faint, rhythmic clicking in the back of his throat. Soul moved to the shallow slices he had carved into Vurak's chest earlier. With a detached, cold focus, he began to peel back the ribbons of skin just a fraction more, exposing the raw, pulsing muscle to the soot-choked air. He waited for the light in Vurak's eyes to flicker. He waited for the elite to finally let go. But the heartbeat remained. Soul stood up, the charcoal energy in his chest swirling like a dark storm. He looked at the ruin of the man before him. A person who, by all laws of the world he came from, should have been dead 10 times over. "You know," Soul said, letting out a long, slow breath that felt like the last remnant of his old life leaving his body. "Back where I come from, a human would have stopped breathing long ago. Their hearts were weak, their spirits even weaker. They died from a broken rib or a bit of shock. But you guys," he paused, a cold, mirthless smile twitching at the corner of his mouth. "You guys in this world really have a terrifying vitality. You're built to suffer, aren't you?" He leaned in closer. The acrid scent of the neurotoxin and the copper tang of blood mixing into a perfume he was beginning to enjoy. "Those crazy underground scientists back in my world. The ones who played with genes in the dark labs where the sun never reached? Oh, they would have loved you, Vurak. They would have kept you in a pressurized glass vat, needles in every vein, just to see how many times they could break your spirit before your heart finally gave up. You're a masterpiece of endurance, a work of art in a cage of meat." Soul let out a soft, melodic hum, tracing the jagged hilt of his bone dagger. "Honestly, it's almost a shame to end it so soon. We were just starting to understand each other, weren't we? This deep, intimate connection. We shared more in this hollow tree than you ever shared with your brothers in the ravine." He reached out, almost tenderly, and patted Vurak's cold, gray cheek with a glistening hand. Vurak's paralyzed eye followed the movement, wide and screaming with a primal, animalistic terror. "But what can we do?" Soul sighed, his tone shifting to one of mock disappointment. "I still have so much to do. I have a story to write, a village to mourn with, and I simply can't spend more of this intimate time with you. I'm a busy man, Vurak. My schedule is packed." Soul noticed the way Vurak's eye watered, a single, bloody tear tracking through the dirt on his face with a look of pure, primal pleading. The arrogance was gone. The king was gone. There was only the animal, begging for the end. "Oh, don't look at me like that," Soul whispered, his voice dropping into a chilling, playful register. "I know you're also sad that it is ending so soon. I can feel the disappointment in your pulse. You're going to miss me, aren't you? You're going to miss the way I look at you. But well, that's life. Or more accurately," Soul stood up, the shadow of his hood completely eclipsing Vurak's face. "That's the end of your life. Don't worry, Vurak. I'll tell everyone you died a hero. I'm a very good storyteller." Soul looked at his bone dagger, the jagged edge stained dark. He felt a profound sense of completion. The modern Soul, the boy who worried about ethics and the sanctity of life, was finally dead, buried under the mulch of this tree. Only the predator remained. "The debt is collected, Vurak," Soul said softly. "But the predecessor, he doesn't want your second-in-command title. He just wants you to meet him in heaven, or maybe the hell, if there is any in this world." Soul stepped forward, his shadow swallowing Vurak one last time. He didn't go for the heart. He wanted to see the light leave those eyes. He gripped the hilt of the bone dagger and drove it slowly, dispassionately and cold, directly through the center of Vurak's throat. "Smile for the predecessor, Vurak. He.S. waiting. And tell the ancestors I said hello." Squelch. The blade grated against the spine. Vurak's body gave one final violent shudder. a silent, paralyzed convulsion that rattled the entire hollow trunk. His eyes bulged, a fountain of dark, hot blood spraying across Sol's matte black scales. Solon T pulled the blade out. He held it there, watching as the frantic light in Vurak's pupils finally dimmed, clouded over, and went still. The rhythmic clicking in the throat stopped. The heartbeat finally vanished. Chapter 136. Calm, Christmas Extra. Chapter 136. Chapter 136. Calm, Christmas Extra. Sol let go of the hilt and stepped back, his chest heaving as he let out a deep, shivering breath. The hot spray of blood on his face was already beginning to cool, turning tacky in the stagnant air of the hollow tree. Everything fell still. No noise followed the final, wet thud of Vurak's head against the wood. The forest outside seemed to have gone mute, offering only a silence that was full, heavy, and absolute. Sol stood there in the dark, and for the first time since he had woken up in this world, he felt light. It was as if a physical weight had been sliced from his shoulders. The weight of years of the predecessor's bullying, the phantom pains of 1,000 beatings, and that cold, shivering fear of the dark that had haunted this body's marrow. It all dissolved, melting into the rot and soot of the ironbark tree. Sol felt a strange, terrifying sense of peace. The modern soul was gone, and the crippled soul was also finally at rest. He looked at the withered husk and instinctively felt the ash-gray energy in his chest flare up. It was hungry. It wanted to reach out, to latch onto the fading essence of the man and pull it in. But he stopped. A lingering thread of his humanity, or perhaps a flicker of pity for his own kind, held him back. He didn't know if what he was absorbing was simply energy or the actual soul of the man. If it was the latter, he wasn't ready to play God. Even for a monster like Vurak, Sol found he didn't want to deprive a being of the right to an afterlife, whatever that might look like in this primal world. He reached out, his movements calm and clinical, and closed Vurak's wide, staring eyes with a blood-stained thumb. Rest in the dirt, Vurak, Sol whispered into the dark. No matter how much of a dirtbag you were, you did help me adapt to this primitive world. You were the whetstone I sharpened myself on. So go on. Enjoy the afterlife. Sol turned, his matte black cloak rustling as he prepared to step out into the moonlight. He took 2 steps toward the exit, his mind already calculating the path back to the village. But then he suddenly stopped. He stood frozen for a second. A memory flashing in his mind. Sol immediately backtracked. He stepped back over the cooling corpse, looking down at the face he had just mercifully closed the eyes of. Tui. He spat directly onto Vurak's mangled face. This is for spitting next to my face on that night, Sol murmured, his voice cracking with the dark. Psycho-edged amusement. Mercy is mercy, Vurak, but revenge has to be taken in full. Balance is important, don't you think? He didn't wait for an answer. He turned on his heel and walked out of the hollow tree, moving with a leisurely, predatory grace. The cooling evening air a welcome change from the stagnant, copper-heavy breath of the trunk. He closed his eyes, tilting his head back toward the evening sky, and took a long, deep breath, tasting the damp earth and the scent of primitive jungle. He looked down at his hands. They were steady, almost relaxed. No tremors, no cold sweat. His mind began to replay the last few hours in a vivid, high-definition loop. The frantic hunt in the west, the thunderous power of leading the Garthbor pack like a dark god of the forest, the wet, messy massacre in the ravine, and finally, the systematic dismantling of Vurak. For the others, he had a layer of insulation, an excuse. The boars had done the killing. He had just provided the opportunity. But Vurak? Vurak was different. He had felt the snap of the bones under his own fingers. He had seen the light leave those eyes while his own hand held the blade. He stood there waiting for the reaction, waiting for the sudden lurch in his gut, the bile in his throat, or the staggering weight of guilt that every movie, book, and civilized story had promised would follow a first murder. He waited to feel broken, but as the minutes passed, he felt nothing. No discomfort, no retching, just a flat, hollow calm. ISNT, it said that you'll feel bad, that you'll lose your lunch after killing for the first time. He thought, a tiny, leisure-filled smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. ISNT, there's supposed to be a scene where I puke my guts out, where I scream at the sky and wonder what I've become. He tilted his head, genuinely curious about his own lack of humanity. Maybe I was always like this, and am just a natural, he mused. Maybe it's the result of being desensitized by all that gore, seeing the worst of humanity through a screen in my last life. Or his thoughts shifted to the ash-gray energy swirling in his chest. He had overdosed on the souls of predators. The obsidian cobra was a creature of cold, unblinking efficiency. The purple toad was a nightmare that lived for the slow, paralyzed torture of its prey. He was a cocktail of cold-blooded instincts now. He had overdosed on the very essence of things that lived for the kill. Was this coldness a permanent change or a temporary side effect of the overdose? He considered the possibilities for a moment, then simply shrugged, the matte black scales of his cloak rustling. Anyway, whatever. Not like it matters much, he whispered, his voice smooth and untroubled. Vurak deserved worse. And in this primitive world, it's better to be a ruthless monster than a softy who ends up in a hole. He checked the horizon. The sun was still low, the purple twilight stretching long, elegant fingers across the eastern zone. It was too early to go back. The night was young, and the adrenaline from the kill had left him with a restless, playful energy. Sol began to whistle a low, hauntingly leisurely tune, something catchy from a world he no longer belonged to. He adjusted his matte black hood, his charcoal eyes scanning the brush for any sign of movement. Well, he murmured, his smile widening into something dark and jagged. Since I'm already out, might as well see what else is hiding in these woods. Oh ho ho. Chapter 137. Chapter 137. The new predator in the Eastern Zone, Christmas Extra. The evening air of the Eastern Zone didn't just feel cool. It felt like a liberation. As Sol moved further away from the hollow ironbark tree, where Vurak's cooling corpse lay, he felt a physical lightness that was almost intoxicating. It was as if a massive, jagged stone that had been strapped to his chest for years had finally been unchained, sinking into the forest floor and leaving him to breathe, truly breathe freely. The modern Sol was a fading echo, a ghost of a man who belonged to a world of ethics, safety nets, and moral hand-wringing. The crippled Sol was even more distant, a memory of a victim who had been successfully buried in the soot and rot of that tree. What remained was something new, something forged in the dark laboratory of the western fringes and baptized in the blood of his enemies. He moved through the dense, vibrant foliage with a leisurely, cat-like stride. He wasn't hiding. He wasn't slinking. He was simply walking. He had discarded the heavy, matte black scales of the obsidian cobra hide, draping it over his shoulder like a nobleman-esque cape. He wanted the evening wind to touch his skin. He wanted to feel the vibration of the forest without the dampening effect of the armor. He wanted to hunt freely. The Eastern Zone was not a place for the hesitant. It was a vertical landscape of predatory efficiency, and Sol was eager to test his limits and get more experience. He hadn't walked half a mile before the first threat registered in his charcoal-tinted vision. From the corner of his eye, he caught a ripple in the bark of an ancient ironbark tree, a dagger-mouthed lizard. These creatures were roughly the size of a Komodo dragon, but lean and whipcord fast. Their scales a shifting mosaic of gray, brown, and moss green that allowed them to vanish against the trunks of the ironbark trees. They were unique among the forest-esque predators. They didn't bite. Their evolution had gifted them with teeth that jutted out sideways from their jaws, like serrated obsidian daggers. They would run along the vertical planes of the trees at eye level, using their momentum to slash the throats of anything passing beneath. High above, a dagger mouth shifted, its claws clicking softly against the bark. Sol didn't look up. He didn't break his rhythm and kept a steady pace. He simply whistled a low, hauntingly cheerful tune, his charcoal eyes tracking the heat signature of the lizard through his peripheral vision. The lizard launched. It was a silent, scaly blur. It dropped from the 10-foot height in a diagonal arc, its serrated teeth aiming directly for Soul's carotid artery. Soul didn't move his feet. At the last possible millisecond, he simply leaned his head back with a sharp, fluid jerk. He felt the cold wind of the lizard's passage. The beast's lateral teeth missed his throat by less than an inch. The wind from the lizard's passage ruffled his hair. While the creature was still in midair, Soul's hand shot out with the speed of a striking viper. His fingers locked onto the lizard's thick, muscular tail. "Got you," Soul whispered, his voice a low, terrifying hum. He spun on his heel, using the lizard's own falling momentum against it with a grunt of controlled power. Spinning in a circle before slamming it into the same tree it had jumped from with a sickening thud. The lizard let out a wet, wheezing hiss as its ribs shattered. It scrambled to right itself, its dagger teeth clicking in a frantic, instinctive defense. Soul watched it for a moment, his expression one of bored amusement. He reached down and gripped the lizard's head, his thumb pressing into a soft spot behind its eye. "You're built for the ambush," Soul murmured, his voice a low, terrifying hum. "But you've forgotten how to fight when the prey looks back." Crack! The lizard's skull shattered with a sound like a wet gourd breaking. Gray-green ichor sprayed on his hands. But Soul wasn't done. He caught a second ripple on the opposite tree. Another one. The second dagger mouth lunged from behind. Soul didn't turn. He ducked low, letting the second lizard sail over his head. And in one continuous motion, he drove his bone dagger upward. The jagged blade caught the lizard in the soft underbelly, zipping through its scales as if they were wet parchment. Squelch! The lizard landed in a heap of its own entrails, twitching rhythmically. Soul stood up, wiping a smear of blood from his cheek with a cold indifference. He felt the ash-gray energy in his palm begin to pulse, a dark, primal hunger, and this time he didn't waste the energy. "Let us see what you're made of," Soul whispered. The energy flared, tendrils of smoky gray light wrapping around the lizard's twitching body. Soul felt a rush of cold, oily power travel up his arm, the soul power of the lizard. It wasn't as potent as the cobra, but it was sharp and fast. He felt his own reflexes tighten, his perception of movement sharpening. Soul reached down and snapped off its largest lateral tooth, a jagged black obsidian shard. He tucked it into his pouch, proof of the kill, and then did the same with the first one, feeling even more refreshed. He wiped the gray-green ichor from his palm and kept walking, his whistle picking up exactly where it had left off. He moved deeper into the clearing, toward a grove of spear-tipped grass, where he found blue-necked striders. These birds were a masterpiece of biological aggression. 8 feet tall, flightless, and covered in feathers that were as sharp as iron shavings. Their most striking feature was their vibrant, neon blue neck, which pulsed with a deep, rhythmic thrumming sound. Their primary weapon was a massive raptor-like claw on each foot, a curved blade of bone capable of caving in a wooden shield or disemboweling a man in a single, explosive kick. 3 of them emerged from the grass, hissing in a discordant symphony of territorial rage. Noticing him, the leading strider hissed, its feathers bristling with a sound like 100 knives being drawn. It didn't hesitate. It lunged, its powerful legs eating up the distance in a blur of motion. Soul didn't draw his dagger. He wanted to feel the weight of this world's vitality against his own. The strider threw a kick, a horizontal lash of its claw aimed at Soul's midsection. Soul stepped into the strike, a move that would be suicide for a normal hunter. His forearm meeting the bird's shin just above the claw. The force was immense, enough to shatter a normal man's arm, but Soul's reinforced bones didn't even creak. He grabbed the bird's leg and yanked. The strider let out a panicked squawk, flapping its useless wings with a roar of dark laughter. Soul heaved the 500-pound bird over his head and threw it into the second strider. Thud! Crack! The 2 birds tangled in a mess of blue feathers and snapping bones. The third strider, undeterred and driven by instinct and territorial rage, lunged towards him. Soul pivoted, his hand catching the bird's long, elegant blue neck in a crushing grip. He could feel the frantic, hot thrumming of its life force beneath its skin. He leaned in, his face inches from the bird's sharp beak. "Such a pretty color," Soul murmured, his charcoal eyes glowing with a psycho-edged warmth. "Let's see how it looks when it turns purple." He squeezed hard. The strider's eyes bulged, its beak snapping air as its nervous system short-circuited. It jumped around, trying to push him off like an angry bull, but he held it there, watching the life flicker and fade, savoring the intimacy of the kill. The strider's blue neck turned bruised, necrotic purple before it went limp. He dropped it like a piece of discarded trash. He looked at the remaining two birds, both struggling to disentangle their broken limbs. He walked over to the one with the shattered wing and, with a leisurely motion, brought his heavy boot down on its skull. Crunch! And then moved to the remaining one, using his fist this time to attack its head. Crack! Thud! Squelch! Within seconds, the grove was silent. He stood amidst the carnage, the evening sun casting long, skeletal shadows over the dead. Without wasting much time, he absorbed their soul power too, and took out his bone dagger and carefully sliced a strip of the vibrant blue skin from their necks, as a proof, before continuing forward. Chapter 138. Meeting Selena again. Chapter 138. Chapter 138. Meeting Selena again. Soul moved with a newfound fluidity, his feet barely whispering across the mossy floor of the eastern zone. The vitality overdose was real. The soul power of the daggermouths and the blue-neck striders was coursing through his veins like liquid lightning. His heartbeat no longer felt a human pulse. It was a rhythmic, predatory thrum that harmonized with the vibration of the forest itself. Every nerve ending felt alive, sensitized to the point where he could feel the temperature of the air shifting against his skin as the sun dipped lower, the subtle change in humidity, and even the frantic digging of a small insect buried 3 feet underground. And he had finally confirmed one of his theories. Absorbed souls did have a direct, tangible impact on his psyche and physiology. He could feel it. From the dagger mouths, he had gained a twitch reflex that was almost precognitive, a sudden, jagged urge to move even before a threat manifested. From the blue-neck striders, he felt a surging, explosive power in his legs and a strange, cold territorialism. Feeling the increase in humidity, he knew that a stream was probably nearby. So, he made his way toward the sound of trickling water to rinse the blue strider blood, Daggermouth's ichor, and of course, the tacky, darkening remains of Vurok's blood from his skin. Finally reaching a wide, mossy clearing near a small stream, he paused. He didn't just walk in. He scanned the area with his charcoal-tinted vision, mapping the heat signatures of small insects and the vibrations of the damp earth. Finding nothing worthwhile except the mindless scuttle of beetles, he knelt by the water's edge. The cool water turned a swirling mixture of pink and green as he scrubbed. He watched the colors dance in the current, feeling a strange, detached fascination. Vurok's blood was the most stubborn, clinging to his knuckles as if the man were trying to hold on even in death. Soul just scrubbed harder, a small, hummed tune vibrating in his throat. That S when he heard a specific sound, it wasn't the sound of the forest, it was the sound of a struggle. A rhythmic twang of a bowstring, followed by a heavy, wet thud and a high-pitched, feminine grunt of pure, frustrated effort. Soul paused, his hands still submerged in the cold stream. He tilted his head slightly, because he recognized that grunt. There's no way he could forget that voice, as his predecessor had spent years chasing the owner of that voice, and most importantly, it carried a specific tone of arrogant defiance that was currently being chipped away by desperation. He didn't rush. He didn't even draw his dagger. With a leisurely gait, he stood up and followed that grunt. He didn't bother hiding his presence. The obsidian cobra hide draped over his shoulder like a nobleman's cape, his face sharp, cold, and charcoal-eyed, fully exposed. As he pushed aside a curtain of giant, silverback ferns, his vision widened as he entered a wide clearing, and voila. The scene was a masterpiece of desperate violence. In the center of the clearing stood Selena, the daughter of the village head. In the village, she was a legend among the youth, the Ice Queen. She was hauntingly beautiful, with features so sharp and symmetrical they looked carved from white flint. Her eyes were usually like twin glaciers, freezing anyone who dared to speak out of turn. She was the definition of an elite, a girl who had been raised on the best meats, the best training, and the most intoxicating praise. Right now, the Ice Queen was melting. Selena was locked in a life-or-death dance with a blue-neck strider. Her ballet snapped 5 feet away, crushed under a massive raptor claw. She was forced to use her long, ivory-hilted dagger, her beautiful white hair matted with sweat, blood, and dirt. A jagged tear in her leather leggings revealed a nasty, weeping gash on her thigh, and her left shoulder was bruised a dark, necrotic purple. Soul didn't hide. He didn't slink into the shadows like the crippled predecessor. He stepped out into the open, leaning casually against a tree. He crossed his arms, the cobra hide draped over his shoulder, watching her with a hint of curiosity, not a bit interested in the tragic beauty. She was losing ground. The bird was relentless, its vibrant neck pulsing as it prepared another raptor-like kick. As she skidded back from a strike, her eyes, wide and frantic, flickered toward the edge of the clearing. She noticed Soul instantly. For a heartbeat, the Ice Queen mask, her eyes, usually as still and cold as a frozen lake, shattered into a look of pure, unadulterated shock. She saw Soul, but the boy standing there wasn't the hunched, shivering victim she had spent a lifetime ignoring. He was taller. His posture held a terrifying, fluid grace, and his eyes, those charcoal eyes, were devoid of any recognizable human emotion. This Soul was leaning casually against a moss-covered boulder, his arms crossed over his chest, his charcoal eyes fixed on her with the board. Clinical indifference of a man watching a play he's seen too many times. She didn't beg or call out her pride, was a massive, ancient wall that even death couldn't easily tear down. But as a second blue-neck strider emerged from the thicket behind her, its sharp feathers rattling like a warning, that wall finally began to crack, revealing the terrified girl beneath. Selena went pale. She glanced at Soul, a silent, desperate plea for assistance flickering in her gaze. For a heartbeat, she hoped. It was an instinctive reaction. She expected him to do what every man in the village would do: rush in, play the hero, and risk his life to save the chief's daughter just to earn a fleeting smile. But Soul didn't move. She looked at him, her chest heaving, her eyes quietly searching his for a spark of the old soul, the one who was supposed to be kind and would fight the world for her. She was hoping for a hero. She was hoping for the pitiful cripple to find his spine and rush to the rescue of the most beautiful girl in the tribe. He simply raised an eyebrow. He watched as the second strider began to circle, its blue neck pulsing with a predatory excitement. Heck, he didn't even stop whistling. He simply watched, whistling that same jaunty, psycho-edged tune, his lips curled into a tiny, amused smirk. The first strider hissed and lunged. Selena barely parried the claw, the force of the impact sending a jolt through her frame that made her teeth rattle. She skidded back, her heels digging into the moss. The second strider hissed and lunged for her exposed flank. Selena let out a gasp of terror, twisting midair to parry the new threat. She managed to nick the bird's neck, but the first strider's claw caught her hip, sending her tumbling into the moss. "The wind is coming from the north," Selena, Soul said, his voice light and conversational, as if they were old friends and were discussing the afternoon weather over a bowl of stew. "You're downwind. It can smell your fear. It's like a perfume to them. It's distracting you from your footing." Chapter 139. Selena's anger. Chapter 139. Chapter 139. Selena's anger. "The wind is coming from the north," Selena, Soul said, his voice light and conversational, as if they were old friends and we're discussing the afternoon weather over a bowl of stew. You're downwind. It can smell your fear. It's like a perfume to them. It's distracting you from your footing. And your center of gravity is too high. You're leaning too heavily on your left. If it kicks again, you're going to snap that ankle. Selena's face, already flushed from the fight, turned a deep, incandescent red. The shock was being rapidly overtaken by a soaring, white-hot fury. The fact that he was just standing there, critiquing her form while she was bleeding and seconds away from being dissecting, was more painful than the Strider's claws. So, she hissed, her voice a jagged edge of rage. Are you just going to stand there? Help me. Sol tilted his head, his charcoal eyes dancing with a psycho-edged warmth. Why? You're an elite, aren't you? The pride of the village. The famous Ice Queen. Surely you don't need the help of a cripple like me. I might just get in the way of your spectacular performance. The second Strider lunged for her exposed flank. A horizontal lash of its claw. Selena rolled, a frantic, messy movement that lacked her usual elegance. She let out a guttural scream, not of terror, but in a guttural, primal outburst of rage at Sol's audacity. She twisted midair, a movement born out of pure desperation, cornered animal instinct, and managed to drive her dagger into the soft tissue beneath the bird's neck. Blood sprayed across her face, masking her beauty in a crimson ruin, making her look less like an ice queen and more like a crimson butcher. She scrambled back to her feet, her breath coming in shallow, ragged sobs. She was a whirlwind of frantic, angry steel, her dagger flashing as she fended off the first bird. Sol watched the fight with a detached, analytical eye. He saw the way her panic was being replaced by a cornered animal ferocity. It was fascinating. He saw her get kicked in the ribs, heard the dull thud of the blow that surely cracked bone, and watched her vomit a small spray of bile before forcing herself back up. Intense, Sol noted, leaning further back against the boulder. Your form is absolutely falling apart, Selena. But your spite, now that is keeping you upright. Spite is a much better motivator than pride, don't you think? You should have focused more on that in your training and less on looking cold in the village square. Selena was fuming. Her fingers were white around the hilt of her knife. She was fighting two of the deadliest birds in the eastern zone. But her entire focus was on the boy leaning against the rock. I'll kill you, she wheezed between parries. I believe you, Sol chuckled a dry, hollow sound. But first, you have to finish your little play. He watched her for another 2 minutes. He watched as she managed to drive her dagger through the first Strider's eye, the bird collapsing in a heap of vibrant blue feathers and frantic, dying kicks. She was left facing the second, injured bird, her breath coming in shallow, ragged sobs of exhaustion and fury. Her ivory-hilted dagger was chipped. Her hands were slick with blue gore, and her eyes were wild. Sol lost interest. The outcome was decided. She would win, or she would die. The data had been collected. The entertainment value had reached its peak. He had seen the elite, the Ice Queen struggle. He had felt the pulse of her terror. And it had tasted like nothing. It didn't move him. It didn't make him feel bad. It was just an event in a forest full of events. He gave a small, bored sigh and pushed himself off the boulder. The sun is setting, Selena. I have a long walk ahead of me, Sol called out, turning his back on her, adjusting the cobra hide. So, get back here, Selena roared, her voice cracking with the sheer force of her anger. Don't you dare walk away. Sol didn't even look back. He raised a hand in a mocking, leisurely wave, his whistle picking up exactly where it had left off, a jaunty, dark tune that seemed to dance through the air. I have a long walk ahead of me, Selena, he called back, his voice cool, smooth, and utterly untroubled. And honestly, Selena, watching you struggle was far more satisfying than any thank you could give me. Keep that anger. It's the only thing about you that isn't a boring block of ice. Maybe if you survive, you'll actually become interesting. He disappeared into the thicket, moving with the effortless, silent grace of a ghost. He didn't care about her threats. He didn't care about the village head. He was moving in a different world now, a world where their rules were as flimsy as the snap of a bowstring. Behind him, Selena let out a scream of pure, unadulterated hatred. It was a sound that tore through the clearing, louder than the Striders' hisses. Fueled by a sudden, incandescent burst of adrenaline born from the desire to survive, just so she could hunt Soul down herself, she lunged at the remaining bird. She didn't use finesse. She tackled the beast, her fingers digging into its balloon neck as she hammered her dagger into its chest again and again and again, long after the creature had stopped moving, long after her arm had gone numb. By the time she stood up, drenched in a mixture of blue and red blood, the clearing was silent. Soul was gone. The Ice Queen stood alone in the dark, her chest heaving, her eyes burning with a fire that could have leveled the entire village. "I'll kill him," she whispered, the words a jagged, bloody promise to the night. "I'll find him, and I'll kill him." Miles away, Soul didn't care and continued on his way, thinking about the look on Selena's face when the second bird appeared. That specific flicker, the instant where the Ice Queen realized her pedestal was made of melting slush, was more intoxicating than any soul power he had absorbed that evening. He thought about the way the blood had masked her Ice Queen features. The old Soul would have been worried about her. He would have felt a crushing weight of guilt for leaving a girl in danger. He would have stayed, fought, and probably died trying to shield her, only to be rewarded with her usual freezing disdain. He would have been terrified of the village head's wrath, terrified of the consequences of failing an elite. But this soul just looked at the moon rising over the trees and smiled a small, dark chuckle. He honestly thought the blood looked good on her. Maybe he had turned crazy, but, man, he really liked that crazy look on her face, and if she kept that up, maybe he'd be interested in her again. But of course, that was a story for later. Right now, he was making his way towards the village, to prepare for the upcoming storm in the tribe and claim his righteous place in the tribe and earn respect and dignity. Chapter 140. Eerie Silence, Deadly Encounter. Chapter 140. Chapter 140. Eerie silence, deadly encounter. The evening air in the eastern zone had shifted from a cool breeze to a heavy, damp stillness that seemed to cling to the matte black scales of Soul's cloak. And slowly the forest was coming alive with the sound of his own leisure. Soul moved through the undergrowth, his mind still savoring the echoes of Selena's fuming rage and Vurok's final moments, and his body humming with the soul power of the Striders and Daggermouths. He felt invincible, the king of the jungle. He was halfway through a jaunty, dark whistle when he stopped. He looked at a cluster of bioluminescent, purple-capped mushrooms clinging to the base of a gnarled tree that he didn't recognize from his previous explorations. Then, he looked at a rock formation that looked suspiciously like a crouching beast. He turned in a slow, 360-degree circle, his eyes scanning the silhouettes of familiar-looking trees. But they all seemed to be wearing the same mocking, silent expressions. Soul realized something, actually something very important, that hadn't quite registered through the haze of his soul power overdose. "Well," Soul muttered, a small, dark chuckle escaping his lips. "This is awkward. Seems like I'm lost." It seemed like the predator instincts he absorbed from the Blueneck Striders and Daggermouths were excellent for killing, but apparently they hadn't come with a built-in GPS. He'd been so focused on the high of the kill and the entertaining rage of the Ice Queen that he had wandered far off the established hunting paths. He stood there for a moment, the bone dagger twirling idly between his fingers. A normal man, the old Soul, would have felt a cold spike of panic. Being lost in the eastern zone at night was a death sentence. But this Soul? He just tilted his head, a dry, psycho-edged smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Well, let's try my luck, then. What is the worst that could happen?" He whispered. He randomly picked a direction that felt village-ward, or at least a direction that looked like it led the tribe, and continued his leisurely stroll. As he pushed deeper into the unfamiliar territory, the forest began to change. The usual background noise, the incessant chirping of nocturnal insects, the distant rustle of small rodents, etc., slowly faded. Of course, it didn't happen all at once. It was a gradual withdrawal of sound, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. And very soon, the silence became absolute. It was a heavy, eerie vacuum that made the sound of his own pulse feel like a drumbeat in his ears. Soul stopped again. He closed his eyes, activating his heightened senses. He searched for the vibration of a predator's heartbeat, the heat signature of a lurking lizard, or the snap of a twig. Nothing. The area was a dead zone. No insects, no birds. Even the wind seemed to have died. "Well, this is a bit spooky," Soul noted, his voice sounding unnaturally loud in the void. He waited for the prey instinct to kick in, that primal shiver down the spine that warns a human when they're being watched by something beyond their comprehension. But didn't he feel anything? He scanned the immediate brush one last time, saw nothing but shadows, and gave a casual, indifferent shrug. "Whatever," he murmured, the whistle returning to his lips, even lower and more haunting than before. "Not like there's anything left in this woods that I should be worried about. If it wants to play hide and seek, it's going to be a very short game." Soul continued his stroll through the unnatural stillness, his shoes sinking into a carpet of moss that seemed to swallow the sound of his footsteps. The air here was colder, holding a metallic tang that made the hair on his arms stand up, even though he was joking around. But he still didn't relax his guard, and his eyes constantly spun around, struggling to find any heat signatures in a place that felt like it had been leached of all life. But still not finding anything, he shrugged helplessly and continued forward as he pushed through a thicket of white, skeletal bushes that felt like brittle bone under his touch, and stepped over a gnarled root that seemed to be stuck with lightning. He saw something that made him stop dead on his tracks. Nestled in the hollow of a massive, ancient whitewood tree was something that defied the primitive brown and green palette of the eastern zone. It was a single flower, but it looked less like a plant and more like a masterpiece of celestial glass. The herb stood about a foot tall, its stem a translucent, crystalline silver. At the top, 5 long petals curved outward like the delicate claws of a phantom. The petals themselves were clear as diamond, but through their center ran thin, intricate veins pulsing with a rhythmic, silvery crimson fluid. It didn't have a scent of nectar or earth. Instead, it radiated a smell like something entirely different, something that hadn't ever smelt before. He gulped and cautiously looked around, and still didn't find anything, and slowly inched forward. As for his previous rule of not coming closer to anything colorful or shiny. What rule? He didn't have any such rule. Coming closer, he knelt near it, his eye wide with genuine predatory greed. He didn't know what it was. The village elders had never mentioned a flower made of glass and blood, but his instincts were screaming at him. This was definitely not something ordinary. This was something that didn't belong in the hands of mortals. Well, Soul grinned, his lips pulling back in a dark, jagged expression. "You're far too beautiful to be left out here in the dirt. Let us come with Daddy. Daddy will take you to a better place." He reached out, his fingers brushing the petals. They were freezing, a sharp chill that traveled up his arm and vibrated against his marrow. But he didn't care and carefully plucked the bloom, tucking it into his leather pouch. He felt a strange, phantom tingle in his chest, a resonance with his ash-gray energy. But just as the pouch closed, the eerie silence of the forest was shattered. It wasn't a sound at first, it was more like a pressure. The air grew heavy, thick with a scent of crushed pine and old, dried blood. A massive shadow stretched over the white wood tree, eclipsing the light and plunging Soul into total darkness. Soul froze. He knew that he had fucked up. He gulped and mechanically tilted his head back, his charcoal eyes widening as they traveled up, and up. Standing over him was a titan of fur and muscle. He didn't know what it was, nor had he ever heard about it. It was a beast that made the Garth boars look like piglets. It stood 20 feet tall on all fours, its fur a matted, oily black that seemed to absorb the light. Its eyes weren't the red of a crazed beast. They were a deep, molten gold, burning with a terrifying, ancient intelligence. Meeting his eyes, the beast huffed, a blast of hot, carrion stinking air that was powerful enough to ruffle Soul's hair and send a cloud of dust swirling around his boots. Soul let out a dry, awkward laugh that sounded like glass breaking. So, it was yours? Ha ha ha. He held up his empty hands, a gesture of peace. Goo. Really? Big guy I sent it? Ha ha ha. The beast lowered its head, its golden eyes fixed on Soul's pouch. The low, chest-rattling growl that followed felt like an earthquake in Soul's whole body. Look, I'll just leave it right back where I found it, Soul said, his voice rising in a nervous trill. You can continue your nap, and I'll just scoot along. No hard feelings, right? It was all a misunderstanding. He reached into his pouch, pulled out the glowing flower, and placed it back in the hollow of the tree. Look, it's new just like before. The beast didn't respond. His eyes were locked on the flower, and under their gaze, the flower tilted and fell to one side, as if he was performing in a bad comedy. Ha ha, a little bit of movement doesn't matter much, right? You do remember the 5-second rule, right? Here, you can have it. It's still absolutely fresh and just like new. He stepped away slowly, one agonizing inch at a time, his hands still raised. The beast tilted its massive head, watching the flower on the ground, then watching Soul. It let out another huff. That was less like a huff and more like warning of an impending storm. Soul gulped, and without warning he turned and sprinted with all his might, muttering prayers to every god he had ever known in his past life. God, Jesus, Buddha, Allah, Bhagwan, Shiva, Vishnu, Kali, Odin, Thor, Frijaja, Zeus, Hades, Apollo, Ra, Anubis, Osiris, Quetzalcoatl, Tezcatlipoca, Amaterasu, Susanu, and countless nameless spirits of earth and sky and shadow, please bless this lost lamb. The beast roared, a sound that shook the very marrow in his bones and lunged. I had already left it. Why are you still chasing me? Soul cried out, the leisurely persona finally cracking into a manic, adrenaline-fueled sprint. He didn't wait for the beast to reach him. He bolted and bolted, his legs, pumped with the soul power of the blue-neck striders, propelling him forward like a shot from a bow. He dived through the skeletal brush, the massive beast crashing through the trees behind him like a runaway carriage. The sound was absolutely deafening, making Soul sprint even faster. The beast behind him wasn't navigating the forest. It was fucking deleting it. Trees splintered, trunks shattered. The ground itself seemed to buckle under its fury. Chapter 141. Beautiful. Chapter 141. Chapter 141. Beautiful. He didn't know where he was going. He just kept jumping whatever route he found. But mostly it was in a circle. He darted left, weaving through a cluster of ancient oaks, his dagger-mouth reflexes allowing him to make 90-degree turns at full speed. He felt the wind whistling in his ears, his heartbeat a frantic, rhythmic thrum that matched the heavy thud-thud-thud of the Titan behind him. And then, his eyes caught the familiar scenery again, the lightning-scarred whitewood tree. That's when he had realized that he had, in his frantic maneuvering, he had unconsciously circled back to the starting point. The flowers still lay there, glowing with its eerie, diamond-like light. Seeing it, Soul's eyes flashed. A sudden irrational greed, fueled by the overdose of predatory energy, overrode his survival instinct. If I'm going to be chased for a flower, he thought, a dark grin returning to his face, I might as well take that damn flower. Without slowing down, he leaned low, his hand grazing the dirt. In a blur of motion that would have been invisible to a normal human, his fingers snapped the pale moonflower, a name he just came up with, back up. On second thought, I am taking it. Soul yelled over his shoulder, his voice filled with a manic, desperado-like glee. The beast let out a roar that didn't just shake the leaves. It felt like it was stripping the bark from the trees. It was a sound of absolute, incandescent fury. For a titan like him being mocked by a hairless, tiny monkey was a sin that could only be washed away in blood and pulverized bone. It wasn't T defending its property anymore. It was an avatar of vengeance itself. So, the chase reached a new level of violence. The beast was no longer just running. It was launching itself. With every explosive leap, its massive paws shredded the earth, sending clods of dirt and ancient roots flying like shrapnel. And more importantly, it was closing the distance with terrifying ease, a black tidal wave of fur and rage that flattened everything in its path. Of course, Sol also didn't dare to slow down, as the noise behind him was unbearable, a rhythmic boom-boom-boom of 5 tons of predator closing in. His heart hammered against his ribs, not just with fear, but with the frantic, electric surge of the blue-necked strider Sol. Faster. Just a bit faster. Sol hissed to his own legs. Every step was a high-stakes gamble between survival and a messy death. Using his dagger-mouth reflexes, he utilized his short form to the fullest and danced through the chaos. He leapt over gnarled, knee-high roots that would have tripped a normal man, ducked under jagged branches that threatened to impale his skull, and used the trunks of the iron-bark trees to pivot at impossible angles. He was a blur of motion, a dark spark flying through a forest that was being systematically demolished behind him. Unknowingly, in his frantic, zigzagging flight, Sol crossed an invisible boundary. The air suddenly grew colder, turning into a heavy, biting mist that smelt of ozone and ancient rot. The trees, already massive in the eastern zone, suddenly grew taller, their trunks becoming so thick they looked like the pillars of a dark, prehistoric cathedral. The foliage above was so dense that the dying light could only barrado in thin, needle-like beams, casting eerie shadows so long and deep they seemed to reach out for Sol's ankles. But of course, he didn't know that or was in the mood to care. He was too high on adrenaline and all that survival chemicals brain released in an absolute emergency to care, his mind focused entirely on the hot breath of the beast at his back. He didn't realize he had stumbled into the inner circle, the forbidden, silent heart of the Eastern Zone, where the logic of the familiar world was replaced by the laws of the ancient world. Suddenly, the brush ahead thickened into a massive, shimmering screen of giant silver ferns. Sol didn't hesitate, not like he could in this situation, with the massive beast's paws vibrating through his very marrow. He tucked his chin and burst through the foliage like a spear launched from the hand of a god. He expected the familiar resistance of more trunks, the low-hanging branches of the ironbark trees, or perhaps another thicket to weave through. Instead, the world simply opened. To his utter shock, the scene ahead was something that made his entire body go cold, the heat of the chase drained away by a sudden, icy realization. It wasn't that the view was bad. In fact, under any other circumstances, Sol would have stopped to admire it for a lifetime. Compared to the claustrophobic, soot-choked darkness of the jungle behind, the landscape had surrendered to a vast, panoramic world. To the far west, the sun was drawing its last, dying breath, bleeding a bruised, incandescent orange across the clouds like the final, glowing embers of a titan pyre. Rising directly opposite this solar decay was a massive, pale yellow moon, shimmering with a ghostly, terrifying might. It hung so low and looked so impossibly large in the sky that it felt as if Sol could reach out and touch its cold, cratered surface. Below the jagged lip of the ledge, a sea of gray and violet mist churned within the deep ravine, hiding the floor of the world beneath a soft, deceptive blanket that looked like a bed of clouds. The beauty was agonizing, a masterpiece of celestial geometry where the orange fire of the sun clashed with the silver ice of the moon. But in this situation, it was nothing more than a beautifully illustrated death sentence. The contrast was staggering. Behind him lay the dark, rotting reality of the hunt. Before him lay the infinite, silent glory of the heights. Sol's heels skidded, kicking up a spray of gravel that tumbled into the void, the tiny stones disappearing into the mist without a single sound to mark their fall. He teetered on the razor's edge, a tiny, dark speck caught between a celestial masterpiece and a 5-ton mountain of fur and rage. Beautiful, a dark, psycho-edged voice whispered in the back of his mind. What a spectacular place to become a red smudge. Just then, the silver ferns behind him exploded. The beast burst into the clearing, its golden eyes instantly locking onto Sol, who stood silhouetted against the colossal yellow moon like a fish on a chopping board. Chapter 142. Fuck. Chapter 142. Chapter 142. The beast also skidded to a halt, its golden eyes burning through the mist like twin lanterns of hate. It slowed, its massive claws clicking against the stone as it realized the hunt had reached its dead end. Its massive claws carving deep, jagged furrows into the cliffside stone. It stood a mere 10 paces from Sol, its matted black fur bristling like a collection of daggers. The beast's golden eyes weren't just fixed on Sol. They were locked onto the pale moonflower, clutched in his hand. The flower seemed to pulse in synchronization with the rising moon, casting a silvery crimson glow that reflected in the beast's hungry, molten pupils. Sol stood perfectly still, his heels hovering over the churning violet mist of the ravine. The abyss behind him felt like a living entity, practically whispering his name in a voice made of cold wind and ancient silence. "Come on, handsome guy," it seemed to coo, the sound vibrating in the marrow of his bones. "Just one little step. Come into my embrace. I will love you dearly. I'll keep you forever." He didn't tell if it was just his auditory hallucination or real. The earlier overdose in his veins screamed for action, a cocktail of predatory instincts demanding he lunge, bite, or flee, but he forced his body into a state of unnatural, cold-blooded calm. It was the only thing keeping him from vibrating right off the edge. He looked at the beast, then at the yawning, hungry mouth of the cliff behind him, and swallowed hard. "Seemed like I have no way out," he thought, a dark, cynical edge sharpening his internal monologue. "Unless I do that thing. That absolute brain-rot man-wall move. Yeah, I'm cornered, so I'll jump down a cliff and find a legendary treasure trove." Even though he was joking, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, stinging his eyes as it ran down his face, but he didn't dare blink. "Easy there, big guy," Sol panted, his voice a low, jagged rasp that carried a hint of that new, unhinged amusement. His brain was running at full capacity, processing 1,000 variables a second, frantically searching for even a tiny, flickering candle of survival in a room full of gunpowder. He held the pale moon flower out over the abyss, its translucent petals shimmering with a rhythmic, ghostly light against the backdrop of the colossal yellow moon. We're both reasonable creatures of the forest, right? I mean, look at us. Two apex predators, out for a late-night stroll. You want a light? You want a pretty flower? Honestly, it's a lot of trouble for one little snack, don't you think? Think of the calories you're burning just glowering at me. My nutritionist always said that stress eating cripples leads to terrible indigestion. Not that those quacks ever suggested anything better than eat more kale, but hey, do you really want to risk a mid-chase cramp over one skinny human? Think of the gains you're losing. The beast let out a huff that sprayed a cloud of hot, carrion stinking mist into the air, dampening Sol's face with the smell of death. It prowled forward another 6 inches, its massive weight causing the stone ledge to groan with a deep, tectonic agony that Sol felt in the soles of his feet. The beast didn't care for words. It didn't even seem to recognize the concept of a joke. It saw only the glowing prize and the tiny, mocking human standing in its way like a particularly loud-mouthed insect. No, not a fan of the barter system. Sol's grin widened, stretching his face into something jagged and unhinged in the silver and orange light. "What's the matter? More of a kill the merchant and take the wares kind of guy? I get it. I've had those days. But think of the paperwork, the taxes. It's a nightmare. You don't want that kind of stress in your life, right?" The beast let out a low, vibrating growl that rattled the bone dagger at Sol's hip. It was done with the noise. It began to coil its massive muscles, shifting its weight onto its rear haunches for the final, pulverizing leap. Okay, okay. Tough crowd, Soul chirped, his charcoal eyes dancing with a manic, desperado light. He raised the flower higher, swinging in a slow, hypnotic circle that caught the moonlight. Then how about we try something a bit more traditional? A bit more? Childhood classic? How about a game of fetch? He lowered his voice to a haunting, rhythmic whisper, the kind of tone one uses to lure a stray dog, or in this case a monster. Look at the shiny big guy. Look at the light. See how it glows? It's calling for you. It wants to go for a fly. Can you fly, beastie? Let us find out. The flower's silvery crimson glow pulsed faster, casting long, rhythmic shadows across the beast's face. Soul began to swing the flower in a wide, hypnotic arc. The beast's massive head followed the glowing petals with a predatory obsession. Its golden eyes were pinned to the herb, its pupils dilating until the gold was nearly swallowed by black. Its primal greed for the herb overriding its caution. Soul could feel the dagger-mouth reflexes coiling in his muscles like a loaded spring. He waited for the exact moment the beast shifted its weight onto its haunches. His arm snapped forward with every ounce of speed he possessed. It wasn't just a flick. It was a full-bodied heave, his feet shifting, his fingers uncurling as if releasing the most valuable object in the world. He even let out a grunt of exertion, his eyes following the flight path of the imaginary projectile through the air. The beast didn't hesitate. Driven by a primal, singular greed, the 5-ton Titan launched. It was an explosive, terrifying sight. A mountain of fur and muscle flying through the air, its front paws reaching out to catch the glow that wasn't there. It committed everything to the leap, its massive frame silhouetted against the colossal yellow moon. In that split second, the world seemed to freeze. As the beast's midsection sailed past him in midair, Soul's hand, still clutching the actual flower, tucked it safely against his chest. He lunged forward and to the right, dropping low to the ground. He channeled every ounce of the blue-neck strider power into his right leg, his muscles bulging with the stolen power of the birds. Going down, Soulhuad, he delivered a thunderous, snapping kick directly into the creature's ass. The impact was like hitting a granite wall, but the force was enough to tilt the scales of physics. The beast, already committed to its leap and blinded by its own momentum, felt its center of gravity shift violently toward the void. Its massive paws scrambled frantically against the empty air, then against the loose gravel of the ledge, sending a scramble of stones screaming into the dark. For one beautiful, horrifying heartbeat, the Titan hung suspended against the face of the massive moon. Its golden eyes met Soul's charcoal ones, and in that moment, the beast's rage was replaced by a look of sudden, profound realization. Then, the abyss claimed its due. Soul watched with a detached, cold fascination as the golden eyes vanished into the gray mist. A long, dwindling roar echoed up the cliff face, followed by the distant, muffled thud of the beast hitting the floor of the world. Humph! Soul smirked, standing over the edge and dusting off his dirt-stained tunic. He tucked the pale moon flower safely back into his pouch, feeling the cold vibration settle against his ribs. As if I'm going to jump. I've seen enough stories to know how this goes. It's not some brain-rot manhwa where jumping leads to a secret cave, a power-up, and a legendary master. Jumping from here is certain death. He stood at the edge for a long moment, the wind of the ravine ruffling his hair. He felt powerful. He had outsmarted a titan of the inner circle using nothing but his wits and the souls of the weak. Smart move, Soul. Very smart. You're simply the king of crack. A sharp, crystalline sound echoed through the air. Soul's eyes widened to the size of saucers. The ledge, already weakened by centuries of erosion, and couldn't handle the violent struggle of the beast. The ground beneath his feet simply disintegrated into a slurry of rock and dust. The fuck? Soul reached out, his fingers clawing at the air, but there was nothing but moonlight to catch. The breathtaking view of the sun and moon rushed upward as he plummeted. The darkness of the ravine rose up like a hungry mouth, and wind roared in his ears. The world turned into a vertical blur of gray stone and dark vines. And then, the abyss finally swallowed him whole. Chapter 143. Struggle for Survival. Chapter 143. Chapter 143. Struggle for Survival. The scream was snatched from Soles's lips almost as soon as it was born, swallowed whole by the sudden, violent roar of the wind. The breathtaking view, the dying orange pyre of the sun and the colossal, shimmering pale moon, was pulled upward at a sickening speed, as if a celestial curtain had been yanked toward the heavens. The horizon tilted, flipped, and then vanished as he entered the gray-violet maw of the ravine's mist. The overdose in his body, which had felt like liquid lightning just seconds ago, now felt like lead. Gravity didn't care about how many bird souls he had eaten. It was a cold, impartial judge, and the verdict was a downward acceleration of 9.8 ms2. The fall felt like it lasted a lifetime, a suspended eternity where the only reality was the whistle of air through his teeth and the gray rock of the cliff face rushing past him like a blur of high-speed static. The sensation of falling didn't start with fear. It started with a profound sense of irony. This is it, he thought, a jagged, psycho-edged laugh bubbling in his throat even as he plummeted. Well, way to go. Transmigrated, fucked, beaten, killed, and now I'm the first man in history to kick himself into an early grave. For a moment, he accepted his inevitable demise. He looked at the moon receding into a tiny silver pinprick and thought, well, at least I didn't die a virgin again. Images flashed through his mind, projected onto the canvas of the rushing mist. He thought back to the quiet, intoxicating obedience of Nia, the way her eyes looked when she surrendered. He felt the phantom warmth of Evera's soft body against his own. He even remembered the forbidden thrill of that first impulsive encounter from his past. Memories of skin, heat, and raw sensation. It all passed through his brain in a flash. And then a cold, sharp realization struck him with all its might. He wasn't content. There's no way in hell he could accept this. He wasn't finished yet. He had just been transmigrated into a world of endless possibilities and untapped power. There were so many more beauties to conquer, so many more elites to humble, and a whole primitive world for him to burn or build as he saw fit. He hadn't even scratched the surface of this new life. And he was damned if he was going to let it end as a red smudge on a rock. His whole body suddenly jerked, and survival instincts immediately kicked in. He desperately flailed around his body, his fingers clawing at the empty air. But unfortunately, he wasn't son of some bird, so obviously he couldn't fly. But he refused to give in. He forced his eyes open and looked below, and through torrent of wind stinging his eyes, he saw a massive, hanging curtain of vines, but they weren't a safety net, and had been ravaged by the fall of that beast before, shredded and dangling like tattered ribbons. But due to the turbulent winds in the gorge, they were lashing against the stones, whipped into a frenzy. Sol twisted his body in midair, a violent, coiling motion that made his joints pop. He used the blue neck strider vitality in his legs to kick off the air itself, a desperate, frantic movement that gave him just enough lateral momentum to swing his trajectory toward the vines. He hit the first cluster of vines at a speed that should have snapped his arms. Arg! He didn't conveniently catch them in a heroic grip. He slammed into them like a bird hitting a window, his fingers clawing desperately for a tiny flicker of survival. The vines were slick with damp moss and covered in tiny, serrated thorns that shredded his clothes instantly. He tried to catch them with his body, the friction burning through his skin, but his weight and momentum were too much. Snap! The vine gave way. Sol plummeted another 30 feet, the world spinning in a nauseating blur of gray and green, before his flailing hands caught themselves in thicker, gnarled vines. His arms were nearly jerked out of its socket, the pain white-hot and blinding. But he didn't let go and used the momentum to move towards a dense cluster of vines. Slam! He slammed right onto the dense cluster of vines. And even though he wasn't stopping, the snapping vines, acting like a series of failing brakes, slowed down his descent as he clashed through one cluster of vines to another, like a literal pinball in a vertical machine of death. Crack! He saw the floor of the ravine rushing up, a jagged graveyard of boulders and fallen trees. And even though he had slowed down, falling directly like that would lead to him becoming tomato paste. Not like this, he wheezed, his vision spinning. But his eyes suddenly caught something. Just there, in the center of a small clearing of crushed ferns, was a massive, matted black mound. The beast. It was the body of the beast he had just helped down below, its massive bulk having carved a literal crater into the damp earth. It was a grotesque, broken mass of fur and bone, but to Soul, it looked like the softest bed in the world. With one final lung-bursting effort, Soul moved, angling his falling body toward the bear's massive, fatty stomach. Squelch! Thud! With a dull thud, he finally slammed into the beast. Soul felt the air leave his lungs in a single, violent burst, leaving him gasping for a breath that wouldn't come. He bounced off the bear's stomach, the creature's thick fur and layers of fat acting as a literal meat cushion. For a long time, the only sound was the drip of water from the cliff above and the distant, dying echoes of the wind, whistling through the gorge. He lay there for a long time, staring up at the sliver of moon visible through the mist, the only sound his own ragged, wheezing breath. His vision was swimming in charcoal-tinted spots. Every inch of his body felt like it had been put through a meat grinder. Chapter 144. Manhuas are a total scam. Chapter 144. Chapter 144. Manhuas are a total scam. Even though it had felt that a lot of time had passed and he had been falling for a long time, in reality, from start to finish a few seconds had just passed. Slowly, agonizingly, he began to check his fingers. One by one, they twitched. He moved his toes. He felt the sharp, stabbing pain in his ribs and the dull, throbbing ache in his arm. He could feel the sensations, which meant, no matter what, he was still somehow alive. "I'm alive," he slowly whispered, his voice a jagged, hollow rasp. "I actually survived that. Ha ha ha." Soul let out a weak, unhinged triumph laugh that turned into a cough, spitting a bit of blood onto the moss. "Take that, physics. You're a bitch, but I'm a bigger one." He lay there for what felt like hours, his body draped over the massive, cooling stomach of the beast like a broken marionette. The silence of the ravine was sickeningly eerie, broken only by the rhythmic drip-tap of moisture falling from the heights he had just conquered and subsequently lost. As the initial shock of being alive settled into a dull, throbbing ache, his thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the knowledge of his previous life, specifically those brain-rot Chinese manhuas he used to binge read. "Okay, this is the part of the story I know by heart," Soul wheezed, his voice a dry rasp. "The fall, the survival, the cliffside encounter, and now the cheat." He stared up at the dark canopy of mist. In those stories, this was the moment the protagonist found the turning point. "What's next?" Soul muttered, a jagged, expectant grin tugging at his bloody lips. A hidden cave at the bottom of a cliff? An old man's skeleton holding a forbidden manual? A pool of spiritual milk? Maybe a pet dragon egg? He knew the chances were slim. This was a brutal, primitive world where people ate hearts and worshipped beast souls. But then again, he had already transmigrated into the body of a tribal cripple and started eating the souls of his enemies. At this point, what wasn't possible? The universe clearly had a script, and he was ready to collect his royalties. So, with newfound excitement, he somehow forced himself to his feet. It was a slow, agonizing process. His ribs clicked and ground together with a sound like dry branches snapping, a reminder that while he was alive, he was far from well. He leaned heavily against the bear's fur, his breath coming in shallow, ragged bursts. Driven by a desperate, manic hope, he began to search the perimeter of the ravine floor. He started with the most cliché place he knew of first, and pushed aside a curtain of thick, damp foliage, expecting to find a concealed stone door or a glowing inscription. Instead, he found only cold, moss-covered rock and a massive, angry swarm of cave hornets that hummed with a low-frequency threat. But he didn't give in and continued to search and spotted a perfectly flat, suspicious-looking rock near the base of the cliff. He heaved it over with a grunt of pain, expecting a jade slip or a hidden compartment. But what he found was a very large, very slimy, and entirely unimpressed slug. Slowly, the frantic hope began to sour into a cold, bitter draft of reality. Sol didn't want to believe it. He couldn't. He had checked the vines, he had flipped the stones, and now, like a desperate gambler looking for one last coin in the dirt, he turned his attention back to the massive, cooling corpse of the beast. He poked through the matted black fur, his fingers searching for a beast core, a glowing internal organ, or maybe even a secret map stitched into its hide by some legendary ancient hunter who had used the bear as a living postbox. But all he found were fleas, a massive internal hemorrhaging, and lingering scent of carrion. So, all in all, he found exactly 0 cheats. No secret manual? Sol asked the empty air, his voice rising in a psycho-edged, frustrated trill that echoed hollowly off the stone walls. No ancient grandpa in a ring? No that I want? He looked up at the sliver of moon, his face twisted in a mask of pure, indignant fury. I just fucking fell off a cliff for a broken rib and a bear-shaped pillow? Those manhuas are a total scam. He screamed, the sound bouncing back at him as if the ravine itself were laughing. The authors, the artists, the publishers, once I go back, I'll sue them all to bankruptcy. I'll take their houses. I'll take their pens. I'll sue them for emotional distress and false advertising. Whereas my spiritual milk? He demanded of a nearby mossy rock. Whereas the pool of essence that heals me in 3 seconds? In a fit of pique, driven by a surge of childish, manic rage, he kicked a loose stone. Fuck this world. Crack. The moment his foot made contact, he realized his mistake. The vibration shot straight up his leg, bypassed his hip, and slammed directly into his shattered ribs like a lightning bolt. HHHHHHNNGG. The world went white for a second as a hiss of pure agony escaped his clenched teeth. After some time, the pain went away, and with it the adrenaline was also finally, truly leaving him. The overdose of that intoxicating liquid lightning surge of the Strider and Daggermouth souls, the liquid lightning that had made him feel like a god, was fading into a cold, hollow emptiness. He felt every bruise, every thorn scratch, and every internal tear. He felt fragile. He felt human. He helplessly slumped back against the beast, sliding down its flank until he sat in the dirt. Great, he whispered, his head thumping back against the matted fur. Just great. Seems like I'm the only transmigrator in history to get the realistic survival difficulty setting. The reality of his situation began to sink in with the weight of the mountain above him. He was at the bottom of a vertical tomb in God knows where, but he had slight inkling that it was the inner circle, the heart of the eastern zone where the most nightmare-inducing beasts roamed. He was injured, exhausted, and completely lost. He didn't know the way back to the tribe, and even if he did, he didn't have the strength to climb out of this gorge. Chapter 145. Sea of Serpents, Chapter 145. Chapter 145. Sea of Serpent Soul was still slumped against the cooling, hairy mass of the beast, staring at his blood-slicked hands and contemplating the scam of manhwa industry, when a new sound began to ripple through the mist and whole world literally started vibrating. It started as a distant rhythmic crack thud, the sound of ancient, thick trees being snapped like dry kindling, and then the heavy, rhythmic thud slide of something gargantuan moving through the forest. Slowly, the hiss slide sound grew into a roar of shifting scales, and the smell of sulfur and ancient musk became thick enough to choke. Ag, you've got to be kidding me, Sol whispered, a dry, hysterical laugh bubbling up. Not again. Can I at least get 5 minutes to fill out my death certificate before the next boss fight? Soul stood rooted to the spot for a fraction of a second. The overdose of predatory energy in his marrow, which had been fading into a dull ache, suddenly flared back to life like a dying ember doused in gasoline. He slowly, agonizingly turned his head toward the edge of the clearing, and immediately felt the fine hairs on his neck stand up, and his skin crawled with a primal, electric revulsion. Okay, Soul forced out, voice cracked and uneven. No manual, no grampa. Just 1,000 ways to get poisoned. Message received. Universe, you really hate me. Because emerging from a ferns wasn't just a beast. It was a fucking horde. A literal river of cold-blooded nightmare. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of serpents began to spill into the clearing. A true, writhing, multicolored tide of scales, venom, and lidless, predatory eyes. There were vibrant green vipers with eyes like emeralds, iron-scale vipers with skins that glinted like hammered bronze, bloated anacondas thick as tree trunks, and shimmering boas that seemed to shift color in the moonlight. And tons of snakes he didn't recognize, prehistoric aberrations that shouldn't exist, all slithering with a singular, terrifying purpose toward the scent of the fallen beast, and the fresh, warm blood of the packet-size, hairless monkey sitting next to it. But even this horde paled in comparison to the horror looming in the mist behind them. Soul-S charcoal eyes mechanically moved further back, past the carpet of lesser serpents, to where the tree line was being physically pushed aside. A massive shadow loomed in the mist, a silhouette so gargantuan it made the previous beast look like a domestic cat. It was a dark blue nightmare, a serpent of such impossible proportions that Soul-S brain struggled to calculate the scale. Its head was a massive, triangular skull nearly 60 feet tall, encrusted with jagged, protruding bone plates that looked like a crown of white flint, looked down with the cold indifference of an ancient god. Its body was a staggering 30 feet thick, filled with a vertical series of bone protrusions that stood up like a forest of sharp ivory spears along its spine. The length was lost in the darkness of the inner circle, but its body stretched back hundreds of feet, coiling through the forest like a living mountain range. The snake's edges glowed with a faint, malevolent red, as if it were filled with internal embers. It didn't hiss. It breathed, and each exhalation sent a cloud of freezing, sulphurous mist into the air. Well, Soul wheezed a dry, hysterical laugh escaping his cracked lips. I guess I don't need to worry about the walk home anymore. I'm already in hell. Soul stared up at the skyscraper-sized predator, and suddenly, something in his brain clicked. I'm an idiot, Soul muttered, the realization hitting him harder than the fall from the cliff. It wasn't that he was cursed. It wasn't that he had some serpent-attracting pheromone or a magical magnet for scales tucked in his pocket. Nor it was because the universe was specifically picking on him, though it felt like it. The truth was much more mundane and much more insulting. This monster's territory. And Soul, the legendary transmigrator, had simply waltzed into the literal capital of a serpent empire because he didn't know how to read the no trespassing signs of the wild. He looked at the sea of writhing bodies, the vipers, the anacondas, the boas, and realized they weren't just random encounters. Fragments of memories from the original Soul-S childhood began to surface, rising like bubbles in a swamp. He remembered the old men of the tribe, whispering stories over the kook fire's vague, terrifying tales of a massive snake that lived in the deepest heart of the jungle. They called it the King of Scales, the Lord of the Ravine. In those stories, the creature's domain stretched from the sun-scorched savanna to the lightless floor of the ravine, and from there to the silver-backed canopy above. He had initially dismissed them as mere stories to frighten the kids, just like the ghost stories or urban legends of his previous world. But looking at the reality with his own 999K titanium dog eyes, he realized that every whispered word was true. He finally understood why the inner area was considered a forbidden zone. It wasn't just about dangerous beasts. It was about an entire kingdom that didn't tolerate trespassers. And that the obsidian cobra he had killed earlier, that wasn't a boss. It was a border patrol. The snakes he'd been bumping in a back-to-back weren't unlucky spawns. They were the common citizens of a kingdom ruled by this blue behemoth, where he was an illegal, loud-mouthed alien. As for why he was the only one encountering them, why weren't the tribesmen being turned into snacks every other Tuesday? It wasn't that they were luckier than him or had some special blessing. The answer was a bitter pill: experience. They were simply much more experienced. They followed strict tracks that avoided the territory of the serpents. They knew exactly where the Sovereign's scent markers began. They knew which trees were claimed by the King's children and which clearings were silent, because they were used as nesting grounds. They moved through the eastern zone like mice in a lion's den, sticking to the shadows and respecting the borders. But Soul had waltzed in with the unearned confidence of a transmigrator who thought the world revolved around his protagonist status. He had ignored the subtle shifts in the wind, the eerie silences, and the specific types of flora. He had strayed off the invisible path almost immediately, guided only by his own ego and a vitality overdose that had blinded him to the basics of primitive survival. Combined with his impressive bottom-tier luck, he had effectively taken a shortcut through the monster's private bedroom. He and just stumbled into a fight. He had had the distinct honor of meeting the kingdom's entire military force, back to back, in a one-man parade of stupidity. And he had essentially invited himself to a dinner party where he was the main course. Well, Soul wheezed, his hand instinctively reaching for the pale moonflower in his pouch. At least the realistic survival mode is consistent. The horde of little snakes didn't wait for a formal introduction. Seeing Soul, their eyes, thousands of tiny, lidless gems, locked onto his scent. To them, he was a wounded, bleeding, hairless monkey, a high-protein appetizer before the final dish. Soul didn't think. He didn't plan. He simply reacted. He didn't care about his creaking bones, his shredded skin, or the fact that his left arm felt like a heavy, useless log strapped to his shoulder. He knew that if he stayed on the bed of the beast for one more second, he'd have the honor of becoming fertilizer by midnight. With a roar that was more of a desperate, bloody wheeze, Soul sprang up to his feet. His ribs ground together with a sound like a bag of dry branches snapping, a white-hot spike of agony that nearly turned his vision black. With a grunt of pure, unadulterated willpower, he ran. Doctors said cardio is good for the heart. Soul gasped, his shoe splashing through a puddle of Ursa's blood as he bolted. But I think he meant on a treadmill, not a goddamn snake pit. He didn't look back. He simply ran for his dear life. Seeing their appetizers running away, the horde was obviously not happy. To them, he was a fleeing calorie, a twitching morsel that had dared to enter the king's larder. The horde reacted with terrifying synchronicity. The clearing became a chaos of rustling scales. They didn't just follow him, they flowed. But no matter how fast he pushed, he couldn't outrun them. His broken body was a faulty machine that was leaking everywhere. His legs felt like they were filled with wet sand, and his center of gravity was wobbling from the internal injuries. He could feel them gaining. The sound of their bellies over the moss was like 1,000 whispers promising a cold, slow end. Soon, the fastest of the pack, a shadow dart viper, caught up. It was a blur of black and gray, and with a sudden, explosive contraction, it launched itself from a rotting log. But it didn't aim for his throat. It seemed to have some weird fetish. It thrusted forward for a precision strike aimed right at his ass. Soul didn't see it, but his heightened, predatory senses, the gift of the dagger mouths, flared a warning. He suddenly felt a phantom tingle on his backside, a premonition of fangs sinking into his backyard. Not the cheeks. In a moment of pure, manic desperation, Soul clenched his but with enough force to crack a nut and simulated the charcoal energy residing in his chest. He didn't just feel it, he commanded it, and exploded it outward. Instantly, the dark, oily fire of the charcoal power surged through his veins, numbing the pain in his ribs and flooding his legs with a corrosive, explosive strength. Chapter 146. Dance of the Death. Chapter 146. Chapter 146. Dance of the Death. He spun on one heel. The motion so violent his shoe tore the emerald moss. The bone dagger in his hand flashed in a silver arc, reflecting the pale yellow moon. Squelch! The jagged blade sliced clean through the neck of the shadow dart mid-air. The decapitated head, mouth still opening to deliver a bite, flew past his hip, missing his femoral artery by an inch. It landed in the muck, jaws snapping shut on nothing but air, while the headless body sprayed cold, black blood across Soul's shredded clothes. One down, and only 1,000 more to go, Soul hissed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. But there was no time for a victory dance. Due to him slowing down for the strike, the gap had closed, and more snakes were upon him. A mist-spitter, a serpent with a bloated, translucent throat pulsing with neon-green bioluminescence, reared up from the ferns. Unlike his perverted counterpart, this thing didn't want a hug. It hissed, pulled its head back, its throat expanding like a balloon. HISSSBFFD. It released a horizontal fan of liquid, spraying it into the air like a pressure washer. That's it? Better try next time, Soul joked, his brain running on unhinged adrenaline. He easily stepped aside, avoiding the spray. But as the liquid hit a patch of ferns behind him, the plants didn't just get wet. They hissed. They blackened. They dissolved into a smoking sludge. The smell of burnt vegetation and sulfur filled Soul's lungs, choking him. Damn! Acid? Really? Who the fuck designed this biome? Soul screamed, diving into a frantic, messy roll away from the arc of acidic mist. A drop of the mist landed on his shoulder, sizzling against the cobra hide cloak. Thankfully, the cloak held on, but he could still feel the heat radiated through, stinging his skin. As he scrambled back to his feet, another nightmare was already waiting for him. Bone Rattler, a thick, heavy serpent with scales like granite and a tail tipped in a cluster of heavy, ossified spikes, swung its rear half like a medieval mace. Whoosh! The air displaced by the swing hit Soul's face. He threw himself backward, his spine cracking with the effort. Crash! The tail slammed into the ironwood tree trunk right next to Soul's head. The impact was terrifying. It shattered the bark, sending lethal splinters flying like shrapnel. If that had hit him, his skull would have been powder. Okay, that was dangerous, he wheezed, his eyes wide and heart thumping hard. But of course, he was just going to skip around and play a death dodgeball. He used the momentum of his rise, leveraging the fact that the heavy snake was momentarily stuck in the wood. He drove the bone dagger upward. Shuck! He buried the blade into the Bone Rattler's soft, pale underbelly, and ran forward with the blade, dragging through the meat, cleanly unzipping the serpent from midsection tail. Blue gore drenched his arm, hot, sticky, and utterly disgusting, but he could even less in this moment. But in this moment of offense, his own defense faltered and his calf caught a sharp, stinging pain. He stumbled and looked down. A crimson kite, small, fast, and more importantly, a deadly one, had grazed him. It hadn't latched on, but a single fong had scratched the skin. Well, it seems like my time has come, sayonara, Soul whispered. He immediately felt a cold numbness spreading from the scratch, turning his veins to ice, which means it was a neurotoxin and a fast-acting one. He didn't stop. He couldn't. If he stopped to treat it, the swarm would bury him. But leaving aside jokes, he was going to go down like this. He still had a card. He focused the charcoal energy in his chest. He didn't use it to control the snakes, not like he could control so many of them. He was going to use it to burn. He directed a burst of dark, concentrated heat straight to his calf, visualizing the energy cauterizing the vein from the inside out. The pain was a white-hot iron poker being driven into his leg. A scream trapped itself behind his clenched teeth, vibrating in his skull. He could even smell his own cooking flesh. But thankfully, he had succeeded in his bet as the numbness stopped spreading. Walk it off, Soul snarled at himself, limping forward. Just walk it off. The attacks were relentless and varied, and the fight became a blurred montage of frantic movement and sharp, stabbing pain. Soul was no longer a man. He was a machine of survival, fueled by the charcoal energy that was eating away at his remaining stamina. Screech! Without warning, 3 needle-toothed gliders launched themselves from the canopy above. They didn't fall. They soared on flaps of skin stretched between their ribs, aiming for his eyes with needlepoint beaks. Soul didn't even look up. He relied on the heightened sensory map in his brain and swung his bloody arm in a wide arc. The back of his hand smashing 2 of them into the rock face with a wet crunch, leaving them twitching on the stone. He stepped aside for the 3rd, letting it sail past him into the darkness. Suddenly, 2 vipers launched themselves from a low-hanging root at chest height. Soul caught one in midair with his left hand. The thorns on the snake's scales stinging into his already shredded palm, and slammed it into the other airborne snake with a sickening crack. Both skulls shattered on impact. He dropped the tangled mess of reptilian bodies and kept moving. But of course it wasn't enough to scare them, or anything, in fact. The smell of blood made them even more frantic. Doesn't matter if it was of their compatriots. Meat was meat. A small, iridescent boa tried to loop around his ankle. Soul didn't break his stride. He stomped downward with his heel, splat crushing the snake's skull into the mud, and using the impact to propel himself forward. Come on, he roared, his voice hoarse. They instantly obliged, and a sky strangler dropped from an overhanging branch, its thick muscular coils seeking his neck. Soul ducked at the last possible millisecond, the serpent's weight brushing his hair as it slammed into the ground. He didn't even look back, stomping its head into the mud just like the previous one. He stumbled into a small clearing and stopped. He found himself surrounded by a dozen iron scale vipers. They moved in a synchronized, mesmerizing circle, their bronze scales clinking like chainmail. Their rattles shook in a unified rhythm of death. Every time he tried to break out, 3 would lunge at his ankles. He began a frantic, hopping dance, his boots crushing the occasional skull, while his dagger warded off the strikes aimed for his knees. He was a whirlwind of frantic, messy violence. He was no longer just running. He was navigating a puzzle where every wrong step meant 1,000 fangs. He hacked, he stabbed, he stomped. In a moment of pure, improvised madness, he even used a dead anaconda lying near his feet, a beast he must have killed earlier. He couldn't remember, as a literal whip to clear a path. The dead weight slammed into the circle of iron scales, knocking 3 of them into the air and clearing a path through the writhing carpet of scales. Move, Soul screamed. He saw an opening, a fallen tree that offered a narrow path upward. He leapt for it, but an anaconda-thick gorge constrictor lunged from the shadows beneath the log. Its mouth was wide enough to swallow Soul's head. Soul didn't have room to dodge. He didn't have time to swing his corpse whip. He jammed his dagger forward. He thrust his hand right into the snake's open maw. The bone blade drove upward, piercing the soft palate and sticking firmly in the roof of the beast's mouth. The snake gagged, its jaws trying to clamp down on Soul's arm. But the vertical dagger acted as a prop, holding the mouth open. Soul didn't pull back. He used the snake's own momentum and the handle of the dagger as a vaulting pole. He swung his legs up, vaulting over the creature's head. For a split second, he was airborne, his hand still inside the monster's mouth. As he passed over, he ripped his hand free, leaving the dagger stuck in the snake's skull. He landed on the log with a heavy thud, slipping on the moss, scrambling for purchase. He pulled himself up, gasping, until he was standing 6 feet above the swarm. He looked down. Below him, the gorge floor was a writhing sea of frustration. Hisses and rattles echoed off the walls. The gorge constrictor was thrashing, trying to dislodge the bone shard from its brain. Soul stood there, swaying, his chest heaving like a bellows. He was covered in blue, green, and red blood. His clothes were ribbons. His leg burned with cauterized agony. Is that all you've got? Soul roared at the carpet of scales, raising his middle fingers. I've had more dangerous bowel movements than you lot. But the bravado was a lie. His vision was starting to narrow into a dark tunnel. Black spots danced in his eyes. Every breath felt like inhaling broken glass, and every step was a battle against the realistic survival difficulty he had been gifted. Even the use of charcoal energy was nearly reaching its limit, and the natural exhaustion of his broken body was catching up with a vengeance. He turned and limped along the tree trunk, heading toward the light, praying he didn't pass out. Chapter 147. Chapter 147. I'm already taken. Soul turned and limped along the massive tree trunk, heading toward the sliver of light. He prayed to every god, ancestor, and developer he could think of that he wouldn't pass out before he reached solid ground. But the jungle, it seemed, had a very specific sense of humor, and wasn't done with its chew toy. As Soul navigated the slick, moss-covered surface of the fallen ironwood giant, he felt a sudden vibration beneath his boots. There was a frantic, high-pitched buzzing, like a million tiny drills working in unison. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The bark beneath his feet began to ripple. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me," Soul whispered, looking down. The log wasn't solid. It was a fucking hive. With a sound like tearing parchment, the rotten wood exploded upward. A fountain of corpse-white adder sonks erupted from the hollow core of the tree. They were small, no longer than his forearm, but there were hundreds of them, pale, eyeless, and writhing like a wave of frantic maggots with fangs. Maggots with teeth? Soul yelled, dancing backward as the wave washed over his boots. Is there anything normal in this damn hole? Almost crying at this point. He could swear he hadn't danced so much in his last life than he had just in the past few hours, and could easily defeat Jackson with his moves. He kicked out, sending a spray of the pale snakes flying. "Get off. I'm not on the menu today." But they were swarming up his legs, their tiny jaws snapping at his shins. They weren't strong enough to pierce the cobra hide easily, but they were trying to find the gaps. He stomped, crushing them with wet crunches, slipping and sliding on the snake puree. He had to run. If he stopped, they'd strip him to the bone in minutes. He broke into an uneven sprint along the log, balancing like a drunk tightrope walker, the wood crumbling behind him as the swarm burst forth in a chain reaction. It was like running on a bridge that was detonating in slow motion. He reached the end of the log, a barbed splinter hanging over a drop into a muddy subsection of the ravine. "Jump or be eaten by forbidden noodles," Soul muttered. He obviously jumped, as he felt that he was too handsome to become red sauce. He landed hard in a pool of brackish water, the splash soaking him to the bone. He scrambled up, checking his legs. A few adders were clinging to his trousers. He ripped them off with a grimace of disgust, crushing them in his hands before throwing them away. Disgusting, he shuddered. 0 stars. Would not recommend. He looked around. The gorge had lifted him onto a higher ridge now, an exposed shelf of stone where the ground sloped upward and opened wide. Ferns clung to the edges, their fronds spilling down into the drop below. The air here felt different, maybe a bit sweeter. He couldn't grasp it, but it smelled faintly of jasmine and wet stone, something. His heightened senses, usually reliable radar, suddenly felt fuzzy. Danger, his instinct screamed, but he couldn't pinpoint the source. A soft, melodic hum filled the air. It wasn't the threatening rattle of the iron scales. It was a soothing, oscillating thrum that seemed to massage his brain. Sol esha ayalitz dropat. The pain in his legs seemed to recede, replaced by a warm, fuzzy numbness. "Sleep," a voice seemed to whisper, though it wasn't words, just intent. In front of him, the air shimmered. A creature uncoiled from the rock. It was the prism-color cobra. It wasn't large, maybe only 4 feet long, but its scales were made of biological mirrors. It flared its hood, and the bioluminescent light of the cave refracted through it, creating a dazzling, hypnotic light show of shifting colors. Soul stared at the lights. They were beautiful. They promised rest. They promised that if he just laid down in the mud, everything would be fine. Pain didn't matter. The snakes chasing him didn't matter. Just sleep. No. The thought was a sharp spike in his mind. Sol bit his own tongue. Hard. Crunch. The sharp, copper taste of blood flooded his mouth. The pain was an anchor, dragging him back from the edge of the hypnotic cliff. Nice try. Sol spat, blood dripping from his chin. But I prefer my dreams without fangs. He didn't know the biology, the physics, or how the fuck a snake evolved a disco ball for a hood, but he knew one thing with absolute certainty. If he kept looking at that shifting light, his brain would melt out of his ears. So he squeezed his eyes shut, instantly plunging into the darkness. The hypnotic throbbing ceased, replaced by the pounding of his own blood. Okay, Sol breathed into the darkness, his hands trembling. Hey senses, dear sense. It's time for you to work, show your magic. He whispered mentally. He focused inward, pouring the dregs of his mental focus into the ash-gray receptor in his brain. Without his vision, the world became a map of and vibrations. He felt the cold, damp rock. He saw the frantic beating of his own heart, and he felt it. 10 feet away, a cool, swirling signature swayed back and forth in the void. It moved with a fluid, hypnotic rhythm that felt disjointed from the rest of the world. It was the prism cobra. He could see the tension in its coils, the way it tilted its head, confused by his lack of reaction. It was used to prey that stood slack-jawed and drooling, not prey that turned off the lights. Sol didn't move like a man anymore. He moved like a machine guided by radar. He stepped forward blind but seeing. The snake, seeing that he wasn't affected, lunged, aiming for the heat of his face. Sol didn't see the blur of motion or anything. Instead, he felt the displacement of air, a pressure wave rushing toward him. Target acquired. He didn't panic. He sidestepped, a minimal, efficient movement that let the striking head sail past his ear, his hand instinctively lashing out. And he grabbed it. Snap! His fingers closed around something cool, smooth, and muscular. He caught the snake mid-air, gripping it right behind the flared hood. He opened his eyes. The world rushed back in Technicolor. The prism cobra was thrashing in his grip, its scales flashing frantically in a strobe light effect of desperate colors, violent violets, angry reds, blinding whites, trying to overload his brain at point-blank range. It curled its tail, trying to wrap around his arm, its mouth gaping open to deliver a bite to his thumb. Sol didn't flinch. He stared directly into its mirror-like eyes, his pupils constricted to pinpoints. Pretty, Sol snarled, looking directly into its mirror eyes. But I'm taken. He squeezed hard. Squelch. He crushed the delicate vertebrae with a single, brutal contraction of his enhanced grip. The light show died instantly, the scales turning a dull, lifeless gray as the pressure severed the connection to the brain. Sol dropped the carcass, panting. His head was pounding, a migraine drilling behind his eyes. The mental toll of resisting the hypnosis on top of the physical exhaustion was pushing him to the brink. No more, he wheezed, stumbling forward. Please, no more surprises. Chapter 148. The Granite Scale Monitor. Chapter 148. Chapter 148. The granite scale monitor below him. The snake horde had realized their prey was escaping. They couldn't climb the smooth sides of the gorge, but they could climb each other. A writhing pillar of scales began to rise from the mud. Snakes coiled around snakes, forming a grotesque, living ladder that stretched upward, hissing and snapping at his ankles. A green viper launched itself from the pile, sailing through the air. Sol didn't stop. He swung his elbow backward without looking. Thwack! He caught the viper mid-air, batting it away like a nuisance fly. No ticket, he roared, adrenaline overriding his exhaustion, and continued forward. He reached up, grabbing a protruding rock to pull himself up. But the rock fucking blinked. Sulfose. His hand was wrapped around a cold, rough surface that felt like stone, but pulsated with a slow, heavy heartbeat. A vertical slit opened in the rock, revealing a bright yellow eye the size of a dinner plate. The granite scale monitor. It was a rock wall. It was a lizard. a massive, camouflaged ambush predator that clung to the cliff face, waiting for anything fleeing the gorge to land right in its lap. God, are you fucking serious? Soul whispered, his voice cracking at the end due to overwhelming emotions that threatened to pour out a stream of tears. Is there really anything in this hole that isn't trying to kill me? The monitor didn't roar or hiss. It just opened its mouth, revealing a blue muscular tongue and rows of serrated teeth, and snapped at Soul's face. Soul released his grip and dropped flat. The jaws clamped shut on the air where his nose had been. Clack! The lizard detached itself from the wall, landing on the narrow shelf with a heavy thud that shook the stone. It blocked the path forward. It was 6 feet long, heavy, and armored in scales that looked exactly like the cliff face, so perfectly it looked like the stone itself had come alive to kill him. It swiped with a clawed hand, the obsidian nails sparking against the rock. Soul rolled backward, the claws missing his stomach by a fraction of an inch, barely avoiding being disemboweled. He scrambled up, his back hitting the cold edge of the drop. He was trapped. Behind him, the abyss and the snake pit. In front of him, a living tank. He was tired, really tired. His lungs burned, his legs trembled, and his charcoal energy was flickering like a dying ember in a gale. For a seductive, dangerous moment, he considered just staying still, just letting it happen. It would be quick. But no. A spark of anger ignited in his gut. It wasn't the cold rage he felt for Vurock. It was the hot, stubborn refusal of a man who had already died once and refused to do it again so soon. Move, Soul snarled, standing up unsteadily. The monitor obviously didn't listen. It lowered its head and charged. It was low and fast, a battering ram of stone and muscle aiming to smash him into pulp against the cliff. Soul didn't try to overpower it. He didn't have the strength left for heroics. So he waited. He reached up and adjusted the obsidian cobra cloak. The hide hadn't fooled the heat-sensing vipers below, but against a lizard that relied on sight, in the shadows of the ravine, the matte black hide did its work, blurring his outline, making his distance hard to judge. The lizard lunged for his chest. Soul didn't dodge away. He stepped in. He pivoted on his good leg, spinning like a matador. The lizard passed within an inch of his ribs, snapping at a shadow that wasn't there. As the heavy tail whipped by, Soul didn't retreat. He jumped. He leaped onto the lizard's back. It was a suicidal move. The granite scale monitor wasn't a horse. It was a tank made of muscle and hate. It bucked like a bronco, shrieking in confusion, twisting its spine to throw the parasite off into the pit below. Soul grit his teeth, wrapping his legs around its thick torso. He dug his heels brutally into the soft, pale skin under its armpits, the only vulnerable spot on its armored body. Stay still, he roared. He lunged forward with his left hand, his fingers hooking like talons. He didn't aim for the neck. He slammed his fingers directly into the lizard's eye sockets. Squelch! He pierced the eyes. The beast screamed, a high-pitched, vibrating sound that echoed off the rock walls. It thrashed blindly, slamming Soul against the rock face, tried to crush him. Soul ignored the pain in his shoulder. He used the grip on the creature's skull to wrench its head back, exposing the throat, forcing its center of gravity to shift. Down! Soul screamed, pouring his remaining strength into the heave. He raised his boot and kicked out, shoving the heavy lizard toward the edge. The beast's claws scrabbled uselessly on the wet stone. It slid. The heavy tail went over the edge first, dragging the rest of the body with it. Gravity took hold. The lizard tipped backward into the void. Soul let go, panting, ready to collapse against the wall. But the universe had one last joke to play. As the beast tipped over, falling backward into the dark, a final, spasmodic nerve impulse fired in its dying brain. Its jaw, hanging slack, snapped shut with the force of a hydraulic press. Crunch! The serrated teeth didn't catch flesh. They caught the hem of the obsid cobra cloak swirling around Soul's legs. The hide was tough, too tough to tear. Soul felt a sudden, massive jerk at his waist. Oh, you fuck. He didn't even have time to finish the curse. The weight of the falling 600-pound lizard yanked him off his feet like a rag doll. The world flipped once again. The stone ledge vanished upward, and the sky became the floor. And Sol fell. He plummeted 20 feet down into the dark, writhing pit he had just escaped. The wind rushed past his ears, smelling of rot and snake musk. Wham! He didn't hit rock or snakes below. Instead, he hit meat. More specifically, he had landed squarely on top of the upside-down lizard, which in turn had slammed into the carpet of snakes with the force of a falling anvil. The impact drove the air from Sol's lungs in a violent whoosh. His head whipped back, cracking against the lizard's armored scales. And darkness took him. Chapter 149, Calling of Death. Chapter 149. Chapter 149, Calling of Death. Sol was floating. The pain was gone. The smell of blood rot and snake musk was gone. He was drifting in a warm, dark river that flowed through a sky seemingly made of velvety white clouds. Above him, the stars were circling in slow, hypnotic patterns, leaving trails of silver light. They were beautiful, incredibly beautiful. They were singing a lullaby that made him calm down and want to forget everything. So, a voice called out to him from the center of the light. It was sweet, melodic, and incredibly gentle. It sounded like Lyra, but younger, mixed with Evra's huskiness, but purer and Nia full devotion. It was the most beautiful voice he had ever heard. "Come with me," the voice whispered, echoing in the velvet void. "You're tired, aren't you? You've run so far and really tried your best. The fighting is over. Come, I'll take you to a better place. A place with no hunger, pain, or fighting." A soft, pale hand reached out from the darkness, offering peace and salvation. Sol instinctively reached back. Honestly, he was tired. He was so incredibly tired of running, of bleeding, of fighting monsters that shouldn't exist. His soul felt heavy, scraped raw by the struggle. He wanted to rest. He wanted to close his eyes and let the current take him. "Yes," Sol murmured, his spirit drifting toward the light, his fingers uncurling. "Take me." His left fingers brushed the pale, cold hand. Chomp! But instead of the salvation he was promised. Suddenly, a spike of white-hot agony drove itself into the meat of his left palm. "Gah!" Sol's eyes snapped open. The stars suddenly vanished. The sweet voice dissolved into a chorus of angry hisses. The warm river was replaced by the cold, sucking mud of the ravine floor and the crushing weight of the humid air. He was back in hell. He looked at his hand. A small, crushed viper. One that hadn't been fully flattened by the lizard, had latched onto the web of skin between his thumb and index finger, diligently pumping venom into him like a good, hard-working little serpent. But the most embarrassing part was it was him who reached his hand towards him. "You little shit," Sol roared, adrenaline overriding the concussion. He ripped the snake off and crushed its head in his fist, throwing the twitching body aside. He blinked, trying to clear his vision. The world was spinning. He lay there, his chest heaving, the realization of what had just happened crashing down on him harder than the lizard had. That wasn't a dream. That was the fucking death calling. If he had taken that hand, if he had surrendered to that peace, he would have died. His heart would have stopped beating in this mud pit. A cold sweat broke out over his skin, chilling him more than the river water. I almost died, he thought, the horror of it gripping his throat. Even though he was tired, even though he was injured, that didn't mean he wanted to die. He had already gotten a second chance at life. There was no guarantee he would get a third. He thought of the hut. He thought of Lyra's smile when he healed her. He thought of Evra's warmth, Nia's fierce loyalty, the way Leora looked at him like he was a hero. He had just begun his new, beautiful life. He had just started to win. I didn't come this far to become fertilizer, Sol hissed through gritted teeth. I'm not dying here. Not so soon. He tried to move. Dash. His body screamed. It refused to obey. His ribs felt like a cage of broken glass. His legs were heavy as lead, the muscles trembling uncontrollably. The impact of the fall had stunned his nervous system. He couldn't stand. He couldn't even crawl. He looked around and realized that he was lying on top of the dead upside-down monitor. The lizard's heavy, armored body had acted as a shield, crushing a circle of vipers beneath it into a bloody paste. It had bought him a momentary safe zone in the middle of the swarm. But the zone was shrinking. The snakes around the perimeter were recovering from the shockwave. They were slithering over the dead lizard's tail, their tongues flicking, their eyes locking onto the fresh meat lying on top of the carcass. Think, Soul, think, you can't just die here. He tried to sit up again, but his ribs screamed and his breath instantly hitched. Realizing that it wouldn't work, he looked down at the upside-down granite scale monitor beneath him. It was a literal tank, a creature of immense endurance and defense. It had survived in this hellhole by being tougher than everything else. An idea immediately cruised in his brain. He immediately slammed his bloody hand onto the lizard's exposed belly scales. Feast. He didn't have the ash-gray energy to spare for a command, but the connection was physical now. He urged his body to absorb. He pulled with a desperate, starving need, and it really worked. The rush came instantly. It wasn't the sharp, icy clarity of the cobra or the frantic twitchiness of the viper. It was heavy. It was dense. It felt like molten lead being poured into his veins. The lizard's soul power flooded his exhausted system. Even though it couldn't magically repair his broken bones in a second, it did something else. It acted as a catalyst. The influx of raw, primitive vitality slammed into the dormant charcoal energy in his chest. Spark. The charcoal energy flared to life. Reacting to the fuel, it rushed out from the cavity, flooding his limbs not with healing, but with force. It numbed the pain receptors. It tightened the loose muscles. It forced the body to move through the damage. Hardening. Soul gasped as a wave of grounding solidity washed over him. His skin felt tighter, tougher, like cured leather. The agony in his ribs dulled to a distant throb. Move, Soul growled. He scrambled up from the corpse of the granite scale monitor. His movements were heavy, mechanical, but movable. The essence of the lizard had permeated his muscle fibers, turning his body into a dense, unyielding engine of survival. He looked around. The path he had come from, the log, the ledge, was gone, blocked by the writhing swarm and the looming shadow of the sovereign above. He spun around. On the opposite side of the ravine, through a gap in the rock wall, he saw a tangle of roots leading up a steep embankment. It led away from a sovereign. It led to the other jungle, the unchecked wilderness on the far side of the gorge. It wasn't clear, but it wasn't flooded with snakes yet. Out of the frying pan, Soul grunted. He jumped off the lizard carcass and landed in the mud. The horde hissed, like a sound like 1,000 kettles boiling over. A carpet of vipers struck at him instantly. Soul didn't dodge. He waded through. Not that he could dodge. He kicked through the mass of coils, his boots crushing spines and bursting venom sacs. A crimson kite launched itself from the crowd and struck his calf. Soul braced for the pain, for the burning ice of neurotoxin. Tink. He felt the impact, but the fangs didn't pierce deep. They scraped against his skin, which had taken on the dull, gray sheen of cured leather, deflected by the residual essence of the granite scale monitor. The snake fell back, its fangs broken. It was like being bit by the force of a stapler. Is that it? Soul roared, slashing a path through the writhing mass. Is that all you've got? Other snakes also try to bite him, some on his shin, some calf, and some even on his butt. But without exception, they all couldn't break through. Seeing this, he laughed maniacally and fought with a new, brutal resolve. He wasn't the fast, panic boy anymore. He was a tank. He took the hits, ignored the scratches, and plowed forward, his eyes fixed on the roots on the far side. But the jungle always had an answer. The horde realized their fangs were useless. The collective intelligence of the swarm shifted, as if they had decided that if they couldn't bleed him, they would bury him. They stopped striking and started climbing. Get off, Sud yelled, tearing a heavy constrictor from his thigh. But for everyone he removed, 3 more took its place. They flowed over his boots, up his legs, wrapping around his waist like living chains. They weren't trying to bite, they were adding weight. They were trying to drag him down into the mud to suffocate him under a mountain of scales. A tar spitter reared up on a rock, hacking up a glob of black, sticky resin. It hit Soul's chest, gluing his arm to his side. "You have got to be kidding me," Soul snarled, ripping his arm free with a sound like tearing Velcro. He trudged forward, every step a battle against hundreds of pounds of reptilian resistance. He was a titan wading through a river with every single drop of water dragging him down. A shockwinder, a blue eel-like snake, coiled around his ankle and discharged. A jolt of bioelectricity seized Soul's leg. He stumbled, falling to one knee. The swarm surged. They washed over his shoulders, hissing in his ears, their cold bellies sliding against his neck. Darkness began to close in. The weight was crushing. "Give up," the pain whispered. "Just lie down." "No," Soul gritted out, his teeth grinding together. He thought of the Ever-ass gentleness. He thought of the look in Nea's eyes when she was looking up at him adoringly. He even thought of Vera's stupid, arrogant face. He refused to die here. He refused to end as a lump in a snake pit. "I am going to be the king of the jungle," Soul screamed, channeling the last spark of charcoal energy into an explosive burst of force. He stood up, shedding the layer of snakes like a dog shaking off water. He stomped the shockwinder into paste and lunged for the gap in the wall. He reached the embankment. He dug his fingers into the dirt, ignoring the snakes biting futilely at his wrists. He hauled himself up, kicking his legs to dislodge the hangers-on. He clawed his way up the roots, panting, bleeding, covered in slime, but rising. He pulled himself over the lip of the embankment, collapsing onto the moss of the upper ledge. He was out. He was free of the pit. "Made it," he wheezed, rolling onto his back, staring up at the canopy. "I actually made it." Boom! Soul's eyes flew open. A shadow fell over him. A shadow so large it blocked out the light itself. He mechanically turned his head slowly to the left. "Oh fuck," and only these civilized words could escape his mouth. Chapter 150. Sovereign of the Gorge. Chapter 150. Chapter 150. Sovereign of the Gorge. Soul stood on the ridge, his chest heaving like a broken bellows, staring down at the writhing pit of vipers he had just escaped. He was covered in slime, blood, red, black, and countless other colors, and of course, the pulverized remains of snakes. "I made it," he wheezed, a hysterical laugh bubbling up at his throat. "I actually made it." While Soul was wading through the horde of the foot soldiers, a broken machine of muscle and spite, the Sovereign of the Gorge simply watched. It had remained a static monument of dark blue scales and ivory bone, its head hovering at the height of a watchtower. It hadn't needed to move. To a god of the inner circle, this wasn't a battle. It was a microscopic event. It was watching its immune system deal with a particularly stubborn virus. But even a god has a limit for noise. Seeing the hairless monkey survive for so long, seeing him scramble up the embankment like a stubborn cockroach, the landlord decided that the noise complaint had gone on long enough. The Sovereign of the Gorge moved. It wasn't a fast, striking movement like its lesser kin. It was the movement of a tectonic plate shifting. The skyscraper-sized, dark blue serpent uncoiled from the deep shadows of the canyon floor where it had been resting, wrapped around the roots of the world. It was a slow, majestic slither, but it crossed the distance of 100 human strides in a single, fluid contraction. As it slithered forward, the ancient ironwood trees of the inner circle, massive growths that had stood for centuries, their wood harder than bronze, were snapped like dry toothpicks under its bulk. Crack! Boom! The sound was deafening, a commotion of splintering wood and crashing timber that echoed off the ravine walls. Dirt, moss, and shattered wood were kicked into the air, creating a cloud of debris that tasted of ancient loam and sulfur. Even the ground shook with a localized earthquake, nearly knocking Soul off his feet again. Soul mechanically looked back over his shoulder, and his heart didn't just skip a beat, It felt as if a cold, heavy hand had reached into his chest and squeezed his life force to a standstill. The Sovereign-S head was hovering just 100 meters away, level with the canopy, blocking out the twilight sky. It was a monstrosity of evolution. Its scales were the color of a bruised night sky, absorbing what little light remained of the pale yellow moon, creating a void in the green. Its vertical slit pupils, each as large as windows, glowing with a bioluminescent malice, reflecting the dying orange of the sun and the rising pale moon simultaneously, making it look like the beast carried two different worlds in its eyes. It was a creature that belonged in a myth, not in a biological ecosystem. It looked down at the pile of dead snakes Sol had left in his wake, a graveyard of segmented bodies and burst venom sacs. Then, it looked at the insignificant two-legged insect panting in the mud, covered in slime and defiance. And for the first time, it made a sound. Hum. It wasn't a hiss or a roar. It was a low-frequency bioresonance, a psychic weight that slammed into Sol's consciousness. It vibrated the very marrow of his bones. His ears popped, a warm trickle of blood beginning to run down the side of his neck. His vision flickered like a dying bulb, the world losing its color for a heartbeat. It was the sound of a god clearing its throat. The hum acted like a command, and the effect on the horde below was instantaneous and terrifying. The smaller snakes, the thousands of smaller snakes, the vipers, the krites, the constrictors that had been a bit wary of Sol's hardened skin, immediately went into a suicidal frenzy. The Sovereign-S vibration overrode their individual self-preservation. It rewired their brains from hunt to destroy, turning the horde into a single, unified weapon of mass destruction. They surged up the embankment like a rising tide of black water. "Oh, come on," Sol yelled, raising his hands like a martial art practitioner. They launched themselves in an all-out assault. 10, 20 snakes were in the air at once. A living wave of scales and fangs crashed over him. Even with the overdose of the monitor lizard-S vitality and his newly hardened skin, Sol was instantly overwhelmed. He was a tank being swarmed by a million ants. He stomped a skull into paste. He punched a viper mid-air, feeling its ribs crack under his reinforced knuckles. But there were simply too many. It was like trying to fight the rain. Chomp! A sharp pain flared in his shoulder. He had T-been fast enough to shrug off a king krite. Another puncture on his forearm. Fuck. Sol stumbled, his knees buckling. The fangs of the lesser snakes were still struggling to pierce his monitor hide, but the sheer volume of attacks meant that eventually some found the soft spots, the area near joints, the creases of his skin. The venom hit his bloodstream. It wasn't the single, clean toxin of the cobra. It was a cocktail of hemotoxins, neurotoxins, and acids. It began to war with the charcoal energy in his blood, creating a sensation that was simultaneously freezing and burning. It felt like his veins were filled with liquid glass. His knees shook uncontrollably. His vision blurred at the edges, the world narrowing to a tunnel of teeth and scales. He punched and kicked blindly at an unknown serpent that tried to latch onto his thigh, crushing it instantly. His hands, slick with gore sweat and reptilian slime, continued to operate as a serpent-crushing machine by sheer muscle memory, but his mind was lagging behind. He felt like he was moving through deep water, his movements heavy and sluggish as the monitor's essence began to settle into a permanent, leaden exhaustion. He continuously retreated, step by agonizing step, his shoes sliding in the mud. He was boxed in, trapped between the sheer wall of the embankment and a sea of fangs, and he was royally fucked. Chapter 151. Leap of Faith. Chapter 151. Chapter 151. Leap of Faith. Sol stumbled, pinching blindly at a greenback viper that tried to strike his groin. He crushed it, throwing the carcass into the faces of the others. As he finally managed to crush the one closest to him, he suddenly realized that the world had gone eerily quiet. The frantic attacks had stopped. The horde had pulled back a dozen yards, forming a writhing, undulating wall of fangs. They were a sea of golden and red eyes, all fixed on his wounded form, waiting for the final command to feast. They didn't need to risk any more lives. They could see him swaying. They could see the light fading from his charcoal eyes. He looked at the snakes. He then looked at his broken, injured body, his shredded palms, his leg that was turning a sickly shade of blue, the blood soaking his shredded remnant of cobra hide and clothes. And then he finally looked up at the Sovereign. The massive head was slowly descending, blocking out the sky, the stars, and the moon. It was like watching a mountain fall in slow motion. The sulphurous breath of the beast washed over him, hot and suffocating. "Okay, universe," Soul whispered, coughing up a thick glob of blood that splattered onto the moss like a dark, ironic flower. "You win." He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, his vision swimming. "If I get out of here alive," he wheezed, a delirious, blood-stained grin touching his lips, "I promise I'll not sue the manhwa industry. I get it now. Being the protagonist sucks. Creating a plot armor is a heavy work." He looked at the nearest snake, a massive, black-hooded cobra with fangs the size of daggers, poised to strike. He didn't have the strength to run. His ribs were grinding together, each breath a victory over physics. His vision was narrowing into a dark tunnel, and the charcoal energy, the borrowed power of the lizard, was a flickering candle in a hurricane. "Alas," he muttered, his eyelids drooping. "This is where the great protagonist finally stays down, right? No secret manual. No that I will make. Just a lot of snake shit." It was a pathetic end, but at least he had taken a few with him. He closed his eyes, waiting for the crushing weight of the Sovereign's jaws. But just as the lead cobra launched itself, a blur of black muscle aimed for his throat, the air directly behind Soul began to jitter. Krrrzzzt. It wasn't a sound of the forest. It wasn't the hiss of a snake or the tectonic groan of the Sovereign. It sounded like a high-voltage cable snapping underwater. It was like the very fabric of reality being ripped up by a massive static charge. It vibrated in the fillings of Soul's teeth, a frequency that shouldn't exist in nature. Soul's charcoal vision flared with an agonizing new light, forcing his eyes to snap open. And he gasped. Just a few meters away from him, suspended in mid-air to his left, the space was tearing. A jagged, flickering rip had appeared in the atmosphere. It was a cave or a hole in a rock. It was a crack in the world itself. It shimmered with a chaotic instability, the edges vibrating like a bad video signal. Inside the fissure, Soul could see nothing, just pitch-black darkness. But it wasn't the darkness of a cave. It was the darkness of the void. It clashed with the shadows of the ravine, looking like a tear in a painting that revealed the canvas underneath. Zzzt pop. The snakes hissed, recoiling violently from the sound. The lead cobra that had launched itself at Soul fell short, actually twisting in the air to avoid the anomaly, landing in a heap and scurrying backward. Their primitive brains, wired for the laws of the jungle, eat, sleep, kill, couldn't process the non-linear existence of the rift. Even the Sovereign of the Gorge pulled back its massive head, its ancient, window-sized pupils dilating in confusion and an instinctive, primordial fear. It had ruled this gorge for centuries, but had never seen the world being ripped apart before. The hum in its throat died, replaced by a wary silence. Soul looked at the snakes. Then he looked at the rift hovering in the air, buzzing like a broken neon sign. Jump into a hole in reality, or be turned into snake shit? Soul asked himself. A mad, jagged laugh tore through his throat, tasting of copper and triumph. "Actually, I have always did like a good mystery. Before on the earth they used to call me Little Sherlock." But seeing the crack, not moving, or perhaps angry at its own cowardice, the Sovereign recovered its wits. Or maybe it was just insulted by Soul's laughter. The primal fear was replaced by a goddess rage. It didn't care if the air was broken. It simply wanted to rip this hairless monkey apart. It roared, a sound that flattened the grass and shook the nearby trees hard. And then it lunged. Its massive head descended like a falling sky, jaws opening to reveal a throat like a dark, ribbed tunnel large enough to swallow a house. At the same time, the thousands of smaller snakes, emboldened by their god, launched themselves in a final, unified strike. Soul didn't wait. He didn't have the luxury of a second guess. He didn't check for a cheat or an ancient manual. He didn't ask if the rift was safe. He would be definitely dead if he stayed here, but the rift was different. It at least gave a chance for survival. And even if he really died, he would not have any complaint. At least he didn't died at the hands of these snakes. He scrambled to his feet, ignoring the agony in his chest, ignoring the venom burning in his veins. He channeled the absolute last spark of his will into his legs. He launched himself sideways toward the flickering crack. On second thought, Soul screamed, his voice reaching a pitch of pure, unhinged mania as he flew through the air. If I survive, I am suing everyone. He leaped. The Sovereign's jaws snapped shut with a thunderous clap on the empty air where he had been standing a microsecond before. It echoed like a mountain collapsing. The displacement of air from the bite nearly knocked Soul off course, but his momentum carried him true. But surrounding eager snakes weren't so lucky. The pressure wave instantly turned the surrounding snakes into a meat paste. Soul hit the crack. M7BGRQGPX, Chapter 152. 100 Feet Woman. Chapter 152. Chapter 152. 100 Feet Woman. He didn't pass through it. He fell into it. The darkness of the ravine, the deafening hiss of the snakes, the humid weight of the inner circle were instantly cut off. Silence. Absolute vacuum silence. He didn't fall into water or onto land. He fell into the void. The cracks swallowed him whole, zipping shut behind him like a healing wound, leaving the sovereign of the gorge hissing in futile, earth-shaking frustration at the empty space. Its prey vanished into thin air. Inside the crack, he expected another place, maybe a secret cave, a hidden valley, or a cliché training dungeon like in those manhwas and animes he used to binge. But he fucking fell again. Oh, come on, Soul thought, the scream trapped in his throat, unneeded and unwanted. Can we get some variety here? He had seriously reached the terminal velocity of his own patience. He had survived a cliffside collapse, outsmarted a 20-feet bear, and danced with 1,000 vipers only to be hunted by a mountain-sized snake. And now, he had simply accepted his fate. There was no more adrenaline to squeeze from his marrow, no more charcoal energy to burn. He was just a passenger now, waiting for the inevitable impact, waiting for the splat, to become honorable human red sauce. Soul was floating, or perhaps he was sinking. There was no up, there was no down. There was only him and a sensation of falling without the wind. He floated in a space that defied description. It wasn't black. It was the absence of light. A void that didn't just contain darkness, but was built of it. It was cold, but not freezing. There was no frost on his breath, no shivering in his limbs. It was a null temperature, a lack of heat that leached the energy from his skin without the courtesy of a chill. His body still ached, but the immediate, searing agony of the venom and the beating seemed muted here, as if his nervous system had been dampened. The realistic survival volume turned down to a low, manageable hum. Or maybe it was all his imagination due to the fall, or his body was finally shutting down. Am I dead? Soderwundeld. His voice echoing in the void and bouncing off invisible walls that felt miles away and inches close at the same time. Is this the loading screen? If yes, then they have awfully lousy optimization. Or did the server crash? He tried to move his arms. They responded sluggishly, like moving through thick syrup. He looked down at himself. His clothes were shredded, stained with the blue gore of the snakes and the dark crimson of his own blood. He drifted for what felt like seconds or centuries. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours, a gray eternity of silence. Time had no meaning here. He tried to swim, to propel himself, but there was nothing to push against. Great, Soul sighed internally. Eternal purgatory. 0 stars. Would not recommend. So he simply closed his eyes, bracing for the impending demise, waiting for the final game over screen of his second life. But the impact never came. Then, unknowingly, the void shifted. Far below him, or maybe above him, direction was subjective, a light appeared. It was not the gentle gold of a dawn, nor the living flame of a campfire. Instead, the dark was pierced by a harsh, flickering radiance, a light that should not exist, pulsing in broken rhythm like the heartbeat of something unseen. It fractured as he drew nearer, splintering into jagged shapes and shards of brilliance, geometric fragments that seemed to hang in the air without origin. And strangest of all, though the glow filled the ancient gloom, he could find no source for it. No torch, no sun, no spark. Only the light itself, suspended in the silence like a glitch in the graphics. He was fully ready for the inevitable crash, tensing his butt cheeks for impact, but suddenly he felt a jarring sensation, as if the very rules of the universe had been edited in real time. Yoink! He was held up, caught by an invisible force that felt like gravity had decided to reverse its polarity. His descent slowed from a terminal plummet to a gentle, drifting hover. He was stuck midair, a mote of dust in an uncaring room, before he began to slowly, gingerly descend. He looked around. It was a platform, a massive, floating island of obsidian stone suspended in the nothingness. On the platform stood the ruins of a temple, broken pillars the size of redwoods, shattered archways carved with runes that hurt his eyes to look at, and a floor cracked by eons of silence. Thump! Gravity returned with a vengeance. Soul slammed onto the cold stone floor of the temple. The impact jarred his teeth, reminding him that he was still very much physical, and he had finally landed on something solid. "Oof, ouch," he grunted. He gasped, the air of this place tasting of ozone and ancient dust and vanilla. He scrambled up, his hands slapping against the black stone, expecting another monster, another trap, or maybe another snake with a personal vendetta. "Where?" he whispered. His voice echoed here, hollow and lonely. He looked around. The ruins were colossal. They felt older than the jungle, older than the tribe, older than the planet itself. The stone felt heavy with the weight of forgotten history. This wasn't TA Cave. This was more like a pocket dimension, a bubble of reality stitched into the seam of the world. He turned slowly, taking in the desolation. And then, in the darkness that was slowly drifting out from the center of the ruins, he saw it. Or rather, he saw her. Soul stopped breathing. His jaw went slack, practically hitting the floor. Like really real. Sitting on a massive stone throne at the far end of the platform, illuminated by the flickering, erratic light of the void, was a woman. She was incredibly gorgeous, like beyond the definition of beauty Soul had constructed in his mind. She was the kind of beauty that made your eyes water just looking at it. A beauty that bypassed the brain and punched straight into the libido. And strangely, maybe it wasn't being weird or something, or maybe it was the snake venom talking. She was a beauty he wanted badly, right here and there, consequences be damned. But there was one small, teeny tiny problem. What the hell? Soul squeaked, craning his neck back and back and back, until it cracked. She was hundreds of feet tall. She sat on the throne with the casual arrogance of a deity taking a nap, her size defying all logic. She was approximately 100 feet tall, a titaness in human shape. Her face was ethereal and sharp, perfectly symmetrical, with a cute button nose that contrasted with the terrifying majesty of her scale. Her skin was flawless, radiating a soft, golden warmth like the first 5 minutes of sunrise, illuminating the obsidian throne. Her eyes were closed, her long lashes casting shadows on her cheeks that were feet long. But damn, even the lids were captivating. Above them, on her forehead, sat a golden stellar crest, a crown fused into her flesh. But the crest was dimmed, crisscrossed with jagged black cracks, as if she had been broken in a war before time began. Her hair was a voluminous, messy mane of pure white. It didn't hang down. It floated slightly around her head, as if she existed in low gravity, and small sparks of white light occasionally drifted out of the strands like dying stars. But it was her body that held Soul captive. She wore a tattered, shimmering celestial peplos that looked like it was woven from morning clouds and starlight. It was short, scandalously practical for running around, and because of her seated position, the hem rode high, exposing miles of leg, and maybe Forbidden Valley, which he unfortunately couldn't see right now. It showed off her slender, sun-kissed legs. And what legs? Legs that were the size of towers, toned and elegant, the muscles defined under skin that looked like it tasted of honey, leading up to thighs that could crush a castle, soft and firm in equal measure. Her waist was cinched by a golden cord, emphasizing the dramatic, heart-stopping flair of her hips. It was the golden ratio scaled up to God tier. And above that, Soul swallowed hard, his eyes traveling up the landscape of her torso. The celestial fabric clung to her like a second skin made of mist, struggling and failing to contain the bounty within. Her breasts were colossal. They were two perfect, gravity-defying spheres that pressed against the thin fabric, threatening to spill over the low neckline. They rose and fell with a slow, tectonic rhythm as she breathed, a mesmerizing motion that made Soul dizzy. Through the shimmering cloth, he could just make out the heavy, darkened outline of her areolas, peaks that looked like pink mountains in the mist. The deep valley of her cleavage was a canyon of shadow and soft light, a place a man could get lost in and never want to be found. She was a masterpiece of eroticism and power, a figure designed to be worshipped, whether one knelt before her or stood in awe. Soul stood there, a speck of dust in her shadow. He looked at the massive, perfect foot resting on the dais, the arch high and elegant, the toes perfectly formed and tipped with nails that looked like polished pearl. He gulped. The fear of the snakes, the pain of the venom, the exhaustion, it all momentarily took a back seat to a single, overwhelming thought that blasted through his lizard brain. I want to climb that mountain, he whispered, his eyes glued to the impossible landscape of her body. I want to plant my flag. But reality, as it often did, rudely interrupted his fantasy with a sharp, throbbing reminder of his mortality. Throb! A spike of agony shot up his left arm, seizing his chest. Soul gasped, clutching his wrist. He looked down at his hand. The web of skin between his thumb and index finger where the crushed viper had bitten him in his hallucination was turning a sickly, necrotic green. The veins were blackening, spiderwebbing up his forearm. The numbness was spreading. His fingers were already stiff claws. Right, Soul hissed through gritted teeth, stumbling forward. Dying. Prioritize. He looked up at the sleeping Tidiness. She was a god, or maybe a breathing statue, or a hallucination brought on by snake venom and brain damage. But whatever she was radiating a perceptible, humming energy that made the hair on his arms stand up. It felt like standing next to a nuclear reactor that smelled of vanilla and ozone. If there's a cure in this void, Soul thought, dragging his heavy legs toward the dais, it's her. He didn't know if he really wanted the cure or just wanted to climb that mountain once before he died. He moved across the obsidian floor. The walk felt endless. The scale of the throne room made him feel like an ant crawling across a dinner plate. He reached the base of the dais. The steps leading up to the throne were cut for giants. Each riser was as tall as he was. Soul grunted, using his good hand to haul himself up the first step. Then the second. He was panting, sweat dripping from his nose, his vision blurring. The poison was reaching his heart. He pulled himself over the lip of the final platform. He was there, directly in front of him, resting on a velvet cushion the size of a carriage, was her foot. It was magnificent. The skin was smooth, unblemished, and glowed with that inner golden warmth. The ankle bone was a delicate mountain peak. The arch was a graceful bridge. Her toes were perfect, tipped with nails that looked like polished mother-of-pearl plates. Soul crawled toward it. He felt small. He felt unworthy. But mostly, he felt like he was about to pass out and die. He reached the side of her foot. The heat coming off it was intense, like a sunbeam focused through a magnifying glass. But strangely, though, it didn't burn. Hey, Soul wheezed, his voice tiny in the silence. Sleeping Beauty, I need a favor. He raised his blackened, poisoned hand. He didn't know what would happen. Maybe she would wake up and step on him, or simply slap him to death like an annoying mosquito. He placed his palm against the soft, warm skin of her instep. Contact. It wasn't just a spark. It was a fucking supernova. Boom. Chapter 153. Who are you? Chapter 153. Chapter 153. Who are you? Boom. The moment Sol's palm connected with the warm, sun-kissed skin of her instep, the universe seemed to hiccup. And he didn't get a chance to ask for a favor. He didn't get a chance to savor the texture of divine skin. An invisible kinetic force, gentle but absolute, like a wall of compressed air, slammed into his chest. Sol flubaqua. Fuck. He skidded across the obsidian floor, his boots screeching against the black stone, until he came to a stop 50 feet away. But strangely, he wasn't hurt. It was like the force had been calculated with mathematical precision to simply remove a pest. But he was definitely winded. He scrambled to his feet, dusting off his hands, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his bruised ribs. Okay, Sol wheezed. No touching the merchandise. Got it. Then suddenly, the silence of the void broke. A sound like the shifting of tectonic plates filled the temple, ruin, or whatever it was. It was the sound of fabric rustling. On the massive throne, the Titaness slowly stirred. Her eyelids, which were the size of shields, fluttered with a lazy grace. Long lashes cast dancing shadows across her cheeks as they gently lifted, unveiling what lay beneath. And then the eyes finally opened. And damn, Sol literally stopped breathing. If the void was the absence of light, her eyes were the birth of it. They were solar flares, irises that swirled with a living mix of hot pink and deep, burning orange. They didn't merely reflect light. They seemed to generate it. Looking into them was like staring into the heart of a dying star. A brilliance that promised both creation and annihilation. She straightened just slightly. Even that simple motion sent a gust across the chamber, ruffling Sol's hair, tugging at his clothes, as though the air itself bent to her presence. The throne groaned beneath her weight, stone trembling as if it remembered who sat upon it. Her gaze swept the chamber, and wherever it fell, shadows seemed to recoil. She stretched, her arms reaching up toward the non-existent ceiling, her back arching in a feline motion that highlighted the terrifying, majestic scale of her curves. The celestial peplos slipped further down her shoulder, revealing a smooth expanse of golden skin that could have spanned a football field. Slowly, she looked down, and her gaze fell on Sol. It was a physical weight, heavy and warm. Sol felt smaller than he had ever felt in his life, smaller than a grain of sand, smaller than a breath. His knees threatened to buckle, not from fear alone, but from the sheer immensity of beauty and terror bound together in her form. She didn't look angry or surprised. She just looked mildly amused. Oh, her voice boomed. It wasn't loud in the way thunder is loud. It was resonant. It vibrated in the fluid of Sol's inner ear, hummed in his teeth, and seemed to settle deep into the marrow of his bones. It was not a sound meant for mortals, but the voice of a goddess, vast, eternal, and impossibly gentle. It rose like a choir of cellos playing a single, perfect note. It carried more than music. It carried warmth, sorrow, and promise all at once. Each syllable shimmered as though woven from starlight, and the air itself bent to cradle it. Sol froze. Breath already caught in his chest felt even more unbearable. He could swear that he had never heard anything so beautiful, so utterly beyond the reach of human sound. It was better than birdsong at dawn, better than the laughter of friends, better than the crackling fire on a winter-esque night. It was the first voice that felt alive in every part of him, a voice that made the world itself seem pale in comparison. For a moment, he forgot the pain, the caution, the danger. There was only her voice and the impossible truth that he was hearing it. We have a fated one. She leaned forward, her elbows resting on her knees, bringing her face closer to the floor. Closer to him. Even seated, she was a literal skyscraper. Her face hovered 100 feet in the air, a moon of golden perfection, radiant and absolutely divine. "Welcome, human," she said, her lips curving into a lazy smile that carried the weight of eternity. "It is a great fortune that you have stumbled here. This dimension, it drifts. It appears randomly in the cracks of the world, like a seed in the wind. And you," her solar eyes narrowed, twin storms of burning pink and molten orange, scanning him as though peeling back the layers of his soul. "You are the first human to ever enter. It is fate." Soul stood there, mouth slightly agape. Fate? Random dimension? His cultured brain, trained on a diet of isekai novels and RPGs, instantly began translating. "Okay, so this isn't a dungeon boss. This is a hidden NPC encounter. A unique event. Do not mistake this for chance. The wind does not scatter seeds without purpose. You are carried here, drawn here, by threads you cannot see. Fate, destiny, call it what you will, but know this. The moment you cross the threshold, you are destined to cease being an ordinary human. Rejoice," she continued, waving a hand the size of a carriage. "According to the ancient legacy, which I honestly haven't read in a few eons, but I remember the gist, you are entitled to a great opportunity, a chance that will change your life, a path to become a supreme among all races." Sol blanked. Supreme? Ancient legacy? It sounded like the intro cinematic to a game he was definitely underleveled for. But first she suddenly frowned. Her gaze zoomed in on his left arm. The necrotic green veins were spiderwebbing up past his elbow now. His hand was no longer a hand at all. It was a blackened claw, stiff and alien, each finger twisted by corruption. The pain was constant, a dull, consuming fire that made his vision swim and his breath hitch. "You seem to be injured," she observed, her tone carrying the faintest edge of distaste, as though the sight offended her perfection. "You are leaking. It's messy." Her words were not cruel, but they were detached, spoken with the same casualness one might use to describe a broken vessel or a spilled drink. She raised a finger, a perfectly manicured index finger that was larger than Soul's entire body, gleaming faintly in the dim chamber. She pointed at him. Behold, she didn't cast a spell. She didn't chant. She just willed it. A beam of invisible energy shot from her fingertip. It hit Soul. It didn't hurt. Instead, it was incredibly warm, the kind of warmth that seeped into every pore like stepping into a shower after weeks in the mud, like sinking into sunlight after endless night. The energy coursed through his veins, merciless and precise, hunting down the foreign contaminants. Hiss! Black smoke erupted from Soul's arm, writhing like a living thing as it was torn free. The snake venom didn't just neutralize. It was incinerated into oblivion. The green lines vanished. The blackened skin cracked and flaked away like ash in the wind, revealing pink, fresh flesh underneath. But the energy didn't stop there. It flooded his chest, knitting the microfractures in his ribs. It soothed the bruises on his back. It refilled his stamina bar in a heartbeat. And then it swirled around his body. Soul looked down, his shredded, blood-stained tunic and loincloth. The remnants of his battle in the ravine began to glow. The fabric unraveled, dissolving into light, and then rewove itself. The rough leather was replaced by something soft, shimmering, and white. It felt like silk, but stronger. It draped over his shoulder, cinched at the waist by a golden cord. Sol stared. He touched the fabric. What the? He was wearing a celestial peplos. It was a male version, shorter, more tunic-like, but it was unmistakably the same divine fabric she was wearing. He looked like a Greek god who had lost his sandals. Sol gulped. He looked at his hands, clean, healed, glowing with health, flexing fingers that moments ago had been almost dead. The pain was gone. The fire was gone. In its place was a strange, humming vitality, as though the goddess had not only healed him, but rewritten him. He looked at his clothes, pristine, divine. He finally accepted it. Okay, Sol whispered, his voice trembling slightly. I'm officially in a different world. This isn't just a survival game. This is high fantasy. with 100-foot-tall women in magic clothes. We are not in Blue Planet anymore. Above, her solar eyes glowed with lazy satisfaction. Better, she murmured, as if she had simply brushed dust from a table, leaning back in her throne. That looks much better. You were ruining the aesthetic of my floor. Now, the goddess murmured. She gestured toward a pedestal in the east. On it sat a glowing, swirling sphere of light. The reward. Continue, she said, stifling a yawn with the back of her hand. Rejoice. There is your reward. Go and claim it. Become a legend. Etc., etc. Soul looked at the sphere. It pulsed with power. It promised godhood. He looked at the goddess. She was beautiful, benevolent, and offering him everything he had ever wanted on a silver platter. But Soul didn't move. He stood there, rooted to the obsidian floor, his new silk tunic fluttering in the non-existent wind. Goddess, or whatever she was, watched him. She waited. 5 seconds passed. 10. She frowned, her eyebrows knitting together. It was a massive movement that darkened the room. Human? She asked. Why are you not moving? Are you frozen with awe? But Soul still didn't move. Maybe it was the result of reading too many web novels where the benevolent mentor turns out to be a body-snatching demon. Maybe it was the countless manhuas where the inheritance is actually a trap to enslave the protagonist as Soul. Even though his body wanted to prostrate itself in her reverence and do whatever she willed. But being a modern gooner, he simply couldn't trust her. She is too nice, Soul thought, his paranoia flaring. She heals me, dresses me, and gives me a cheat code? For free? Just because I stumbled here? In the primitive world, nothing was free. If something looked too good to be true, it was usually bait. And even though she was outrageously divine beautiful, he wasn't going to become a simp. Go and claim it, she urged, sounding slightly impatient now. What are you hesitating for? It's supreme power. Do you not like power? Soul finally spoke. He looked up, craning his neck to meet her solar gaze. Who are you? Chapter 154. Divine Artifact Orphos. Chapter 154. Chapter 154. Divine Artifact Orphos, who are you? The question echoed in the vast temple, bouncing off pillars that seemed to have stood since the dawn of time. She blinked, her massive eyelashes literally creating a draft. How curious. Say it again. Soul cupped his hands around his mouth, shouting up at the 100-foot-tall beauty. You're so big. You're glowing. You have magic fingers. But who are you, beauty? Are you a Titaness? A stone spirit? Or are you some grandpa in a ring-like character? She stared at him. For a moment, she looked genuinely baffled. Most mortals would be prostrate on the floor, weeping with gratitude, offering their firstborns. This one was daring to ask for her identity, even after she had just pulled him back from the brink of death. Then she laughed. It was a sound like wind chimes in a storm, beautiful, kind of dangerous, and most importantly, absolutely overwhelming. Humph. She huffed, a smile playing on her lips. The sound was soft, but it carried the weight of mountains. She sat up a bit straighter, adopting a high and mighty posture that made the throne creak, as though it feared her. The stellar crest on her forehead flared briefly, a pulse of light that rippled through the chamber like a heartbeat of the cosmos. You are bold, little bug, she said, her voice dripping with regal arrogance, each syllable echoing as if the void itself repeated her words. Very well, since you asked. She spread her massive arms wide. The void behind her seemed to shimmer, folding back like a curtain, revealing glimpses of galaxies and nebulae swirling in the deep dark. Stars flared and died in silence. Constellations twisted into shapes no mortal I had ever seen. The air trembled, heavy with the scent of creation itself. I am Icilia, she proclaimed, her voice resonant, vast, and utterly majestic. One of the primordial goddesses, the weaver of attributes, the primordial arbiter of exchange, the one who barters fate. Her words pressed down on Soul like a mountain settling onto his shoulders. The name itself echoed in the void like thunder, as if the whole world was resonating with it, a truth too immense for human lungs to carry. And for a moment he felt like a child staring into the sun. Primordial. That was high tier. That was in-game content. As for the other things, Icilia waved her hand dismissively, the galaxies vanishing like smoke. You, mortal, do not need to know. Your brain would leak out of your ears. Your skull would crack like an eggshell under the weight of it. Knowledge is not always a gift. Sometimes it is a burden, and you are far too fragile to bear mine. She lazily pointed a finger the size of a tree trunk at the glowing sphere hovering on the pedestal. Now, she said, her tone shifting from majestic to tired. She rubbed her eyes. Go and get your prize. And leave. I have been awake for 5 minutes, and I am already exhausted. I have to take my nap. Soul stared at her. You just want to sleep? Being a goddess is tiring, Icilia complained, slumping back into the cushions. Eternal vigilance takes a toll on the complexion. Now, Shu, take the loot. Get out. Soul looked at the sphere, then at the sleepy, 100-foot-tall beauty who just wanted him to leave so she could catch some ZS. His paranoia cracked. All of this stuff was just so absurd. Okay, Soul muttered, stepping toward the pedestal. If it's a trap, so be it. He moved toward it. But alas, old habits die hard. Even though she had proclaimed herself to be a goddess and showed him a light show of the universe, it wasn't like he had never seen galaxies before. In his past life, they were plastered across wallpapers, documentaries, and free internet streams. Nebulae in 4K, supernovas on demand. So he hesitated, extending a cautious finger to poke the light, like the same instinct that made him poke glowing buttons, test hot stoves, or prod suspicious jellyfish washed up on the shore. Oh, for the love of the void, Icilia sighed, her voice dripping with disdain. You humans really are cowards. Just grab it. Soul coughed, due to embarrassment, hearing the blatant disdain in her voice. I'm just being cautious. Who knows if you're tricking me or something? Trick you? She laughed, a sound of genuine amusement. Immortal? That is the biggest joke I have heard in an eon. Her solar eyes flared, pink and orange swirling like storms. I am a goddess. Why would I need to trick you? If I wanted you dead, I would simply stop imagining you exist. One thought, and you would vanish, erased, as though you had never been born. That is the scale of my power. She leaned forward, her massive form casting shadows that swallowed the floor. Her smile was lazy, terrible, and beautiful all at once. Go on, touch it, claim it, or cower, and prove yourself unworthy of even being remembered. Supposed. She does have a point. If she truly was what she claimed, a goddess, a primordial force who could erase him with a thought, then hesitation was laughable. What was a poke, a touch, compared to the scale of her power? If she wanted him gone, he wouldn't even have the luxury of doubt. His chest tightened. The human part of him, the part raised on caution and suspicion, screamed at him to stop, to never trust a smile that dripped with arrogance, to never trust a hand that could crush worlds. But another part, the part that had seen her eyes flare like dying stars, the part that had felt her will burn the venom out of his veins, whispered that this was not trickery. This was inevitability. What if he missed a world-changing cheat just because of cautiousness? Soul flexed his healed hand, staring at the pink flesh where rot had once been. He swallowed hard, his throat dry. Well, she does have a point, he muttered under his breath, almost as if admitting it to himself was more dangerous than saying it aloud. He finally stepped in and cautiously extended his finger. High above, Icilia watched with bated breath, her internal monologue racing. Finally, she thought, a cruel spark lighting up her solar eyes. That is Orphos, a primordial divine artifact. Foolish mortal. If you touch it, you will explode instantly. Flesh scattered, soul unmade, erased from the ledger of existence. The sphere does not tolerate fragile flesh. It is no mere trinket, no conjurer's bauble. It is a divine artifact, a relic of the first dawn, law itself, forged by the very universe when the cosmos was still raw and screaming. Even gods have bled for it, clawed at it, shattered themselves against its silence. Much less fragile mortals. Mortals are less than dust before its gaze. But now it is weakened. fractured by time, dulled by the endless wars of gods who clawed at it and failed. Its vigilance is not what it once was, and in that weakness lies my chance. Yes, let the sphere taste your touch. Let stir, let awaken. It will not grant you power, it will not spare you, but it will open just for a moment. And when it opens, the chains of law will loosen, the bindings of eternity will falter. I will escape and step free from this cage of silence, while you crumble into ash. Your death will be the key, your fragility the offering. Such is the irony of fate. The smallest insect may unfasten the lock that even me, the goddess, could not break. As for how she was trapped here in the first place, long ago, when the strongest gods still walked openly among the world, and Henti created their own divine realms, the artifact was revealed. It was no mere relic, but a shard of the primordial weave itself, a thing older than suns, older than law, older than even the gods who coveted it. It was said to hold the power of passage and exchange, the ability to cross the infinite world in a single step, and more importantly, to bypass every restriction, every binding, every decree. None of them wanted war, yet all were tempted. Even she, Isilia, who despised conflict, felt the pull of its promise. One by one, gods and titans hurled their strength against it. They unleashed storms that split the heavens, burned skies until they bled, shattered mountains into dust, and poured their strangest techniques into its surface. But the artifact remained unmoved. At last they agreed. Brute force would not claim it. Instead, they would seek its acknowledgement. One by one, they stepped forward, invoking their divine authorities, their laws, their truths. But without exception, all of them failed to get its acknowledgement. Of course, Isilia also got a chance to. When her turn came, she did not hesitate. She invoked her divine authority, the law of exchange, the primordial authority that had bent attributes and values across the cosmos, that had bartered fate itself. And for the first time, the artifact finally stirred. A faint shimmer rippled across its surface, subtle yet undeniable. A breath, a recognition. The silence of eternity broke, if only for a heartbeat. She alone had drawn a reaction. The gods trembled. Titans whispered. Could it be? Could she, the weaver of attributes, the arbiter of exchange, be the fated one? The one chosen by the relic of the first dawn? Chapter 155. Owner of the Realm. Chapter 155. Chapter 155. Owner of the Realm. Isilia's lips curved into a smile. Pride swelled in her chest, vast as the stars. She was smug, radiant, certain. She believed the cosmos itself had bowed to her inevitable magnificence. But unfortunately, that was it. The shimmer faded. The breath stilled. The recognition dissolved into nothing. The artifact did not approve of her either. For a heartbeat, absolute silence reigned. The faint stir it had granted her vanished, leaving only the cold indifference of eternity. The gods looked on, their awe curdling into mocking whispers. Isilia's pride, vast as the stars, could not bear such rejection. As short-tempered as she was, of course she couldn't accept it. Anger flared in her heart, hotter than suns, sharper than blades. Her divine essence trembled with fury. To be acknowledged but not chosen, to be stirred but not accepted, was worse than denial. It was a tease. It was blatant humiliation, at least in her view. And humiliation was something Isilia had never endured. She, who had commanded the exchange of essence itself, who had weighed the worth of stars, was denied. Impossible. In her fury, she tried to destroy it. If she couldn't have it, no one would. She tried to unmake what would not yield. Her voice shook the heavens. Her power tore at the fabric of reality. Her wrath burned brighter than galaxies dying in supernova. She unleashed the full weight of the law of exchange to deconstruct the artifact. But that proved to be a mistake, a massive mistake. The artifact did not break. Heck, it did not even tremble. Instead, it retaliated, not with violence or destruction, but with its own absolute law. Suddenly, Chains of primordial decree erupted from its core, invisible yet all-encompassing. They swiftly wrapped around her essence, not just her body, but her very divinity, binding her authority, silencing her voice. They coiled tighter than serpents, heavier than mountains, older than time itself. She screamed, but no sound escaped the seal. She struggled, but no movement mattered. The law of exchange, something she had always been immensely proud of, the power to trade anything for anything, was rendered useless. You cannot barter with a lock that has no key. And so, she was trapped, a prisoner in a dimension woven from laws she had never seen. Seeing this, other gods recoiled, horrified, and fled. None dared to share her fate. And so, she remained locked away, forgotten by gods and mortals alike. After that day, the artifact also disappeared, never to be found again. But that was only in the eyes of the others. As someone trapped inside its pocket dimension, Icilia knew the truth. It was still randomly traveling around the world, drifting through the currents of reality, looking for the fated one. But let alone getting its acknowledgement, no one had ever been able to find it, let alone getting inside. Until now, when the crack opened and soul fell through, Icilia had been overjoyed, thinking she would finally be free once again. For the first time in millennials, or maybe eons, the door had opened. She thought a high god or a void walker had finally found her. But to her utter, crushing disappointment, it wasn't some god or powerful being. It was a bug, a mortal, a weak, human male without an ounce of divine power to speak of. His soul was a flickering candle in a hurricane. His body was fragile meat held together by luck. She knew the nature of this artifact. It would obviously not recognize him. Even the gods couldn't get any reaction from it, let alone get its recognition, much less a mortal. So, she devised a plan, a cruel, simple, pragmatic plan. She would pretend to be the benevolent guardian of this artifact. She would heal him, a small investment, to gain his trust. She would lure him to the artifact, and when he touched it, boom! The laws of the artifact were absolute. If a mortal soul touched the core without a divine buffer, the feedback loop would cause an instant, violent explosion. The mortal would pop like a blood balloon. But that explosion, that sudden rupture of energy, it would create a fracture in the prison's seal. A tiny, momentary crack in the chains. And Icilia had been saving her power for eons for just such a moment. She would ride the shockwave of his death straight out of this hellhole. It was a perfect plan. And even though this bug was a bit different from what she had expected, he didn't show the groveling reverence typical of mortals. But in the end, he was still an ignorant mortal. He had swallowed her lie about destiny and rewards after she showed him a little healing trick. Mortals, she thought, watching him step up to the pedestal. So predictable, so greedy, so combustible. And now, she was finally about to get her long-awaited freedom. Soul closed his fingers around the light. Icilia braced herself for the blood splatter. She gathered her divine essence into a spearhead, ready to dive through the resulting tear in space the moment he detonated. Goodbye, little bug. Thank you for your sacrifice. And he finally touched the sphere. Contact. And nothing. Nothing happened. No pain. No explosion. No scream. No divine thunderbolt to erase him from existence. For Heartbeat, it was almost disappointing. His finger pressed against the surface, and it felt ordinary. Smooth, cool like polished glass. But then, the swirling, chaotic light within the relic slowed, as though noticing him. The storm inside stilled, collapsing into a single rhythm. It pulsed once, a soft, welcoming thrum that vibrated through the floor of the temple, through the marrow of his bones, through the silence of eternity itself. The light didn't burn, nor did it destroy him. Instead, it welcomed. The artifact began to stir. Its surface rippled like liquid stone, reshaping itself at Soul's touch. Shapes flickered in rapid succession. A jagged fong, a hollow ring, a broken crown, a spiral pillar, each a symbol of passage, each a fragment of law. And finally it settled. The chaos froze into a single, fixed shape, a four-pointed compass, cracked down the center. Sol's breath caught. For a moment, he admired it, entranced by its impossible perfection. But admiration turned to horror as the compass shivered, then dissolved. Its edges liquefied, flowing like molten glass. The relic collapsed into a stream of light and shadow, pouring over his hand like water. It seeped into his skin, threading through his veins, merging with his soul. He felt it burrow deeper, not into flesh, but into essence, branding him with its law. His vision fractured, stars, paths, endless doors opening and closing, until all of creation seemed to breathe with him. And in that instant, Sol was no longer merely touching Orphos. He became one with Orphos. On the other hand, Isilia's massive jaw dropped. The divine spear of energy she had prepared, the one meant to ride the shockwave of his death, sizzled and died in her hands, sputtering like a paper straw in a drink. "What?" she whispered, her voice trembling, stripped of its usual grandeur. That's not supposed to happen. You were supposed to pop." She watched, horrified, as the impossible unfolded before her eyes. The artifact did not reject him. Instead, it merged with him. She felt the shift in the air pressure, the subtle rearrangement of law itself. The void, which had been her prison for eons, suddenly felt different. The locks changed, the walls shifted, and the keys were no longer missing. They were in the pocket of the ant standing in front of her. He was the owner now, the owner of Orphos, the owner of this dimension. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through her arrogance like a blade. For the first time in countless ages, Isilia felt fear. "No!" she shrieked internally, her voice cracking into desperation. "Reject him. He is a bug. He is mud. He is nothing." But, of course, the realm didn't listen to her. It didn't even listen before, much less now. Instead, the suppression field of the temple, which had merely contained her before, suddenly clamped down with the weight of a collapsing star. The chains of silence she had endured for eons tightened, now empowered by Orphos' new master. Poof! There was a cloud of golden smoke, accompanied by a sound like a deflating balloon. When the smoke cleared, the 100-foot goddess was gone and the throne was empty. Sol blinked, shaking his hand as the last of the light absorbed into his skin. His veins glowed faintly, then dimmed, leaving only a lingering weight in his chest. He felt heavy, powerful, and impossibly connected to this space. The walls of the dimension were no longer walls. They were threads, and he could feel them tugging at his will. He could control everything inside it. He looked up at the throne, expecting to see the giant woman looming over him to ask her what was going on. Where did she go? "Down here, you idiot." A high-pitched, squeaky voice came from the floor. Sol looked down. Standing on the first step of the dais, looking absolutely horrified, was a girl. She was about 5'5", with the same pure white hair and solar eyes, but she was bite-sized. She was wearing a miniature version of the celestial peplos, which now looked less like a divine garment and more like a sundress. She honestly looked like a cosplayer who had lost her way. "What?" Sol gaped, looking from the massive, empty throne to the tiny figure. "What is happening? Why did the 100-foot almighty goddess become a chibi brat?" Isilia looked at her hands. They were small. She looked at her legs. They were short. She touched her face. No, 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 no. She instantly had a meltdown, stomping her foot like a petulant child. "Why is this happening? My stature, my glory. I'm a primordial. I am the weaver of nebulae." She grabbed a handful of her own hair. "I look like a mortal teenager. This is undignified." Sol watched her tantrum with a mix of confusion and amusement. His lips twitched, but before he could laugh, his voice thundered out unbidden. "Hey!" he shouted, and the sound was not his own. It was deeper, resonant, layered with the authority of Orphos. The temple shook, the air rippled, and even Isilia froze mid-tantrum. "What is going on?" he asked simply, but his voice thundered, as if carrying the weight of law itself. Chapter 156. Lies of Goddess and Devious Scheme, Chapter 156. Chapter 156. Lies of Goddess and Devious Scheme. Now that he had absorbed the artifact, he knew the truth. She wasn't the guardian she claimed to be. In fact, she seemed to be imprisoned here. And more importantly, he could feel that he had complete control over her. Isilia froze. She looked at him, realizing the shift in the air. The pressure radiating from him wasn't just ash-gray energy anymore. It was the weight of the realm itself. The dimension itself had bent to his voice. "You," she whispered, trembling. "You're not supposed to have that. You're not supposed to be that." Her tiny hands balled into fists, her pride warring with panic. She looked like a child throwing a tantrum, but her words carried the desperation of a goddess who had just lost everything. Sol narrowed his eyes, his voice still carrying the weight of Orphos. "What happened? And most importantly, why are you like this?" Isilia crossed her arms, though the gesture looked ridiculous in her diminished form. Her voice wavered, stripped of its usual grandeur. I am stuck," she admitted, her voice small, her lower lip trembling. "My strength is sealed in this realm. My divine power, useless here. I can't command, I can't weave, I can't even break the walls of this prison. I've been stuck for thousands of years, so long I can't even remember it. The artifact, it suppressed me because it hates me. And now that you own it, it suppressed me even further." Sol narrowed his eyes. The pieces were clicking together. He tilted his head, his tone sharp. "And what does that have to do with your high and mighty, fated one act?" He said slowly, stepping closer. "All that talk about destiny, about being chosen?" Isilia flinched. She looked away, her solar eyes dimming. "Well, about that." She shuffled, stalling, her pride warring with panic. She stomped her foot, tried to puff herself up, but the temple-esque silence made her look more like a sulking child than a goddess. Finally, under his glare, she cracked. "Fine," she spat, her arrogance collapsing into desperation. "The truth is, mortals can't touch the artifact. If they do, they explode. Instantly. Gone. Dust. And in that moment, when the artifact reacts, I would have a chance, a window, to escape this cursed place. You try to kill me," Sol realized, his voice dropping to a dangerous chill. "You wanted me to touch that thing, so I blow up. You wanted to use the explosion to escape from here? I had no choice." She snapped, her voice trembling. "Do you think I wanted to rely on a mortal? Do you think I wanted to beg for scraps of fate? I'm Isilia, weaver of nebulae. I was supposed to be chosen, not trapped." She pouted, crossing her arms, her tiny frame trembling with indignation. "Actually, mortals are supposed to explode the moment they touch it. It's basic rule. It's not my fault you're a freak of nature. You didn't explode, which is very strange and intriguing, by the way. You should be flattered." "Flattered? Ha ha ha. You just tried to kill me, and I should be flattered?" Sol asked, anger flaring in his chest. She looked at him as if he were a fool. "Of course. We don't know each other. We aren't friends or anything. You're just mayfly. I am eternity. If using a bug helps me escape a 1,000-year prison, why wouldn't I? And didn't I just heal you?" She pointed a small finger at his chest. "You were rotting from countless snakes' poisons. Your ribs and countless other bones were shattered. Your lungs were collapsing. Your heart was faltering. I used the last of my accumulated divine essence, the scraps I had hoarded for centuries, to fix your broken little body. Do you even understand what that means? I burned away the last of my power for you. You kind of owe me your life." Sol opened his mouth to argue, but no words came out. She was absolutely right. No matter what, she did heal him. If it was for her help, he would have died long before touching Orphos. The poisons would have eaten him alive, his body collapsing into rotten meat. And honestly, if he were in her position, trapped for eons in the dark, stripped of power, desperate for freedom, he would have sacrificed a stranger in a heartbeat. He wasn't some saint, and she had indeed healed him. His arm was pristine, the bones knit together as if they had never been broken. His ribs no longer ached. His body felt stronger than ever, humming with vitality. But of course, that didn't mean he was going to let her off the hook. Well, Soul crossed his arms, looking down at her with a smirk. You aren't wrong. Survival is survival. But the question is, did I ask you to heal me? Isilia sputtered. She pointed a trembling finger at him, her face flushing red. Why you? The audacity. I saved you from becoming rotting meat. And this is how you behave? You mortal humans are indeed greedy, ungrateful creatures. I should have let you rot. Well, I want to deny it. Soul smirked, stepping closer, looming over her diminutive form. His shadow stretched across her, a reminder of the power he now held. But it is also the truth that you just try to turn me into a bomb to escape. So, I do say our debt is equal now. Equal? She shrieked, her voice cracking. I am a goddess. You are a mud dweller. We are not. She leaned forward to shout at his face, standing on her tiptoes to try and regain some height advantage. Her cheeks burned with indignation, her hair shimmering faintly with suppressed divine essence. But then suddenly she stopped. Her nose twitched. She sniffed. She leaned closer to his chest, inhaling loudly, almost comically, sniffing like a curious dog. She murmured, her expression changing from anger to confusion. Her nose twitched again, her solar eyes narrowing. What does this smell? Sweat, Soul suggested, raising an eyebrow. About her sudden behavior, snake blood? No, she whispered, her eyes widening. It's ambrosia, frost, blue lotuses, and stardust. She looked up at him, her eyes narrowing into slits of solar fire. Interesting. Interesting indeed. It seems you have met with another goddess. Soul frowned, stepping back. I have. I don't remember any other giant women. But then, suddenly a memory surfaced, faint, fleeting, the scent of frost and blue lotuses when he had first woken up. You don't remember? Isilia circled him, inspecting him like a rare specimen. Her small form moved with predatory curiosity, her eyes scanning every inch of him, but I can smell her. It's faint, but it's deep. And it's not superficial. It seems to have merged with your very marrow. You reek of divine intervention. Now that I look at it, she paused, her voice trembling with disbelief. Your body is indeed not of an ordinary mortal. No, let alone a mortal. I haven't seen this body on anyone before. Very strange. It's my first time seeing such a perfect vessel. She poked his chest hard, her tiny finger pressing against him with surprising force. Who touched you, mortal? And why is your body like this? Is it by birth, or someone or something helped you achieve this? If yes, then how? She asked multiple questions at once like a machine gun. Sol blanc, unsettled. Even he was intrigued now. Was his body really that strange? He didn't remember the previous soul having anything special. Heck, his body had been worse, utterly weak and frail. He had thought this strength was simply a benefit of transmigration, a gift of starting anew. But now it seemed he was wrong. There was still some info he didn't know yet. Well, actually there was a lot, including this new mystery. Of course, a body this perfect shouldn't be possible, especially on a human mortal. She said, her tone dripping with condescension, as if he were a fool for not realizing it himself. Seems my assumption was wrong, she murmured, her tone shifting from arrogance to wary fascination. You, human, you are definitely not an ordinary one. Her words hung in the air, heavy with reluctant awe. She tilted her head, studying him as though he were a puzzle carved by the cosmos itself. Your scent, your marrow, your very essence. It reeks of law, of ambrosia, of something far beyond mortal flesh. Soul swatted her hand away. Interesting or not, let us talk later. I have a headache, and I'm currently standing in a void with a chibi goddess who tried to kill me. He looked around the realm. He could feel the connection to the artifact, Orphos. He could feel the exit, and he could feel that he controlled the door. He looked down at the pint-sized goddess. If you had asked nicely, Soul said, his voice dropping to a low, predatory rumble and a slow, evil smile spreading across his face, I might have let you go. I might have become the benevolent hero who saved a goddess. He stepped closer, his shadow swallowing her petite form. A slow, Evil smile spread across his face. The kind of smile a wolf gives a trapped lamb. But now, Icilia backed up until her legs hit the step of the dais. She looked up at him, her solar eyes wide with a mix of indignation and genuine fear. What? She stammered, clutching her celestial peplos, her arrogance crumbling into panic. We want. Chapter 157. Chapter 157. Learning about other realms, why are you pretending to be like this? Sol asked, tilting his head. Remember, you just tried to kill me. You tried to turn me into a firework to crack a lock. So, of course, there is a price for failure. He looked her up and down. Even though she had been reduced from a 100-foot tedious to a pint-sized, 5'5" girl, she was still breathtaking. Her skin glowed with the same sunrise warmth. Her curves, though scaled down, were perfection incarnate. She was ethereal, divine, and currently very portable. A wicked idea formed in Sol's mind. If you want to go out, Sol said, leaning down so they were face to face. Of course, there is a way, you just have to satisfy me. Icilia blinked, confusion knitting her brows. Satisfy you with what? Knowledge? Riches? Power? Of course not, Sol deadpanned. A personal favor. The kind human strayed behind closed doors. Icilia's jaw dropped. Her face turned a violent shade of cosmic crimson. You filthy human being. She shrieked, stomping her foot. Can't you think of something decent? I am a primordial god. I am the weaver of nebulae. How is this filthy? Sol asked innocently, spreading his hands. Isn't this nature? The divine way of life? It's the method to reproduce the next generation. It is the most sacred act of creation. How is it exactly filthy, primordial goddess Sama? Why you? Icilia sputtered, pointing a trembling finger at his nose. Don't talk nonsense. Do not twist philosophy to justify your lechery. I would absolutely not do it. Never. Change your demand. Sol sighed, feigning deep disappointment. Fine. You drive a hard bargain. I guess I can't force a goddess. He crossed his arms, tapping his chin in thought. Oh, okay. Then let us see what else you can offer. If I can't have your body, then what about some cheat power? Give me a divine physique. Or some god-tier techniques. Make me invincible. Icilia huffed, crossing her arms to match him, tried to regain some dignity. You really dare to dream. Humph. Even though I don't know what this cheat thing is, but is it really so easy to get those other things you have mentioned? She rolled her eyes. A divine physique is something people are born with, carved into their soul by fate. It is not something that can just be given like a piece of meat. She narrowed her eyes, scanning him again, sniffing the air. Besides, she muttered, seeing your physique, I doubt you'd need another one. Whatever that other goddess did to you, she turned your body into a sponge for vitality. Adding another physique on top of that would likely cause your cells to collapse. Solfoned. So I'm stuck with this? Is there really no exception? It's always better to get another one, he muttered to himself. One is good, two is better. That's basic math. Icilia sighed, rubbing her temples. Of course, there are extreme rarities. Some primordial artifacts can alter the body. There are herbs in the elemental realm that can rewrite bone structure. Wait, Sol interrupted, his ears perking up. Elemental realm? Is there any other realm? Icilia looked at him like he was a toddler who didn't know the sky was blue. Of course there are other realms, she scoffed. Did you think this world was the only layer of existence? You mortals are really ignorant. The world is a layered onion of dimensions. Sol didn't say anything. It was true that he was ignorant. He was just a pitiful ice sky protagonist without a manual. But of course, he wasn't going to admit that. More importantly, he wanted to get as much information as possible from her. If playing the fool soothed her pride and kept her talking, he would play the fool. Go on, he urged. There are various other realms attached to this main material plane, Icilia lectured, falling into the role of a teacher to mask her powerlessness. Like the elemental realm, where pure mana storms exist, or the spirit realm, where the spirits and soul forms live. Sol stopped her again. So this world has spirits too? Like ghosts? Or nature's spirits? Icilia glared at him, her eyes flaring. If you dare stop me one more time, I'll blow you up. She raised her hand, threatening to snap her fingers. Sol didn't flinch. He smiled, a calm, evil, knowing smile. Really? He asked softly. Can you? Isilia froze. She looked at her hand. She looked at the oppressive air of the Void Temple, which was currently recognizing Sol as the owner. She realized, with a sinking sensation, that she didn't have her divine powers. She couldn't blow up a balloon, let alone a human. She lowered her hand slowly, her face flushing with embarrassment. Humph! She turned her head away, pouting. Then, I want to tell you anything then. Figure it out yourself, Bug. Sol laughed, raising his hands in surrender. He knew when to push and when to pull. Okay, he said soothingly. I'm sorry. I want to ask anything else. Please, continue. O great weaver of nebulae. I am listening. Humph. Isilia crossed her small arms over her chest, the celestial fabric of her shrunken peplos rustling. She sat on the edge of the dais, kicking her legs like a bored child swinging on a park bench, though her eyes still held the ancient, burning fire of a star. Fine, she muttered, adjusting her posture to regain some semblance of divine dignity. If you're going to be my jailer, temporarily, of course, you should at least understand the cage you live in. You mortals think the dirt under your feet is the sum of creation. It is adorable and pathetic. She raised a hand. The void around them darkened, the distant stars dimming to create a blank, infinite canvas. Pay attention, Bug, she declared, her voice sharp, though it trembled faintly with suppressed insecurity. I'm only going to explain the cosmology of the multiverse once. And I'm only doing it because your ignorance offends me. Definitely not, because I'm scared of you or anything. Sol sat down on the obsidian floor, crossing his legs. He rested his chin in his hand, looking up at her with a look of rapt, albeit slightly mocking, attention. I'm all ears, oh great weaver, he said, biting the inside of his cheek to control his laughter. She was adorable when she tried to be intimidating at 3 feet tall. Isilia rolled her eyes, muttering something about insolent mortals, but she began to weave her hands through the air. As she spoke, the darkness around them shifted, painting images in pure light. Shapes bloomed like constellations, glowing diagrams of worlds and pathways unfurling across the void. Think of the main world, she began, her voice softening into reverence. It is neutral, beautiful, and terrifyingly vast as the core, the nexus. It is an infinite world as no one. Even the gods know its ends. It is the only place where flesh, spirit, and energy coexist perfectly. It is the only place where you might see a titan trading with a sprite or a dragon hunting a beast lord. It is like a loving mother which can accommodate all and everything without any discrimination. She waved her hand, and the void fractured, revealing layers surrounding it like the skins of an onion. But the other realms, she whispered, her voice taking on a reverence she couldn't hide, are dimensions of extreme purity where only one concept exists. They are fully realized civilizations with their own laws, cultures, and architectures that would break your mind. They are specialized domains where ancient races have built empires for eons. Some were born there, others migrated, but all are shaped by the purity of their domain. Can humans enter those realms? Sol couldn't help but ask curiously. She didn't snap at him this time. She simply answered, of course. It is possible. Then were there entrances? He asked eagerly. The concept of other dimensions completely awakened the otaku, adventurous spirit in him. Which reader hasn't dreamed of going to other dimensions, raiding dungeons, and meeting exotic races? Isilia smirked, enjoying his sudden enthusiasm. It's not fixed, Isilia explained, tracing a line in the air. Who knows where the dimensions overlap? It is completely random and always changing, drifting like clouds. But there are known places. Anchors. Places where the barrier is thin. She pointed to the illusion. If you sail far enough across the ocean of storms, past the edge of the map, you may or may not cross the boundary and find yourself in the abyssal trench, the water realm. If you climb the staircase of the sky, the highest mountains where the air freezes in your lungs, there's a great chance that you can walk right off the peak and into the Titan realm. If you walk into a mist gate in the deepest, oldest part of the forest, you can arrive in the verdant realm of the elves. Sol's eyes were shining. "Oh, great goddess," he said, clasping his hands together theatrically. "Can you please share your valuable insights of these realms? A mere mortal like me could only dream of such knowledge." He was slowly starting to understand her personality. She was extremely vain, arrogant, and fickle. If you put it positively, she was pure-hearted and simple. Negatively, she was a brat with cosmic power, and brats loved to be praised. "Humph," she huffed, lifting her chin, clearly satisfied with his humble attitude. "Since you beg so nicely." She waved her hand. The illusion shifted violently. Chapter 158. Chapter 158. Evolution. "Humph," she huffed, lifting her chin, clearly satisfied with his humble attitude. "Since you beg so nicely." She waved her hand. The illusion shifted violently, the stars swirling to form new, terrifying shapes. "You must understand, Bug, that these realms do not just sit idly by. They bleed, they leak, and when they do, the world changes." She pointed to a phantom image of a generic wolf, its outline shimmering in pale light. When a beast evolves in the world, it is rarely natural selection. It is actually tapping into the energy of one of these leaking realms. It is contamination. The wolf twisted grotesquely. Its fur hardened into scales. Its body bulged, and 3 snarling heads sprouted from its shoulders. Like a serpent that finds a rift to the verdant realm and eats a life seed, Isilia explained, her voice bored but educational, as though lecturing a child. It becomes a regenerating hydra, or a boar that wanders into a fissure of the elemental realm, somehow survives, and eats a fire elemental seed. It becomes a magma-tusk boar. She flicked her wrist, and the illusions shifted again, a menagerie of horrors. Birds with molten wings, deer sprouting crystalline antlers, insects the size of houses, their bodies glowing with alien energy. And so on, she said flatly. Evolution here is not a ladder. It is a lottery of cosmic radiation. Hearing this, Sol's face fell. A cold sweat broke out on his back. "Damn," he whispered. "If that's true, this is hell-level difficulty. I'm fighting magical mutants with a stone spear." Seeing his expression, Isilia rolled her eyes, her tiny form radiating smugness. "Don't wet yourself just yet. You don't have to worry too much. Beasts like those, true mutants, aren't common near settlements. Or more accurately, you humans don't dare to live near them. The beasts who can enter a realm and come back alive are already apex predators. They have their own domain and stuff. They don't bother with the edges of the map where you live." She leaned in, her small face serious. "With or without special powers, a powerful beast could decimate your entire tribe in seconds. If you met one, you wouldn't be standing here negotiating. You would be a smear on the landscape." Sol breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, so I'm safe. For now." Isilia smirked, her lips curling into a cruel little smile. "Safe? Perhaps. But remember, Bug, realms leak without warning. Today's wolf is tomorrow's hydra. And tomorrow's hydra might be waiting outside your hut." Damn, he knew she was just teasing, but he really couldn't get rid of this possibility. "It seems like I have to get strong fast, otherwise I'll become a snack of some random beast." Sol rubbed the back of his neck, unease prickling at him. "Wait, if beasts can mutate by touching leaking realms, what about humans? Can we be contaminated too?" Isilia froze, her solar eyes narrowing. Then, slowly she smirked. Finally, the bug asked the right question. She raised her hand again, and the illusions shifted. The wolf dissolved, replaced by a phantom image of a man. At first, he looked ordinary, a hunter with a spear. But then the light warped. His skin shimmered, his eyes glowed, his body twisted into something half-human, half-otherworldly. "Yes," she said, her voice dripping with amusement. "Humans can be contaminated. When a mortal stumbles into a leaking fissure, sometimes they die instantly. Sometimes they go mad. And sometimes they change. The Phantom Man grew wings of fire, his veins glowing like molten rivers. Then the image flickered, showing another human whose body had collapsed into ash. Most of the time, it is fatal. Your fragile bodies cannot withstand pure energy. But on rare occasions, a mortal survives. He can really become an overlord in a single step, but only if fortune smiles and he absorbs something worthwhile. Otherwise, his fate is simply to vanish. One more eternally missing soul swallowed by the void. Soul's mind raced with countless possibilities. Then he suddenly remembered the sovereign of the gorge, the mountain-sized snake that had snapped trees like toothpicks. Wait, Soul asked, what about the sovereign of the gorge? I saw a snake. It was easily 50, maybe 60 feet tall. It roared like an earthquake. Was that a mutant? Icilia huffed, a sound of supreme derision. That? She laughed. That worm? That is just a descendant of a descendant of a descendant. It has maybe a single drop of abyssal bloodline diluted through 1,000 generations. Real abyssal serpents can span thousands of meters. That thing you saw was a garden snake with a glandular problem. Soul stared at her. The monster that had almost ended his life, the creature that terrified the entire jungle, was a garden snake to her? Icilia smirked, her solar eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. Size does not equal divinity, Bug. That creature is a shadow of a shadow, a pale echo of what once was. If you had seen a true abyssal serpent, you would not be here to ask me questions. You would have been swallowed along with your entire valley, your tribe, and thousands of kilometers. She waved her hand, and the illusion shifted again. A colossal serpent appeared in the void, its body so vast it blotted out the stars. Its coils wrapped around entire land masses, its scales shimmering like oceans, its eyes burning like suns. This, she whispered, her voice trembling with reverence, is an abyssal serpent, a creature born from the water realm itself. Compared to this, your sovereign of the gorge is a worm wriggling in the mud. Soul swallowed hard, his throat dry. The image of the serpent dwarfed everything he had ever known. His mind reeled at the scale, the sheer impossibility of it. Okay, he muttered, his voice faint. So I guess I should be grateful I only met the garden snake version. Icilia smirked, her lips curling into a cruel smile. Grateful? You should be on your knees, Bug. The true abyssal bloodline is extinction incarnate. Pray you never meet one. So, bees can evolve too, Soul muttered, his mind racing. Damn, there's so much I don't know. There wasn't anything like that in the previous Soul's memory. No one in the tribe talks about mutant beasts and stuff. It seems like the area we are in really is just the beginner village. He looked at Icilia, a fire igniting in his eyes. Then is there any way for humans to grow stronger? He asked, stepping closer. He could already imagine it, breaking the limits of biology. Flying. Laser eyes. Wearing red underwear on the outside. Icilia looked at him with pity. You really are ignorant. Have you been living in caves all this time? Don't you know this basic stuff? Sol smiled de. Well, that does seem to be the case. Mud huts, actually. She huffed again, spreading her hands. Of course humans and other species can evolve. There are countless ways. Training, bloodline awakening, artifact binding, and blah blah blah. Some stumble into leaking realms and survive contamination. Some are chosen by higher beings. The paths are endless. As for what they are specifically, I don't know. You don't know? Soul asked, incredulous. But didn't you say you were a goddess? How can you not know? Humph. Exactly. I am a goddess, she countered, puffing her chest. Why do I concern myself with how ants evolve to become bigger ants? No matter how strong an ant gets, it is still an ant. I deal in concepts, not study of ants. Soul's face fell. Really? Can they never become gods? Or something close? He asked sadly. If there was a ceiling, his dream of world domination and flying in red underwear was going to shatter. Icilia opened her mouth to answer, then stopped. Her eyes flickered. Humph! She turned her face to the side, comically, refusing to meet his gaze. I don't know. Who knows if it is possible or not? Maybe. Maybe not. Soul narrowed his eyes. He saw the evasion. She knew. She definitely knew. And the fact that she wasn't saying no meant the answer was yes, but it was forbidden or dangerous to say. He smirked. He leaned down, bringing his face level with hers. Don't forget, Soul whispered, you are trapped here, and the only way you can get out is by satisfying me. Isilia blushed, then glared. No matter what, I'm not going to tell you. It is restricted knowledge. Change the question. He tried a few more times, poking and prodding, before she finally divulged something. Isilia tilted her head, her expression shifting from arrogance to something more complex. For a moment, she almost looked thoughtful. Mortals becoming gods, she murmured. It is not impossible, but it is not simple either. To rise from mud to divinity requires more than strength. It requires law. It requires recognition. It requires the world itself to bend and say, yes, you are worthy. She leaned closer, her solar eyes burning into him. Do you understand, Bug? Power alone does not make a god. Even if you sprout wings, even if you breathe fire, even if you crush mountains, you are still mortal unless the realm itself acknowledges you. Without that, you are just a mutant with delusions of grandeur. Soul swallowed hard, his heart pounding. His dream wasn't shattered, but it was far more complicated than he had imagined. Isilia smirked, satisfied with his silence. So dream if you must. But remember, ants who dream of godhood usually end up crushed beneath the heel of those who already are. He tried to get more info, like had any human ascended and stuff, and like how to become and stuff, but she really remained tight-lipped this time. It seemed he really couldn't get this out of her. Fine, Soul gave up, but your silence tells us that it is possible. If I can evolve from Wolverine to Superman, that's enough for me. Isilia ignored his gibberish references and continued, eager to move past the topic. And then, she said, pointing to a swirling gray mist in the illusion, where two realms overlap, the world changes massively. The mist thickened, condensing into a phantom forest. The trees warped, their bark turning black, their branches curling like skeletal fingers. The light dimmed until it was swallowed entirely, leaving only a suffocating gloom. From the shadows, insects crawled, grotesque, massive things with glistening carapaces and eyes that glowed like lanterns. They moved unnaturally, slipping in and out of the darkness as if the shadows themselves were doorways. Like a part of the forest where the shadow realm and the insectoid realm overlap, Isilia explained, her tone bored but edged with warning. The trees turn black, the light dies, and the insects grow massive and move through shadows. Those are the danger zones. Avoid them. Soul's stomach twisted as he watched the phantom insects scuttle across the illusion. One of them lunged, vanishing into shadow, only to reappear behind its prey, a deer that was torn apart in seconds. Donjizon, Soul muttered, his voice tight. So they're like dungeons, places where the rules break. Isilia smirked, her solar eyes gleaming. Dungeons? Call them whatever you like. They are wounds in the world, places where realms bleed into each other. The laws of nature collapse there. Beasts mutate, plants awaken. Even the air becomes hostile. Mortals who wander and rarely wander out. She leaned closer, her small face serious, her voice dropping to a whisper. Remember this too. Just like with beasts, realms overlap without warning. And today's forest could be tomorrow's danger zone. And once it happens, your tribe or whatever place you live in will no longer be there. It will be a graveyard, where only death reigns supreme. Of course, that is only if you are weak. If you are strong, maybe you can get out of there alive. Soul swallowed hard, his throat dry. The fire in his eyes flickered, tempered by the weight of her words. All right, he muttered. Avoid the creepy shadowbug forests. Got it. Isilia smirked, satisfied. Good. At least you're not completely hopeless. Not that I care about your well-being or anything. Now moving on. Chapter 159. Spirit Realm Info Chapter 159. Chapter 159. Spirit Realm Info for the different realms. I'll tell you a bit about 2 or 3 to get a general idea, Isilia said, her voice taking on a melodic, lecturing rhythm. She crossed her small arms, looking down at him from the dais with the air of a professor addressing a particularly slow student, her eyes almost glaring. So make do with that. Don't you dare ask for more. Sol nodded with mock obedience. I'm all ears. Oh, great weaver. Internally, he was grinning. It was already good enough that this arrogant, pint-sized goddess was willing to spill cosmic secrets. He didn't want to force her. If her pride flared up, she might just clamp her mouth shut. He needed to stroke her ego to get the manual for this universe. She paced the obsidian floor, her small bare feet making no sound, yet her presence filled the room. Adjacent to your material plane, there is the spirit realm. She raised a hand. The air around Sol shimmered, the darkness of the void replaced by a soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hum with a quiet melody. It is a world of soft, bioluminescent colors where the sky looks like an aurora borealis that never fades. Teal, violet, and burning gold, Isilia described, her eyes tracing the illusion she created. There is no such thing as dirt there. The ground here is made of solidified light or floating islands of white moss that drift in a gravity-less ocean. Sol watched, mesmerized. Phantom spirits floated through the air, translucent, peaceful shapes that looked like jellyfish made of silk, trailing long, glowing tendrils. They live in villages woven into the spirit trees. The architecture looks like blown glass or delicate spiderwebs hanging over the abyss. Sol saw many tiny figures zooming through the illusion humanoid shapes with insect wings, animals made of starlight, and strange geometric entities he didn't recognize. They zipped around the crystal structures, their bodies made of condensed essence, glowing in every color imaginable. They look peaceful, Sol noted, reaching out to touch a passing wisp of light. Peaceful is just another word for stagnant, Isilia scoffed. And they are annoying. Anyways, the good sprites mostly live in the Glimmer Forest. They sing. They dance. They tend to the souls of the departed. They are nauseatingly cheerful. She flicked her wrist, and the view zoomed out. But they're not alone. She continued. The light side is teeming with life. She pointed to a herd of majestic creatures galloping across a bridge of light. Lumine stags, she named them. Deer made of starlight. Their antlers are not bone, but constellations. They guide lost souls to the afterlife. It is said if a mortal rides one, they can see their own future. Then, she pointed to the shadows beneath the crystal leaves, where massive, arachnid shapes spun webs of glowing gold. And the memory weavers, spiders the size of horses, but gentle. They don't eat flesh, they eat forgotten memories. They spin the history of the world into their webs. If you want to know who killed your great-grandfather, you ask a weaver. Sol no dead sludi. So it's a paradise. Starlight deer and historian spiders. She waved a hand, and the scene darkened slightly, showing a tangled, thorny undergrowth beneath the floating islands. But the bad sprites, they live here, in the shadow thorns. They build traps for others. They steal memories for fun. They are mischievous little parasites. Wait, Sol interrupted. You said souls of the departed? Isilia nodded. When a beast or human dies in your world, their consciousness dissolves. It drifts here into the spirit realm. Spirit power flows here like a river. It is thick, tangible. Those who can breathe it gain abilities that defy reality. Telepathy, astral projection, the ability to walk through walls. So, fantasy stuff like telepathy and astral projection is also possible in this world. He nodded, taking notes in his mental notebook of things to try. She suddenly turned and looked at him. Does your tribe have a shaman? Sol shook his head, then paused. He remembered the silver-haired woman at the right. Yes, he nodded. There seems to be one. A woman with white eyes. Why are you shaking your head like a fool if you know? Isilia huffed. You are hopeless. Even a 3-year-old godling knows more than you. Those shamans, even though this isn't their main realm of contact, they could draw power from the shallow edges of this place. They borrow the whispers of the dead to gain some ethereal wisdom and pretend to be all mysterious and whatnot. So no dead sludi. So it's like the afterlife. Do not mistake it for heaven. Mortal, Isilia warned, her voice dropping an octave, is an ecosystem, and every ecosystem has predators. She twisted her wrist. The aurora sky in the illusion turned a bruised purple and red. The floating islands became jagged and gray, showing a tangled, thorny undergrowth beneath the floating islands. Even the air seemed to grow cold. There is a darker side to the spirit realm. A side the good part is always at war with. Shadowy shapes began to form in the mist. It is inhabited by beings you humans would call evil, Isilia said, though her tone was indifferent, devoid of judgment. But at ISNT, right to say they are evil. They are just beings with different ways of life. Predatory ways. She pointed to faceless, gray wanderers drifting aimlessly in the void, like the drifting echoes, mindless remnants of weak souls, useless fodder. They float until they fade, or until they are eaten. Eaten by what? Soul eaters, she whispered. The illusion showed a terrifying distortion in the air, an invisible beast that was nothing but a gaping maw of vacuum, snapping up the echoes. They hunt the weak. They are the predators of this ocean. She swiped the air, revealing more horrors. Grief moths, she pointed to a swarm of gray, dusty insects with skull patterns on their wings. They don't bite or anything. They land on you and feed on sorrow. But the most terrifying thing about them is that you can't avoid them. If a swarm finds you, you will sit down and weep until you wither away into dust. Mirror mimics, she pointed to another faceless, humanoid shapes stalking the edges of the islands. They have no face until they see you. Then, they were the face of the person you loved most, just so they can get close enough to strangle you. Then, a massive, terrifying figure appeared in the illusion. A woman made of storm clouds and ice, her body shifting like a blizzard given form. A crown of weeping icicles dripped endlessly upon her brow, each frozen tear falling into the void and vanishing. She floated above a jagged, black island, radiating an aura so heavy with sorrow that even the illusion seemed to bend beneath it. And the Wraith Queens, Isilia said, boardly spirits of powerful female beings, sorceresses, queens, monsters, who had an unresolved grudge in life and refused to fade. They are made of regret, hatred, and revenge. They rule the dark islands, and they are always hungry for warmth. If a living being enters their domain, they will drain the heat from your blood in seconds, just to feel alive for a moment. The phantom Wraith Queen turned her head, and even though it was only an illusion, Soul felt his chest tighten. Her hollow eyes seemed to pierce him, her sorrow pressing down like a mountain. Isilia smirked, her voice curling into a wicked smile. Of course, if you can help them resolve their regrets, it is said they give you great prizes in return. So maybe, bud, you could try. You seem good at handling difficult women. Sol esa stomach wista. He swallowed hard, his throat dry. Resolve their regrets? He muttered. That thing looks like it would rip my soul out before I even said hello. The illusion shifted, showing the Wraith Queen reaching out with hands of frost, her touch turning a phantom man into a frozen husk. Soul shivered, goosebumps crawling across his arms. Prizes or not, he said, forcing a nervous laugh. I think I'll pass on playing therapist to an ice demon. I'd rather keep my blood warm. Thank you very much. Isilia rolled her eyes, clearly amused by his fear. Coward. But at least you're a self-aware coward. Soul clenched his fists, glaring at her. Call me what you want. I'm not walking into a death trap just to win a lottery. If those things are made of regret, then I'll leave them to regret someone else. Anyway, moving on. Isilia's illusion shifted again, the storm-crowned Wraith Queen dissolving into mist. The void rippled, reshaping into a vast throne hall of spectral light. Of course, she said, her voice dripping with pride, it's not just Wraith Queens. The spirit realm is a hierarchy, a court of endless echoes. There are many beings who dwell there, some radiant, some monstrous. Icilia waved her hand. The illusion changed. Mist coiled into regal shapes, crowns glimmering faintly above towering figures. She lifted her chin, her voice dripping with superiority. Listen carefully, Bug. In the spirit realm, there are rulers far beyond you mortal-esque comprehension, like the spirit kings. Illusion shifted, and towering figures draped in robes of mist, crowned with crystals, appeared. They command vast domains of sorrow or joy, and lesser spirits bow to their will. To stand before one is to feel the weight of centuries pressing down on your fragile bones. Soul tilted his head, eyes narrowing. Kings, huh? So they're like ghost royalty? Icilia rolled her eyes. Royalty? Don't cheapen it. They're embodiments of emotion itself. The illusion shifted again, forming radiant figures with flowing hair and eyes like burning stars. Then there are the spirit queens, she continued. Radiant or wrathful, weaving entire islands of dream or despair. Some nurture lost souls, guiding them to peace. Others devour them whole, feeding on their essence. They judge spirits and mortals alike, and their gaze sees through every mask you wear. Sol smirked nervously. Sounds like my old fat landlady, except with more soul-eating. Icilia ignored him, her hands weaving larger shapes. Colossal beings appeared, their bodies vast enough to blot out the illusionary sky. The spirit emperors, she said, her tone reverent now. They embody entire concepts. One emperor might be war itself, another silence. Their presence reshapes the very laws of the realm. They do not rule territories. They rule truths. To face one is to confront the raw essence of existence. Soulless mouth went dry. War itself? Silence itself? Yeah, I'll pass. Finally, the illusion trembled, and titanic figures emerged, their forms shifting between countless spirits fused together, glowing with divine fragments. And at the apex, Icilia whispered, her solar eyes gleaming, stand the spirit gods. They are worshipped even by lesser gods, for their dominion stretches across dimensions. They're truly transcendent beings. To meet one is to know eternity. The illusions shimmered, each figure vast and terrifying in its own way. And of course, Icilia added, her solar eyes narrowing, for every radiant sovereign, there is a darker counterpart. Spirit kings of hatred, spirit queens of pestilence, spirit emperors of ruin, spirit gods of oblivion. They are the shadows of the hierarchy, feeding on despair, corruption, and decay. Where the bright ones rule islands of light, the dark ones rule pits of endless hunger. The void trembled, showing a spirit emperor of ruin, a colossal figure whose body was a crumbling fortress, whose breath turned landscapes into ash. Sol Esha Druatiktanat. So the spirit realm ISNT, just ghosts and regrets. It's an entire civilization, a kingdom of light and shadow. Icilia smirked, satisfied with his dawning realization. Exactly, and mortals who stumble into it rarely return. Those who do are never the same. She waved her hand, shattering the illusion of the spirit realm into 1,000 sparks of light. Next, she said, her voice echoing in the void. The Titans. Chapter 160. Chapter 160. Titan Realm info. The scene changed instantly. The soft, ethereal light of the spirit realm was replaced by a sense of crushing weight. The visual perspective also shifted violently, the camera of the illusion zooming out until Soul felt like he had shrunk to the size of a mite on a rug. Then, Icilia's voice dropped, becoming heavy and resonant like a stone drum. There is the Titan realm. Massive shapes formed in the void. Mountains that walked. Clouds that were actually the steam rising from the breath of giants. The horizon stretched into infinity, filled with structures so large they defied geometry. Everything there is countless times larger, she explained, gesturing to a forest where the trees pierced the stratosphere. A single blade of grass, there's like a tower to you. A raindrop is a flood for a mortal like you. The gravity is crushing. 10 maybe 20 times what you're used to. The air is so dense it would feel like breathing in water. She pointed to a jagged mountain range in the distance of the illusion. Suddenly, the mountain stood up. It shook off avalanches of snow like dandruff, revealing shoulders made of granite and eyes like molten lakes. The mountains there move because they are alive, Icilius said, a hint of respect creeping into her tone. Primordial titans, cyclopes, mountain giants, races that were forged before the universe decided to make things delicate. They live there. They were there. She looked down at Sol, a cruel smirk touching her lips. But of course, you go in there would mean instant death. Your little frail skeleton would snap under the atmospheric pressure before you even took a breath. You would become meat paste in a second. A red smear on a Titan-S boot. Honestly, that would be a fitting ending for a leecher like you. She didn't forget to add. Sol gulped, ignoring her taunts instead, imagining his own implosion. Noted, avoid the land of walking mountains. They sound like mindless brutes anyway. Brutes? Icilia laughed, a sharp, barking sound. You ignorant thing. They're the multiverse's greatest scholars. Sol blanked. The walking rocks are scholars? Geology, forging, architecture. Icilia listed, counting on her fingers. They are masters of construction and metalworking. They aren't just brutes. They are one of the universe's best architects. They built the foundations of half the realms. While you humans are banging flints together to make fire, they are calculating the load-bearing capacity of tectonic plates. Sol stared at the illusion, stunned. He had initially thought this was a primitive, Stone Age world, a place of simple survival, sticks and stones. He had assumed he was the smartest person in the room because he knew what a wheel was. But damn, here were titans practicing metallurgy on a planetary scale. She waved her hand, and the illusion zoomed in on a city floating in the sky. Look at that, she commanded. Sol looked. At first it seemed like a cloud, but upon taking a closer look, it wasn't a cloud city. It was a city built on massive stones, floating midair. Their houses are built from gravity stone, Icilia explained. Rock that naturally floats, defying the crushing weight of the realm. Imagine a city where every building is a floating mountain, connected to the others by massive chains made of celestial gold. The scale was dizzying. Massive bridges connected the floating islands, and Sol could see titans walking across them, carrying loads that would crush a modern city. Sol whistled low. Floating cities and mechas like beings. Okay, that S. Actually kind of badass. And they don't just build, they also forge. She continued. The image shifted again, descending into a fiery pit that looked like the mouth of hell. The World Forge, she whispered. A city-sized volcano where the titans craft weapons that can split mountains with a single swipe. They hammer raw tectonic plates into armor. Sol Batcha Titan. Shirtless and glowing with magma. Strike an anvil with a hammer the size of a skyscraper. Clang. Even in the illusion, the sound was deafening. Sparks flew like meteors, illuminating a workshop filled with all kinds of different forging materials, which he obviously didn't recognize. It was civilization on a scale he couldn't comprehend. They value weight as honor and hardness as resilience, Icilia continued, her eyes reflecting the phantom fire. A Titan-S status isn't determined by gold or land. It is determined by the complexity of the runes carved into their skin. She pointed to the Titan-S arm. It was covered in glowing, geometric carvings that pulsed with power. Those aren't tattoos. They're circuits. They channel the energy of the realm to make them stronger. The deeper the cut, the harder the skin, the higher the rank. A king among titans is a being so carved with runes he looks like a walking obelisk of law. Sol's eyes narrowed. He was doing the math. Stone Age humans versus titans with rune tech and floating cities. The gap was absolutely terrifying. It meant that even if he conquered his tribe, even if he conquered the whole jungle, he was still just a bug compared to what was out there. Honestly, seeing all of this, it was a miracle that humans had survived at all. But if they had survived until now, maybe they had their own specialty. Something hidden, something he didn't know like many other things. So he asked slowly, if a human, theoretically, survived the pressure. Isilia rolled her eyes. I know what you're thinking. Greed is written all over your face. Sol grind sheepishly. What can I say? I like upgrades. Who wouldn't want to get an indestructible body? It's every man's romance. She sighed, but she indulged him. I have heard that training there, just breathing the air, or acquiring a weight rune would make a physical body almost indestructible in the human world. Your skin would become like ironwood. Your bones like adamantite. You could walk through a landslide and not feel it. A spear would shatter against your eyelid. She pointed to a glistening, heavy liquid dripping from a stalactite in the illusion. And they have resources like heavy water. 1 drop weighs a ton. Drinking it reinforces the skeletal structure to diamond-hard density. But it also tastes like liquid lead and will crush your stomach if you aren't strong enough. They have sun iron, metal that stays hot forever. They have echo stone, which remembers everything spoken near it. Sol rubbed his chin, his eyes shining with ambition. Indestructible body, diamond bones, floating cities, runes. He looked at his own fragile hands. Okay, Titan Realm is definitely on the list. Just need to figure out the whole imploding instantly problem. Good luck with that, Isilia snorted. You need a divine physique just to step through the door without turning into jelly. Or a suit of armor made by a god. Though watching you pop would be entertaining. Sol shot her a glare. You're supposed to be my guide, not my heckler. Isilia smirked, folding her arms. I am both. Consider it divine multitasking. Looking at the technology, and then remembering the mud houses and stone tools, he couldn't help ask. But, do they ever interact with humans? Trade? Va? Anything? Isilia tilted her head, her lips curling into a cruel smile. Interact? Huh. To them, humans are gnats. Do you trade with gnats? Do you wage war against ants? No. You ignore them. Unless they crawl into your food. Sodfroned. So we're just pests to them? Exactly, she said, her solar eyes gleaming. But occasionally, a Titan will notice a mortal. Sometimes out of curiosity, sometimes amusement. They might toss a scrap of knowledge your way, or crush your village just to test the tensile strength of your bones. It depends on their mood. The illusion shifted again, showing a Titan bending down to examine a tiny human settlement. The giant's eyes glowed with curiosity. Then it casually dropped a reniched pebble the size of a house into the village square. See? Isilia said. To them, that pebble is worthless. To you, it's a divine artifact. Entire human tribes have risen and fallen because a Titan discarded a trinket. Sol's eyes widened. So, humans have gotten Titan artifacts before? Isilia nodded, though her smirk never faded. Yes. The few mortals who stumble upon Titan relics often become legends in your world. Heroes, conquerors, prophets. But don't mistake luck for respect. Titans don't care if you live or die. They care about weight, hardness, and endurance. If you can't survive their realm, you're not worth remembering. Sol clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. Then I'll make them remember me. Isilia laughed, sharp and mocking. Oh, bug. You're so predictable. Dream of godhood, dream of Titan respect. It makes no difference. You'll pop like a grape the moment you step foot there. Sol smirked back, defiant. Maybe. Or maybe I'll be the first ant they can't crush. Isilia's smirk deepened, her solar eyes gleaming. Fine, bug. Since you're so desperate for hope, I'll tell you a story. One of your kind once brushed against Titan legacy and lived. The illusion shifted, showing a barren desert. A lone human trudged across the sands, ragged and starving. His tribe had been wiped out by famine, his body little more than bones wrapped in skin. This mortal, Isilia said, her tone dripping with disdain, was no hero, no chosen one, just a scavenger. But fate is cruelly generous sometimes. He stumbled upon a Titan relic, a discarded hammer, no larger than a pebble to its owner, but to him it was the size of a fortress. The illusion zoomed in. A colossal hammer half buried in the sand, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly. Sol leaned forward, eyes wide. And he picked it up? Isilia laughed, sharp and mocking. Picked it up? He couldn't. The thing weighed more than a mountain. But he touched it, and the runes carved into its surface burned into his flesh. His body nearly collapsed, but somehow he survived. The Titan S rune recognized him. It reforged his bones, hardened his skin, and gave him strength enough to lift boulders like pebbles. The illusion shifted again, showing the man standing tall, his body glowing faintly with rune marks. His tribe's enemies fled before him. He built cities, carved fortresses, and ruled as a king. They called him the Stone Bearer, Isilia said, her voice mocking but tinged with respect. He united many mortals under his banner. For a time, he was unstoppable. But she snapped her fingers, and the illusion darkened. The man's body cracked, his rune marks glowing too brightly. His flesh split, his bones shattered. He died screaming, she finished coldly. Because mortals are not meant to carry Titan weight forever. The rune consumed him from within. His empire crumbled. His name became legend, but his body became dust. Sol swallowed hard, his throat dry. So, he became a king, a legend, and then burned out. Isilia smirked. Exactly. That is the fate of greedy mortals who reach too high. You may rise, bug, but you will fall. And when you do, it will be spectacular. Sol clenched his fists, defiance burning in his eyes. Then I'll rise higher, so high, that there isn't any chance of failure. Isilia laughed, the sound echoing like cracking stone. Dream, bug, dream. It makes your inevitable failure so much more entertaining. Chapter 161. Cosmic Rave Gone Wrong. Chapter 161. Chapter 161. Cosmic Rave Gone Wrong. Isilia waved her hand again, a casual, dismissive gesture that shattered the tragic image of the stone bearer into 1,000 motes of golden dust, like she was swatting a fly. The particles drifted away into the void, dissolving like a forgotten memory. Next, she said, her tone bored but relentless, like a museum tour guide who had given the same speech for 1 billion years and hated every tourist, particularly the dumbass right in front of her right now. Just like before, the scene changed instantly. The crushing, gravitational weight of the Titan realm evaporated, lifting a burden off Sol's chest he realized he was carrying. But damn, he barely had time to breathe before the air itself went feral, as it was replaced by something far more volatile. The air in the void temple suddenly crackled. The hairs on Sol's arm stood up. A cocktail of smells, acrid smoke, briny dampness, mineral dust, ozone, and weird sterile light flooded his nose, overpowering the scent of ancient dust. Sol gagged, clutching his nose. Holy shit, it's like someone blended a volcano, an aquarium, a quarry, and a thunderstorm, then sprayed it with radioactive rainbow perfume. My sinuses are filing for divorce. Welcome to the elemental realm. Isilia sneered, cutely wrinkling her perfectly shaped nose as if she smelled something rotting. It is a beautiful, chaotic mess, a garbage dump of laws. And by the way, that is the sin of the realms, bug. Fire, water, earth, wind, and light, all bleeding into one another. A scent of chaos. She smirked. Sol coughed, waving his hand in front of his face. Scent? Lady, this isn't scent. This is a war crime. If you bottled this, you could wipe out civilizations. New fragrance by Isilia. Oda Apocalypse. Isilia tilted her head, confused. Fragrance? Bottle? You mortals trap smells in jars now? Sodgrund. Forget it. Just keep talking before I choke to death on rainbow farts. Okay, then let S continue. The illusion around them exploded into a storm of vibrant, chaotic energy. Sol looked around, his jaw dropping. So far it nearly hit the floor. To his left, a waterfall of molten lava flowed upward, defying gravity, reaching into a sky made of roiling fire. To his right, massive bubbles of air, each the size of a city, floated through an endless, dark blue ocean where giant currents moved like snakes. Above his head, islands made of solid, crackling lightning drifted in a purple void, tethered to nothing, arching bolts of electricity at each other in a silent, dazzling war. Holy hell. Sol swore, this looks like a drug trip designed by a lunatic god. Lava going up? Lightning playing tag? Did someone spike reality with acid? Or did the developer run off halfway through coding this shit with everyone's money? Isilia pinched the bridge of her nose, muttering, "You're the most embarrassing mortal I've ever met. And I've met cavemen who thought thunder was a fart from the sky." Sol jabbed a finger at the upward lava. "No, seriously, look at that. Lava's supposed to go down. That's the one rule lava has. And here it's just climbing into the sky like it's late for work. That's not lava. That's a goddamn elevator." Isilia rolled her eyes. It is the fire realm's way. Upward flow symbolizes ascension, purification, rebirth. Bullshit. Sol cut her off. That is not ascension. That's a suicide ride. Anyone who falls in there is toast. Literally toast. Burnt toast. And don't even get me started on those lightning islands. They're playing Pokemon battles in the sky, while I'm down here, trying not to piss myself. Above them, another bolt of lightning cracked across the illusion, so bright it left Sol blinking spots. He flinched, ducking instinctively. Jesus Christ. That thing almost fried me. Do they have insurance for this realm? Or is it just, oops, you got vaporized, sucks to be you? Isilia smirked, her solar eyes gleaming. You mortals call it chaos. I call it artistry. This is the elemental realm. It is not meant for ants like you to comprehend. Sol barca alo. Artistry. Lady, this looks like a toddler spilled paint on the universe and then set it on fire. Don't give me that artistry crap. This is a cosmic rave gone wrong. Isilia strutted through a phantom pillar of fire like it was nothing, ignoring the loudmouth tourist. Unlike the other realms, which adhere to some semblance of logic, or at least pretend to, this one is kind of fractured. It is a realm of realms. While there are infinite pockets of mixed chaos where the elements are jumbled together, the four pillars of existence hold dominion here. She stopped in the center of the illusion. The chaotic swirling of fire, water, earth, and wind framing her small form like a tempest. It is a political minefield, she noted dryly. Let us start with the loudest assholes. She pointed to the quadrant of endless crimson. The fire realm. The illusion zoomed in. Sol saw a landscape that looked like the surface of the sun, but a bit habitable. Cities of brass built on seas of liquid flame, Isilia narrated. The architecture is crazy, just like the inhabitants here. Spires of obsidian and hardened magma that rise miles into the burning sky, as if they want to reach and conquer other realms too. But well, that is just their impossible dream. Anyways, it is home to the Efreet, the Salamanderkin, and other such fire elemental freaks. Sol watched as tall, muscular beings with skin like charcoal and hair of living flame hammered away at anvils. And just like titans, they treat smithing not as a craft, but as a form of prayer, no more like a crazy cult. She explained, they hammer their souls into the metal. They believe that to forge is to mimic the act of creation itself. They are proud, arrogant, and they view anything that cannot burn as impure. Truly arrogant bastards. So, they're blacksmith cultists, Sol muttered. Great. I'm sure they're fun at parties. They are the party, she corrected. If you like parties where the guests immolate themselves for fun. Yeah, hard pass. I like my skin not crispy. She swiped her hand to the right, and the heat vanished, replaced by a crushing, deep blue pressure. The water realm, she continued. A world of vertical oceans with no surface and no floor. It is an infinite column of water. Sol stared at the illusion. It was beautiful and terrifying. Massive currents acted as highways, carrying bioluminescent creatures that looked like whales made of glass. Merlords and others live here in pearl citadels suspended in the deep, anchored by heavy water chains, Isilia said. Laws here are governed entirely by pressure and current. Down is where the pressure crushes you. Up is where the current takes you. If you don't know how to swim in 3 dimensions, You drown before you take a breath. Suddenly, a massive air bubble drifted past, one bursting silently into a spray of glittering mist. Soul pointed at it, horrified. And what the fuck is that? A balloon the size of a city just popped like it was made of soap. Do people live in those? Do they just die when their bubble explodes? She shrugged, bored. Sometimes. That is the way of the water realm. Pressure, currents collapse. Life is fragile. Sodgrund, dragging his hands down his face. Fragile? Lady, that S not fragile. That S a death lottery. Congratulations, your house popped. You drowned instantly. What kind of sick joke is this realm? Icilia tilted her head, her lips curling into a cruel smile. The kind of joke the universe tells when it's tired of mortals whining about fairness. She pointed to a figure in the water, a humanoid with scales that shifted color and eyes that glowed like deep-sea lanterns. Anyway, they are fluid, she said, in politics and in form. They value adaptability. But even they hate the fire realm with a passion that boils oceans. Of course they do, Soul muttered. Fire and water. Classic. Next, you'll tell me earth and wind hate each other too. Icilia smirked, her solar eyes gleaming. You're not as stupid as you look. Soul raised a brow. Wow, thanks. That is the nicest thing you've said to me all day. Should I save it as ancestral sayings for my future generations? Icilia rolled her eyes. Don't flatter yourself. I said not as stupid. You're still stupid. Just less than usual. Soul jabbed a thumb at the glowing fishman. So, what is their deal? Do they just swim around gossiping in bubbles? Oh, darling, did you hear what the fire realm did? They boiled my cousin alive. Icilia's lips twitched, almost amused. More or less. They trade in secrets, currents, whispers. They're manipulators. They smile at you while plotting how to drown you in your sleep. Sodgrima said, Great. So, basically wet politicians. Slimy bastards with scales. Love it. She chuckled darkly. Better slimy than crispy. At least they one tea set you on fire for fun. Soul threw his hands up. Oh, fantastic choice. Burn alive or drown alive. What a buffet of death options. Truly, the elemental realm is a 5-star resort. Icilia blinked, frowning. What is a 5-star resort? Soul waved his hands. Never mind. Forget it. Just it's a place. A place for powerful bastards to look down on poor peasants. Doesn't tea matter? Icilia rolled her eyes. You speak in riddles, bug. Always with these strange references. 5-star resort? Lava as elevators? Developers running away? None of it makes sense. You sound like a madman. Soul threw his arms up. I'm a madman. That is the only way to survive this nightmare world. You've got lava waterfalls going up, lightning islands playing tag, and fish politicians trading secrets. If I don't laugh, I'll cry. Icilia smirked, clearly enjoying his frustration. Cry then. At least that would be useful. Tears are currency in some realms. Sodgrund. Of course they are. Why would tea they be? Next you'll tell me sneezes are sacred offerings and burps summon gods. Icilia tilted her head, considering. Not burps, but sneezes, yes. In the dust realm, a sneeze is considered prayer. Soul stared at her, horrified. You're joking. Her solar eyes gleamed with amusement. Do I look like I'm joking? Soul was completely speechless now. This world was truly insane. Chapter 162. Modern Analogies in Front of Primordial Goddess. Chapter 162. Chapter 162. Modern analogies in front of Primordial Goddess. She gestured to the ground, or rather, the network of glittering tunnels that seemed to weave through the void. The Earth Realm, Icilia said, her voice dropping to a heavy rumble. Massive underground kingdoms made of precious gems and living stone. There is no sky here, only the ceiling. The illusion showed vast caverns lit by glowing crystals the size of houses. Small, stout figures, gnomes and earth elementals, moved through the rock as if it were water. Soul squinted at the illusion. So basically dwarves with OCD. Hoarders who live in caves and polish rocks all day. Icilia blinked, frowning.